Chapter 401. Gu Tinglin looked at Jiang Ning. The only thing I can do is to arrange you into the Spark Project team. I hope you can accept it. Jiang Ning refused. Thank you for your kindness. But I don't need it. She didn't see the appraisal report. He must be right if he can produce it. Family affection. What? She didn't have it when she needed it most. And now it's just superfluous. You don't have to feel guilty or apologize. Jiang Ning said calmly. You didn't grow up with me. But you didn't hurt me. So I don't hate you. On the contrary. From the perspective of an ordinary person, I admire your contribution to the base over the years. Blood ties and such are no longer important to me. I will not carry the burden. Nor do I want you to carry the spiritual shackles. Just don't bother each other. Her words were calm and ruthless, without any resentment. Nor was she hypocritical or pretentious. Only when a person is strong enough will he not ask for anything from others. This made Gu Tinglin feel relieved. But he couldn't help feeling lost. She had his blood in her body. But she was really just a stranger. However, he didn't force it, as long as Jiang Ning lived well. Next, they talked about the issue of Song Yaling and her daughter. He didn't ask Jiang Ning for her opinion, but made a decision on his own. Whether Jiang Ning admits it or not, Song Yaling is her biological mother, a woman who gave her life. Song Yaling mistakes are unforgivable. But Gu Tinglin also knows Jiang Ning character very well, and she will not let this mother and daughter go. If they are just driven out of the base, Jiang Ning will definitely kill them all in an impulsive manner. It seems that he has vented his anger. But in fact, he will have to bear the shackles for the rest of his life. He doesn't want Jiang Ning to bear the evil of killing his mother. So he sends Song Yaling to Jiaqing base overnight. Xiao Tang will hand over to the official base. And the crimes committed by the mother and daughter at the military base will be handled according to the relevant procedures. Life and death. One's own responsibility. Jiang Ning frowned slightly at his behavior, but didn't say anything. In the end of the natural disaster, dying instantly is the best relief. Song Yaling and Chen Yinfei are just two daughters. Without men, they have no ability to protect themselves. Living is the best torture for them. Jiang Ning has seen many miserable women who are unable to protect themselves. They use their bodies to exchange for food, but are treated like animals by the devil. They are repeatedly humiliated, abused and beaten. In the end, they are really fed up and end up as two-legged sheep. So, this result is also good. To be honest, Jiang Ning would not recognize Gu Tinglin. And Gu Tinglin also accepted it calmly. He looked at his daughter. His eyes could not move away for a long time. And sighed deeply for a long time. Take care of yourself. The natural disaster will definitely pass. Don't give up hope at any time. Jiang Ning got up and left. And stopped at the door. Did you give Song Yaling a jade pendant before? Gu Tinglin did give it. It was passed down from the ancestors of the Gu family. At that time, Song Yaling pestered and cried and didn't let him go on the mission. But the military order could not be violated. The two of them were deeply in love. And they had already discussed marriage in private. Gu Tinglin promised her that he would come back to get the marriage certificate after completing the task. To express his sincerity, he gave her the jade pendant passed down from his ancestors. Jiang Ning was a little dazed. And after a long silence, he said, the jade pendant accompanied me growing up. And then, it was accidentally broken. Sorry. I can't return it to the owner. It's a pity that the jade pendant is gone. But God has given him the best gift. Gu Tinglin smiled. It doesn't matter, as long as you are healthy and safe. Jiang Ning thought for a while. You really don't have to feel guilty, because you have left the best for me. Even though she didn't want to acknowledge her relatives, she had to admit that if there was no protection from the space, she might have died long ago. The space has already recognized its master, and returning it is impossible. Gu Tinglin may not know the secret of the jade pendant, but the benefits Jiang Ning has gained are real. She looked at Gu Tinglin, cleared her throat and said, don't always put public interests first and private interests second. You are also a living person. There is nothing wrong with thinking more about yourself. Only by surviving and living well can you shoulder greater responsibilities. Is she caring about him? Gu Tinglin felt a warm current in his heart. Okay. Jiang Ning took a deep breath and turned to leave. On the way, she stared at the scenery outside the car window in a daze. Back in Area B, Jiang Ning sat on the balcony, sipping the fruit wine she brewed. The jade pendant is a family heirloom of the Gu family, and Gu Tinglin didn't know there was a space inside. Huishan said, "What are your plans?" What plans could Jiang Ning have? And he couldn't peel off the space and return it to Gu Tinglin. I feel a little uncomfortable, and feel like I owe him. Having slept together for many years, Huishan still understands her. She didn't acknowledge her relationship with him, but she actually recognized Gu Tinglin in her heart. Although she was cold-blooded and ruthless after the natural disaster, who can really be so ruthless? There is still a desire for family affection. It's just that reality is cruel, and Song Yiling is selfish. But Gu Tinglin is different. Before meeting Jiang Ning, he didn't know his daughter existed. In the face of the natural disaster, he had to take care of the overall situation. So he naturally had no time to take care of his small family. But he did everything he could secretly. If there is no love, he doesn't need to do this. But Jiang Ning's choice is not wrong. Even if he recognizes Gu Tinglin, what will happen? Will he put down the responsibilities on his shoulders, live only for his family, and do everything possible to compensate Jiang Ning? Gu Tinglin can't do it, and Jiang Ning can't ask him to do so. After talking it out, they don't feel burdened by each other, and just do their best for their choices. The days go by like this, and all the important supplies are placed in the space. The furniture in the yard is all broken, and it won't be a pity to throw it away if there is a collision of plates one day. The disaster that made people nervous did not come, but a strange woman came to the courtyard. She looked to be about 37 or 38 years old, with neat short hair, wearing a simple loose shirt and a pair of army green trousers. She was quite mature and steady, but seemed a little uneasy. She hesitated for a long time before knocking on the door. Jiang Ning stood on the second floor and watched, with no intention of going downstairs. But the other party seemed to be very persistent and waited at the door. Huishan reminded, from the way she stood, she should be an auxiliary soldier. Auxiliary soldiers, strictly speaking, are not real soldiers. For example, employees of arsenals, doctors of military hospitals, artists of military art troops, etc. The visitor must have something to ask for if he could wait so long. Jiang Ning went downstairs and opened the door. "Do you have something to ask us?" The visitor looked up and was a little surprised when he saw Jiang Ning's facial features, but soon regained his composure. "Are you Jiang Ning?" Jiang Ning did not speak. The other party looked embarrassed and explained, "Hello. I am Xu Xueching, the head nurse of the inpatient department of the base hospital." Jiang Ning said the same thing. "Do you have something to ask me?" "Your father, Chief Gu, is ill and hospitalized. Did you know?" Xu Xueching changed her words quickly. But Jiang Ning was not deaf, and immediately stared at her vigilantly. "Who are you?" Chapter 402. Gu Tinglin couldn't be a big mouth to be in this position today. Xu Xueching reiterated, "I am the head nurse." Jiang Ning said bluntly, "I think you are not the head nurse, but the aunt of the neighborhood committee. You are really meddling in other people's business." Xu Xueching didn't expect her to speak so harshly, and her face changed immediately. What should be said had been made clear that day. If Gu Tinglin really fell ill and was hospitalized, people who wanted to take care of him would probably have to line up. Why should Jiang Ning believe this woman who was hiding her true intentions? Although she looked ordinary, her forehead was filled with scheming. Seeing her turn around and close the door, Xu Xueching hurriedly said, "Jiang Ning, I didn't lie to you. Chief Gu was so tired that he had gastric bleeding and was hospitalized." "What does it have to do with me?" Jiang Ning asked back. "It wasn't me who made him so tired that he had gastric bleeding. But you are his daughter, the only person he cares about and is worried about." Jiang Ning asked again, "Are you the aunt from the neighborhood committee?" I didn't expect her to be so aggressive. Xu Xueching was embarrassed. But thinking of the purpose of this trip, she gritted her teeth and said, "If it weren't for the sudden natural disaster, I might have married him." The news was so shocking that Jiang Ning couldn't help but stop. Xu Xueching looked unnatural, but she still explained frankly, "I didn't tell him. He had a hard life and had too many responsibilities. He was exhausted. He couldn't help but smile only when he mentioned you. I hope you can go see him and ask him to take care of himself." After saying that, she looked at Jiang Ning deeply, turned around and left quickly. Jiang Ning stood by the door for a while before closing it and going upstairs. Eat as usual, exercise, touch all the escape tools, and then stare at the supplies in the space in a daze. When I woke up in the morning, It was gloomy outside, and there was no sun. Jiang Ning looked at the ceiling and suddenly said, "The one who came yesterday was Gu Tinglin's confidant." Hui Shen heard the conversation between the two yesterday, but he would not ask if she didn't want to talk about it. Not all emotions can be empathized by others and make decisions for each other. All he can do is respect and support. Since she mentioned it, Hui Shen asked, "Do you want to visit him?" "I'm thinking. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't have the chance to get this space." Hui Shen pulled her up. "Let's eat and change clothes. I go with you." Given his status, Gu Tinglin had no shortage of food and drink. But Jiang Ning went there empty-handed. When she arrived at the base hospital, the front desk of the inpatient department learned that she was here to visit the leader and asked, "Do you have an appointment?" "No." Jiang Ning hesitated. "If it's inconvenient for you to arrange it, forget it." "It's not that it's inconvenient to arrange it, but they don't have the power to arrange it. Or, you can contact the secretary of the leader?" "Oh, it is the secretary's duty to take care of the leader. The two of them are inseparable. If she wants to know where secretary he is, does she need to ask at the front desk?" Just as Jiang Ning was about to leave, someone in a nurse's uniform hurried over. "Jiang Ning?" It was Xu Xueqing. Jiang Ning's arrival made her feel relieved. "Chief Gu is undergoing an examination. I take you to the ward and wait." Fearing that she would regret it, Xu Xueqing assigned the urgent work at hand to other nurses. Since they were here, Jiang Ning followed her to the intensive care unit. Gu Tinglin had just returned from the examination, but there were a bunch of people waiting for work reports outside the ward. Jiang Ning roughly counted them and found that there were about a dozen people, all with armbands with several stripes. Seeing her appear, "Secretary," he hurried over to greet her. "You are so tired that your stomach is bleeding. And there is still so much work?" Jiang Ning smiled. "Do you want to cure his illness or take his life?" "Secretary," he tried to persuade them. But what else could they do? Many decisions are related to life and death, and the leader must make the final decision. But the leader's health is indeed not optimistic. So he quickly went through all the work to be handled, and rejected all that was not extremely urgent. Half an hour later, Jiang Ning walked into the ward. The illness came like a mountain, and the illness caused by overwork broke out. Gu Tinglin's face was very pale. He had been dealing with a lot of urgent work in a row. The effect of the medicine just happened to take effect. He was tired and wanted to take a nap, but he fell asleep. Secretary, he wanted to give the leader a surprise, so he didn't tell him that Jiang Ning was here. So when Jiang Ning came in, she saw a sick and tired old man. Her footsteps were very light, and she didn't startle Gu Tinglin. Jiang Ning stood not far from the bed, and her eyes accidentally fell on the table. The drawer was not completely closed, revealing a small part of the medical record and medication list. My goodness! A drawer full of medicine. You could almost eat it as a meal. She subconsciously picked up the medical record and test report. It was not a fatal disease, but all indicators were very poor. Long-term overwork and mental stress destroyed his ironclad body. To put it bluntly, if he continued to be so desperate, he would be at risk of sudden death at any time. Jiang Ning looked through the medication list. His brows twisted into a knot. The base has a pharmaceutical factory, but due to the shortage of raw materials, it can only produce the simplest drugs, and the effect is greatly reduced. There was no Western medicine for gastric bleeding, ulcer relief and hemostasis, and they used Chinese medicine, and even several important herbs were missing. Given Gu Tinglin's status, the hospital would definitely treat him with care and use the best medicine. But they still couldn't gather all the medicines, so the effect was naturally very poor. Some diseases could only be treated by the body's resistance. Unfortunately, his body was damaged, and his white blood cell count was ridiculously low, so it was impossible for him to heal himself. Jiang Ning? In just over 10 minutes, Gu Tinglin had woken up. He was in a bad mood and thought he was dreaming. "Why are you here?" Jiang Ning didn't hide it. "Xu Xueqing asked me to come." "Xu Xueqing?" Gu Tinglin frowned, but didn't explain too much. "It's nothing serious. The hospital made a fuss and insisted on keeping me in the hospital for observation." "How are you doing?" "What can Jiang Ning do? Others eat grass roots and tree bark, but she drinks red wine, hot pot and ice cream. If the plates don't collide, she won't know how carefree her life will be." She didn't answer. To be honest, Jiang Ning was not very touched by her adopted father, who suddenly appeared. It is true that she admired his great contribution, But it was different from family affection. If it were not for the space, which made Jiang Ning feel that she owed Gu Tinglin, she would not have come today. So even if they met, without the emotional foundation, she really couldn't say caring and warm words. Without you, will the earth stop turning? Or will the sun explode? Chapter 403. Gu Tinglin was stunned by Jiang Ning choking, and was speechless for a while. The earth will not stop rotating, but the plates will collide and break, and it may come at any time. He wanted to do better. Maybe he could let more survivors survive. This is an unprecedented disaster. If no one is willing to stand up, the final outcome will be the extinction of mankind. He has no family, no children, and no worries. So he chose to stand up and accept the national mission. Even if there is a blood bond now, it is insignificant compared to the mission he has to perform. To say that he has no regrets is to deceive himself. But the reality is that fate plays tricks on people. When he was young, he lost the person he loved while on a mission. And now, he doesn't even have the chance to make up for his daughter, Jiang Ning. I'm sorry. He also wanted to step down one day. But now there is really no time. Everyone's choice is different. Just because Jiang Ning can't do it doesn't mean it's wrong. On the contrary, many people chose the same path as Gu Tinglin. Otherwise there wouldn't be so many survivors. Gu Tinglin coughed badly. Jiang Ning picked up the cup on the table, only to find it was empty. I go get some water. She had never enjoyed family affection, and really didn't know how to get along with Gu Tinglin. So she hurried out with the cup. There was a queue for the water room, and seeing that it was not so soon, Jiang Ning chose to go to the toilet. After releasing the pressure of her bladder, she was about to open the door and leave. But a few women came in and whispered, "Sister Zhou, I just saw a young woman enter the chief's ward. She looks like the chief's wife. Sister Qin brought her in. I saw it too. But it doesn't seem to be Qin Yanfei. When did the chief have another daughter?" Sister Zhou was speechless. Don't make a fuss about the leader's affairs. We are just standing up for Sister Qin. She has waited for the chief for more than 10 years. But now she has become a mistress. What nonsense are you talking about? Unable to bear the young people slandering Xu Xueqing, Sister Zhou scolded, Song Yaling is shameless. She was just the chief's lover when he was young, and later turned to someone else for fame and fortune. The chief took her in just for the sake of old friendship. But she was so shameless as to call herself the chief's wife. Bah! Several young people were surprised. No way. She actually had the nerve to trouble Sister Qin? They pestered Sister Zhou with gossip, eager to know the truth. Due to Song Yaling troublemaking, Xu Xueqing's reputation was not good. But she never explained to outsiders. Sister Zhou sighed. We reported to the military hospital in the same batch. Xueqing was only in her early 20s at that time. Who knew that she would be moved by the injured chief, who was hospitalized? At that time, he was not a chief, but his military rank was already very high. At that time, Gu Tinglin was only in his 30s, which was the age when men were most mature, stable and charming. Despite the difference of more than 10 years, Xu Xueqing still plunged into it. Knowing that he was not married, she actively pursued him. Her enthusiasm scared Gu Tinglin, who wanted to avoid her. This pursuit lasted for several years, and Gu Tinglin was pursued from his 30s to his early 40s. This matter caused a great sensation in the military region, and even the leaders came forward to act as matchmakers, asking Gu Tinglin to consider personal issues. Perhaps Xu Xueqing really moved Gu Tinglin. The two dated for more than half a year. Although there was a difference of more than 10 years, they felt that they were very suitable for each other, and he actually submitted a marriage report. After passing the political review, the two were only short of getting the marriage certificate and holding a wedding. But a natural disaster came. Gu Tinglin gave up getting the marriage certificate and accepted the national mission. Xu Xueqing cried for a few days, and then resolutely chose to go to the military base. She would silently care for him and protect him when she was busy with work. Gu Tinglin devoted himself to work, worked hard to build the base, and managed everything in an orderly manner. Just when Xu Xueqing wanted to speak again, Song Yaling came with her daughter. To love someone, from the age of a flower to the age of 40, Xu Xueqing had a hard time, and she was under pressure that ordinary people could not imagine. Even Gu Tinglin had advised her many times not to wait for him, and to find a good man to marry. Xu Xueqing tried, but she really couldn't do it. Loving you is my own business. It has nothing to do with you. You just need to be yourself. What is a good man? Natural disasters are coming. I may die any day. Does it matter whether I get married or not? In the end times, natural disasters, life and death are unpredictable. Who can say who is right and who is wrong? Both of them are right. Sister Joe warned the young people. Don't talk about it anymore. Do your job well, and don't gossip all day long. Several people sighed, looked at each other, and dared not say anything more. After going to the toilet, they hurried back to work. Jiang Ning came out of the toilet and went to the water room to turn on the water. As soon as he arrived at the corridor, he ran into Xu Xueqing again. She brought the boiled Chinese medicine over and said, Jiang Ning, this is the chief's medicine. Please take it with you. Thinking of what he heard in the toilet, Jiang Ning couldn't help but look at her a few more times. She was not particularly beautiful. She couldn't compare with Song Yaling in terms of temperament or appearance. Her facial features looked generous and comfortable. More than 10 years of time, and the cruel living environment have caused fine lines to grow at the corners of her eyes. Having learned a lot from Ma Guangnian and Professor Li, Jiang Ning knew which herbs were used just by smelling them. But she still asked, what's the prescription? Xu Xueqing was very concerned about Gu Tinglin's illness. She remembered the prescription very clearly and told him everything. After many rounds of natural disasters, many herbs in the plantation died, and the doctor didn't have many choices for prescriptions. Jiang Ning didn't say anything and took the medicine back to the ward. When no one was paying attention, she added a few Western medicine pills. As expected, Gu Tinglin was busy working again. But when he saw her coming in, he quickly put the documents in his hand aside, feeling a little guilty. What was going on? Jiang Ning didn't hide it. Head nurse Xu asked me to bring it over. Gu Tinglin didn't explain his relationship with Xu Xueqing, and took the medicine obediently. The medicine contained sleeping pills, which probably helped him sleep well. Communication without emotion was really awkward. So Jiang Ning didn't stay any longer. I'm leaving. Gu Tinglin didn't try to keep her, but still looked at her a few more times. After leaving the hospital, Jiang Ning didn't hide anything and told her about Gu Tinglin and Xu Xueqing. Hui Yishan held her hand. I'm much luckier than him. Great love has to pay a price. He couldn't do it, but he admired Gu Tinglin. He returned home, had dinner, and took a nap. When he woke up and went into the space to find medicinal materials, Jiang Ning explained, the hospital is seriously short of medicine and can't cure his illness at all. I plan to make a few medicines to repay the space for its kindness. I won't delay or owe it in the future. Hui Yishan saw through it but didn't say it. Okay. I help you. Chapter 404. It is troublesome to decoct Chinese medicine. Jiang Ning has learned the ancient method of processing at the Institute of Traditional Chinese Medicine. It can be made into pills for easy carrying. She has learned a lot from Professor Li and Ma Guangnian. She has all the golden recipes in her hands. Since she wants to repay Gu Tinglin, she must show her greatest sincerity. After all, she has lived a comfortable life in the past few years thanks to the space. Jiang Ning prescribed a prescription for his symptoms. But the process of the ancient method of processing is very troublesome. Even with the help of Hui Yishan and Daodu, it still took 2 or 3 days to do it. Not only are there medicines for treating and nourishing the stomach, but considering that he risked his life for work, she also made several bottles of quick-acting heart-saving pills, sleep aids, blood pressure-lowering pills, and body-conditioning pills to improve immunity. Enough for him to use for several years. A large box was filled. Just do your best. As for whether he cherishes his life, it is not something Jiang Ning can interfere with. After making the medicine, she went to the hospital on purpose. Gu Tinglin is still in the hospital. But Jiang Ning thought for a long time, and really didn't know what to say to him when they met. Xu Xueqing arranged the work for the nurses, and looked up and saw Jiang Ning coming over. She hurriedly smiled and greeted him. Jiang Ning, are you here to see the leader? This statement always feels self-indulgent. But since he was here, Jiang Ning asked, how is his illness? Old illnesses cannot be cured in a short time. But it must be admitted that since Jiang Ning came, Gu Tinglin has been in good spirits. He did not insist on being discharged from the hospital to resume work, but instead assigned most of the work at hand. Not so busy. Naturally more rest time. Perhaps this is the power of family affection and blood ties. Finally, someone can control Gu Tinglin, the old stubborn man. To be honest, Xu Xueqing felt bad, but she was not jealous. Jiang Ning was his daughter. Although Gu Tinglin didn't know her existence before, blood relationship could not deceive people. He just didn't expect Song Yaling to be so vicious that she dared to attack her own flesh and blood. Jiang Ning's experience made Gu Tinglin feel strong self-blame and a mentality of making up. So he would subconsciously take what his daughter said and did to heart, which was not something she, an outsider, could compare with. This is good. He can live a more enjoyable life with someone he cares about. Jiang Ning didn't know what Xu Xueqing was thinking. She handed over the prepared medicine. I found some herbs outside and made a few bottles of medicine for him. Just take it according to the symptoms. Please give it to him. Xu Xueqing didn't take it. This is your thought. The chief will be very happy. He is free in the ward. Jiang Ning understood, but didn't want to have too many ties with Gu Tinglin. So she forced the medicine into Xu Xueqing's hand. This is compensation for breaking the jade pendant. Just tell him. I have something to do and I leave first. Holding a large box of medicine. Xu Xueqing couldn't catch up even if she wanted to. They are really a real father and daughter. Both of them are very stubborn. It's not easy to get the father and daughter to recognize each other. Xu Xueqing sighed and went to the ward with the medicine. Seeing that Gu Tinglin was working while sick again, she immediately looked unhappy and put the medicine heavily on the table. Gu Tinglin looked up at her and said, "Are you still angry with me? You are the big leader, and I am just the head nurse of the hospital. How dare I be angry with the leader? Sorry. I was too impatient that day." Gu Tinglin put down the documents. His tone calm but serious. In fact, I can feel that Jiang Ning doesn't want to recognize me. Besides, disaster can come at any time. If we recognize each other and develop a deeper relationship, we will be separated one day, which will hurt her. I know you are doing this for my own good, but I still hope you don't look for her again. It's good to live in peace like this. Xu Xueqing, who is doing a thankless job, is full of bitterness and grievances. Yes, you always consider your ex-wife and daughter, but not yourself. Gu Tinglin had a headache. Where is the ex-wife? I explained it to you. Ex-girlfriend. 30 years ago. Xu Xueqing was angry. Not the ex-wife. You let her call herself the chief's wife everywhere? Do I have to explain to everyone that Song Yaling is just the ex-girlfriend who broke up 30 years ago? It would have been better if he didn't explain. But this completely pissed off the good-tempered Xu Xueqing. You are so nice that you even take care of the ex-girlfriend. Why don't you consider me the current partner? Gu Tinglin looked at her and said nothing. Xu Xueqing couldn't hold back her eyes and quickly turned sideways so that he wouldn't see. No, he had considered her. He had already arrived at the door of the Civil Affairs Bureau and left without looking back after receiving the call. Break up? Don't get a marriage certificate. Let her find a good man to marry. This kind of words would be said every year or so. But she is a human being. Feelings can't just disappear. You can't just find a man to marry. She was so angry that she vomited blood. She did have the impulse to try to get along with others, but she found that she really couldn't force herself. Gu Tinglin saw her tears and felt sad, but didn't know how to comfort her. When he accepted the national mission, he made a desperate decision. No one knew how many years the natural disaster would last. 10 years, 50 years, 100 years, or even longer. No one knew the answer. Gu Tinglin was willing to sacrifice himself, but he underestimated Xu Xueqing's feelings for him. She never gave up for more than 10 years. What should be said had been said long ago. Today, he really didn't know how to respond to her. He handed over the handkerchief. Don't cry. It's all my fault. It would have been better if he didn't say it. Xu Xueqing's tears fell even more severely. Gu Tinglin's head was twitching badly. She was almost 40 years old, but she was still so willful and stubborn. Chief, secretary, he pushed the door open, but found Xu Xueqing in tears, and immediately left in embarrassment. There were people coming to the ward at any time. Gu Tinglin looked embarrassed, but he couldn't respond to her feelings, and he couldn't pull her back. He had to divert his attention, and his eyes fell on the box on the table. What is this? Xu Xueqing didn't say anything. Gu Tinglin had to bring it over himself, but found that it was all medicine. He was about to say that he was not seriously ill, and did not need to waste the precious medicine from the hospital. But he found a note on the medicine bottle with instructions and precautions written on it. The handwriting looked familiar. Holding the medicine bottle, Gu Tinglin stared at the words on it and asked in surprise, "The medicine said by Jiang Ning?" Xu Xueqing was still angry and did not speak. Gu Tinglin stroked the words on it, and the corners of his mouth could not help but rise. He did not expect Jiang Ning to do these things. It seems that she still has a place for him in her heart. Xueqing. Thank you. Everything she has done for him over the years. No need to thank me. I'm just meddling in other people's business. Xueqing said angrily. I shouldn't have gone to Jiang Ning and told her about your illness. And I shouldn't have taken the medicine she made for you. I should have thrown it into the trash can. Knowing that she was angry. Gu Tinglin still choked. He took a deep breath and looked at the woman who had worked hard for more than 10 years. Then pulled her sleeve and pulled her over. If I have to say what I owe, I feel the most sorry for you. It has nothing to do with you. I was the one who kept pestering her. You deserve what happened today. Gu Tinglin looked at her facial features. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 years had passed. She already had wrinkles at the corners of her eyes. The only thing that remained unchanged was her persistence in him. Gu Tinglin had a lot of thoughts in his mind. If the natural disaster ends one day, if I am still alive by then, I will definitely marry you then. You won't die. Even if you don't die for me. Don't you still have Jiang Ning? Xueqing's tears fell. You didn't fulfill your responsibilities as a father. So how could you bear to die? To be honest, Gu Tinglin vaguely regretted it. If he had known that she was so stubborn and considerate, he should have obtained the marriage certificate at that time. But there is no regret medicine in life. He held Xueqing's hand for a long time without letting go. Chapter 405. After delivering the medicine, Jiang Ning felt relieved. He ate and drank as needed. And every day he either exercised or checked the escape plan with a map. He had to stay away from the edge of the plate, be at a relatively high altitude, and avoid the earthquake zone. The two selected several places and worked out the ABC plan. But plans cannot keep up with changes, so they can only adapt to the situation. 2 months passed in the blink of an eye, and Jiang Ning did not go to Gu Tinglin, and Xueqing did not appear again. Time was very dull, as if nothing had happened. I was half asleep in the morning, and suddenly a sharp air raid alarm sounded, piercing my heart. Jiang Ning had never experienced this before, and was in a trance for a moment when he heard the piercing alarm. Huishan opened his eyes instantly and jumped out of bed. Quick! Disaster is coming! The two of them moved quickly, and while they quickly put on their clothes, Jiang Ning put all the things in the room into the space. Huishan rushed out of the room. Daodu, pack up immediately. Everyone must carry an earthquake first aid kit with them. There is almost no furniture in the living room. Only the old tables, chairs and benches. Jiang Ning didn't put them away at all. And the three of them and the dog rushed downstairs quickly. The piercing air defense alarm continued to sound throughout the military base. Air defense alarms are divided into levels: ordinary, severe, and urgent. The one that is sounding now is the highest level. Without the order of the highest military leader, the base cannot issue an urgent air defense alarm. The plate collision is coming. As soon as I got downstairs, the sound of the loudspeaker sounded, and the base's most accurate interstellar telescope detected an asteroid falling rapidly. Judging from the current falling speed, it will hit the Earth in 2 hours. Judging from the trajectory of the asteroid's fall, it is very likely to hit the Western Hemisphere. Hit the Western Hemisphere? That's right. The earthquake source spreads from the Western Hemisphere, and the amplitude will be relatively slow when it reaches the Eastern Hemisphere, so it will not be destroyed instantly in the previous life. The power of the asteroid is far greater than that of a nuclear bomb, and it can instantly destroy a city. If it directly hits the Western Hemisphere, it is estimated that the entire hemisphere will bear the brunt. 2 hours is enough for Jiang Ning, but it is far from enough for the base. There are more than 200,000 survivors in the area of 20 to 30 miles. And the gathering of land, sea and air will take far more than 2 hours. Fortunately, the base was well prepared and conducted early warning drills for the survivors. The survivors were also well prepared, with their belongings ready for escape within reach. So, even if Jiang Ning thought she was fast enough, when she rushed out of the yard with the dog, others were also moving at the speed of light. The residential area was narrow and densely packed with houses, so there was no place to take out the helicopter. She was just about to take out the car and run away, but the gate of the yard next door suddenly opened, and several people came out with their families. Hurry up. Hurry up. We have to catch the bus. If it's too late, there might not be a place left. Everyone rushed out in droves, carrying things on their shoulders and in their hands. rushing to the gathering place. Some cars couldn't stop, and even crashed into each other. But in just a few minutes, the usually quiet alley became lively and chaotic. Just like an ant nest poured with hot water, struggling to survive. Even Area B is so chaotic, let alone the entire base. At this time, four-wheeled vehicles are far inferior to the smooth number 11 bus. Huaishan and Jiangning looked at each other and ran, fearing that they would get lost in the chaos. Huaishan picked up the dog, and Jiangning pulled Daodu, and the two ran out of the base. On the doomsday of the natural disaster, the entire base was like a boiling pot, and more than 200,000 people were like frogs in the pot, jumping and thrashing. No one wanted to die. They all wanted to survive. In the face of survival, everyone was inspired to exert their potential, comparable to the grandpas and aunts rushing into the supermarket to grab eggs. The speed was amazing. There were more and more people on the road. Bumping, squeezing, chaos. The fierce force hit them and almost knocked them apart. But fortunately Jiangning held Huaishan's arm tightly. After finally leaving Area B, the road was even more crowded. Compared to the dormitory and apartment, the independent courtyard was farther away. In other words, the independent courtyard was far away from the base gate, and the gathering of the Navy, Army and Air Force was in the innermost military area. All the survivors rushed to the gathering point like a tide. But Jiangning's goal was to get outside the base. This was going against the flow, and he had to face an unstoppable human torrent. Chaos, noise, crowding, collision, squeezing, crying, shouting. The three people and the dog were constantly bumped into, and the oppressive suffocation came. Going against the flow can easily cause trampling, which is a tragedy. Jiangning squeezed as hard as she could, trying to move away from the flood and to the side. But she still felt that she could not move. If she continued like this, she would be scattered sooner or later. Jiangning decisively took the dog in her arms, while Huaishan protected her and Daodu with his arms, and squeezed sideways to the outside of the base. After squeezing for more than 20 minutes, they finally escaped the flood peak. The three people and the dog were squeezed to the point of redness and necks and tried their best to breathe. The intercom kept making sounds, and Gu Tinglin was calling anxiously, "Jiangning, are you there?" Jiangning was slightly stunned and took out the walkie-talkie from the emergency kit. "I'm here. Where are you? I sent someone to pick you up." Gu Tinglin was in a hurry. "You guys retreat with me." "No. I can take care of myself." "Jiangning, now is not the time to be willful. Don't be angry with me." Jiangning was not willful, but had been preparing for 9 years. "You have given me the best. I will try my best to survive. You just take care of yourself." She paused, and couldn't help but add, "You must stay alive." Gu Tinglin was silent for a moment. "Okay. Take care of yourself." He chose to respect her decision, even if he was worried. Although he was reluctant, he really didn't have time. The most serious moment had come, and he had to execute and command. After hanging up the intercom, Jiangning suddenly felt a little sore in his eyes. "So, this is how it feels to be worried about someone at the moment of life and death. Is this the so-called family affection?" Jiangning sniffed and immediately woke up. The three of them and the dog ran out of the base. There were still a lot of people, but it was not as crowded as before. I still couldn't drive, so I could only continue to run for my life towards the gate a few kilometers away. Chapter 406. The air raid alarm sounded early, and the survivors were either still asleep or struggling to get up to go to work. The disaster chose to come at this time, which was the last mercy for mankind. If they were all working, it would take them a long time to return to the dormitory, and those with families would be separated because they would not be able to reunite in time. At least if they died, they could die together. In the distance, a team of trucks appeared in front. The trucks were very large and long, and the end could not be seen from a distance. It was estimated that there were at least 10 to 20 trucks. If you hadn't guessed, it should be the products of civilization collected from other provinces, and they were stored in the tinderbox at the military base after crossing thousands of mountains and rivers. Unfortunately, they encountered a disaster warning as soon as they entered the base. Even if there were 2 hours, there was no time to pack these things and rivet them into the sea. After weighing the pros and cons, the driver could only choose to abandon the car to save his life. There was not even a shadow of a person in the entire convoy. When disaster strikes, who would care about dead things that cannot be eaten or drunk? When they were about to reach the gate of the base, everyone retreated to the gathering place, and even the soldiers on duty at the gate of the base went to the scene to maintain order. So many products of civilization, perhaps books, seeds, various machines, or antiques thousands of years old. For some reason, Jiang Ning suddenly thought of Gu Tinglin. She stopped and ran towards the truck. Huishan did not hesitate and stayed with her closely. Such a large truck disappeared in an instant. The three people and the dog ran very fast, and the trucks disappeared wherever they went. A total of 21 large trucks were all stored in the space. The space suddenly became crowded, and Jiang Ning simply put it directly on the crops or medicinal fields. It took an hour to get from the independent courtyard to the gate of the base, even though the speed was fast enough. When they reached an open area, Jiang Ning took out the helicopter. The three people and the dog got on the plane and quickly put on the parachute. Putting on the parachute was very strenuous, but the three people had practiced repeatedly and had already become proficient. Huishan sat in the driver's seat, and Jiang Ning tied the dog's strap and then tied it around his waist. He took out a thin rope, and the three people put it on the rope respectively. If there was an unfortunate air crash, they could flash into the space if they didn't have time to parachute to escape. Everything was ready. The propeller wings began to rotate, and the helicopter slowly took off. Just as Jiang Ning and his companions took off, fighter planes, transport planes, and helicopters continued to take off from the military base. The emergency plan for the sea, land, and air forces was fully activated. Since the number of people on board was small, all the selected personnel were excellent and important. So the response speed was the fastest. 100 meters, 500 meters, 1,000 meters, 2,000 meters, 3,000 meters. The ground was getting farther and farther away, and the scenery was getting smaller and smaller. Jiang Ning held a telescope and saw a gray-black submarine sinking in the vast ocean and finally disappearing on the sea surface. Then countless escape pods spread on the sea surface. Orange, deep red, floating like ping-pong balls. Although Huicheng is not at the edge of the plate, it is a coastal city after all. If an asteroid hits the Earth, it will definitely trigger a tsunami in the first place. The earthquake-resistant bus full of people drove away from the base. Jiang Ning looked at the base getting smaller and smaller, and his expression became more and more solemn. Earthquakes or tsunamis may affect the airflow. Huishan raised the plane to an altitude of 6,000 meters, and then flew to the inland provinces. Less than half an hour after the helicopter left, the entire sphere suddenly shook, followed by the ground cracking, the mountains collapsing, and the tsunami swept in. The plane bumped a few times, and Jiang Ning's heart instantly got stuck in his throat. As expected, affected by the airflow, the alarm kept vibrating and the red light kept flashing. Listening to the mechanical sound of the plane, Dowdu was frightened and sweaty. The dog also sensed the danger and whined and burrowed into the arms of the shit shoveler. Jiang Ning was nervous and didn't even dare to breathe. However, Huishan had a strong psychological quality and good driving skills, and he was very stable. He quickly rose to an altitude of 9,000 meters against the airflow, successfully avoiding the first attack, and the instrument alarm was quickly lifted. Jiang Ning looked down and saw that the river was cut off. The mountains collapsed. Countless dust began to spread, and the whole land was devastated. The blue ocean waves rolled and continued to roar, as if to swallow everything in the world. The aftershock weakened, and the helicopter descended to an altitude of 6,000 meters. After flying for 2 hours, thick smoke was vaguely seen on the ground, which continued to spread and fly into the air. Under the black smoke, there seemed to be red liquid spreading and surging. Dowdu also discovered it and said in great surprise, "Sister-in-law, what is that?" Jiang Ning observed with a telescope and said after a while, "It's underground fire." Underground fire means underground coal fire. Judging from the route and itinerary, this should be the coal capital with rich underground coal resources. The collision of the plates caused the coal to collapse and crack, and the high temperature caused the coal underground to spontaneously combust. They continued to burn and spread, eventually causing this city covering an area of thousands of kilometers to be engulfed in a sea of fire. And a 1,000-year-old civilization was destroyed. The epic disaster made people speechless. Is the place they want to escape to really safe? The land quake was still there. The ocean was boiling, and the helicopter continued to fly. After flying all the way, they finally arrived in Han province after 6 hours. Before the end of the world, Han Province was a treasure land where 9 provinces connected and heroes competed for power throughout the ages. Now it is in ruins. Mountains and rivers are broken. And rivers are backflowing. There is no trace of prosperity before the natural disaster. Jiangning didn't even know if he had found the wrong place. All he could see was devastation. And it was hard to tell the boundaries. Jiangning used a telescope to observe that the plate collision that had crushed everything had ended. And what followed was a continuous cracking and sinking of the plates. There were potholes everywhere. And it took more than an hour just to find a place to land. He was lucky enough to find a relatively flat place. The helicopter landed slowly. And the propellers gradually stopped. After getting off the plane, I didn't know if it was because my feet were weak or the ground was soft. But I always felt like I couldn't stand steadily. Having escaped the disaster temporarily, Huishan and Jiangning looked into each other's eyes and hugged each other tightly without saying a word. Aftershocks could come at any time. And there was no absolutely safe place on this continent. Jiangning put away the plane. And the 3 people and the dog observed the surrounding terrain. The mountains in the distance had collapsed. But the location they occupied was relatively stable. And there were no people around. It should be no problem to avoid aftershocks. Huishan suggested, "Stop here first?" As soon as he finished speaking, the ground under his feet began to shake. Aftershocks are coming. Jiangning's expression changed. And he quickly took out the escape capsule. The 3 people and the dog entered the escape capsule, quickly sat down and fastened their seat belts. And their movements were so skillful that they could have no problem with their eyes closed. The escape capsule has a shock-absorbing function. But you can still feel the shaking that lasts for several minutes. At this point, it's useless to be melancholy. Chapter 407. After a 7-hour flight, and with no one even having breakfast, we were already starving. Each person had a portion of fragrant pork trotter rice and green vegetables. The aroma filled the escape capsule. After dinner, don't forget to have a glass of juice to relieve the greasiness. The aftershocks were intermittent. And with the protection of the escape capsule, the shock was not strong. But we couldn't easily go out to move around. What if we were called by the god of death? The escape capsule was cramped. And time felt particularly difficult. Jiangning took out the tablet and fixed it. Then clicked on the offline movie. Took out the melon seeds and started to eat. Huishan didn't like to eat. But he had mastered the skill of peeling melon seeds in the past few years. Try to be fair. And divide the melon seeds equally between your wife and sister. Guzi frowned. Woof. Huishan comforted. Don't worry. You'll be there soon. Jiangning and Doubta couldn't help laughing. Eat and drink. And go to the simple toilet when you have to. At night, the world is quiet, and you can't see your hand in front of you. After escaping all day, both mentally and physically exhausted, Jiangning specially lit a sleeping aromatherapy. And the two slept very soundly. Jiangning put the escape capsule into the space, and went out of the cabin to stretch his sore body. The space was very quiet. There were no earthquakes or natural disasters. After sleeping for a few hours on the 7-digit bed, I went back to the escape pod. The next day, the aftershocks weakened a lot, and the 3 people and the dog went out to relax. Since they were idle, they simply took out the barbecue grill and started working next to the escape pod. The charcoal and other things were stockpiled before the natural disaster, and they finally came in handy. Jiangning had just grilled the chicken wings to golden brown, brushed them with a layer of honey, and wanted to put them in his mouth. When the aftershocks came again, there was no time to eat. Leaving the barbecue fork behind and getting into the escape hatch. Saving life was the most important thing. When the aftershocks were over, the barbecue stove did not fall. But Doubta's face was full of pain. Sister-in-law, the chicken wings are burnt to charcoal. Not only chicken wings, but also oysters, squid, corn, and eggplant. Doubta had been hungry when he was young, so he always cherished food. Seeing so many things destroyed, he felt his heart bleeding. On the contrary, Jiangning relied on the space and was relatively wealthy. And hurriedly comforted, "It's okay. Let's try again. Slowly roast and slowly eat. Time is used to kill anyway." Barbecue in the morning. Picnic in the afternoon. Huishan specially found 2 stones to make a stove. And the 3 people and the dog also picked up some firewood nearby. The bacon and garlic were fried on the stove. And the little cook Doubta was in charge. Halfway through the frying, the aftershock came without any sign, and the stone was suddenly shaken down. And the pot and the vegetables were overturned on the ground. Dowdu, holding the spatula. Ah! Fearing that Dowdu would cry, Jiang Ning quickly threw the pot on Huishan. What's wrong with you? You can't even find a stone. Huishan, who was scolded for no reason. Woo! Anyway, although it was not his subjective will, wasting food is indeed shameful. Jiang Ning thought about it, and decided to do something that was not afraid of falling. Let's roast sweet potatoes. Not only sweet potatoes, but also taro and potatoes, which are still delicious. It got dark quickly, and the three of them sat around the campfire and ate freshly baked sweet potatoes. It was so hot that the skin was roasted into charcoal. When peeling, his hands were stained with black, and his mouth was stained with black ash. Seeing Jiang Ning like a greedy cat, Huishan couldn't help laughing and peeled the sweet potato in his hand and handed it to him. Jiang Ning took it and ate it. But he suddenly reached out and wiped it. 2 black and gray streaks appeared on Huishan's cold and handsome face. Dowda couldn't help laughing. Brother, your face is black. Not only did he laugh, he also took out his mobile phone to take pictures. He couldn't stop taking pictures at all. Single photos, double photos, photos of people and dogs, and family photos. After eating and drinking, he went back to the escape cabin to sleep. The next morning, he came out to brush his teeth and wash his face, and had a Cantonese breakfast on a simple table. There was an alcohol-style glass teapot. The water in the glass pot was slowly boiled, and half a small handful of Maojian tea was put in. The tea leaves slowly unfolded in the boiling water, and the fragrance spread with the steam. The tea soup of Maojian is green, and a sip is fresh, mellow, and sweet. 3 people and a dog were enjoying their morning tea. If it weren't for the collapse of the surrounding mountains and rivers, they would have thought they were on a leisure vacation. Everything was so beautiful. How could there be a disaster? In addition to the weakening of aftershocks, Jiang Ning no longer entered the escape capsule unless it was necessary. Instead, he took out the tent and set it up. 5 days passed like this. It was comfortable, but the disaster could not be ignored. Unfortunately, this place is far away from the city. Looking around, there are scars everywhere. I don't know what's going on outside. There are collapses or cracks everywhere. And even if there is a car, it can't drive. Jiang Ning always thinks of danger in times of peace. She wants to understand the actual situation outside so that she can respond to changes at any time. After discussion, the two decided to fly out. They were heading to the seaside, and they took a straight line to save fuel and shorten the flight. The original plan was to fly for 2 hours, but it took only 1.5 hours. It was not that the distance was shortened, but the coastal city had fallen and was swallowed by the roaring sea. The tsunami had passed, but the sea level continued to rise. Jiang Ning couldn't tell where he was, but judging from the speed of the helicopter, the coast to the inland had been swallowed by more than 100 kilometers. I didn't expect the speed to be so fast. Although the two didn't say anything, they were very upset. For now, they can only take one step at a time. The helicopter turned around in the air and returned. After returning, the two were in a heavy mood and it took them a day to adjust. Live one day at a time. Happy or sad. It's also a day. And I won't feel regretful if I really close my eyes one day. So I continued to eat and drink. As time passed, the aftershocks had completely ended. Jiang Ning put away the escape capsule and walked around the surrounding area every day. But in order to prevent outsiders from breaking in, they also wanted to know the situation outside in time. The 3 people and the dog climbed up to the high ground and observed the distance with a telescope. The terrain here is relatively high, and even if the land is silent, it will not be so fast. However, Jiang Ning accidentally discovered a migrating team. There are about a few thousand people. Not only are they ragged and dirty, but they also have varying degrees of injuries on their bodies. And they are all dejected like zombies. And the direction they are moving is very likely the place where Jiang Ning chooses to stay. After all, this area has a high altitude and a relatively stable terrain. There are only 5 major war zones with fire bases, but each province has an official base. If I am not mistaken, this group of survivors should have moved inland from the southeast. No one knows how far they have walked, and how long it will take to find a new home. Or, they will wander all their lives until the day they close their eyes. Jiang Ning is both a bystander and a witness. After 2 lives, a total of 12 years, she has seen and heard too much, and has long been numb, and rarely has empathy. Because even if she has space cheats, she doesn't know whether the natural disaster will really end. Her eyes are always locked on the team 5 or 6 kilometers away through the telescope. After thinking for a while, she said, "Why don't we find a new place?" Chapter 408. Han Province is not in the earthquake zone, and its geological structure is relatively stable, but it is closer to the ocean. As the land continues to sink, it will be here sooner or later. Even if the ultimate migration purpose of this group of people is unknown, it is likely that they will pass by nearby and rest. Jiang Ning does not want to deal with them to avoid unnecessary trouble. Hui Yishan agreed. The 3 people and the dog returned to the camp, erased all traces of their lives, and then took out the helicopter and ran away. The plane took off again, and the scenery on the ground gradually blurred. Wandering again, the dog clung to Jiang Ning, looking up at her, as if asking where to go. Jiang Ning stroked its head. To a place with a high altitude. This time we chose to go to the southwest, but not to the roof of the world. Although the altitude there is the highest. It is an earthquake-prone area, and it is estimated that it has collapsed to the point where it is unbearable to see. According to Plan B, we chose to try our luck in Qing Province. The distance is too far, so we stopped to refuel. I don't know if it was Jiang Ning illusion or sensitivity. Even if we stopped to find a relatively stable place, we always felt that the ground under our feet was much softer than that in Han Province. The helicopter pressed down, leaving mud marks. Looking around, the surroundings collapsed and cracked so much that it was unbearable to look at. Jiang Ning had a bad feeling. Don't rest. Refuel and leave immediately. Sure enough, not long after the plane took off, there was a rumbling sound from the ground. A large area of landslide occurred a few hundred meters away from the plane. The western part of Qinghai Province belongs to the Plateau Basin. No matter how much it cracks, it should still be relatively safe. Jiang Ning thought of it, and many people must have thought of it too. Standing thousands of meters high, the plane arrived at the Plateau Basin. The endless basin had been torn apart, revealing huge gullies. Jiang Ning used a telescope to observe, trying to find the best place to park, but unexpectedly found traces of other aircraft. There were private ones, military ones, and tents of various colors. How could he cheat in public? He decisively found another habitat. The basin was hundreds of kilometers wide, and he could go wherever he wanted. After circling in space for more than an hour, Jiang Ning finally chose a place without people. After landing successfully, it was a new beginning. The wind and sand in the Plateau Basin are so strong that it is impossible to set up a tent. Even if it is set up, the howling wind makes it impossible to rest. Jiang Ning took out the RV. Who cares? Anyway, she is not running away. She wants to enjoy it before the land sinks. The dog jumped onto the roof of the car, looking majestically and looking around the territory. Awoo! Jiang Ning's face was full of black lines. Could it be that it has mutated? Dowdo laughed beside him. Coke learned it from cartoons. Every day, the most important thing is time. Jiang Ning did not take food from the space, but chose to cook with Hui Yishan and Dowdo. Every meal is different, especially challenging. In addition to eating, sleeping, and exercising, Dowdo and Kaylay took on the task of patrolling. Although there are few people around, the most important thing to avoid in the end times is to be careless. And bulletproof vests and helmets must not be taken away, fearing that the two are not safe enough. In addition to bringing weapons, Jiang Ning also gave them an electric car for fear of accidents on the road. Even so, he was still worried and stood on the roof of the RV with a telescope to watch the whole time. Hui squatted down and assembled and debugged the drone. Jiang Ning was curious. Can you still fly without GPS? But when you switch to attitude mode, it will be unstable sometimes. And those with poor skills may easily crash the drone. The basin has a wide view, so it should be relatively safe. At the beginning, the satellite crash was not expected. So Hui Yishan only stockpiled 2 drones. Because the noise was loud and it was easy to attract attention, he never used them. His skills were okay. With a buzzing sound, the drone took off for patrol. Then, it exploded. Jiang Ning, who was smiling one moment and frowning the next, is really a talent. In fact, Hui Yishan couldn't be blamed. There was no wind when he was debugging. Who knew that when the drone was in the air, a sandstorm came? It wasn't a sandstorm, but a sudden evil wind mixed with countless sand and dust. The drone was unstable, and the wind and sand were so strong that it died before it could accomplish its mission. There was only one left, and Jiang Ning was unwilling to take it out no matter what. In the end of the world, with natural disasters, all high-tech was gone, and primitive manpower was still needed. The two drones successfully patrolled a circle with a radius of 1 kilometer. No human or wild animals were found for the time being, and the terrain was relatively stable. The wind howled from time to time, but the RV was quite soundproof, and you could hardly hear any sound when you closed the door. A multi-million luxury car is a luxury car, with multiple land night vision cameras. The three people and the dog sat comfortably on the sofa and watched TV, as long as they kept an eye on the monitor, even if they were careless for a moment. The car body and glass were bulletproof, so it was relatively safe. After living there for a while, the three people and the dog gradually got used to it, and each of them performed their duties every day. Jiang Ning spent some time to reorganize the space, move the truck away from the medicinal field, and loosen the soil and plant the damaged ones. After the two fell asleep, she took Hui deep into the space to open the blind box. 21 giant trucks. What are they loaded with? When Jiang Ning opened the first container with great effort and saw what was inside, his eyes almost fell out. It turned out to be the most expensive sports car in the world. A four-wheel drive bronze carriage. How many billions would this cost? Not only the bronze carriage, but also many pottery figurines, bronze swords, relics, horses stepping on flying swallows, and countless other cultural relics. Any one of them is priceless. And there are 3 containers of cultural relics like this. Jiang Ning thought. Fortunately, the space is not long. Otherwise, it will definitely swallow up all the cultural relics with its character of picking diamonds off slippers. If the precious cultural relics shocked her, the next thing made her scream. 5 containers were connected, all of which were medical equipment. Color ultrasound, electrocardiogram, gastroscopy, X-ray, CT, brain scan. All were new, and the quantity varied, with thick instructions for use. In addition, there were 2 boxes of notes from the laboratory, all of which were handwritten without exception, and they brought together the use of various instruments, how to judge based on images, and daily maintenance. It goes without saying that these are all the essences collected by doctors who wanted to preserve civilization after the natural disaster. Looking at the information in front of her, Jiang Ning went from surprise to silence. For these 2 boxes of notes, as long as the natural disaster ends and human civilization begins to recover, she will return these instruments to their original owners. Continue to open the blind box. There are also some equipment, but they belong to the manufacturing industry. Different industries are like different mountains. Jiang Ning doesn't understand it very well, but the ones that can be listed in the list of civilization products by the country are definitely important. High-tech, and all of them are sealed up. She brought out a color Doppler ultrasound machine and started to read the corresponding operating instructions. Installing and debugging. It's true that she studied medicine, but pharmacy and testing are 2 completely different concepts. She felt sleepy after reading the operating instructions for a long time. It is estimated that men have a higher talent in mechanics. In addition, Huishan has been taught by Jiang Ning for several years. He did not rush to read it, and unexpectedly, he actually debugged it. The 2 studied together and made progress together, looking through books on color Doppler ultrasound. Then, Jiang Ning practiced with Huishan. Take off your clothes. Chapter 409. From the thyroid gland to the bladder. All the tests that can be checked were done. Jiang Ning slowly figured it out and felt that Huishan's body was fine, and then called Daodu in. Come! It's your turn. Daodu also had no problem and left happily. Huishan walked in, his face full of righteousness. Aining, take off your clothes. Jiang Ning, who was called, with something to study and no worries about food and drink. Life was not difficult. But he didn't expect that 2 months later, when Jiang Ning wanted to take over the CT machine, a new neighbor came. They didn't know where they came from, but there were actually off-road vehicles and motorcycles, totaling more than 30 people. They were dusty and in a mess. Seeing a sand-beaten RV appear in front of them, they excitedly gathered around. Is anyone there? Those who could survive and migrate to the plateau basin, and have off-road vehicles and motorcycles, were definitely not simple people. Jiang Ning didn't want to pay attention, but the other party got closer and closer, and even showed a few traces of excitement and calculation in his eyes. Two of them secretly pulled out their guns, protected by bulletproof vests and steel helmets. Jiangning opened the car door with cold eyes. What's the matter? The leader was a middle-aged man, who stepped forward with a smile. Excuse me. We just migrated here, and the car just ran out of gas. And we are short of water and food. Can you lend it to us? No. Jiangning was very impatient and drove them away. Hurry up. Nothing? Their eyes are not blind. The clothes are new and clean. The skin is white and rosy without high-altitude red. And even the bulletproof vests and steel helmets are very new. With a motorhome, they can live a glamorous life. They must have a lot of supplies. The middle-aged man was not angry when he was rejected. He continued to pester her shamelessly. Please help us. We all have yellow skin and black eyes. If there is no gasoline, we can ask for some water. We are dying of thirst, he said in front. And the crowd behind him exchanged glances. The person who secretly drew his gun quietly moved forward under the cover of the crowd. But before the two men moved forward, gunshots suddenly rang out. Two bullets swept towards the middle-aged man's feet. The tips of both shoes were shot through, and the toes could even feel the burning heat of the gunpowder. He was so scared that his knees softened and he fell to the ground. And his crotch was wet. It was true that Jiangning had a submachine gun hidden behind her, but she didn't have time to take it out. And Wei Yishan snatched it again. She didn't shoot. She didn't shoot yet. The other party didn't expect to be suddenly sprayed with weapons, and they retreated in fear. Wei Yishan stood up with a submachine gun. Do you want more water? After his halo was snatched away, Jiangning showed his submachine gun and said fiercely, Don't think that you are invincible just because you have two broken things, and you want to snatch them from everyone you see. Oh my god! There are two assault rifles. Just when they were shocked, Dowda popped his head out, holding a grenade in his hand, and greeted with a smile. Hello, uncles and aunts. However, Guzi was also unwilling to be lonely, and actually came out with a bomb in his mouth, with sharp fangs and fierce eyes. Everyone took a breath of cold air, and their hearts were cold and desperate. The middle-aged man climbed up in a mess, facing the absolute firepower crushing. He could only smile and act like a grandson. Misunderstanding. We have no ill intentions. We just want to ask for saliva to drink. If you don't want to forget it, there is no need to make such a big scene. Right? It's been so many years since the end of the world, and you still treat people as fools? Jiangning sneered. Those two guys with broken guns. If you dare to move again, believe it or not, I will shoot you all into sieves. The truth was exposed on the spot, and everyone was speechless. It's not easy for anyone to survive until today, Jiangning warned with a dark face. For the sake of yellow skin and black eyes, I will spare you once. Get out of here as far as you can. The middle-aged man led the team away in embarrassment. Dowda was worried and stared at them vigilantly. Half an hour later, she came in with a frown. Brother and sister-in-law. Those people are camping 1 kilometer away. Jiangning was not surprised. It was already amazing to be able to walk here. Where else could they go? Besides, these people probably didn't give up. It's not that they are not afraid, but it's useless to be afraid in the face of life and death. The reason why they set up camp nearby is that they saw 3 people and a dog living comfortably, and guessed that there should be a water source nearby. Second, they still wanted to rob people. If there was really no way to survive, they could attack them by surprise. If I guess correctly, these people were born rich and were used to the treacherous business world. They were not only cunning and calculating, but also had stronger psychological qualities than ordinary survivors. Jiangning looked through the telescope and happened to see them talking about something. And some of them looked over here. She became alert. We have to pay attention. Wei Yishan was thoughtful. We surround the RV with an electric fence later. So, the 3 people and the dog spent half a day to surround the RV with an electric fence. After years of training, Dowda was able to take charge of her own business. Jiangning became a hands-off boss and continued to study the CT machine's operating manual, leaving the sentry work to her. The next day, someone came over there and politely asked where there was a water source across the electric fence. They were scared of being swept yesterday, so they didn't want to risk coming here. But they looked around nearby and found no water source. Everyone was almost dying of thirst. God knows where there is a water source. But Jiangning has enough anyway. The answer was air. 3 days later, it was pitch black outside, and the wind on the plateau was howling like ghosts and wolves. Jiangning felt a little sleepy, and couldn't help but make a cup of coffee to remind himself and continue flipping through the doctor's notes. Daodu, wearing night vision goggles, turned around and said, "Brother and sister-in-law. They are coming." There were 15 people in total, sneaking over here under the cover of darkness. They were probably driven crazy by the lack of water, so they planned to attack this place again. From their proficiency, it was obvious that this was not the first time they did this. Compared to their recklessness last time, they were obviously very patient this time. They were afraid of the fire suppression from the RV. But dying of thirst was even worse. If they could take the risk and take this place, they could not only forge the whereabouts of the water source, but also the car and supplies would belong to them. At the critical moment of life and death, you can only gamble with your life. The car windows were stained with thick sand and dust, and it was impossible to see clearly from a distance. When you got closer, you found that the lights were still on. For fear of being discovered, they had to crawl on the ground, wait for the people inside to fall asleep, and then use wooden sticks to push open the electric fence and rush in to seize the opportunity. The RV was bulletproof, and Jiangning was not in a hurry. He even got up and walked from time to time through the car window. Even if it was late at night, the wind on the plateau was very strong, and it was even colder at night. Everyone was frozen into ice sticks, and the air with wind and sand was like a knife. I was careless, and shouldn't have come so early. The lights in the car didn't go out until the early morning. Everyone was so cold that their bodies hurt, and some even had hypothermia. They struggled to get up quietly and gently move their frozen bodies. The RV is so big, there must be a lot of supplies. This ticket is especially worth it. The two women are very beautiful. They can be kept happy. Kill the man, beat the dog and make soup. Chapter 410. They had a beautiful idea, but before they could act, the sound of shooting suddenly rang out. A row of people swept past, sweeping back and forth. They couldn't see in the dark, but Jiangning and others were wearing night vision goggles, so they could shoot accurately. They didn't even have time to take out their weapons, and they fell one after another. Jiangning opened the door of the electric fence, took out his tang sword and walked out. Several people struggled to their death, begging in horror, "Beauty, I don't want to die yet. Please spare my life." It was a dark and windy night. Jiangning stood in the sand and sneered, like a yiksha asking for his life. No matter if they were dead or not, it was right to finish them off one by one. There was no need to leave hidden dangers for herself. She did not return to the RV, but went to the camp 1 kilometer away. In the darkness, Huishan accompanied her forward. It was not far away, and even though the wind was strong, the gunshots still came. The camp was in chaos, and the panicked and complaining voices of men and women came out. What should we do? What should we do now? Thinking of the yellow skin and black eyes, the large number of survivors lost after the collision of the plates, and the efforts made by the official base over the years, Jiangning gave them a chance. However, they did not cherish it. Either they did not attack, or they would not give them a third chance. Jiangning fired across the tent and threw incendiary bombs over. The gasoline burned for a long time before gradually extinguishing. Jiangning counted the heads and made sure that there were not too many or too few before leaving. It was too late, and I was very sleepy. I was too lazy to clean up the bodies outside and went back to the RV to take a shower and sleep. When I woke up naturally the next day, the bodies outside had been cleaned up by Huishan. They were not buried, but thrown directly back to their camp. The plateau has an arid climate, with a huge temperature difference between day and night, and strong winds and sandstorms, so there is no fear of causing plague. If there are survivors in the future, this can be considered a deterrent. Later, several groups of people came one after another. They were all surprised to see the RV, but they met Jiangning cold and ruthless eyes. They walked around nearby and wanted to set up camp. When they saw the dried bones not far away, they were so scared that they decided to leave. Life on the plateau is not easy. The ultraviolet rays are very strong, and the air is dry and turbid. Humidifiers and air filters must be turned on every day. But even if it was so bad, the days would soon come to an end. The land was sinking constantly, and it was very easy to drive wooden stakes. Even if you stepped on them hard, you could feel that they were soft. Every day when I woke up, there was a continuous wind and wild sand, and my vision was not particularly clear. The basin was endless, and there were no high mountains as a reference. But Jiangning was sure that the land was sinking. Sometimes when I slept in the middle of the night, my body would shake easily. It was not very strong. Just like when I was half asleep and suddenly stretched my legs. Like a dream. The premonition was getting worse and worse. Even Dowdy noticed it. She patrolled on the electric bike every day. There were a lot of sand and stones in the basin. And the dry climate meant that the ground should be extremely hard. At first, it hurt her, but now, riding the electric bike is getting more and more comfortable. Dowdy stopped the bike and her eyes fell on a green bud emerging from the dead grass. It was a dry season, but grass sprouted. She pulled the grass off and took it back to her brother. Hoarding had rich experience in surviving in the wild. He looked at the wild grass and said seriously, "Ning, this place is going to sink too." Jiang nodded. "We have to be prepared. Moss, a rare garden grass in high-altitude areas, is a sand-fixing grass that maintains water and soil and conserves water sources in desertified areas. It is an evergreen grass, but it can only sprout and grow in late spring when growing in plateau basins, because the snow on the plateau will melt as the temperature rises, providing a rare water source. But now is the driest season, and they have sprouted. It has not rained during this period, but the soil is moist enough for the dead grass to sprout. It should be the cracks in the ground, with water vapor constantly rising." Hoarding dug the soil with a shovel, and after digging about 30 centimeters, the soil was obviously moister. A few days later, Jiang smelled a slight fishy smell. The air seemed not so dry, and even had a chill. It was the smell of sea water. I lived by the sea in Yuecheng for a while before, and I could smell the smell as long as I opened the window. The wind was particularly strong today. The salty smell of sea water could be smelled in such a large basin, which meant that sinking was about to come. Jiang squatted down to observe the RV and also made new discoveries. The RV weighing several tons pressed the ground slightly. These are signs, and cannot be taken lightly. Jiang decisively put the RV into the space and took out the escape capsule. At the same time, he also took 4 life jackets, which everyone must wear and cannot take off for 24 hours. The dog has a special body, so Jiang had to tailor it to his body and modify it with needle and thread and scissors. Not knowing when the sinking would come, the 3 people and the dog worked together to set up a tent nearby, taking turns to keep watch during the day and resting in the escape capsule at night. 2 days later, the dog was restless from the morning. He didn't care about the legs he loved the most. He even pushed his mouth to the ground and kept blowing air from his nose. He was also fierce to Jiang. "Woof. Got it." Jiang picked up the legs and stuffed them into his mouth. "The world is big, but eating is the most important thing. When you finish eating, we will clean up." While the dog was wolfing down the food, she walked out of the tent and looked around. The air was humid, and the salty smell was even worse. Having a bad feeling, Jiang and Hoarding packed up the tent after the dog had eaten its fill. Animals are much more sensitive than humans in the face of earthquakes or other natural disasters. Coke's restlessness cannot be appeased, so we still need to pay attention. Sure enough, after entering the escape pod and lying in the trainer's arms, the dog calmed down a little. At noon, he ate while watching TV series. The homemade braised rice with 2 kinds of preserved meat, fat and lean sausages, sweet and delicious barbecued pork, and green vegetables with a wok aroma. Jiang picked up the barbecued pork and was about to put it in his mouth, but the chopsticks suddenly shook and the barbecued pork fell to the ground. It's not the chopsticks that are shaking, but the escape pod. Jiang reacted quickly, not only throwing his own clay pot rice into the space, but also snatching the chopsticks from Hoarding and his sister. Just as he was about to grab the dog bowl, it suddenly shook violently, and the escape pod began to roll. It rolled left, right, and occasionally turned. Even with the gravity device, a few people still felt very shaky, and felt like they were going to vomit what they had just eaten. It continued to roll for more than 2 minutes, and suddenly fell down in the air. Countless cracks appeared in an instant, like the devil's hand wielding a knife, cutting hundreds of kilometers of plateau basins into countless pieces. Cracked like a turtle shell. Cracks spread rapidly, and then collapsed. The escape pod fell at a high speed, followed by heavy collisions, and then continued to fall. This cycle repeats, constantly smashing into the cracks. Chapter 411. Jiang was dazzled, but fortunately, he had several safety belts to protect him. Otherwise, he would have been knocked unconscious. The gravity device was spinning wildly. And just when the stomach acid was about to burst out, it finally got stuck. It was dark all around, and he could only look through the round glass. The hatch was facing upwards, and he could just look up. The crack in the ground was very deep, so deep that he could only see a beam of light shining down from above. Jiangning looked over and saw that it was at least 200 or 300 meters high. Well, now he couldn't fly out even if he had wings. At this point, there was nothing to be afraid of. She turned sideways to Huishan and said, "Mr. Hua, we may have to live in this crevice for the rest of our lives." Huishan was also used to it and did not feel nervous at all. "I will accompany you." As soon as he finished speaking, the earthquake struck again, and countless mud and stones kept falling down. At a height of 200 or 300 meters, the impact force can be imagined. The escape capsule was hit by a stone and felt like it fell a few meters further. Fortunately, it was made of aerospace materials and was not flattened by the stones falling from the sky. The mud and rocks continued to fall, and gradually stopped after a few minutes. Then, the already weak light suddenly turned black. Jiangning subconsciously looked up, and saw that the sky seemed to be covered by something. At first it was transparent, but it became thicker and thicker, and the light became darker and darker. When he saw what it was, Jiangning suddenly widened his eyes, and couldn't help but raise his arms to protect his head and hide his body to the side. Waves. They came in overwhelming numbers, madly swallowing up the endless plateau basin, like water rolling down from the sky, crashing into the cracks in the ground at a speed of 3,000 feet. The seawater rushed down vertically, constantly hitting the escape pod. The escape pod was safe, but the visual impact was too strong, like a series of iron fists hitting the heart. The escape pod was shaking wildly. Jiangning stared at the glass, afraid that it would shatter at any moment. But the manufacturing of a big country is to withstand the impact. Let it collapse and crack. I will stand firm. The seawater poured in continuously, and the sand and stones continued to sink while the water level soared rapidly. The escape pod floated up at a speed of 100 meters. It can only be said that Jiangning is not destined to live in the cracks of the earth. She made the right choice, and choosing the escape pod was the right choice. The collision of the plates loosened the soil of the plateau basin, creating countless cracks that allowed underground water to seep upwards. Even if the escape pod fell into the cracks, the plate shattering and sinking would trigger a tsunami, and the huge impact would cause the soil to roll and stir, while the escape pod could escape with its buoyancy. Huishan should have guessed it long ago. Otherwise, how could he, who had a sister to support, be willing to accompany her in her old age in the depths of the cracks? Men's words are deceitful. In just 2 minutes, the escape pod surfaced, rolling, spinning, and jumping in the stormy waves. Flying and flying, it floated up, like duckweed drifting with the current. It had no control over its fate. The light was sometimes bright and sometimes dim, and doubt it was dizzy. "Brother, I want to vomit." Jiangning unfastened the double safety belts, reached out to pull up the curtain of the hatch, and the escape pod fell into darkness. She asked Huishan to manually modify the curtain. Then, the people and the escape pod flashed into the space to avoid the disaster. She stuffed a plum into Daodu's mouth. "Hold it in your mouth. Close your eyes and rest. You'll be fine in a while." Plums can stop vomiting, so each person should have one. Dizzy, not sure if it was the body shaking or the soul floating. The sour and sweet taste of the plum stimulated the taste buds, gradually clearing up the scattered consciousness. And Daodu felt much better. Jiangning turned on the light. "Are you not injured?" Each of them checked. No external injuries. The main injury was the seatbelt. Dizziness and feeling like falling. Jiangning specially checked the dog. It was obviously frightened. Both eyes were blank. But with the protection of the trainer, it was not frightened to the point of going crazy. He collapsed on the ground and stuck out his tongue. He rested for half an hour and felt much better. Jiangning used his consciousness to check and found that the clay pot rice he had just thrown in had been scattered all over the living room because he had not chosen a place in a hurry. He could not eat it and had to change it to a new one. This time, it was stir-fried beef. He was not in a hurry and ate it slowly. After eating, he drank juice and let the two take a nap. He stayed in the space for almost 2 hours before going out. The escape pod floated up and down with the waves. Jiangning opened the curtains and bright light shone in. The peak of the tsunami caused by the land subsidence has passed, and all you can see is the vast ocean, with strong winds and waves that seem to have no end. Jiang Ning was a little unwilling to give up, and took out a telescope to look for it. After half an hour, he did not find any land or mountains. Even at such a high altitude, it is difficult to escape the disaster. The Earth may no longer have land. Even if there is, it will sink quickly. What will happen in the future is unimaginable. Several people felt heavy in their hearts and were too tired to talk. The waves were strong and the wind was high, and there was no end to the floating. The light gradually dimmed, as if it was getting dark. Dowda had no appetite, eating less than half of her usual amount. As the night deepened, she said, "Brother, I can't sleep. My head hurts." Huishan took her temperature, and she didn't have a fever. Her heart rate and blood pressure were a little high, probably because of her irritability and seasickness. Huishan asked with concern, "There is melatonin, which can help you sleep more comfortably. Do you want to take it?" Dowda nodded. "Yes." After feeding his sister the medicine, he touched her head and comforted her. Seasickness is indeed uncomfortable, but it will be fine once you get used to it. Don't think too much. Have a good sleep and rest. We will get through it. Dowda closed her eyes obediently, but did not let go of her brother's hand. Half an hour later, she fell into a deep sleep. Jiang Ning put the escape pod into the space. It was so shaky that even she felt seasick. They were not in the right state. So Jiang Ning endured vomiting and went upstairs to rest. Huishan carried his sister back to the room, and in order to let her sleep more peacefully, he did not forget to light soothing incense. After taking a quick shower, he changed into pajamas and laid down on the bed to rest, thinking about what will happen tomorrow. Jiang Ning tossed and turned and couldn't sleep. Huishan laid down beside her and hugged her in his arms. "What's wrong? What do you think will happen next?" Huishan didn't know. He could only insist that the natural disaster would pass, if he didn't even believe it himself. Once the anger in his heart was lost, he really couldn't hold on. There was no answer. He could only endure it. Jiang Ning calculated the time. The natural disaster had lasted for 9 years. The space was generated 2 hours a day. In addition to the time used in these years, there were only 86 days left. In other words, it's less than 3 months. And it's unknown how long the natural disaster will last. And it's even more unpredictable what disaster will happen next. What if the time is up, and the natural disaster is far from over? It may only take a few seconds or minutes to save your life. So time should be used sparingly. The two set the alarm clock, and only slept for 4 hours in the space. Seasickness and the like. Just get used to it slowly. I'm afraid I won't have the chance to get seasick in the future. Sleep is very important. Jiang Ning also lit a calming incense. When the time is up, Huishan wants her to sleep more. First carry his sister into the escape pod, then come back to help her change clothes, and also carry her in and fasten the seat belt. Jiang Ning opened her eyes in a daze and waved to leave the space. Chapter 412. Swaying, Jiang Ning continued to sleep with his eyes closed. Huishan opened the curtains and saw that it was pitch dark outside. He could vaguely see the stars when he looked up. The stars were beautiful, but the world was terrible. Huishan covered Jiang Ning with a blanket, and he also closed his eyes and continued to rest. He felt groggy, and when he opened his eyes, it was already slightly bright. The dog lay on the window, looking curiously into the distance. Woof! The sea was relatively calm today, and the shaking was much less. Jiang Ning unbuckled his seat belt and moved over. It was actually sunrise at sea. There was a light mist on the sea, like a mysterious veil. The red sun shone with gold and slowly rose. The light tore through the mist and dyed the sea and sky red. It was beautiful, but cruel. Jiang Ning took out his mobile phone and took a photo of the dog watching the sunrise through the window. After a nap, Dowdu was much more energetic and ate buns and drank white porridge quietly. Jiang Ning muttered in a low voice. The waves are still relatively large. Yachts and cruise ships are probably not working well. Can submarines be used? Huishan did not recommend it. Submarines are suitable for deep-sea operations. Now that the land is just sunk, we don't know how deep it is. It's easy to run aground or cause parts damage. There is no choice but to watch TV and eat sunflower seeds. I chose a comedy movie on purpose, and I slowly forgot the time as I watched it. When Dowda got up and moved around, He looked at the outside world through the glass, and his eyes were suddenly locked on the distance. Mountains. There are mountains. Humans are not naturally good at surviving in the ocean. So how can they not be excited when they hear that there are mountains? Jiang Ning moved over. And sure enough, there was a mountain in the distance. A mountain standing in the ocean. The sun shines on the top of the mountain, emitting a faint light. Feeling the call of the holy light, Jiang Ning took out a telescope to observe. He felt that the mountain was quite huge and seemed a little familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere. Isn't this the roof of the world? Oh my god! She actually drifted here. If she continues to drift, she will soon drift out of the country. It looks close, but it is far away. After drifting for 2 hours, she still hasn't arrived. Instead, the waves are getting more and more violent, and it feels like a storm is coming soon. Sure enough, one wave after another, the crazy show began again. She looked at the roof of the world from time to time, but she didn't know that it would begin to crack and collapse in the blink of an eye. Jiang Ning stared at it with wide eyes, watching its collapse. The violent shaking caused the glaciers on the top of the mountain to burst, revealing the black-brown mountain that had existed for billions of years. The rolling glaciers kept hitting the mountain, splitting into countless pieces, and hitting the mountain repeatedly. The glaciers turned into ice cubes. The ice cubes turned into ice particles, and the ice particles turned into snowflakes. Yes, from a distance it looked like an alpine avalanche, and also like milk pouring down from a chocolate tower. With distinct layers, the glaciers fell and poured into the sea, and the roof of the world was chopped into countless pieces by the cold and ruthless devil's hand. First there was a violent tremor. Then the mountain exploded, and the stones that had been there for billions of years rolled down, holding the heroic spirit of dying together, and smashed into the roaring sea. It set off a shocking wave. It was just shocking, like a moth flying into a flame. It was heroic, but useless. The backbone of the earth was easily defeated and sank silently into the vast ocean. No matter how hard you look for it, it can no longer be found. The feeling of loss ruthlessly swallowed up the joy of discovering it. Jiang Ning witnessed everything, and her heart felt like being stabbed with a knife. She had never climbed the roof of the world, but for humans whose land was sinking, this mountain was a symbol of spirit and a beacon in the darkness. As long as it stood, there was still hope for the land. But under the impact of the successive natural disasters, her spine was shattered, and she could no longer stand up. Even if she had the worst plan, Jiang Ning still had a bright light in her heart. But it was extinguished at this moment. She looked at the direction where the mountain was being swallowed, and it took a long time for her to recover. After being in the sea for a long time, Dowda began to feel dizzy again. But she resisted the urge to speak. She saw a living person. A person floating on the sea holding a bamboo raft. It was too far away to see his skin color, but she could feel that he seemed very weak, and no one knew how long he could hold on. Compared to him, she was so lucky to be with her brother and sister-in-law. The escape pod was a little shaky, but at least she could move freely, without wind and sun, and she didn't have to worry about food and drink. She didn't say anything. After all, she couldn't save him. Dowda turned away, no longer adding to his troubles. At night, after Dowda fell asleep, Jiang Ning still went into the space to rest. In fact, she had been considering whether to tell Dowda the truth over the years, although she was very careful, and Weishan was always there to cover her up every time she took something. Dowda had grown up and was very smart. Facing this white-cut black, Jiang Ning was often powerless. In the future, entering and leaving the space will become more and more frequent, and the reasons will become more and more difficult to find. She even suspected that Dowda had known the truth for a long time, but just didn't say it. Although Dowda speaks softly, she is actually very thoughtful. She keeps many things in her heart, which even her brother may not tell her, let alone her sister-in-law. She is just a pig pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger. This character is an advantage in the end times. Not only is she not easily deceived, but she is also the kind who sells others to count money. But Jiang Ning is vaguely worried. Now the interests of the three people are the same, and there is no conflict. But in a few years, she will get married? Just like she and Zhang Chao and Liu Yu. They can be said to have grown up wearing the same pants. Zhang Chao even took a brick for her. But later, they both found their lifelong lovers. It seemed like they were still a group, but their interests were different. First, they were a couple group, and then a large group. Zhang Chao now would no longer take the bricks for her like he did when he was a child. Because he had his wife to take care of him. She was the same. She would lend a hand when she encountered difficulties. But she would never risk her life to protect her friends. Jiang Ning couldn't make up her mind. So she gave the decision to Hui Shen. Hui Shen thought carefully. He had attached great importance to Daodu's education in recent years. And he kept all the imaginative novels downloaded by Jiang Ning, and didn't let her read them. She didn't know what space was. Even if she knew that she could take things out of thin air, she might not know that people could enter and exit freely. However, Daodu was indeed very thoughtful. And it was not ruled out that she had known that she could enter and exit the space. No matter how close the brothers and sisters were. Daodu didn't tell Hui Shen everything. And Hui Shen didn't know how many things she had hidden in her heart. Let's not talk about it for now. When the day comes when I can't hide it anymore, I say it's my space. If the disaster is over one day and civilization is restored, Daodu will have other thoughts. And then say that the space has disappeared. It's hard to be a man. And it's even harder to be a good man. The space belongs to Jiang Ning. She takes care of Daodu for his sake. No one dares to guarantee that they will remain unchanged. Chapter 413. Hui Shen has to balance the relationship and grasp the right degree. As people who have experienced two lives and have seen too many bad human natures. Jiang Ning looked at Hui Shen. What will you do if Daodu and I have a rift because of the space? This question is undoubtedly a fatal question. Hui Shen can't give an answer to the hypothetical question. And there is no standard answer. Aining, the space is yours. Don't think about it. Jiang Ning didn't make it difficult for him. Let's talk about it when the day comes. Don't waste yourself on the hypothesis. If you think too much, you will become suspicious and think that everyone has ulterior motives. You will create problems even when there is no problem. The plates collided. The land fell. And the whole world was in chaos. The terrain changed. The ocean currents changed. And everything was no longer normal. In the morning, it drifted east. And in the afternoon, the ocean currents went south again. Like a naughty child with a bad temper. Which made people always nervous. Jiang Ning met several groups of survivors at sea. Including escape pods, bamboo rafts, assault boats, lifebuoys, etc. In short, the 8 immortals crossed the sea, each showing their magical powers. Some drifted away with the ocean current, while others floated past him, desperately slapping the escape pod. Help! Help me! The foreigner with blonde hair and blue eyes. Who knows where he came from? It was good enough that he could save himself. Jiang Ning pretended not to see anything. The escape pod floated on the sea for a few days. And the wind and waves finally disappeared. And there was bright sunshine outside. Jiang Ning drew the curtain and took a nap. When Daodu opened his eyes again, the escape pod had been placed on the yacht. The yacht was quietly parked on the sea. Jiang Ning opened the cabin door and stretched out in the sunshine, stepping on the deck. Daodu was so surprised that he even tried to jump a few times. The wilted dog suddenly became lively, wagging its tail and circling around the 3 people. Woof! It felt alive again. The ocean was vast. And the 3 people had no destination. Nor did they plan to take the yacht for a ride. They would just drift slowly wherever they went. Which would save a lot of gasoline. But they did not anchor the yacht. After all, the ocean was too mysterious and made people feel insecure. If a disaster came unexpectedly, they might not even have time to reel in the anchor. There was no wind or waves. So the yacht was drifting very slowly. Jiang Ning simply brought out the sun umbrella and beach chair. And did not forget to put a glass of juice next to them. You have to escape. And you have to enjoy yourself in time. Otherwise it will be too hard. So, the 3 people and the dog wore sunglasses. Lay on the beach chairs on the deck. And sunbathed behind the sun umbrella. Although the sun is mild, the ultraviolet rays are actually very strong. Someone who couldn't stay idle applied sunscreen to Jiang Ning. And Jiang Ning was ticklish and couldn't help laughing. Daodu quietly covered the dog eyes and whispered, "Shh. Don't look." After 2 hours of sunbathing and a comfortable lunch in the sea breeze, Jiang Ning went back to his room to rest. The sea seemed calm, but Hui Shen was used to being cautious, so he chose to stay and keep watch. Jiang Ning was afraid that he would be bored. Do you want to go fishing? There were fishing tools in the space, which seemed to be taken from Chairman Feng's study. They were very expensive at first glance. At least worth more than 6 figures. Hui Shen didn't have this hobby, but he could cultivate it. After taking out the tools and bait for him, Jiang Ning kindly reminded him, Mr. Hua, don't get dragged away by sharks. Huishan smiled. Well, if I'm dragged away by a shark, you'd be left without a husband. This man is getting better and better. Jiang Ning touched his chin and went back to her room to sleep contentedly. Super luxury yachts are so cool. The bed is big and comfortable, and the experience of lying on it is no worse than a 7-digit mattress. The quality of sleep is excellent. Even if you only take a 2-hour nap, the fatigue of the body will be swept away. Worried that Huishan would be taken away by a shark, she changed into comfortable casual clothes and came to the deck. The man was still there, and it seemed that he had caught a fish. Jiang Ning walked over curiously and leaned over to look into the bucket. She didn't expect that she would suddenly lean over. Huishan, who had just caught a fish, pulled a fishing rod with all his strength, and didn't even have time to remind him. Be careful. It was too late. A fish suddenly jumped out of the bucket and bit Jiang Ning nose. Coming in the strong wind and waves, Jiang Ning reacted very quickly and subconsciously took 2 steps back to avoid it. The fish fell back into the bucket, and the water splashed onto the deck. Jiang Ning was extremely shocked. What did you catch? The fish on the hook was very strong, and Huishan was distracted for a moment, and it ran away. So he had to retract the fishing rod. Yellow croaker. No. Did she hear it right? When did the yellow croaker become so ferocious? It wants to kill people. Jiang Ning took out the gauze to cover the bucket and leaned over again. Nonsense. This is not a yellow croaker, but a piranha. It's so ugly. With a protruding lower jaw, sharp serrated teeth, and 2 ferocious big eyes. It's really ugly. One look at it will give you nightmares. The key is that as soon as Jiang Ning gets close, the piranha's ferocity is exposed, and it hits the bucket violently. What hatred or grudge? Huishan came closer. Take another look. Is it a piranha or a yellow croaker? Jiang Ning looked at it carefully and was surprised to find that it was indeed a yellow croaker. But not only was its size much larger, but its head was deformed and twisted, making it look extremely ferocious. My goodness! Is the ancient glacier virus so powerful? It even harmed the yellow croaker like this. It's ugly, but it's also very aggressive. As long as it sees something different, it will attack violently. Jiang Ning is so idle that hair grows on the soles of his feet. But he just can't get along with a fish. Hey! She stretched her head out. Hey! She shrank her head. The fish in the bucket followed. Jumping. Jumping. Jumping! They swore to die with her. Finally, they were so tired that their stomachs turned white and they died. Huishan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Why are you like a child? Even doubted wouldn't be so childish. Jiang Ning rolled his eyes at him. If I become a child, you won't want me anymore? If you dare, I push him into the sea to feed the fish. Huishan was trained. Don't even mention you becoming a child. Even if you become a yellow croaker, I definitely want you. It's good to be more lively, so as not to suppress yourself and get sick. Jiang Ning threw the dead fish back into the sea. No longer smiling. We have to be careful. If we fall into the sea, we will really be fed to the fish. Even if you are not swallowed by the fish, it is very troublesome to be bitten. Fortunately, the virus is not airborne. But she is still a little worried. She went back to the room to fumigate with moxa sticks, and then turned on the air filter. The sunset is infinitely beautiful, but it is almost dusk. Douda played with the dog, running back and forth on the upper, middle and lower decks, making a constant sound of kicking. Jiang Ning threw a ball over, and Kaylai jumped up to catch it. The two sat on the beach chairs, looking at the sparkling sea and the setting sun. Compared to the day, the night was much colder. There was no moon, and it was pitch black. After drinking half a glass of red wine in the evening, the two slept very soundly after soaking in the steaming hot spring, until a bang 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 sound came from the deck, as if something fell heavily. Swoosh swoosh. Bang bang bang. Then, the dog angry and majestic roar came. Jiang Ning suddenly woke up and heard a bang outside the window, and she quickly opened the curtains. Fog. What is that? Chapter 414. Outside the window, densely packed things flew out of the sea and kept flying towards the yacht. Another heavy slam, with a slender body and large wings like cicada wings, sticking to the glass for several seconds before falling off. Jiang Ning could see clearly that it was a flying fish. As far as the eye could see, The entire sea level was full of them. Facing the rising morning light, they jumped out of the water fiercely, spread their wings and flew in the air. Jiang Ning had seen it on TV. It was a visual feast, making people sigh at the magic and shock of the ocean. But when they really experienced it, they felt their scalps tingling. The two got up quickly and hurried to the deck. The door to the deck was closed, and the fierce dog kept scratching. Dowdu reacted quickly and appeared earlier than the two. She didn't know the situation and held a gun in her hand, with a vigilant and serious expression. "It's a silverside fish," Wei Yishan explained to his sister. "A kind of flying fish." Dowdu had never seen the wonders of the sea, and was immediately happy to hear about the flying fish. The dog suddenly opened the door and rushed out first. Woof! The sound was wrong, as if it was frightened. Jiang Ning and Wei Yishan came over in a hurry. Before they reached the door, they saw Dowdu's smiling face suddenly changed, and he raised his hand and shot. The two of them jumped and ran over. The dog, who was always more fierce than the flat-headed brother and fought desperately, was so scared that he ran back with his tail between his legs. Swoosh! 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 Flying fish were jumping on the deck, and there were actually more than a dozen flying in, spreading their wings and flying towards Dowdu and the dog. Is this crazy? It was still a ghost. Jiang Ning was shocked, seeing a fish biting towards Kayleigh's nose. She took out her tang sword and rushed over to chop it. The tang sword was sharp and cut the flying fish in half. The two halves of the body fell to the ground. The fish head with sharp serrations kept opening and closing. The colorful fish eyes were large and protruding, and the wings kept flapping vigorously. The face was hideous and anyone who saw it wanted to vomit. Not only did the size increase several times, but the vitality was amazing. It was not an exaggeration to say that it was a fish zombie. She never trembled when killing people, but facing the fish zombies made Jiang Ning heart tremble, especially when she saw the deck outside was full of fish, densely packed, layer upon layer, struggling and flying non-stop. At this moment, Jiang Ning swore that he would never want to eat fish again in his life. Flying fish fluttered around and had strong vitality. It was difficult to hit them with a bullet that was too small. Even if they hit the fish, they would not die instantly. The gun was useless. If Wei Yishan hadn't rushed over to protect him, Dowdu would have been almost bitten by a flying fish. Jiang Ning threw out 2 baseball bats. "Coke! Get out of the way!" Guzi retreated, and the three fought to kill the fish. Just after killing several fish, many more fish flew in, jumping on the ground, flying in the air, making a mess, fighting and killing. Before they knew it, there were a pile of corpses, and they could not be killed at all. Wei Yishan smashed several fishes and closed the door when he got the chance. Jiang Ning's knife was very sharp, and he killed all the remaining dozen fishes in the corridor. Boom! 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 Tens of thousands of flying fishes passed by, flying and crashing everywhere, and at least 1,000 or 2,000 of them landed on the deck. Those who could not return to the sea revealed their ferocity, jumping around everywhere, and the door was constantly hit, and it felt like they would break in at any time. The corridor was full of blood, and the smell of fish was everywhere. Oh my god! I didn't expect that killing a fish is much harder than killing a person. Jiang Ning, who was sweating all over and with adrenaline surging, asked anxiously, "Dowdu, Kiki, are you okay?" Both of them were covered with fish blood, so how could they know if they were injured? Dowdu hurriedly checked, and the cowardly dog's self-confidence was hit, and he turned around and ran away. Jiang Ning hurriedly chased after it, and it took a lot of effort to drag the cowardly dog out from the corner of the bottom deck. He checked his whole body over and over again. Luckily, it admitted its fear in time, and no wounds were found on its body. Otherwise, the flying fish's sharp wings and serrated teeth would easily leave marks on the dog. What if the wound is infected and causes a virus? Although it may not happen, we can't take it lightly. The body was not injured, but the heart was broken into pieces of glass. Jiang Ning quickly comforted it. "My coke is smart. This kind of fish is poisonous, and you can't touch it. If you touch it, you will die. If you see them in the future, stay away from them. Understand?" The dog fell to the ground and covered his face with his paws. Dowdu was fine, and the 3 people and the dog were just a false alarm. As for the fish on the deck, let them be fierce. Anyway, they will die sooner or later if they leave the water, so let them be arrogant for a while. Admitting defeat is not necessarily a bad thing. Lock all doors and windows, no matter whether it is windy or rainy outside. Although I was not injured, I was covered with a lot of fish blood or sea smell. So I quickly disinfected from head to toe and then rinsed with hot water. After washing, I disinfected again and soaked all my clothes in 84 disinfectant. It was 3 hours later when I finished dealing with the fish carcasses and bloodstains in the aisle. The sun was hanging high in the sky, and all the fish on the deck outside were dead. The dog stayed obediently, and the 3 of them put on protective clothing to clean the yacht and swept all the fish carcasses into the sea. Don't underestimate the dead fish. They are everywhere, even in the corners, and they have to be cleaned repeatedly and wiped and mopped twice with disinfectant. None of the 3 of them were lazy, but it still took a whole day to clean it up. And they were so tired that their waists were almost broken. They quickly took out a 6-digit massage chair to save their lives. It's not enough to be tired, but a yacht worth hundreds of millions was damaged by the passing of silverfish. The teeth and wings of the mutant silverfish are very sharp, and they actually made a lot of scratches on the deck, handrails, doors, glass, etc. If it was before the end of the world, the repair and maintenance costs alone would be astronomical. Alas, this damn silverfish. It's a big deal. Jiangning was lying on the massage chair, puzzled. Last time when we were in the submarine, we saw many marine creatures that had not mutated. Why do they all seem to have mutated now? Whether it is yellow croaker or silverfish, they are not large in size and are relatively docile species. Now, they all look like they have run out of a mental hospital. Huishan was not professional and could not explain. Maybe it was in the inland sea last time. There were not so many mutated creatures. That's all I can think of. But Jiangning still has something to worry about. Cola's self-esteem is hurt. As a trainer, you should help him out in time and don't let him get sick. Cola is 10 years old. The dog age is what makes Jiangning suffocate the most. According to the normal lifespan of dogs, Keela is already a middle-aged dog. But from Huishan examination, Keela's body is still at its peak and should not age so quickly. It is probably related to the mutation caused by the natural disaster. Jiangning dreams that it will accompany him forever. But mutation is a weird thing. Even though it is in good health now, who knows when it will suddenly age rapidly? Every time she thought about it, her heart ached. So, she would ask Huishan to check Kaylee every once in a while and pamper him wholeheartedly. Really, she felt that if she had a child one day, she would not pamper Kaylee like this. Sure enough, the trainer was effective, and the dog became lively again. Before going to bed at night, all the doors and windows were checked to make sure they were safe before turning off the lights. Fortunately, there was no attack the next day, but the shaking of the yacht was increasing. It was another sunny day, but the wind was blowing. Chapter 415. The ocean wind gradually rose. Thinking of getting into the cramped escape pod, the 2 of them had psychological shadows and stretched out on the deck, trying not to waste the time they could move freely. Bat, seeing a huge creature suddenly fly out of the sea, Daodu screamed. Huishan looked around and saw a white-bellied and black-backed marine creature flying close to the sea surface in the distance. So he told his sister about it. It's called a manta ray. The big ones weigh several thousand pounds. It's a living fossil of the ocean. It appeared more than 100 million years ago. Daodu quickly took out his phone to take pictures. Jiangning used a telescope to survey the sea and found a fleet of sailboats 3 nautical miles away. It was called a sailboat, but it was actually handmade, with more than a dozen huge pieces of wood tied together into a raft. Not only were there wooden poles, but there were also sails that could flutter in the wind. There was a house on the raft, with all kinds of daily necessities. It was too far away to see clearly, and I didn't know if they were Black Lives Matter or indigenous people. Their skin was extremely dark. There were probably dozens of people in the group, and they had probably lived on the sea for a long time. And their faces, hands and feet were sunburned. Jiangning observed again and again, but found no children or women. Only young and strong men with weapons hanging on their bodies. Swords, spears, axes, tridents, all of them were present. And they didn't look like they were easy to mess with. Don't test human nature in the end times, or you will die miserably. Jiangning handed over the telescope. They might collide with us, Huishan observed. We avoid them? The land sank, and there were no national boundaries. We are really one family. Jiang Ning didn't have the desire to kill. Well, avoid them. So, under the guidance of Mr. Hua, the novice student Jiang Ning drove the yacht, turned 90 degrees, and drove out 10 nautical miles to avoid the danger, and stopped only when he was sure that there was no threat within the reach of the telescope. At night, the wind and waves became stronger and stronger, and the yacht was like a cradle, with 4 babies rocking in the cradle. It was impossible to rock to Grandma Bridge, but it really made people unable to sleep. What if a big wave suddenly came in the middle of the night? Jiang Ning decisively changed tools and replaced the yacht with a cruise ship. The tonnage difference was there, and it was stable and no longer rocked. Dowdu was just taking a nap, but he found himself on a cruise ship. It was so big, even bigger than what he saw on TV. She was so scared, but she just didn't ask, not even if she was beaten to death. On the contrary, the dog was very stable, and the owner had already brought it up to play. There was a swimming pool on the deck. How about swimming a few laps to digest the food? Jiang would rather not spoil it. How much fresh water would it take to fill such a big swimming pool? There were many planting pots on the deck, which could be used by the two to kill time. Over the years, Dowdu is not only a meatball beauty, a spatula chef, but also has made great achievements in planting. She led the dog to turn the soil, sow seeds, and water, and was busy and happy. As expected, people should not be too idle. They are more energetic when they have something to do. Even the dog did the same. It started parkour on the cruise ship and asked the trainer to install the rope. It jumped 3 meters high, bit the rope and hung in the air, swaying in the sea breeze. In addition to planting, Dowdu also wanted to raise poultry, but his brother disagreed. The ocean is too dangerous. What if the fish eat it? In fact, it was not that he was afraid of being eaten by fish, but Jiang Ning did not agree. It is true that there are many fertilized eggs stored in the space, but being in the ocean is an adventure every day. How can you take care of poultry in dangerous moments? The escape tools can be switched at any time. You can't take chickens, ducks and geese with you when you take the escape capsule. Right? Think about the taste. It's really sour. On this day, Jiang Ning was sunbathing and was about to go back to the room to rest when the sound of a plane suddenly came from the sky. She looked up and saw a fighter plane flying from the sky, with a deep black smoke trailing behind it. The light gray fighter plane flipped in the air, revealing a red 5-pointed star. Jiang Ning might not have felt it particularly strongly before, but now she was aimlessly floating around the world, and the flying 5-pointed stars made her heart ache. The fighter was flying too low, and it was emitting such thick black smoke, which obviously had a fatal malfunction. There was no place to make an emergency landing in the vast ocean. Jiang Ning moved her eyes, and a figure suddenly jumped out of the fighter, falling rapidly from a high altitude, and then the parachute opened. The fighter continued to flip in space, falling rapidly from a high altitude with circles of black smoke, and hit the sea surface in the distance. She quickly used a telescope to observe that the plane was falling headfirst. Due to the extremely high speed, it was submerged at an alarming speed. It took only 2 minutes from the fall to the complete disappearance of the tail wing. Jiang Ning retracted her gaze and looked for the parachutist in the air. Oh my god! How did he float towards her cruise ship? Although the other party was wearing an Air Force uniform, Jiang Ning still pulled out her gun out of caution. 50 meters, 30 meters, 20 meters, 10 meters. The huge parachute landed, and the man ran on the deck, trying to control his body. But he fell down after running a few steps. His body was covered by layers of parachutes. Jiang Ning thought he was not standing firmly, but there was no movement for a long time. Hui Yishan heard the sound and rushed over with Dowdu and Guzi. He was very surprised to see the situation in front of him. What happened? Jiang Ning told him what happened just now. Hui Yishan was wearing a bulletproof vest and holding a weapon and moving forward. Jiang Ning helped to open the complicated parachute. He saw that the man was about 30 years old, and his consciousness had fallen into a coma. His face was pale. Beads of sweat kept coming out. His hands were tightly grasping his chest, and his breathing was heavy and stagnant. Oops. It's a heart attack. Jiang Ning asked Hui Yishan to hold a gun beside him, and she turned him over and laid him flat, and immediately performed first aid. First, cardiac compression, then artificial respiration. However, his illness was serious, and he even had ventricular fibrillation. Ventricular fibrillation can easily lead to sudden death, and first aid is very difficult. She remembered that there seemed to be a defibrillator among the medical equipment in several containers. And she had read the operating instructions not long ago. Because the conditions did not allow. Huishan was not used as a guinea pig. And now he could only try his luck. Let Huishan carry him into the room. Jiang Ning closed the door and blocked the two outside. Take out the defibrillator and power box. And strip the man clothes. The first time. It would be a lie to say that I wasn't nervous. When the defibrillator contacts were pressed, the man's body thumped, and Jiang Ning was so scared that she almost jumped up. Fortunately, she stabilized quickly, and then the second and third times, Jiang Ning tried her best. But the monitoring data was not very good. Sudden heart attack, and control of the plane, and then control of the landing, have missed the best time for rescue. Stop defibrillation. But he seems to be holding on to something, and his vital signs can neither go up nor down. Jiang Ning did not cut off his oxygen supply. A few minutes later, the man opened his eyes with difficulty. Huishan said, "How do you feel?" Hearing the familiar language, the man's eyes lit up. He felt that he didn't have much time. So he said in short, "I am a pilot from the Eastern Military Base. Number 92298. Chapter 416. The 5 major military bases have different missions. The mission of the Southern Military Base is to preserve the fire, while the mission of the Eastern Military Base is to build a new home. They have been working hard for several years, creating the strongest materials and marine construction equipment, building huge naval warships, and fighting the tsunami in the collision of plates. Many elites were sacrificed, but the skeleton of the construction team was saved. They traveled through the vast ocean day and night, braved the wind and waves to explore and test, and finally found a place with hard geology suitable for building a sea home. Once the offshore base is completed, it will be able to accommodate about 100,000 people, and construction has already begun. His mission is to contact compatriots, whether they are soldiers, officials, or ordinary survivors. As long as they have the blood of the descendants of the Chinese nation, they all hope to participate in the construction of a new home. The man had difficulty breathing and said with great effort, 63 degrees 23 minutes east longitude, 49 degrees 54 minutes north latitude. He suddenly grabbed Huishan's hand tightly. His eyes widened, and his tone was filled with endless regret. "I can't go back, and I haven't completed the task assigned by the organization. You have ships and courage. You can go to the base to help me find the lost compatriots, and tell them that we have a new home." Huishan admired and complicated his heart. But he couldn't speak for a long time when facing his request. He was thinking about the mission until his death, and his eyes showed reluctance and regret. Jiang Ning knew Huishan's difficulties, so he said tactfully, "Okay, if we meet our compatriots, we will definitely tell them. Don't worry, we will have a new home, and when the natural disaster is over, we will surely regain the prosperity of 5,000 years." The man looked at the two of them, trying to force out a grateful smile, even with a hint of longing, holding Huishan's hand and slowly falling down. The curve of the monitor slowly turned into 3 straight lines. Huishan reached out and closed his eyes. Jiang Ning didn't consider entering the base again, but when she heard the plan implemented by the country, her heart was still deeply touched. She was not as great as him, but if she met a reliable compatriot in the future, she could still tell him the longitude and latitude of her new home. Even she felt bad, and I believe Huishan would feel even more deeply. Jiang Ning covered his hand and spoke after a while. "Even if we know the longitude and latitude, not everyone has the ability to go there. We just have to try our best." Huishan took off the badge and armband of the man's military uniform and asked Jiang Ning to put it in the space for preservation. "He is a hero. If there is a chance in the future, you can return it to his affiliated unit. How to deal with his afterlife is also a problem. If it is an ordinary person, the end is a burial at sea, either falling to the bottom of the sea and rotting, or being eaten by marine life." Jiang Ning felt that people should still have a sense of awe. Cremate him, and hand in the ashes along with the badge and armband. After all, he is a national hero, worthy of respect and burial. If it weren't for the national power insisting, she might not be able to get the helicopter and submarine. After the discussion, Jiang Ning took out a hard steel plate from the space and laid it on the deck to raise it and insulate it. Then lifted the man's body up, poured gasoline on it, and burned it. After the cremation, she took out the jar she had stored at the ceramic factory before, collected the ashes, and stored them in the space. Hopefully, one day, he can return home. This matter came to an end for the time being. Dao continued to plant, and Huishan asked Jiang Ning to bring out some bamboo and wood. He planted them in the same length and began to make bamboo rafts or rafts. Jiang Ning was a little curious. I have saved a few boats, so there is no need to make some? I'm free. Find something to do. Huishan lowered his head and worked. The weather changes every half an hour at sea, so do more just in case. Jiang Ning let him do as he pleased and went back to continue studying the use of medical equipment. 3 people and a dog, each busy with their own things. Dao finished watering the plant pots and stretched his body when he found something in the sky. Brother, the parachute is coming again. And there are many people on it. So beautiful. Colorful. Will it land on the ship again? Huishan looked up and explained with a smile. It's not a parachute, but a hydrogen balloon. As long as you fill it with enough hydrogen, it can fly. Dao is very smart, but he has too little experience. Have they always lived in the sky? No. If the hydrogen runs out one day, they will fall down. Dao used a telescope to observe. There were people with blonde hair, silver hair, and black hair. They seemed to be desperately waving and talking to the cruise ship. Her brother had taught her lip reading, but she couldn't understand what they were saying. Huishan had taught her. Those who are not of my race must have different hearts. Dao understood that there were countless demons even among her own race, let alone those of different skin colors. In fact, she was just curious. Even she was protected by her brother and sister-in-law. So how could she have the ability to save others? Besides, aren't there many cases of saving people but being harmed? After admiring the hydrogen balloon, Dao joined the dog camp and started training. The cruise ship turned a blind eye, and the people on the hydrogen balloon became anxious. After desperately waiting for help to no avail, they discussed whether to force a forced landing. There were different opinions, and they even quarreled fiercely. Some said that there was not much hydrogen left, and they had to find a landing point. Some said that the cruise ship was so big, there must be many survivors. What if the other party not only did not take them in, but instead slaughtered them like 2-legged sheep? They got emotional and cursed at each other. In the end, the camp with guns won, and they had to gamble again. If the other party had fewer people, they could kill them in the dark and take over the cruise ship. People were floating in the sky, and even Jiang Ning could hear the sound of abacus beads. It was about to get dark, and since Dao had discovered the hydrogen balloon, they had been floating very slowly. Jiang Ning glanced at the sky and smiled slightly. It got dark quickly, and the hydrogen balloon slowly descended. 500 meters, 200 meters, 100 meters. For fear of alerting the enemy, everyone turned off the lights, leaving only the flame of the burning hydrogen balloon. No. Where is the cruise ship? Where is the cruise ship? The cruise ship is gone. Damn it! Everyone panicked and turned on their flashlights to search for it. But the giant disappeared out of thin air. Damn it! They actually encountered a ghost incident, seeing that it was about to land on the sea surface. Those who reacted hurriedly tried to operate it again, trying to launch the hydrogen balloon again. But the hydrogen could not hold up after burning for many days. Could it be that they died in the ocean? The man completely lost his mind. And while he was hysterical, his finger subconsciously pulled the trigger. The trigger was pulled, and only bang was heard. There was a loud bang, and the huge hydrogen balloon was punctured, causing the gas on the top to leak rapidly. And the fall was even faster. Ah! Falling from a height of dozens of meters. Everyone screamed in fear and fell into the cold sea. The salty sea water kept pouring into the nose, ears, and mouth, making people struggle desperately. Most of these people can swim, and some even have life buoys on their bodies. When they were struggling to break free from the restraints of the hydrogen balloon and wanted to find the huge yacht, someone suddenly felt a severe pain in the leg. It seemed that something sharp and jagged was biting him, and he screamed in pain immediately. Not only him, but others also screamed. There is a shark. It is a shark. Chapter 417. More and more people screamed. Some had their arms bitten off on the spot, and their bodies were dragged to the bottom of the sea. The moonlight was dim, and in addition to the screams, there were creatures swimming and biting on the bottom of the sea. The blood spread quickly. Some people were bitten on the hands. Some had their legs bitten, and some were dragged to the bottom of the sea and never floated up again. In the struggle between life and death, someone hit something hard, and it seemed round when he touched it with his hand. I don't know who shone the flashlight, and it could be vaguely seen that it was a large ball. It's the escape pod. He couldn't help but feel hopeful and patted the escape pod hard. Help! Help! Jiangning felt the vibration, but it wasn't violent. However, the glass curtains were drawn, so no matter from the outside or inside, they couldn't see each other clearly. From the cruise ship to the escape pod, the level dropped too fast. Luckily, the 3 people and the dog were used to the switch. Others were struggling to survive in the ocean, and they were at risk of death at any time. But they could eat hot meals and take a fragrant bath. They were so happy. Dowdu smiled and secretly fed the dog ribs. When she woke up the next day, she was in a soft and comfortable bed again, and there seemed to be the sound of seabirds. The sun shone in through the window, soft and bright, as if warm hands were gently caressing her face. Dowdu got up, changed her clothes and ran to cook. As soon as she opened the door, the seabirds on the deck fluttered and soared in the blue sky. Dowdu had rarely seen birds except crows. She finally saw one on the sea, and her sister-in-law reminded her to stay away. Seabirds mutate after eating fish in the sea, and may hurt people. Jiangning woke up late, feeling sore and weak all over. Before Huishan could think about it, he leaned over to hug her waist and rubbed her neck. Sleep a little longer. Dowdu and Coke will make breakfast. She was very sleepy after playing around until the middle of the night. She slept until about 9 o'clock, when Guzi knocked on the door. Woof! No need to guess. Dowdu made breakfast. They got up and washed, and Jiangning continued to study the instrument after dinner, and then fell asleep. Only Huishan persisted and took notes of the key points to facilitate her to extract knowledge points when reading. In the evening, the dog came to tip off. Woof! Woof! Huishan was well trained, and barked twice to indicate that he had found something. The two were worms to each other, and Dowdu ordered him to come again. Only when he came to the deck did Jiangning know that Dowdu had found a submarine while patrolling the sea. I don't know if it was because he missed it or was tired of people of different skin colors. Dowdu said with expectation, "Is it a submarine from the southern military base?" It was far away, and only a breathing tube was exposed above the water, so it was really hard to identify it. But what is certain is that since the submarine can surface, it is enough to prove that this sea area is deep enough. Her boat can finally be taken out for fun. But compared to living in a cramped submarine, she still prefers a cruise ship of a giant ship, if there is a choice. But Jiangning has always been a bad-mouthed person. Before sunset, the weather at sea changes. The sunset was suddenly taken away by a dog, and dark clouds suddenly covered the distance. Jiangning was reading a book in the room and fell asleep without knowing when. Dowdu was very observant and would not disturb her brother unless there was something special. She was cooking with an apron on, while the dog was dozing on the deck. By the time the dog realized something was wrong, it was too late. It heard a sharp and rapid bark. Woof woof woof. The light in the kitchen seemed to be dim, and Dowdu looked up with great vigilance. But she didn't find anything wrong. But when she looked further away, she was so scared that she almost dropped the spatula. She thought she was dazzled. But after blinking twice, nothing changed. Hearing the dog scream, Jiangning woke up from her dream and sat up subconsciously. She and Huishan ran out, and when they rushed to the deck, they saw huge waves in the distance. At the end of the sea, waves of dozens of meters were raised, rolling in with a devastating force. But the sea area where Jiangning was located was still calm. Storm at sea. There were dark clouds rolling over there, and the sky seemed to be splashed with thick ink, and it was completely black in an instant. Purple lighting tore through the heavy dark clouds and hit the sea with a crackling sound. Lightning flashed one after another. Thunderbolts flashed continuously. Green, blue, purple, intertwined together, and would not stop until the sky exploded. Brighter than the fireworks of the spring festival. Thunderstorm. Crackling. The huge waves advanced rapidly, turning bigger and bigger, like a book with pages turned and rolled up. It was lifted straight up, and then rolled over in an elliptical shape. The sky was dark and gloomy, and a ship could be vaguely seen, thrown high up by the huge waves, and turned upside down when it rolled over. It was swallowed by the waves in an instant. The ship was not small in size, but in front of the storm, it was just a paper boat folded by a child. It flipped over easily. It was a ship, but it was nothing in front of the ocean storm. There seemed to be many survivors on the ship, They tried all kinds of protective measures to survive. But they were as small as ants in front of the storm. They didn't even have a chance to struggle. They fell into the raging sea and were swallowed up in an instant. I have seen many disaster movies, but the reality is playing out in front of me. Jiangning's heart was blocked and his body was very stiff. Brother. Daodu ran out of the kitchen with a spatula. The storm is coming. But in a short time, the storm had teleported, and it seemed to be only a few hundred meters away. Like a devil with a bloody mouth, rushing towards them with its fangs and claws. The sea water rolled violently from the depths. And there was no wind, but the waves suddenly rose, shaking the three people, and the dog almost falling out. Be careful. Huishan hugged his sister and held her in his arms. In a flash, Jiangning put the boat and himself into the space. The cruise ship disappeared. And the storm came. The storm, as high as 100 meters, was far more powerful than several tons of explosives, and continued to sweep forward recklessly. Thunder and lightning. Heavy rain poured down, and the whole sea area was like a hysterical madman, waving a knife and roaring, flashing into the space. Jiangning took out the escape pod, and Huishan quickly stuffed his sister in. Don't be afraid. I will accompany you. The three people and the dog all got in, and Jiangning was the last one to enter, and he closed the hatch and the curtains. Daodu had never seen such a terrible scene, and was stunned for a moment. Huishan hugged her in his arms and comforted her. It's okay. Look close and far away. They will turn. Jiangning almost couldn't help laughing, but he was still sweating in his heart. After a few days of calm, he was floating. She actually dared to be careless at sea. She really wanted to die. Jiangning reflected on herself and secretly decided that she must change her past and not rely on the space to get away with it. Daodu drank warm water and calmed down for a long time. Brother, didn't the storm come? Huishan was possessed by the spirit of drama, and deliberately pulled the curtain to look out. Well, it turned a corner. Chapter 418. Fortunately, Daodu didn't learn too much about natural disasters, but Huishan still felt his toes digging into the ground. The sea here is complicated. It is estimated that there will be another ocean current. But we still can't be careless. What if it comes again later? Today we are all staying in the escape pod. Jiangning took out a lunch box from his bag. Don't think too much. The world is big, and eating is the most important. Only when you have a full stomach can you have the strength to fight the storm. Although he is smart, Daodu is too well protected. Seeing so many survivors sinking with their boats and unable to resist the storm, he was shocked and hit too hard that he didn't eat much. Natural disasters are too cruel. But she has to learn to adapt. Huishan made a calming and tranquilizing granule and handed it over. Daodu, relax and have a good sleep. After drinking the granule, Daodu closed her eyes and slept. But she never let go of her brother's hand. Late at night, she seemed to have a nightmare, mumbling something in her mouth, sweat constantly oozing from her forehead, and her body twitching from time to time. Jiangning collected the escape pod and transferred 2 of them to the submarine. Although the activity space is not large, it is at least relatively safe. Huishan put his sister on the iron bed and fastened her safety belt to prevent her from running into an ocean storm. Jiangning still cherishes her life. Ocean storms usually don't last long, but the sea is dangerous and unpredictable. We only have 1 submarine, so we should wait until tomorrow to go out. The space is hers, and Huishan has no objection. In fact, it's not just Daodu. Even if Jiangning and Huishan have experienced 2 lives, it's the first time they face such an unpredictable and dangerous ocean disaster. It would be a lie to say they are not shocked. But after all, I have experienced a lot, so I can adjust my mentality quickly. After settling the 2, I went back to sleep next door. I was tired, especially heavy. The space was quiet and safe, but outside, there was still a storm with lightning and thunder. The whole sea was like a raging dragon, with waves roaring and roaring, as if to tear the world apart. Huishan set the alarm clock for 5 in the morning, worried that the storm had not stopped. Jiangning did not forget to fasten his seat belt. The submarine entered the sea. So quiet. I guess the sea madman had enough of it. He destroyed the world last night. But it was calm this morning. Crazy. Jiangning climbed up the ladder, opened the hatch, and climbed out. It was 5 in the morning, and the sky in the east was pale. The sea was as quiet as a mirror, reflecting the faint morning light at the end, which was a faint red at first, and became brighter and brighter as the sun rose. Jiangning hugged her knees, sat quietly on the submarine, and stared at the beautiful scenery of the sunrise in the east. The more terrifying the sea was yesterday, the more gorgeous the sunrise was this morning. This is nature, which makes people feel scared but fascinated. There was heavy dew in the morning, and Hui was afraid that she would be cold. So he took off his coat and put it on her. "What are you thinking about?" Yu said. "Is the land really gone?" Jiangning looked at him sideways, leaning gently on his shoulder. "Or is it that there will always be one or two places that are exempted from natural disasters, but have not been found by people? The ocean is like a poppy, mysterious and yearning for it, but it is also daunting because of its dangers." Jiangning still likes the land, the sense of security of being down to earth. Maybe there is a place exempted. Huishan sat down next to her. "Even if not, we still have the coordinates in our hands, and sooner or later we will return to the land." Thinking of the coordinates, the light in Jiangning's heart that had been extinguished seemed to light up again. When it comes to artificial islands, only the master of the East is the best. There may be no way now, but as long as the technology and equipment are left, perhaps returning to land is really not a dream. The sunrise is beautiful. The morning sun is hanging. The sea surface is sparkling, and it emits a golden light. Jiangning couldn't help but look at it a few more times. The dog barked below, and Doer woke up after a nap. Seeing that Dowdu was much more energetic, Huishan did not forget to let her breathe above and see the beauty of the ocean blooming after the turmoil. Submarines dive, but they can't come up anytime and anywhere. Dowdu climbed up and was amazed by the beautiful scenery in front of him. Is this the ocean of yesterday? The submarine kept diving until it reached a suitable depth. The two had no plans to travel the ocean for the time being, so they didn't waste fuel running around. Just as they opened the largest observation window, a shark rushed over from a distance. It had a bloody mouth and sharp teeth. Dowdu and Guzi were frightened at the same time and quickly took a few steps back. Jiangning smiled. "This piece of glass is special. The shark outside can't see you. There is transparent glass, but it is on the top floor of the submarine, and the glass window is very small, mainly for safety considerations." As expected, after the shark rushed over, it turned around. There were more than one, but more than a dozen, probably attracted by the water flow when the submarine dived. There was no smell of blood, no attack. They were quite gentle through the observation window, and they were actually playing in groups. Although they are ugly, they seem to be a little cute. However, when Jiangning thought of them tearing the survivors alive in the ocean, one piece at a time, it was so crispy, and he felt a little nauseous. They really couldn't be cute. Suddenly, the shark swam away, and at a very fast speed. The black behemoth swam over, and the dog retreated again and again. Woof! It doesn't care about face. So angry. The submarine shook, and Jiangning almost lost her balance. No, it's a sneak attack on the sea surface, and it's also coming from the bottom of the sea. Right? Huishan quickly supported her and looked at the animals outside the observation window. He saw a huge body brushing against the submarine, squeezing the submarine and shaking it. You have to know the weight of the submarine itself, plus the full load displacement. The tonnage cannot be ignored. Any marine creature with a bit of sense would not come to provoke. However, there is a marine flathead who is not afraid of death. It's okay to bump into it once, but it bumps and bumps. The submarine is in a static suspended state. If it encounters a fat man with a stupid mind, it will be pushed out of the water. At the critical moment, this dog thing keeps pushing and shaking. Jiangning was angry and wanted to see who was so disrespectful to her. It was pitch black, so huge that the whole body could not be seen clearly, and a big fish tail could be vaguely seen. The skin color was black. No, it was dark blue. It looks like a blue whale. This is really bad luck. As soon as I opened the door, I was hit by a blue whale with its butt. The largest blue whale weighs more than 200 tons. It is said that its tongue alone weighs 2 tons, and its heart is bigger than a car. If it is a male, its thing alone is more than 3 meters long. Jiangning has never seen the world. The blue whale in front of him is too huge. It is conservatively estimated to be at least 600 to 700 tons. After all, the size of the mutated yellow croaker and flying fish is about this multiple. As the number one in the ocean, it is probably even more powerful. And it's still alive. No wonder it can push the submarine away. The submarine continued to shake, but it wasn't particularly violent, and all the important external parts were retracted back into the internal compartment. As long as it didn't go crazy, it wouldn't be damaged. Hoarding continued to observe, and said with a bit of a smile, "It seems to be scratching an itch." Itching? Jiangning almost choked. Do you want to die of laughter? Chapter 419. Hoarding was not talking nonsense. But the blue whale was covered with dense parasites called whale barnacles, affected by the ancient virus. The size of the whale barnacles doubled, making them more harmful to the blue whale. It was rare to encounter a useful big guy, and the blue whale, who was feeling uncomfortable, would not miss the opportunity to rub it. It rubbed the submarine wildly, trying to rub the whale barnacles off its body. So, the blue whale rubbed, and the submarine retreated, but it just kept pestering. It was really a damn enemy. After being shaken for more than half an hour, Jiangning was successfully seasick. So she closed the observation window and put the submarine into the space. Time was precious, so she didn't dare to stay in the space for too long. She stopped for more than 10 minutes and estimated that the blue whale had left. So she went back into the sea. Who knew that the submarine started shaking again in less than 5 minutes? Damn familiarity. Could it have fallen in love with her submarine? Jiangning tried several times, but the blue whale loved it deeply and was unwilling to move away. Love whoever. Since she couldn't resist, she chose to lie down and enjoy it. After being rubbed for more than 2 hours, the world finally quieted down. Dowdu woke up from a nap and opened the observation window. Hey, why is it dark? She went back to the room to check the clock. It was only 3 o'clock in the afternoon. The ocean was strange, and she knocked on her brother and sister-in-law's door. Jiangning and Hoarding did not dare to be careless and got up to check. It was really dark outside. You couldn't see your hand in front of you. The observation window was made of several layers of strong special glass. There couldn't be any problem with the quality. Otherwise the sea water would have poured in long ago. Dowda climbed up to the number 2 observation window, and it was still dark outside. Jiangning thought of the number 3 observation window at the rear of the submarine, and hurried over to check. No problem. The light came through the sea, and there were fish swimming leisurely outside. So, the 3 people and the dog stared at the window, and even enjoyed afternoon tea. For 2 hours, there was still no movement outside. Hoarding guessed. Maybe the submarine's head is attached to some kind of creature. For a medium-sized submarine, the head area is not small. So how big a marine creature would it be? Jiangning thought. Wait until Dowdu falls asleep at night. Then put the submarine into the space, and see if this thing can survive without seawater? She was really curious about who was the one who was working on the submarine. Unfortunately, before it got dark, the mysterious creature outside moved. It slowly moved away, and the light slowly came in. Golden flowing hair? Very long. A lot of it. Jiangning was surprised and quickly took out her mobile phone to record. It looked like a yellow carnation, blooming layer by layer, with countless tentacles as thin as hair. As it drifted farther and farther, the tentacles that entangled the submarine continued to flutter, and they were actually tens of meters long. The top was like a hemisphere, and there seemed to be a glowing light bulb inside. It turned out to be a glowing jellyfish. If you look closely, the shape is indeed very beautiful. The movements are graceful, and the tentacles dance in the water. If you don't know, you might think it's selling a shampoo advertisement. After the glowing jellyfish left, Jiangning went back to the room to check the information. There was a lot of information downloaded before the disaster, and she really found the lion's mane jellyfish. The tentacles are more than 30 meters long. Although they are elegant and beautiful, they are full of poisons. If you are not careful, you will die. The first day of the underwater tour passed like this. It was barely safe. But Jiangning never expected that the blue whale would come to scratch his skin again the next day. This time, it didn't scratch his buttocks, but his head, infected by the ancient virus. The blue whale's temperament is not as docile as before. When scratching, it wants to scrape its skin off. This time, it scratched for 2 or 3 hours. Jiangning really couldn't stand it. He was really afraid that the submarine would be scratched by it one day. So after it left, he decisively moved the nest away. Humph! You can't hide, but you can't provoke it? 886. However, Jiangning soon realized who has the final say in the ocean. It actually came up accurately and rubbed against it without saying a word. Speechless and depressed, Jiangning sighed. What a sin! Dowdu was happy, and even gave it a nickname. Lon Lon. Jiangning comforted himself that Dowdu was just too lonely. Fortunately, Lon Lon was really just scratching his itch. Living on the seabed is also good. And you can appreciate various marine creatures. Spider crabs, sunfish, etc. through the observation window. Especially the sunfish. It's just a scammer. It crashed into the sea. But it fell on its back and refused to get up. It seemed to be saying, if I don't get 80,000 or 100,000 today, don't even think about getting me up. Dowdu was dumbfounded. Brother, why doesn't it get up? Huishan explained. Don't be fooled by its length. It's clumsy and not good at swimming. It often becomes the prey of fierce marine carnivores, or gets caught in fishing nets, or lies on its side on the sea and drifts with the wind. That's where its name comes from. Dowdu suddenly realized and stroked its head through the glass. I think it's cute. It's really cute. Ugly and cute. However, Jiangning indulged it to hit the car. But the sharks would not indulge it, showing their sharp teeth and biting at it. The sunfish struggled, but still couldn't stand up. The sea water soon turned bloody, and the sunfish hit the submarine while struggling. Perhaps it was its clumsiness that reminded Dowdu of the days when she was a child living under someone else's roof. She really couldn't bear to see the sunfish being slaughtered. She subconsciously felt sympathy, but found that she could do nothing. I can only look away, not daring to look at the bloody scene. Seeing the sadness in his sister's eyes, Hui quickly closed the observation window. In fact, the ocean is another world for humans. The same law of the jungle. If you want to protect yourself, you can only become stronger. You look at the sunfish pitiful. But big fish eat small fish. Small fish eat shrimp. If it doesn't eat other animals, it won't survive today. Right? Dowdu thought about it, and couldn't refute it. You should take this as a warning. When you see a poor person one day, don't lend a helping hand on impulse. But think carefully. Watch more. Observe more. And think more. Even if you decide to help, you must consider your own ability and protect yourself from hurting others. Huishan doesn't want to train his sister to be cold-blooded. But in the dark end times, it is really difficult to grasp the degree of kindness. She needs to have a clear and independent mind. Dowdu nodded. It was her brother and sister-in-law who were protecting her. Some things need to be thought about. Dowdu didn't open the observation window for 2 days. On the contrary, Jiangning and Huishan would sit in front of the window from time to time. Either have a cup of coffee or flip through magazines to pass the time. I looked up inadvertently and found a gray-black guy in the distance. Jiangning used a telescope to observe. It was a submarine. It was the same model as 2688. Chapter 420. To be honest, even if the heart is as cold as steel, people are really social animals. After 9 years of natural disasters, my hands were stained with blood, and I was busy fighting people and natural disasters. I didn't feel lonely in these years. But after leaving the military base, I almost never interacted with others. Every day, 3 people and a dog, breathing your breath, either eating or sleeping, especially trapped in a cramped environment. I don't know when the natural disaster will end. There is no shortage of food and drink, and the escape tools are complete. Cheating in space. Even the biggest disaster can be turned into a blessing. Jiangning is thousands of times better than other survivors. But maybe it is true that human hearts are greedy. Or maybe people tend to get sick easily when they are idle. Jiangning is content. But she also feels that something is suppressed. Days pass by. Not happy, nor sad. But sometimes it feels quite boring. Jiangning is a doctor. She has been bombarded by natural disasters for several years. In the end, the land sank, and it seemed that there was really no hope. She has a slight tendency to depression. Not only Jiangning, but Gozi is also like this, often lying limply on the submarine. Dowdu loves to laugh, but she always shows a sad face inadvertently. Everyone is suppressing their emotions, and Huishan is no exception. But no one says anything. I feel that I must do something to break free from the shackles. Otherwise problems will arise sooner or later. The appearance of the same type of yacht made Jiangning inexplicably look forward to it. And she felt indescribably happy. She still yearns to go outside and deal with people of the same kind. People are really strange animals. The other party seemed to have discovered 2,688 as well, and actually stopped. Just like that. Separated by hundreds of meters, quietly looking at each other in the deep sea. Huishan seemed to notice. Do you want to say hello? Jiang Ning said without hesitation. Yes. What if it was really a coincidence that it was Zhang Chao? Liu and the others? Also, he had promised to pass on the coordinates left by the Eastern Air Force. She vaguely saw that the other party's number 2 observation window was lit up. The flashlight was a code to ask if it was one of us. In layman terms. It was. My friend. Is that you? In the past, submarines had various radars or other technical signals to support them. Not to mention hundreds of meters, even hundreds of miles away. They could detect the existence of the other party. Now they can only use the most primitive methods. Each branch of the military has different hand gestures and codes. Jiang Ning didn't know much, so Instructor Su taught him a few when he was teaching how to drive a submarine. The other side repeatedly flashed signal lights. Jiang Ning and Huishan climbed up to the number 2 observation window and responded with a flashlight. Who are you? The two were still relatively cautious. After all, the plate collision happened so long ago, and the living environment was so harsh. Who knows if the other side is a friendly force or a demon? Jiang Ning noticed that the other side's submarine did not rivet the firebox. As the purpose of the southern military base, the inheritance of civilization, unless it was a last resort in a harsh environment, they would not break the rivet of the civilization box. So, either cut off the tail to survive, or the submarine changes its owner. There was silence for a few minutes. And then, the signal 1926 was set again. The submarine number of Zhang Chao and others was 2639. Jiang Ning couldn't help feeling a little disappointed, but still looking forward to it. The land sank. The earth turned into a water ball. And it was a kind of fate to meet someone from the same place in the vast sea. The other party turned off the flashlight, and a face appeared in the circular observation window. Jiang Ning used a telescope on the side and saw that the man had a typical Oriental face. But his facial features were thin. His eyes were a little sunken, and he looked to be in his 30s. She asked, "Are you a soldier?" Only his face was exposed. So even if Huishan was in the military and police system, he couldn't tell. But the submarine had prepared supplies. And if it was robbed, it shouldn't be so thin. After all, pirates are in a bloody business, and they will never eat and drink. But the soldiers may not be like this. Especially the spark planner. No one knows when the natural disaster will end. Even if there is enough food, people will live frugally. Not to mention that food is definitely scarce. Being thin is normal. Their ultimate goal is to stay alive. Another thing is the eyes. Eyes are the windows to the soul. The other party seemed quite happy and excited, and did not show any calculation. The other party continued to verify, turned on the light, and asked the two about their military numbers. In the military base, every soldier has a number, and the codes for different branches are different. Not only soldiers, but even ordinary laborers and scavengers have numbers. Obviously, the other party saw the same submarine and thought that Jiang Ning was also a soldier. Therefore, when Huishan typed out his scavenger number, the other party didn't react for a long time. Probably stunned. Jiang Ning's submarine was not made public, and few people knew about it. The Navy Department was busy with training every day and had no time to gossip. They subconsciously thought that all submarines belonged to the base. This reaction was quite real. I don't know what the other party was thinking, and wanted to meet. Huishan was very alert and asked them to show their badges and numbers. The other party showed it and pasted it on the glass of the observation window. Jiang Ning's suspicion was dispelled, and she decided to surface for an appointment. The two submarines slowly surfaced, and the breathing tubes emerged from the water. The body was protected by bulletproof vests, and weapons were hidden in the clothes. Jiang Ning asked the two to stay to guard the submarine, and she and Huishan climbed up the ladder. The salty sea breeze and the long-lost sun. It was only a few days, but it felt like a lifetime ago. The free air made the suppressed emotions relieved a lot. Jiang Ning raised her hand to block the sun, and the sun shone on her fair skin. The two submarines were running side by side, more than 100 meters apart. As requested, two people also came up from the opposite side. Both were men, and their skinny bodies made the Navy uniforms look empty. "My name is Lu Chung, and we are the ones who checked the Navy numbers with you just now. This is my comrade Wang Hai." While introducing, He was surprised and alert. How did you get a submarine? We bought it ourselves. Jiang Ning answered the question truthfully. The base lacked rare metals, causing the military factory to almost stop working. We were lucky enough to find a batch of goods. So we helped you solve the danger. I was afraid that I couldn't spend all the points I exchanged. So I exchanged for a submarine. The instructor who taught us seemed to be called Su. Su something. I forgot it all of a sudden. Su Kai-ai. Lu Chung smiled with relief. He is the chief instructor of the submarine group. And he taught me before. Jiang Ning laughed along. What a coincidence. It turns out that we are actually senior and junior brothers and sisters. Junior sister. Senior brother. These are all things that happened at the military base. If the other party is a fake, it is impossible to know. They were completely relieved. Lu Chung asked, how many of you are there? Jiang Ning answered immediately. About 10. How about you? 15. So many? Jiang Ning was surprised. Can't a submarine only accommodate 10 people? According to the configuration, it can only accommodate 10 people. But the collision of the plates came too fast, and there was no time to build so many submarines. In addition, there were more planners than the number of spark planners, so they could only cram in more and take turns sleeping on the floor. 15 people eat the rations of 10 people. No wonder they are so thin. Jiang Ning asked, are you all okay? For now. Jiang Ning continued to ask, do you know Zhang Chao and Lu Yu? Chapter 421. Lu Chung and Wang Jun thought about it, and didn't have much impression of Zhang Chao and Lu Yu. Where's Zheng Weili? Jiang Ning couldn't help but worry. She's a woman. Tall and strong. Can knock down a big man with one punch. And has a more masculine voice? Jiang Ning nodded repeatedly. Yes. There are not many female soldiers in the submarine group. They train separately in the sea, and only train together on land. They don't have much impression of big men. Opposites attract, and female soldiers naturally receive more attention. Not to mention women, who have knocked down several male soldiers in a row. Zheng Weili is famous, and she is quite famous in the submarine group. Jiang Ning held some hope. Do you know where she is? Lu Chung shook his head. The asteroid hit the Earth too suddenly, and they just took all their luggage to the sea for training. They went out to sea during the day and rested at the deep-sea dock at night. When they heard the air defense warning, they drove the submarine to escape immediately, thinking of the tragic tsunami they had experienced. Lu Chung and others still did not escape from the nightmare of fear. The power of natural disasters is far beyond the ability of tiny humans to resist. The huge waves erupted from the seabed directly hit the submarine, and it flew and rolled in the sea. If it was not in a suspended state, the external equipment would be retracted, and the turbine would be scrapped by the tsunami. The firm shell withstood the power of the tsunami, but many comrades tied their safety belts to no avail. They suffered life and death torture for several days in a row, and vomited everywhere. I dare not recall it too much until now. It is really horrifying and horrifying. I feel like I am being strangled by the black and white impermanence. If the rivet of the firebox is not disconnected in time, the tsunami storm will split the submarine in two and break directly from the riveting. They survived, but when they thought about the abandoned firebox, although it was equipped with a signal transmitter that could ensure that the civilization inside would not be destroyed for 20 years, but with the vicissitudes of life, will it really be seen or buried in the deep sea? Lu Chung and others blamed themselves and felt that they were extremely derelict in their duties. If it is lost, it will be lost. It will always be found. Jiang Ning didn't know how to comfort them. Even if the civilization is lost, as long as there are humans, it will be recreated sooner or later. There is no point in blaming yourself. In fact, the base has requirements. The fire planners are also the inheritance of civilization. Their mission is to protect the firebox. But they must also protect themselves, including Su Kai-ai. He also repeatedly reminded them. It's just that Lu Chung and others have a burden in their hearts, and they have never gotten over this hurdle. In fact, their group is still lucky, while Zhang Chao and others are training on land. Whether it is the training ground or the dormitory, it is a long distance to the deep-sea dock. The bus transfers to the assault boat, and the time is very tight. If there is an accident, they can't get to the deep-sea dock at all. And if an accident really happens, the consequences will be unimaginable. People always have to have hope in life. Lu Chung started a family at the base. His wife is an employee of the Central Shopping Mall. The Navy's subsidy is not bad. The couple lives a good life, and even has a child. But with the arrival of the natural disaster, he has his own mission. Even his family cannot escape together. His parents, wife, and children can only flee with the army. Have you survived the collision of plates? Where will the land sink? After experiencing the cruel natural disaster in person, Lu Cheng has a bad feeling in his heart. But he tells himself countless times that his parents, wife, and children must be alive and well, and the family will meet sooner or later. Be optimistic and have hope to persist in the cruel and unpredictable natural disasters. He promised his parents and wife that no matter how big the disaster is in the future, he will live well and will never give up. So when the words came to his lips, Lu Cheng still held back. I seem to have seen Zheng Weili. She was in the same training group as us. We were both at the deep-sea dock at the time. The quality of the submarines made by our country is beyond doubt. They can definitely compete with tsunamis. I guess they are swimming in some sea area now. Lu Cheng's words made Jiang Ning feel relieved. In the vast water ball, maybe we will never see each other again in this life. But it's good to be alive. The four of them are in the same submarine, and they can take care of each other when something happens. Perhaps at this moment, Zhang Chao and Li were also thinking about her. Aining, how about a hot pot? Thinking that he still has a connection with this world. Jiang Ning can't help but have more yearning. Floating like this, maybe one day he can really meet 2639 and eat spicy hot pot deep in the sea. Jiang Ning collected his thoughts. You have been traveling on the seabed for so long. Have you encountered other submarines? Lu Cheng nodded. I have encountered several, but none of them belong to our country. One of them belongs to Eagle Sauce, and next to it is Dog Leg Maple Leaf. Thinking that human beings must unite to overcome disasters together, Lu Cheng and his friends even took the initiative to greet them. Good fellow. Actually launched an attack without martial ethics. Not only did they launch a sneak attack, they even called the dog-legged Maple Leaf next door to try to bully the minority with their numbers. Lu Cheng and others were furious. After 3 consecutive warnings failed, they decisively launched an attack. Damn! Humans are about to be extinct, and they are actually killing their own kind? So, the war started on the seabed, facing the Eagle Sauce that cost $3,000 for a coffee pot. Lu Cheng and others were not afraid at all. They had enough confidence in the submarines produced by their own arsenal. 1926 extended the sharp attack weapon and ran the unethical Eagle submarine. He thought he would teach them a lesson and hurt them. But who knew that the Eagle family's military budget was all used to buy coffee cups and toilets? And the submarine that seemed to be extremely powerful turned out to be a paper tiger. Poked it through. Water was seeping in like crazy. Lu Cheng and others were dumbfounded. They didn't mean it. If the quality is not good, they should have said it earlier. It's not like cutting corners. Maple Leaf next to him was so scared that he ran away. When they reacted, Lu Cheng and others ran away. Later, whenever they encountered submarines from other countries, they would avoid them. Even if they met the same type, they would greet them carefully and verify their identities repeatedly. Meeting fellow villagers in a foreign land and speaking a familiar language made both of them very happy. The suppressed heart was released at this moment. Lu Cheng and his companions had been floating in the sea for too long. Seeing the sea calm and the sunset with thousands of rays of light was so beautiful. He shouted to 2688. Do you mind if I call my comrades up to bask in the sun? They haven't seen the sun for a long time. Jiang Ning and Huaishan both agreed. Okay. So, more than a dozen people climbed out of the submarine one after another. All men. All thin. They sat on the submarine, looking at the gorgeous sunset intoxicated, as if recalling the good old days. The sun sets in the west. The red clouds fly. The soldiers return to the camp after shooting. The red flowers on their chests reflect the colorful clouds. They all sang together. The songs were cheerful and relaxed, floating on the quiet and vast sea. Just singing. Tears flowed down their faces unconsciously. Jiang Ning was infected and couldn't help humming a few lines. On the vast sea, on the 2 submarines, they missed their homes, relatives, friends, and all the good things they had in the past. Chapter 422. The sun gradually sets, and the sea gradually darkens. Jiang Ning hoarsely asked the other side, "What are your plans for the future?" After drifting on the seabed for so long, Lu Cheng and others want to take advantage of the good weather to rest on the sea for a few days, bask in the sun to replenish calcium, and adjust their bodies. Meeting 2688 rekindles 1920 SIX's hope. They believe that as long as they continue to travel, they will find more companions and comrades. The southern military base is gone, but the Spark project will not stop. They will find a place to live one day. Jiang Ning and Huishan looked at each other. Since they decided to rest, they would continue to observe. It would not be too late to talk about the coordinates in 2 days. It was not that they doubted Lu Cheng and others, but they always felt that they were too kind. If the coordinates were in their hands, what if one day they considered the extinction of mankind and all races and countries needed to unite to survive the natural disaster? It was certainly right to think so. But the land had sunk. Just like the eagle sauce and maple leaf they met, with arrogance and predatory blood in their bones. They wanted to knock others down when they met. And it was simply a daydream to want to convince them with personal strength. If the coordinates are leaked, countless demons will be attracted. It is difficult enough to face natural disasters. If there is a man-made disaster, can the new home be successfully established? So, Jiang Ning hesitated. Of course, it is not ruled out that she is too sensitive. It was dark, and the risk on the sea surface was increasing. The 2 submarines slowly sank and quietly floated in the deep sea. Seeing the sun and communicating with fellow villagers, it makes people feel better. I ate half a bowl more for dinner. Maybe even Jiang Ning herself didn't realize that she was humming a song while taking a bath. Huishan was listening outside, and the corners of his mouth could not help but rise. When he woke up in the morning, the submarine did not rush to surface, but waited until Lon Lon finished scratching before starting, so as to prevent this guy from causing damage and floating to Shanghai, and rubbing Jiang Ning into the sea. Lu Cheng and others did not know the situation, and saw the mutant blue whale trying to attack 2688. So they quickly flashed a flashlight to warn that there was danger. Huishan flashed a flashlight to reply to them. You get used to it. Lon Lan's temper was pretty good, so if it wanted to rub, it could. And as long as there was no danger, it would not attack. If they really fight, both sides will probably suffer. Seeing that the blue whale was rubbing the barnacles and did not really want to attack 2688, Lu Cheng and others were relieved. After Lon Lon left, 2688 began to surface. 1926 came up earlier. More than a dozen people were either basking in the sun or exercising. Lu Cheng asked with a loudspeaker, "What are your plans for the future?" Jiang Ning had a sore throat from shouting too much yesterday, so he took out the loudspeaker and said, "No plans for now. Just go wherever it floats to." Lu Cheng wanted to invite 2688 to go with him. With companions, he would not feel lonely and could protect each other. He was about to speak when his teammates discovered something while patrolling the sea. "Captain, there is a fishing boat." "Fishing boat? How is that possible?" Daodu also discovered it and quickly told his brother and sister-in-law. Jiang Ning used a telescope to observe and found that it was indeed a fishing boat, and it was for civilian use. It was not particularly large in size and had a motor. It was heading this way. There seemed to be fishermen on the boat, waving at this side, with very oriental faces, pale and thin, with tanned and cracked skin. After experiencing plate collisions, tsunamis, and countless storms, the fishing boat is still intact. And even more outrageous is that it still has kinetic energy. The 2 submarines were subconsciously alert. And Lu Cheng reminded, "Be careful of fraud." If there were only 2,688, Jiang Ning would sink directly into the space. But now 1926 is right next to him, so there is no way to cheat unless it is a life and death moment. Huishan asked Daodu to return to the submarine, and he and Jiang Ning quietly hid their weapons on their bodies. Daodu was worried. "Brother and sister-in-law, be careful," Huishan warned. "Go down and protect Kailei. Don't come up without my signal." 1926 also had weapons and a new type of bulletproof vest. Lu Cheng was a professional Navy. He stared at the fishing boat with full concentration, judging the speed and draft of the other party. As the fishing boat approached, 3 people came out of the cabin. They were wearing hats and sun-protective scarves. The waving fisherman shouted, "Sawadee Ka." Jiang Ning almost choked, seeing the confused face on the other side. Disappointment flashed across his face, but he continued to shout, "Sawadee Ka. Sawadee Ka." Seeing Jiang Ning ignored him, Lu Cheng could only respond lamely, "Sawadee Ka." The man thought he understood, and his face showed surprise, and he started to mumble. Lu Cheng frowned slightly, shook his head helplessly. Sorry. I don't understand. After he repeated several times that he didn't understand, the other party started to Saudi Ka again, and began to gesture, still mumbling. They were all Oriental people, and he had rich body language. So Jiangning probably understood. Someone on the ship was sick and urgently needed a doctor to save his life. Lu Cheng and others were not doctors, but the Spark planners had learned a lot and knew how to deal with common illnesses and injuries. He gestured and asked, how many people on the ship were sick? The other party held up 3 fingers. Lu Cheng counted the number of people and asked him if there were a total of 7 people on the ship. The other party nodded repeatedly. Lu Cheng asked again, what disease did he have? This is difficult, and I still can't figure it out after gesturing for a long time. Lu Cheng thought about it again, and then called Jiangning. I take people up to take a look. The wind was a bit strong, and he raised his hand to rub his eyes. Jiangning didn't stop him. Be careful. Lu Cheng still had an idea, and didn't lead all his comrades up, but left 5 to guard the submarine. He asked the fishing boat to turn sideways, with the boarding port facing the submarine. The fishing boat cooperated obediently, and turned the boat sideways, taking out the rubber boat from the submarine. Lu Cheng took the medicine box, and paddled with his comrades towards the fishing boat. Everyone's eyes were either on the rubber boat, or on the people on the fishing boat. The wind was blowing on the sea, and the rubber boat struggled to get close to the fishing boat. The people on the boat lowered the rope ladder, and pulled a few people up. Just as everyone was watching the last soldier board the fishing boat, something quietly emerged from the water beside the submarine. Jiangning stared at the fishing boat. Huishan reached out to hold her waist, and with his other hand, he suddenly took out a gun from his pocket, and pulled the trigger towards the water. With a silencer installed and the wind on the sea, no sound was heard at all. The monster holding a weapon, and trying to stab in the back was hit in the head, and his body fell into the water without moving. Huishan fired several shots, and as the blood continued to spread in the water, corpses floated up one after another. Jiangning also shot at the 1926 on the opposite side, killing 2 in a row. The remaining 5 people of 1926 were not vegetarians either, and they picked up the hidden harpoons and stabbed them into the water fiercely. Ups and downs, accompanied by screams. Chapter 423. It took several minutes to finally solve all the problems. At the same time, the fishing boats not far away started fighting, and several gunshots were heard. Jiangning could not see the situation clearly due to the obstruction of vision, but the fighting lasted for nearly 20 minutes before it ended. Lu Cheng lay on the bow of the boat, vomiting for several minutes before waving to everyone, his face pale and saying, it's all solved. Not only him, but several comrades also vomited. Jiangning realized something was wrong and quickly looked for the bodies near the submarine. They were all wearing masks, but unfortunately, they were all washed away by the current. Lu Cheng asked someone to drive the fishing boat and slowly approached the submarine, just stopping between 1926 and 2688. Jiangning and Huishan paddled the rubber boat and boarded the fishing boat against the wind and waves. The deck was in chaos, with blood and corpses everywhere. When he saw the corpses clearly, Jiangning turned around and lay on the side of the boat to vomit. His stomach acid was rolling, but he couldn't vomit. Huishan quickly covered his face with a mask and frowned as he looked at the corpses. Faces that were unrecognizable. There were pimples and pustules everywhere on the face and body, some as small as thumbs and some as big as ping-pong balls, many of which were festering and bleeding. They were densely packed everywhere. They were not human beings, but monsters. The man who greeted the submarine was normal, but he was stabbed several times in the chest and was dead. Jiangning found that there were several samurai swords and worn-out clogs on the deck. He frowned immediately. Lu Cheng came over, his expression solemn and angry. These beasts, they are fucking dogs. Beige Yalu. The corpse not far away suddenly turned over, struggling to get up, and shouted angrily at everyone. Beige Yalu. Several soldiers took up ropes and wanted to tie him up for questioning. Jiangning immediately reminded, be careful, he has an infectious disease. She never thought that the little notebook had sunk for so many years. But it was not only alive, but was still harming the survivors. The monster notebook cursed and rushed towards the soldiers frantically. Huishan raised his hand and sent him a fortune. Lu Cheng originally wanted to interrogate, but he didn't expect that the last one was dead. Jiangning looked serious. If any one of you is injured, Disinfect the wound immediately. The weapons used by the book monsters were knives and iron rods. 2 of them were injured during the fight. One internally, and the other externally. The externally injured one was cut by a samurai's sword. But the wound was not serious. Liu Cheng's face changed. And the medicine was still on the submarine. From the draft of the fishing boat, he judged that there were many people hiding inside. Definitely more than the 7 people the fisherman said. After seeing through the opponent's track, Liu Cheng gestured to remind the team members. The medicine was very valuable. And he brought an empty medicine box on board. The quality of the disinfectant produced by the base pharmaceutical factory was far worse than before the natural disaster. Besides, it takes time to go back and forth. And it will not be good for the wound if it is delayed for too long. Jiang Ning took medicine from his bag. Use mine. The medicine bottles in the base were filled with the one stored before the natural disaster. The wound was disinfected repeatedly, sprinkled with antiseptic powder, and then carefully bandaged. Liu Cheng looked solemn and explained to everyone, "This ship belongs to Savatica. There are more than 50 people on board." Unexpectedly, they encountered Japanese pirates at sea. Not only was the fishing boat robbed, but even the survivors were. Jiang Ning was surprised. "Do you understand Savatica? Before the natural disaster, my job was to patrol the southeastern seas. I often encountered other countries nearby at sea, so I knew a little bit of their language. After the Binzi was destroyed in seconds, many survivors either wandered in other countries or went to sea as pirates, robbing everywhere and treating the survivors of other countries as 2-legged sheep. It has only been 10 days since the dozens of survivors of Savatica were captured. Only a few survivors are left, and they are also captured by the Binzi pirates to pretend to be wounded people who need help, and trick the other survivors onto the ship and kill them as food." Liu Cheng didn't say that there were several bodies under the boat, all of whom were tricked and killed today. He cursed angrily. "These beasts are worse than pigs and dogs." Liu Cheng stayed in the military base for many years, and had not been exposed to the cruelty outside. It was normal for him to be shocked. Jiang Ning was angry at the pirates, but she was more concerned about why these beasts turned into monsters. Huishan was thoughtful. Is it possible that they turned into monsters after eating mutated marine creatures? It's possible. But the key is that the ocean infected by the ancient virus is not as ugly as them. So there must be other reasons. Jiang Ning said shockingly. "I guess they drank too much nuclear wastewater." Nuclear wastewater? Everyone was shocked. How much nuclear wastewater did they have to drink to mutate like this? In any case, everyone has a psychological shadow on nuclear wastewater, which has radiation. Liu Cheng originally wanted to investigate it clearly, but now he gave up the idea and asked everyone to abandon the ship and leave. Get on the rubber boat and go back. Drive the submarine and run. Move 100 nautical miles first. Back to the submarine. Jiang Ning and Huishan threw away their clothes and quickly took a pill to calm down. Although it's a bit exaggerated, it's bad luck to have anything to do with the notebook. There's no way. Both physically and mentally, I feel extremely uncomfortable. But after what happened today, Jiang Ning felt that Liu Cheng was still quite cautious and didn't have too much good intentions. The next day, I stayed in bed, and while I was half asleep, the submarine started to ripple again. Jiang Ning opened the observation window, and sure enough, I can only say that Lan Lan's love is deep. A full 100 nautical miles. Through the window, Lan Lan scratched her itch, and Jiang Ning drank coffee, which was also a kind of enjoyment. When the submarine surfaced, Jiang Ning picked up the loudspeaker and asked with concern, "How are the comrades who were injured yesterday? Do they have a fever or vomiting?" Liu Cheng expressed his gratitude. "No. Everything is normal. I'm glad you're fine." Jiang Ning was relieved a little. "I know some medical knowledge. If you have any questions, tell me in time." There was nothing special. Since they met a professional navy, Jiang Ning and Huishan took the opportunity to learn from him. They not only continued to understand the various technologies of submarines, but also the judgment of marine weather and disaster self-rescue. Liu Cheng shared everything he knew and passed on his years of experience. 7 days passed in the blink of an eye, and 1926 planned to continue sailing and formally invited 2688 to go with him. They got along very well, and Jiang Ning was reluctant to leave, but she still refused rationally. "Thank you, but we have our own things to do, and I hope we will have a chance to meet again in the future." At the same time, she told him about the Eastern Air Force. He left coordinates before he died, saying that we have a new home. Lu Cheng and others were shocked. New home? Jiang Ning nodded. If you are willing, you can go to the new home. She told them the coordinates and suggested that if they meet reliable compatriots in the future, they can make the coordinates public. Lu Cheng and others did not hesitate and decided to go to the coordinates to check. Chapter 424. After drifting in the ocean for so long, Lu Cheng and others did not want to drift anymore. They were eager to find a place to stay and find a way to reunite with their relatives and friends. They believed in the country, and the new home would definitely rise. Jiang Ning asked, "Can you take him home?" Lu Cheng's voice choked. "Of course. It's our honor." Jiang Ning called Huishan to get off the boat, took out the box containing the ashes, and discussed giving them some food and herbs. The space continuously produced food and herbs. 3 people and a dog could not finish eating them at all, and it would be a waste to leave them there. But Lu Cheng and others did not have enough to eat. The coordinates are too far away, and it is necessary to cross countless complex ocean currents. Without strong physical fitness, it is impossible to support it. The space belongs to Jiang Ning, so Huishan would not disagree. "How much do you want to give?" Not only did he agree, he was quite happy in his heart. The kindness in her heart did not disappear. But this cruel natural disaster forced her to be more cautious. No one would hope that the person who sleeps with them is cold-blooded. It's just that Jiang Ning has experienced too many cruel things, and often she habitually protects herself with indifference and poisonous tongue, like a hedgehog with strong defensiveness that makes people unable to approach. But once you enter her inner world, you will find it so soft and warm. It really fits Zhang Chao's words. When she is good, she is sincere and open-hearted. When she is not good, she is heart-wrenching. No one is perfect, no matter her shortcomings or advantages, as long as it does not involve the bottom line. Huishan will accept them all, and only with flesh and blood can you live a fulfilling life. With his support, Jiang Ning pondered. 1,000 kilograms of grain. Should the herbs be used for colds, flu, anti-inflammatory, fever and sterilization? How much to give is indeed a problem. Too little will not work. Too much will arouse suspicion. Huishan suggested. Give the food to Qin Yumai and Qin Xiaomai, and I help you with the herbs. The 2 of them got busy and spent half an hour preparing the supplies, and took some effort to load them onto the submarine. Lu Cheng and 2 teammates paddled over in a rubber boat, seeing the urn and armband badge in the box. Lu Cheng and his teammates saluted, took them with both hands with red eyes. "Don't worry. As long as one of us is still alive, we will definitely bring the hero back to his new home." After the handover, Jiang Ning pointed to several bags of food and herbs. "Captain Lu, we exchanged rare metals for a lot of points. In addition to the submarine, we have stockpiled some food and herbs. This is the tuition for these days. I wish you can ride the wind and waves and arrive safely at your new home. Food and herbs are the most precious resources in the end times. Submarine supplies are in short supply. Lu Cheng and others save money every day and dream of supplies. You can think about it, but you can't snatch it from your compatriots. We are all compatriots, and we came from the same base. If you didn't find the rare metals, the base couldn't build more submarines or other escape tools, and more people wouldn't survive. You have contributed so much to the base. We cannot take your life-saving supplies." Jiang Ning insisted. "Take it. You have passed on so many valuable experiences. Who knows? One day you can save our lives. There are enough food and herbs reserved. The extra will go bad sooner or later. It is better to give them to those who need them most." She not only gave food and herbs, but also some vegetable seeds. When you float up to rest, you can try to grow some green vegetables. If you don't supplement vitamins for a long time, you will get scurvy. Lu Cheng and others' eyes were red again. "Thank you. I hope we can meet again in our new home in the future." It took 2 trips for everyone to transport the supplies back to 1926. The submarine blew the whistle to express gratitude, and Lu Cheng and others saluted Jiang Ning and Huishan across the sea, and then walked into the submarine. 1926 slowly dived and gradually disappeared in the vast ocean. Jiang Ning looked at the calm sea surface, feeling a little lost, feeling that she seemed to be the only one left in the huge water world. Huishan seemed to see through her thoughts. "Am I not accompanying you?" Jiang Ning held his hand. "We are a family. Aren't we a whole?" Unable to convince her, he chose to agree. Jiang Ning looked at him. 1926 is gone. Do you feel lonely? After spending 10 days together? Strictly speaking, we are friends. How can you not feel lost when a friend leaves? Jiangning asked. Do you want to go to a new home? Hui Yishan said truthfully. Not now. This made her curious. Why? After all, humans are very complex animals. When living in groups, they will fight and calculate. But if one day they are really left alone, they will miss the days when they could fight and calculate. In the final analysis, it is determined by the social DNA. A seed base for 100,000 people may take years or decades to build. And it is probably still a honeycomb or capsule structure. The living space is cramped. And it is estimated to be overcrowded. If Jiangning really has to choose, she will not be able to get used to it. Just keep the status quo. And talk about it when you can't stand it anymore. Jiangning couldn't help laughing. Mr. Hua, you have become a worm in my stomach. Hui Yishan pinched her nose. So disgusting? It's impossible to have roundworms. It's just that she has a lot of psychology books. And he would flip through them when he has nothing to do. After reading a lot, he naturally became a half-expert. Jiangning snorted. I take the anthelmintic later. They have been together for almost 10 years. And Hui Yishan has long been immune to it. He can't be killed. The two of them sat back to back in the sun, feeling the cool sea breeze and warm sunshine. Dowdu and Kayle climbed up and played on the yacht. The laughter washed away the faint melancholy of parting. Lu Chung and others left. But the boring days still had to be passed. Looking at the sparkling sea, Jiangning couldn't help but think of the book monster again. How do you think those monsters survived? The extinction of dinosaurs, the Little Ice Age, and countless disasters in history. We cannot underestimate the means and desires of living things to survive. Their living environment is inherently cruel. And they are born with narrow-mindedness, extremism, and aggression. Think about the crimes their ancestors committed against humans. What can't they do to survive? Thinking of the bumps all over the body of the book monster, Jiangning's stomach acid rolled again. Did they mutate like this because they drank nuclear wastewater? Hui Yishan really didn't know that they dared to do even the cruel human biochemical experiments. So where was the bottom line of humanity? I'm not sure about nuclear wastewater, but I'm sure they ate a lot of mutated marine life. Even though it's mutated like this, it has to split into 3 groups to rob at sea, which shows that the IQ and killing of the book monster have increased a lot. Speaking of splitting into 3 groups, Jiangning frowned even more. At that time, the two of them seemed to be staring at the fishing boat, but they were actually secretly monitoring the surroundings. The soldiers of the 1926 submarine were the same. They didn't find any traces of the book monster until they got close to the submarine. The fishing boat and the submarine were so far apart, and they didn't have diving equipment. How did they manage not to breathe? Could it be that the book monster grew gills because it ate too many diseased marine life? Chapter 425. Jiangning regretted that she ran too fast that day. She should have checked it earlier. Hui Yishan was amused by her idea. In fact, you can practice holding your breath underwater. For ordinary people, holding your breath underwater for 1 or 2 minutes is the limit. But the world record holder can hold it for up to 22 minutes. If humans are forced to survive, more miracles will happen. In addition, the speed of diving can also be cultivated, and the most powerful can reach 100 meters per minute. Therefore, it is not surprising that the book monster can swim underwater for a long time. Jiangning couldn't help but sigh that the world is so big that there are so many wonders. The sea is endless, and the clouds of fire dye half the sky red. The submarine is too suffocating. So the 3 people and the dog simply faced the sunset and saw the dinner. The boxed lunches these days are a bit light, so just have a spicy hot pot. The tables and chairs are brought up, and the portable gas stove is placed. Fat meat rolls, fat lamb rolls, meatballs, mushrooms, oyster mushrooms, kelp, winter melon, bean curd, green vegetables, etc. The bay soup is gurgling with hot steam, and the spicy and domineering red oil drifts away with the sea breeze. Hui Yishan opened a bottle of red wine, and the 3 glasses clinked together gently. Dowdu laughed and said, "Brother, sister-in-law, cheers!" The dog squatting next to him, who couldn't eat spicy food or drink. Woof, woof, woof. He was so aggrieved that he kept digging the ground with his claws. He didn't want to eat the full bowl of chicken breast and bones given by the shit shoveler. He looked at the ocean with angry and hesitant eyes, and drooled from the corners of his mouth. Jiang had no choice but to give him another box of freeze-dried food. After a spicy hot pot, he was sweating all over. He felt relaxed, and all the haze was swept away. Sure enough, there is nothing that a hot pot can't solve. After eating and drinking, sink the submarine, take a shower and go to bed. After waking up naturally, open the observation window and find that the sea is calm and the light is sufficient. It should be a sunny day with calm wind and waves again. After Lon Lon finished scratching the itch, seeing that the dog was itchy all over and wanted to exercise, Jiang simply put away the submarine and took out the yacht. So, Dowda took out the flowers to dry, and the dog was parkouring back and forth on the upper, middle and lower decks. Jiang put on a sunscreen jacket and sat on a beach chair to sunbathe. After the last lesson, the two dared not be careless again. Someone had to be on the deck to pay attention to the weather at sea, which changed faster than turning a page. Around noon, the sea began to blow, but it was not strong. The two went back to the room for a nap. Jiang asked Huishan to rest. Come back in 2 hours. After he left, she applied the lady mask and lay leisurely on the beach chair, observing the sea from time to time with a telescope. Just as she washed her face and was about to apply skin care products, she suddenly smelled a bad smell. Jiang sniffed her nose and felt like dead salted fish. Could it be that the flying fish from last time was not cleaned up? It's impossible. Comrade Hua is a master of hygiene and doesn't let go of any corner. She immediately picked up the telescope and looked around vigilantly. There's a ship! A ship appeared upwind. Since the ship was not big, it was moving slowly along the wind direction. The stench came from the upwind. Jiang looked carefully and felt that the ship seemed a little familiar. Looking a few more times. Isn't this Awatika's fishing boat? Fuck. Is this a ghost ship? It's more than 100 miles away, but it can still float along the water. Thinking of the bodies on the fishing boat and the stench that kept coming, Jiang almost vomited. The smell spread particularly fast with the wind. The dog had a sensitive nose and rushed out after barking twice. Huishan and Dowda heard the noise and quickly followed. Rushing to the deck, they saw Jiang standing on the deck, staring at the distance. Jiang handed over the telescope. Take a look. Huishan saw the fishing boat, but it seemed that something dark was gathering. Kuroshio? No. The wind on the sea is not particularly strong. Even the Kuroshio can't spread so fast. It was really too fast. They quickly caught up with the fishing boat and gathered around it, spreading rapidly along the wall of the boat, densely packed, and climbing up continuously. Black, shaped like a beetle, moving very fast. It was so dark, like a black tide, that even Huishan, who didn't have intensive phobia, got goosebumps. He took down the telescope and wanted to tell Jiang to run away quickly. But Daodu suddenly screamed, "Ah! Bugs! There are bugs!" The two turned around and realized that they had only been staring at the fishing boat in the distance, and they didn't expect the black bugs to crawl up from behind. They quickly climbed up along the yacht, and because there were so many of them, they could even hear the whizzing sound. They all had black shells and green eyes, and their numbers were so dense that they were frightening. Their sense of smell seemed to be very sensitive. After rushing onto the deck, they accurately headed straight for the three people and the dog. Jiang's mind was buzzing, and he subconsciously wanted to take his family into the space. He had already held Huishan's hand, but he found that he almost made a mistake in his haste. The black bugs have already climbed onto the deck. If the boat and the people are taken in, they will follow. Jiang is not sure what kind of monster this is, but judging from the speed at which they are running towards the fishing boat, they are definitely carnivores. If they abandon the super luxury yacht, it is tantamount to cutting off their arms to survive. It is true that they have a cruise ship, but neither she nor Huishan can drive it, and submarines cannot travel in shallow waters. So they must keep the yacht. Escape pod. Fortunately, Jiang was more careful. When taking out the yacht, he put the escape pod on the deck in case of emergency. Huishan moved quickly, struggling to open the door of the escape pod and stuffing Guzi and Daodu in. But tens of thousands of black bugs moved too fast, leaving only a few meters of distance. Seeing that they were about to pounce, Jiang took out lime powder from the space and sprinkled it over. After madly sprinkling half a bag of lime powder, the black bugs seemed to have been paused and even began to retreat. Jiang breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, The miscellaneous supplies she had stockpiled came in handy. But the breath was still in her throat. And the black bugs began to surge forward again. Jiang Ning was dumbfounded. Lime powder didn't work. Damn it! If one trick didn't work, she would try another trick. Who told her that she had nothing else but enough supplies? Chili powder. She used her hands and feet to spread it desperately. And half of the snakeskin bag was scattered. Luckily, she had grown a lot of peppers in recent years. And most of them were ground into powder. Sure enough, the chili powder was strong enough. And the black bugs retreated again. They were afraid. But they didn't seem to be particularly afraid. Aiming! Huishan shouted. Come in quickly. It was too late. The black bugs came from all directions. And Jiang Ning only had 2 hands. So she couldn't spread the chili powder. If she was distracted for a moment, they would quickly surround her. What kind of monster is this? Even lime powder and chili powder don't work. It's abnormal. The black bugs in front of her were getting closer and closer. When they were about to crawl to Jiang Ning's feet, Huishan rushed out of the escape pod. Tear gas. Tear gas? She didn't stock up. Chapter 426. No. She didn't hoard them. But Huishan seemed to have a few bottles. The supplies he bought for free were very mixed. Jiang Ning roughly flipped through them when he put them into the space for storage. And then piled them all in the corner. Since he didn't hoard them himself, his memory was not deep. And 9 years had passed. Jiang Ning had long forgotten him. She immediately took out tear gas from the space. And each of them sprayed 2 bottles at the sea moss desperately. If even tear gas didn't work, they could only leave it to fate. As the white smoke continued to spread, the black bugs kept retreating. Huishan seized the opportunity and pulled Jiang Ning to run quickly towards the escape pod. Just as she climbed in and turned to close the door, the black bugs swarmed up again. Jiang Ning reached out and slapped the yacht. And the yacht was taken into the space. As long as she didn't enter the space, living things couldn't stay in the space. At the moment the yacht disappeared, thousands of black bugs were kicked out of the space and fell into the sea. The yacht disappeared, and the escape pod fell into the sea. Jiang Ning was quick and closed the hatch. Without wearing a seat belt, the 3 people and the dog bounced up with a bang as the escape capsule entered the sea. And they saw stars. Jiang Ning was about to get up after falling down. But Daodu suddenly rushed over and said, Sister-in-law, be careful. There was a black bug crawling on Jiang Ning's arm, trying to get into her clothes. Daodu was quick and grabbed the bug and crushed it to death. My God, I didn't expect the bug to be so fast. Everyone hurriedly checked every corner, but found no trace of the black bug. The ocean is too scary. It can kill people in a minute. Jiang Ning took out iodine from the storage compartment. Daodu, disinfect it. He glanced over and found that Daodu's hand was bleeding. Injured? Jiang Ning was shocked and quickly grabbed Daodu's hand to check, only to find that she was bitten while squeezing the black bug to death. This thing is the size of a beetle, but it has a very sharp mouth. And it actually bit Daodu's skin. Thinking of what they eat, Huishan's heart tightened, and he grabbed his sister's hand and squeezed the wound to squeeze out the blood. Jiang Ning helped her clean the wound, sterilize and disinfect it, and then bandage it. Daodu's face turned blue, and she subconsciously held her brother's hand. Her lips moved, but she didn't say anything. Huishan sensed something, hugged his sister in his arms, and gently rubbed her head to comfort her. Jiang Ning felt a little depressed. She thought that the black bug was so ferocious, and she didn't expect Daodu to catch it with his bare hands. Daodu, if you feel uncomfortable, tell me at any time. Daodu smiled and comforted her in return. Sister-in-law, I'm fine. Thinking of the soldiers in 1926 who were scratched by samurai swords. Jiang Ning relaxed a little. The escape pod floated on the sea, and she looked out the window and saw black bugs everywhere. Not only on the glass, but also on the entire shell of the escape pod. Jiang Ning put on gloves and picked up the black bugs that were crushed to death with tweezers. They really looked like beetles, but their mouths were full of barbs, and their wings were as hard as steel. She suddenly remembered that Lu Cheng had said before that there was a kind of bug in the sea that was more terrifying than sharks or other ferocious marine animals. Sea worms. They can swim at high speed in the sea with their wings spread out. Although they are not big in size, they move in groups and can tear a great white shark alive in a short time. Lu Cheng and his friends saw them from a distance once, and they couldn't see them clearly with a telescope. They only knew that they were huge in number and surged like a tide when they moved. So they named them sea worms. Jiangning didn't expect that he would be so unlucky to encounter them. They were probably attracted by the stench of the corpses on the Sawadika fishing boat. They can bite off the meat with one bite. If tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of them move together, it is estimated that a living person will be turned into a bloody skeleton in an instant. Looking at the tide worms that kept moving outside the escape pod, Jiangning's scalp was numb. This world was getting weirder and weirder. Can humans really survive? The tide worms crawled for more than 10 minutes. They were probably not interested in the aerospace materials, or the materials were too hard to break their teeth. Finally, they chose to leave. As they left, the vision became clear. The escape pod was not far from the fishing boat. They came in like a tide, retreated like a tide, and crowded down the fishing boat and disappeared on the sea. Jiangning waited for more than 10 minutes, and only opened the hatch after making sure there were no sea moths. However, in a short time, the smell of corpses almost disappeared in the sea breeze. Thinking of so many corpses on the fishing boat, they actually ate so quickly? Jiangning's stomach churned. The fishing boat was in sight, and she thought of the radiation-proof clothing that Rong San Xiao had stocked up in the villa area. After getting the clothes, she asked Qin Chuan to find a way to get a set of detection equipment. Jiangning pretended to open the storage box, took out the detector from the space, and pulled out the detection rod to aim at the fishing boat. It was a false alarm. The fishing boat did not detect any radioactive elements that could harm the body. The two were curious about the fishing boat and decided to go up and explore. The three people and the dog took good protection and finally climbed onto the fishing boat with some effort. The bodies on the deck were gone, leaving only some extremely broken bones. How sharp teeth must one have to chew even the bones? He resisted the nausea and used the detector to test the inside and outside of the fishing boat. There were still no radioactive elements. But Jiangning's concerns were still not dispelled, and he swept all the broken bones on the deck together. Well, it was detected this time. Damn. The book monster really drank nuclear wastewater. Fortunately, the radioactivity value is not large. As long as it is not exposed for a long time, it will not be dangerous to the body. Huishan checked the cockpit and confirmed that the fishing boat was still good. How about cleaning it and putting it away? I don't know how to drive a cruise ship, and there is only one yacht. What if it breaks down one day? Huishan knows how to drive a fishing boat. The living environment is getting worse and worse. Survival tools are non-renewable. It's better to be prepared. Jiangning was a little disgusted. We have to clean it up. First spray it to kill. Rinse it with water, and then brush it several times with disinfectant. Huishan had no objection and started to get busy. Thinking of the tide worms eating the dead body, Jiangning felt uneasy. She took out the globulin from her bag and injected it into Daodu. If there is a mistake, don't let it go. First improve the immunity. Jiangning felt guilty. Daodu, don't be so stupid in the future. Remember to hide when you encounter danger. She is Huishan's biological sister. If there is a mistake, he will go crazy. Sister-in-law, don't be nervous. I was just bitten. It's okay. Daodu was optimistic and comforted Jiangning. You have taken care of me for so many years and protected me many times. What's wrong with me catching a bug for you? Jiangning had mixed feelings. Silly child. Daodu hugged her. Sister-in-law, I like you. You are like my mother. There is a generation difference. Jiangning pinched the corner of her mouth. Your mouth is like honey. Give her a few candies, and Jiangning followed the spraying and washing work. Daodu wanted to help, but Jiangning didn't allow it. He disinfected her and the dog and stuffed them into the escape pod. It took a whole day to scrub the inside and outside of the fishing boat repeatedly, making it as shiny as a mirror. He was so tired that he couldn't straighten his back. But Jiangning still took out the yacht, disinfected it once, put the fishing boat into the space, and then released the two from the escape pod. The golden crow fell to the west. The three people and the dog had dinner on the yacht, and then returned to the submarine to spend the night on the seabed. Jiangning was very tired today, and fell asleep after washing up. I don't know how long I slept. The dog was scratching the door outside, barking a little anxiously. Chapter 427. Jiangning and Huishan quickly got up, and the dog made a whimpering sound and ran to Daodu's room. Huishan hurried in and found that his sister had a high fever and her face was red. He took the thermometer and it was almost 41 degrees. Jiangning quickly untied the gauze on her hand. The wound bitten by the tie worm was red and swollen. But there was no inflammation or pus. I didn't expect the tie worm to be so poisonous. Measure the heartbeat, blood oxygen, and pulse. The heartbeat was normal. The blood oxygen was 93. And the pulse was too fast and weak. Jiangning fed her antipyretic medicine. And Huishan adjusted the oxygen concentrator. Daodu, wake up. Daodu opened her eyes in a daze. And her voice was extremely weak. Brother, I feel uncomfortable. After adjusting the oxygen concentrator, Huishan put it on her. It's just a fever. It will be fine. Don't be afraid. There are several testing machines in the space. But there are no chemical reagents to draw blood for testing. Jiangning took out the electrocardiograph and monitored Daodu's heartbeat. There was no problem. It was just a high fever. Shivering all over. And vomiting repeatedly. How could he get infected with just one bite? I took the antipyretic medicine for less than 2 hours. And the fever just went down. And it burned up again. Physical cooling was the only way. Daodu looked at Huishan. Brother, am I going to die? No. You are just sick. And you will get better soon after taking the medicine. But I feel so bad. She held her brother's hand. And tears suddenly flowed down. Brother, I can't bear to leave you and my sister-in-law. And Coke. Huishan lowered his head and hugged her. You won't die. Brother won't let you die. Daodu snuggled in his arms. I just had a dream. I dreamed that I died. Dreams are not accurate. No. It's real. Daodu shivered all over. I eat by my uncle and cousin. Huishan was stiff all over. And suddenly raised his voice. Daodu. Dreams are the opposite. But Daodu felt that it was not a dream. It hurt so much. The feeling of the knife cutting her body was so real. She didn't know why she had such a dream. Her brother had taken her away. And it had been almost 10 years since he left. She couldn't even remember what her uncle and his cousin looked like. The dream was full of hideous faces. Huishan hugged his sister, patted her back constantly, suppressed the pain and said, You are just confused because of the fever. So you have a messy dream. Brother will not let you go through such a thing. And neither will Aining. We will protect you. Daodu thought of the 18th floor again. She was seriously ill that time. And it was her sister-in-law who knocked on the door and took her to the next room and fed her medicine. Brother, if I die, you have to take care of my sister-in-law. Plus my share. Huishan refused. No. Aining has taken care of you for so many years. When you grow up, when she gets old, you have to take care of her in person to repay her. Jiangning stood quietly outside the door with warm water, but did not knock for a long time. After a fever-reducing injection, Daodu finally fell asleep. Huishan had been on guard for a day. Tired, he made a cup of coffee and stood in front of the observation window, staring at the creatures swimming on the seabed in a trance. Jiangning came over and hugged him from behind, blaming himself and saying, I'm sorry. I hurt Daodu. Huishan turned around and hugged her tightly. It has nothing to do with you. It was a natural disaster. Besides, if it weren't for you protecting us, we might not be able to evacuate safely. Don't think too much. Okay? No one would know that this disaster was so tragic if he hadn't met Jiangning and hadn't had Jiangning's space. Even if he was mentally prepared, he would have been in a very bad state with Daodu, and might have died in the collision of plates. Disasters are hard to prevent. All the calculations of human beings are no match for the natural disasters that can move 1,000 pounds with a little effort. Ning promised me that no matter who is gone one day, you must live well. Don't blame yourself. And don't blame yourself for being powerless. You have done well enough. Every extra day we live is earned. Jiangning hugged him tightly, tears silently falling. Huishan lowered his head and gently wiped her tears. Why? Where is the fearless Ning? Now you are afraid. He kissed her forehead. Don't be afraid. I'm still here. We are all still here, taking care of his sister. Huishan did not ask anyone for help, and stayed up all night until dawn. Jiangning got up early to replace him. Go and rest. Daodu still had a fever repeatedly, and his throat was hoarse. Jiangning gave her antiviral drugs, Chinese medicine to boost immunity, and several bottles of intravenous drips. After drinking half a bowl of chicken soup, Daodu felt much more energetic. She looked at Jiangning sideways and couldn't help but smile. She was so sick that her smile was uglier than crying. Sister-in-law. I had a dream yesterday. What did you dream about? I dreamed that you were pregnant and gave birth to a son for your brother. Do you favor boys over girls? No. Douda held her hand. It's twins. And there's a daughter who calls me aunt. Jiang Ning was amused by her. Silly girl. How old are you? And you're already thinking about being an aunt. I really want to be an aunt. And I've been thinking about it for a long time. She couldn't help but look forward to it. You and your brother raised me. And I will also take care of my nephews and nieces in the future. Okay. When you recover from your illness, your brother and I will have children for you to play with. Douda put her hand on her head and asked with a smile, Sister-in-law. Is it true? I can't lie to you. Jiang Ning encouraged her. You have a fever now. It's the body's immune cells killing the virus. And when they are killed, your illness will get better. Doudu, your body is your own. Believe that you can kill the virus. And you will definitely be able to kill them. Douda nodded firmly. I can do it. But it was still very uncomfortable. I vomited several times in a row. And once I had a convulsion. It was sometimes mild and sometimes severe. Sometimes I slept for 7 or 8 hours without waking up. Once I even had difficulty breathing. Douda grabbed Jiang Ning's hand and refused to let go. Sister-in-law. If I die, can you take care of my brother and never leave him? Nonsense. How could you die? Jiang Ning wiped her sweat. You get through it soon. Doudu insisted. Can you take care of your brother? She was just a little kid. But she thought so much. If Douda really had any misfortune, Huishan might not blame her. And they could still live on. But this thorn could not be pulled out. And it was impossible to pretend that nothing had happened. It could only be buried deep. But what happened has happened. And it can never be erased. Douda knew it well. Otherwise she would not have asked her for it. Jiang Ning's eyes were filled with tears. Okay. Afraid of seeing her sad. Douda comforted her instead, Sister-in-law. I don't regret it. Jiang Ning was stunned. On the contrary. I'm very happy. You have protected and cared for me for so many years. If it weren't for you, I might have died long ago. The luckiest thing in my life is meeting my sister-in-law. And the same is true for my brother. Chapter 428. The more I feel sick, the more I think about it. The memories of these years kept coming to mind. If it weren't for Jiang Ning teaching, Douda might still be a people pleaser. Either trying to please others without any bottom line, or keeping everything in her heart and not telling her brother. It was Jiang Ning who corrected her shortcomings in time, helped her build confidence, and brought her closer to her brother. Douda threw herself into Jiang Ning's arms. Sister-in-law, I'm really glad that you are not the one who got hurt. Jiang Ning choked and hugged her tightly. The condition kept recurring, and the two of them were worried and took turns to stay by the bed. Once, they almost had to use a cardiotonic injection. After 5 days of fever, it finally came down. Not only Douda lost weight, Huishan and Jiang Ning also lost several pounds. And Guzi also had a poor appetite. All the tests that could be checked were checked. And all the indicators were low. But there was no obvious lesion in the organs. This battle was temporarily won. But it was actually very dangerous. If it weren't for the oxygen concentrator and so many drugs, I really could only leave it to fate. Huishan was still in shock. So he pulled Jiang Ning aside and asked, Is Douda really okay? Jiang Ning didn't dare to guarantee it. When he was in Aoyuan, Yang Weiman ate mutated squid and was fine after washing his stomach. So ancient viruses are not always lethal. It should be related to the specific type of virus, the amount of virus, and the host's physical fitness. Sea tie worms are invincible. When they encounter book monsters, they swallow them skin and bones. They must carry a lot of viruses in their bodies. Without detection methods, Jiang Ning is not sure whether the virus is killed or coexists with Doudu's cells. She didn't want him to be frightened. So she said tactfully, It should be fine. Take care of your body during this period and exercise more actively to improve your resistance. The monster drank so much nuclear wastewater and ate marine mutants for so many years and still survived. Douda was just bitten. Just continue to observe. Huishan was relieved and hugged her distressfully. Aining, you have worked hard during this period. As long as Douda is fine. Otherwise, she didn't dare to think about the future. Jiang Ning told Douda to rest well and tell her if he felt any discomfort. After a serious illness, Douda was very weak. But the joy of successfully surviving the ordeal made her smile. When she was in a bad mood, she saw many survivors die in front of her. And sometimes she thought that death might not be a bad thing. But when she was really on the verge of death, she really didn't want to die. And she was so greedy that she wanted to continue living. She wanted to eat delicious food, play with Coke, and have future nephews and nieces. Everything made her so reluctant to leave. Jiangning cared about Dowdu very much. Not only did she have rich and delicious meals 3 times a day, but she also took herbal medicine to regulate her body. Considering her weak body, the submarine stayed at the bottom of the sea and did not surface for air and sun, fearing that Dowdu would catch a cold. After waking up from a nap, Jiangning sat in front of the observation window drinking juice and reading magazines to kill the boring and long time. Dowdu suddenly came over, her voice full of panic. "Sister-in-law, I don't feel well." Jiangning looked up and saw that her face was pale, and beads of sweat kept pouring from her forehead. He couldn't help but jump in shock. "What's wrong with you?" I. Dowdu was too embarrassed to speak, and blushed and said, "I'm bleeding." "Where is the bleeding?" Jiangning checked her face and hands, and there were no strange lumps. I am bleeding there." Dowdu held her stomach tightly. Tears could not help falling. "Sister-in-law, I am going to die." "Where?" Jiangning was stunned, watching her holding her stomach tightly, and it took a long time for him to realize it. It was her fault. She taught her everything except physiological knowledge. Dowdu is almost 15 years old, the age of menarche. Jiangning quickly comforted her. "You are not sick. You have grown up." Hearing his sister crying, Huishan came out of the room. "Dowdu, what's wrong with you?" Although he didn't know much about physiology, he still knew the difference between men and women. Thinking of bleeding from that place, Dowdu felt particularly ashamed and didn't know how to tell his brother. She hesitated and didn't say anything, and her tears fell even harder. Her pants were wet, and she hid behind Jiangning awkwardly, not daring to let her brother see. Jiangning yelled at him. "It has nothing to do with you. Don't ask around. Go back quickly." Huishan was so confused by the yelling that he didn't know what to say, so he had to touch his head and go back to the room. Jiangning took Dowdu back to the room and gave her some knowledge about female physiology. "Dowdu, when a girl grows up, she will have her period every month. From today on, you are an adult." Dowdu was confused and took a while to digest it. It turned out that she had grown up and was no longer a child. It was great that she could be independent, and her brother and sister-in-law didn't have to take care of her everywhere. Although humans were extinct, who knew what would happen in the future? Jiangning also gave her some knowledge about sex. Such a beautiful girl. What if she was kidnapped by a bad man one day and someone died? I dare not even think about it. Dowdu was even more confused after hearing this, and felt vaguely embarrassed. Her face flushed. She lowered her head and pinched the corner of her clothes, and said fearfully, "Sister-in-law, I won't let men touch me. Not even for a moment." As she said that, her soft and sweet face suddenly became fierce. "If they dare to touch a hair on my head, I will kill them." Jiangning was frightened by her. "Well, then there is no need to be so excited. Those who are sincere without reason are either traitors or thieves. Just stay away from them. Even if you meet someone you like one day, you must carefully consider before making a decision. Don't give yourself up easily. Remember, you must know how to protect yourself. If conditions do not allow, do not get pregnant." Zheng Weili and Xiao Min are living examples. But Zheng Weili is lucky enough to survive. Dowdu nodded. Perhaps after experiencing this, it was as if they had a common secret, and the relationship between the sister-in-law and the aunt suddenly became closer. Dowdu was curious and did not control her mouth for a while. "Sister-in-law, why did you let my brother touch you?" My brother and sister-in-law would find strange noises at night, as if they were fighting. But not. In short, it made people feel strange and embarrassed. So she could only hold it in her heart and dare not ask. I dare not ask anything. I pretended that I was dead asleep. Secretly observing the next day, my brother and sister-in-law seemed to be closer, as if nothing happened last night. It's so strange. Jiangning took a breath of cold air. She was really wearing a cotton-padded jacket, which was windproof. Facing Dowdu's clear eyes, Jiangning could not avoid it, and could only simply say, "Because your brother is very good. He is a person worth entrusting with." Dowdu also thought so. Sister-in-law is good. Brother is also good. Jiang Ning touched her head. Daodu, if you meet someone you like in the future, he must be better than your brother in all aspects, so that you can entrust yourself. Understand? Yeah. But Daodu thought that there might be no better man than her brother in the world. At least in all these years. She has never seen anyone better and more powerful than her brother. Jiang Ning went back to her room and took out a few packs of sanitary napkins. Hui Yishan suddenly realized. Daodu has grown up? Chapter 429. Hui Yishan may not have understood it before, but after living with Jiang Ning for 9 years, he understood everything he should understand. Jiang Ning did not hide it. Well, your sister has grown up. Hui Yishan was stunned for a moment, feeling a little happy, but also a little disappointed. What's wrong? Jiang Ning touched his chin. Daodu has grown up. Are you still not happy? Of course I'm happy, but I feel that time has passed so quickly. Jiang Ning laughed at him. Do you feel the melancholy of an old father who will marry his daughter sooner or later? Hui Yishan opened his mouth and said after a long pause, well, you have become an old mother too. But no matter what, growing up is something worth celebrating. If the parents in the underworld knew, they would definitely be very relieved. Raising a child in the end times is not an easy thing. Especially Daodu is raised so well. Most of it is thanks to Jiang Ning. He hugged Jiang Ning and kissed her. Aining, thank you. You have worked hard all these years. In a good mood? Jiang Ning teased him. So, how are you going to thank me? As they kissed, he went deeper and deeper. Well, I give you my life. Jiang Ning laughed. You are so insincere. Why do I want your life? Hui Yishan thought for a moment and whispered in her ear. Can I give you my body? Jiang Ning kicked him. Be serious. She delivered a sanitary napkin to Daodu, and turned to the door and gave Hui Yishan a look. What are you doing? Wash yourself. After staying in the submarine for 5 days, Daodu's menstrual period was over. Lon Lon persisted in scratching the itch, and finally rubbed the whale barnacles on her body. It has not appeared for 2 or 3 days. The seabed was terrifyingly quiet. The marine life outside the observation window went from being amazed to being bored. No matter how beautiful the jellyfish or the strange creatures were, they could no longer stir up the 3 people and the dog. When they sat down to eat, there was either the sound of chopsticks hitting the plate, the sound of chewing food, and each other's breathing. Even the dog snoring was no longer cute, and it even made people feel depressed and irritated. Jiang Ning knew that deep-sea claustrophobia had occurred. The strange creatures, dim light, and cramped environment would make people feel suffocated if they stayed there for a long time. In order to alleviate the symptoms, the submarine surfaced. The free space, warm sunshine, wide view, and soothing music softened the hearts of the 3 people and the dog. They all looked more pleasing to each other. Jiang Ning sat on the submarine and happily cracked melon seeds with Dodo. Hui Yishan and the dog didn't like these and patrolled the sea area alternately. After cracking the melon seeds, seeing that he frowned, Jiang Ning asked in confusion, What's wrong? Hui Yishan looked at the sea in the distance. I always feel like something is staring at us. There is no need to question the 6th sense of the special police, especially those who have lived 2 lives. Jiang Ning took the telescope and looked around twice, but found nothing. Hui Yishan reminded, Our telescope is not the best. Thinking of the strange creatures in the ocean and the mutated book monsters, Jiang Ning was horrified again. You mean? Someone is watching us from a farther distance. But we just didn't notice it. Hui Yishan had no evidence, but he felt like he was being spied on. Moreover, this feeling was not good. Jiang Ning has space, and 3 people and a dog can live comfortably. But he is an ordinary person after all, and he has not stockpiled the top equipment. But it is not ruled out that others cannot do it. Ordinary people may not have this strength. But what if it is a group or a country? This is not a joke. There are more than 200 countries in the world. Natural disasters and apocalypse are indeed tragic. But don't underestimate the will to survive of humans or countries. Why are you staring at us? Jiang Ning frowned slightly. Watching me and Daodu eating melon seeds? Hui thought deeply. It is not ruled out that I am sensitive. It is better to be safe than sorry. The 3 people and the dog took a deep breath, and the submarine sank again. Hui Yishan was cautious. The 2 drove the submarine away from the sea area, and Daodu and Guzi monitored from different observation windows. No unusual movement for the time being. Sailed hundreds of miles and anchored again. It was dark. And the seabed was dark. Jiang Ning sat in the bedroom, flipping through a magazine, but couldn't see clearly. Do you think it will get harder and harder in the future? She was referring to man-made disasters. Hui Yishan felt that this was inevitable. Before the land sank. Even though the human disaster was serious, most countries still tried their best to save the world. But as the plates broke, when the country became country, they had weapons or equipment in their hands, which were much more advanced than ordinary survivors. Once they faced the danger of survival, they would tear off the mask of the country, and it was very likely to brew a greater human disaster. The scarcer the resources, the more serious the plunder. Even if you don't provoke others, others will come to you. Unable to see the future, Jiang Ning could only comfort himself that there would be a way out when the car reached the mountain. What you think about during the day, you will dream about at night. Jiang Ning dreamed that she was besieged. The submarine was broken and leaking, and she was submerged up to her neck. She was squeezed under the cover of the submarine, and she couldn't open it no matter what she did. The cold sea water flooded her nose. Her body struggled violently, and she opened her eyes suddenly. But she couldn't see her hand in front of her. A Ning? Hui Yishan reached out and hugged her. Are you having a nightmare? Jiang Ning panted, buried in his arms, and didn't speak. Hui Yishan turned on the light, patted her back gently, and then poured a cup of warm water and handed it to her. Looking at the watch, it was only 1 a.m. After drinking the water, she continued to sleep. But it was like a pancake. Hui Yishan stretched out his hand and let her sleep on his arm, listening to his breathing and heartbeat. She fell asleep without knowing when. When she got up in the morning to change clothes, the submarine shook violently. Jiang Ning quickly grabbed the safety rod. Otherwise he would have fallen down. Lan Lan is here? No. The impact was much stronger, and even people could be knocked out. The two hurried out and ran to the number 1 and number 3 observation windows respectively. The collision continued, one after another. In a rhythmic manner, the huge monster swam through the observation window, blocking all the light. After waiting for about 10 seconds, Jiang Ning finally saw the true face of the impactor in the weak light. It was Lan Lan again. What kind of madness did it have? Jiang Ning continued to observe, and saw Lan Lan circling around the submarine, hitting it from time to time. The impact force had a great impact on people, but it was not enough to damage the submarine. But it could not be allowed to cause damage like this. Doubt it came to help. Jiang Ning was about to drive the submarine away when Hui Yishan came over from window number 3. Lan Lan was attacked by other submarines and injured. Other submarines? No. Lan Lan is a mutant blue whale. Who dares to provoke it easily with such a huge size? Do you think it has a long life? It has a spear gun stuck on its back, which was fired from the submarine. Hui Yishan was thoughtful. Lan Lan keeps hitting our submarine. It should be asking for help from us. Help? Chapter 430. Asking for help? That makes sense. All creatures have spirits. Whales are relatively docile creatures in the ocean. There are many examples of them asking humans for help when they encounter difficulties. For example, when they are strangled by fishing nets or ropes, or when their bodies are covered with whale barnacles and the pain is unbearable. Lan Lan kept circling around the submarine, making a whining sound. Could it be that I have really developed feelings for it by letting it rub against me during this period of time? This made Jiang Ning feel troubled. Lan Lan is so huge and has mutated. Who dares to approach it easily? Not to mention pulling out the spear gun from it. It would be swallowed in one gulp. Not even enough to fill the gaps between teeth. However, Lan Lan continued to hit it, and the force was getting stronger and stronger. It was clear that if we didn't help it, it would most likely go out of control and run away. Jiang Ning planned quickly. The fastest speed of the submarine was 30 knots, and the normal speed of the blue whale was 20 kilometers per hour, and it could reach 50 kilometers per hour when sprinting. The speed difference was not much, but the key was that it had mutated now. No one dared to take risks with their lives easily. Jiang Ning discussed with Hui Yishan and unanimously decided to run away. Run as soon as you say run. At full speed, the 3 people and the dog were hoping for the best. What if Lan Lan didn't catch up? Ideals are rich, but reality is skinny. Lan Lan not only caught up, but also faster than expected. 2688 went left. It went left. 2688 went right. It went right. After chasing for an hour, it still didn't give up. Jiang Ning was about to be tortured by it. What should I do now? Hui frowned. How about helping it pull it out? If they continue to follow like this, the wound will become more and more serious, and it may really tear the submarine apart if it goes crazy and exposes its ferocity. It may not be torn to pieces, but 2,688 will definitely not get a good result. The submarine is not equipped with heavy weapons, but it still has spears and spear guns. However, with a size as large as Lon Lon, it is impossible to kill it with one shot. The fate of angering it is even worse. After thinking about it, Jiang Ning can only decide to take a risk. The submarine stopped moving and slowly surfaced. Fearing that it was not safe, Daodu and Guzi stayed in the submarine, and Jiang Ning and Huishan dragged the assault boat out. Lon Lon then surfaced, and there was indeed a spear gun stuck on his back, with a diameter of about 20 centimeters. As for how deep it was stuck, it was not possible to judge for the time being. The spear guns equipped with 2,688 are not equipped, and the submarine that attacked Lon Lon is not the same type. Jiang Ning does not understand. Even if there are submariners who are forced by the food crisis and want to shoot marine life, they should find small ones. Once a whale falls, everything will come to life. Before the end of the world, the conventional establishment of submarines is about 40 people. If Lon Lon is successfully shot, there will be no worries about meat for at least several years. The key is how to preserve it, unless there are far more than one submarine, and the number of people is very large. Fearing accidents, Jiang Ning put on protective clothing, tied himself and Huishan together with a rope, and paddled the speedboat to swim towards Lon Lon. Lon Lon saw the two and swam in circles for more than 10 minutes. Not sensing any ill will, she slowly swam towards the two. Jiang Ning did not rush to use the spear gun, and carefully stroked Lon Lon. Oh my god! She actually stroked a whale in the apocalypse. And it might be the largest whale in the world. There were still some whale barnacles on its body. Jiang Ning gently stroked its back, hoping to build a certain trust between them before helping it to pull out the spear gun. As he stroked, milky white liquid kept seeping up from the seawater. Jiang Ning was surprised at first, then reacted. Lon Lon was a female whale, and she was still breastfeeding. Where was the baby whale? Jiang Ning had never seen one. Usually, with the protection of the mother whale, the baby whale would not be eaten by other animals. But the baby whale was gone. Looking at the spear gun on its back, Jiang Ning guessed that it had probably been hunted. After touching it for more than 10 minutes, Lan Lan's body got closer and closer. Jiang Ning and Huishan swam towards its injured back, and the two of them worked together to hold the thick spear gun. As soon as it was touched, Lon Lon felt pain and began to struggle. With such a huge body, the slightest movement would cause countless waves, and the speedboat was almost thrown out. However, Lon Lon seemed to be able to sense that the two were helping it, and its struggle was not particularly obvious. It would definitely not be able to bear it if it was tossed around a few more times. Jiang Ning and Huishan saw the right opportunity, and the two of them hugged the spear gun again and pulled it up with force. As blood splattered, Lon Lon let out a painful wail. The long whistle of the blue whale was particularly loud. Even though Jiang Ning had prepared and plugged his ears tightly with earplugs, he still felt a buzzing in his ears, and even felt pain. The spear gun was heavy, and Huishan had to hold it with great effort to prevent it from falling into the sea. The waves came over, and the two fell awkwardly on the assault boat. After the severe pain, Lon Lon dived into the sea, and then floated up again, and the water column sprayed straight into the sky. The water column was more than 10 meters high. The sunlight shone on the scattered water mist column, and it actually reflected a rainbow, which looked like a blooming firework. Jiang Ning was extremely surprised. Is it thanking us? Huishan was surprised. It should be. After spraying the water column, Lon Lon turned over in the water to express her gratitude. But the waves pushed the speedboat further away. Its body rose and fell several times, and then slowly sank into the sea. The two stabilized the speedboat and returned to the submarine with the spear gun. Before getting off the boat, Huishan looked around the sea with a telescope, and his expression was serious again. The familiar feeling of being spied on came again. This time, Jiang Ning also noticed it. There were no ships or submarines within the reach of the telescope, but something seemed to be spying in the dark. Having a bad feeling, the two did not stay too long, returned to the submarine with the spear gun, and dived to a suitable depth. The two guarded the submarine. Huishan and Jiang Ning looked at the spear gun. The light of the flashlight fell on the spear gun shaft, which was engraved with words. The specific words were unclear, but from the shape, it was a genuine book language. No wonder he was so experienced in killing whales. It turned out to be a cold-blooded whale-killing master book monster. Some evils are innate. Even when they are in the apocalypse and drinking nuclear wastewater, they still have the instinct to kill whales. Still the same question. Why do the book monsters want to kill such big whales? How many mouths do they have? When he was stroking Lon Lon just now, Jiang Ning found that it still had several wounds on its body, which seemed to have been through a fight. Robbed Sawadika's fishing boats, shot whales with submarine weapons, and had a sense of voyeurism from time to time. Jiang Ning had a bad feeling that there were definitely a lot of book monsters. Even though they have already traveled hundreds of miles, they still caught up. It seems that 2,688 is already in their pockets. In fact, if submarines fight, it is not certain who will win. If they just want to eat 3 people and a dog alive, even if they win, the submarine will definitely be damaged, and hunting is not worthwhile at all. It is true that the book is weird and perverted, but it will not do business at a loss. There must be something that is the reason why they must take action. Huishan looked serious. They may have discovered your space. Jiang Ning was surprised, but he thought it was reasonable. Chapter 431. The 3 people and 1 dog were well fed and well fed. Unlike those who had lived in submarines for a long time. Perhaps earlier, when they switched to escape pods or yachts, or even when they collected Sawadika's fishing boats, they had been targeted. They hesitated to act because they wanted to make sure. The little book that played with biological and chemical weapons and nuclear wastewater was originally a monster that ate raw meat and drank blood. If they knew Jiang Ning's secret, it would be strange if they didn't try every means to capture him alive and slice him up for research. If they succeed, Jiang Ning will be worse off than dead. The 2 of them didn't even know where the book monsters were, how many people, and how many weapons they had. So it was not easy to get rid of them. Hui had a bad feeling. From the time he found the fishing boat to the second voyage, he had sailed more than 200 nautical miles. But he was still within the sight of the book monsters. This was not something an ordinary person could do. And it was most likely the military. Jiang Ning was surprised. The little book military? The island country was destroyed in seconds, and the collision of the plates couldn't kill them. They were indeed a group of monsters. The blood of history tells the world that once you fall into the hands of these monsters, your fate will be horrible. They are crazier than mad dogs. They are not the pair of Crouching Dragon and Phoenix in Qinggang Base and Lelong Base, which can be easily dealt with by only 3 people and 1 dog. While thinking about the countermeasures, the submarine shook again. The book monster came so quickly? Dowdu ran over to ventilate. Brother, Lon Lon is here again. This time it was not squatting to tickle, not hitting, but using his head to push the submarine, swinging back and forth. Dowdu frowned. What does Lon Lon want to do? Jiang Ning thought. Maybe it wants to remind us to run quickly. Before understanding the enemy's strength, running away is the right thing to do. Jiang Ning's ultimate goal is to survive, not to fight with Benzi. Run! Full speed. This run lasted for 3 hours. And the dog suddenly barked at the observation window number 3. Woof! Jiang Ning hurried to the rear of the cabin and stared with a telescope. There is indeed a submarine following. I don't know if it's too far away or the light on the seabed is insufficient. It feels that the other party is not big, and it is a black mass that can't be seen clearly. She continued to observe and found 2 more shadows, forming a shape and chasing closely. Oh my god! It's 3 against 1. Sister-in-law. Dowdu shouted at the number 2 observation window. It's chasing us. Jiang Ning came to the number 2 window and saw a shadow on the right wing. If there is one on the right wing, there must be one on the left wing. Oh my god! She is fighting 5 alone. What can she do? She can only bear it. I hope the big country's manufacturing is strong and durable. When Huishan learned that there were 5 submarines chasing closely, he looked serious. The military base built a lot of submarines, thinking that they would be used to fight against marine disasters and mutant creatures. They designed defense weapons, but not to fight against the same kind. The mutants didn't rush to surround 2688, but the book monsters opened fire. Huishan pressed the emergency button and activated the submarine's external anti-collision device, the Hedgehog spikes. Lu Chung and his 1926 used them to crash through the Eagle Sauce submarine and scare Maple Leaf away. I hope it works. Although the book monsters pursue craftsmanship in all industries, they have made many mistakes. Instructor Sue introduced the hedgehog spikes, which are hard defensive weapons made of rare alloys, and are still very trustworthy. Just as the external defense was completed, the submarine suddenly shook violently. The shaking was not large, as if something blunt hit the submarine's tail. Not a large tonnage collision, but a sharp object. Spear gun. The book monster fired a spear gun and hit the number 3 observation window of 2688. Jiang Ning immediately came to the tail, and the observation window was intact. Fortunately, she had foresight and closed the steel protective door on the outer layer of the glass in advance. The observation window is the weakest part of the submarine, which shows that the book monster is determined to penetrate the submarine and capture the 3 people and the dog alive. Unfortunately, the country is smart enough to turn the submarine into a steel monster in order to withstand the attack of tsunamis and other disasters. It can even withstand the tsunami caused by the collision of plates. So there is no need for the monster's spear gun to show off. The submarine is protected by hedgehog spikes on both sides. The head is relatively vulnerable now, but the quality of the monster's spear gun makes Jiang Ning feel a little relieved. Just thinking this, 2688 was suddenly hit hard and was pushed out heavily on the seabed. Jiang Ning was thrown out and hit the wall heavily. At once, many objects flew out. The dog was thrown and hit the ground with a thud. Daodu was hit hard on the head as well. Jiang Ning grabbed the safe and climbed up, shouting, "Daodu, take Coke back to the room and fasten the seat belt." Damn it. He's really crazy. Do you think others are soft persimmons? She's going to kill them. Daodu was hit by hail before, and it took a long time to recover from the concussion. And now he was hit again. Coke is the same. Although he is strong now, he is already a middle-aged dog. If anything happened to the two of them, she would chop the book monster into pulp and feed it to the shark. Just as Jiang Ning was cursing, she felt that 2688 was rushed far away. But she did not notice that the black submarine that hit it was bounced back even further. The other party was full of confidence. And at the same time as they hit at full speed, the hedgehog spikes on the outside of 2688 broke through the outer wall of their submarine. For a moment, all the submarine personnel were thrown out, and the equipment was frantically alarming. There was a whoosh, flying 360 degrees, and then falling heavily, and the brain burst on the spot. Everyone got up in a panic and rushed to the control room to stabilize. But the button was out of order, and no matter how many times they pressed it, it was useless. The joystick was lifted up and pressed down, but there was no response. Bagayalu. Beast. Water. Water seeped in. Seawater continued to seep in. How could this happen? It was obviously the strongest blunt weapon of the Empire. Everyone was stunned when they saw the seawater seeping in. This was an Imperial battleship. An underwater fortress. Beast. Some of the quick-reacting ones tried to contact other submarines, but their communicators were already soaked in the sea. The seawater rushed in frantically, soon reaching above the knees. 2 timid people ran to the hatch. Yummy. They didn't want to die, but the hatch was locked and couldn't be opened from the inside. He was so anxious that he slapped his body, but his body was suddenly pierced by the sharp samurai sword, and blood gushed out. Not only him, but the one next to him was also stabbed to death. Coward. Don't deserve to live. Knowing that he couldn't escape, the book monster holding the samurai sword raised the knife and stabbed it into his abdomen, shouting, "For the Empire." The remaining few couldn't help singing. The song was gentle, like a mother's call, and more like cherry blossoms flying all over the sky. At the end of the song, the sea water submerged their necks. Chapter 432. Huishan and Jiang Ning were completely unaware of what was happening over there. They quickly stabilized their bodies and worked together to control the submarine to stabilize. They have 5 submarines. Before Jiang Ning finished speaking, he saw several black shadows coming out of 2688 and quickly forming a team in front. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 submarines in total. No, they are not submarines. The hexagonal underwater aircraft is much smaller than 2688, but faster. Moreover, they are actually riveting underwater. The 2 ships merged into one, with a larger volume and heavier tonnage. Wow, this is not a submarine, but a detachable and reassembled underwater mobile fortress. It has to be admitted that the small book is limited by the regional environment. Facing the rising sea level, it is impossible to expand the land area. They can only turn their eyes to the vast ocean. Although there is no military sovereignty, it does not hinder their idea of building an underwater city. Jiang Ning thought it was just an idea, but he didn't expect it to become a reality. The polygonal diamond device in front of him is more like an underwater aircraft, which can be disassembled and assembled vertically and horizontally at will, which is quite like Transformers. Although the size of a single aircraft is less than half of that of 2688, it is quite powerful once assembled. If there are enough of them, it is entirely possible to form a base. When it can be combined into a whole, both the volume and tonnage are sufficient to cope with the changing weather at sea. When encountering a big storm, it can be combined into small pieces in time. Due to its relatively fast flying speed and familiarity with the sea conditions, it is enough to avoid most disasters. Xiao Binzi is good at making a small profit with a big investment. And he is the kind of person who seeks wealth and honor in danger. And he especially likes to launch sneak attacks or invasions. They were extremely confident. Otherwise, they wouldn't have rushed over with their eyes closed. But once they realized their mistakes, they could correct them immediately. Look! They transformed. Transform. 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 6 aircrafts combined vertically and horizontally, and completed the fusion on the seabed. Both tonnage and attack increased dramatically. Having died once, they cherished their lives more. Before knowing the combat power of the other party, Jiang Ning and Huishan would not be stupid enough to force a head-on collision. When they merged, they ran at full speed without blinking. 2688 ran in front, and the aircraft of the book monster was chasing closely behind. If there is any shortcoming of their aircraft, it is that it is large and slow, and its movements are not as agile as before. In the vast seabed, an exciting game of chasing each other is being played. The book monster is biting very hard, chasing from day to night, and never gives up. The ancestors fought bloody battles for 14 years, and won with millet and rifles. Jiang Ning has no reason to be timid. She is very confident in the 2688 that has just been launched. It has not experienced the tsunami caused by the collision of plates. Not only is the nuclear power fuel sufficient, but the performance of other components is also the best. But the flying machines of the book monsters are different. They have been tossing around in the sea for several years. Even if they are lucky, they should have experienced countless storms, and are already old. Wear them out. So, they chased them from night to day again. Jiang Ning took the time to look at his watch, and his brows furrowed. The weather seems wrong. Huishan also noticed it. It was already 10 o'clock in the morning. But the light on the seabed was getting darker and darker. And the speed and direction of the ocean currents were also changing rapidly. According to Lu Cheng's more than 10 years of experience at sea, a new storm may be coming soon. Jiang Ning wanted to avoid the disaster, but the monsters were chasing them relentlessly. If they were not dealt with, there would be endless troubles. 2688 continued to sail at full speed in the increasingly dangerous ocean current, and the monsters behind them were still following them. After running for a day and a night, they were already tired, and their mentality finally began to collapse. Several times, they tried their best to catch up and hit 2688's buttocks. But Huishan and Jiang Ning dodged them in time. Now, they are getting more and more manic. The submarine detected abnormal water flow, and the alarm began to light up. Huishan's face changed. Not good. There seems to be a vortex ahead. Undersea vortex? Jiang Ning heard from Lu Cheng that the underwater vortex is a spiral motion formed by the collision of 2 or more ocean currents and sea monsoons under the influence of the Earth's rotation. The destructive power generated by different vortex sizes is completely different. The small one is less than 1 meter, and the large one can reach hundreds of meters. It is a magical existence similar to a black hole in the ocean. Once such a disaster occurs, the consequences are unimaginable. For example, in the dangerous waters of the Bermuda Triangle, hundreds of planes and ships have mysteriously disappeared for no reason. After the collision of the plates, the sea became more dangerous due to the different terrain. As the voyage went deeper, the ocean currents and weather became more and more complicated. There were thunder and lightning on the sea, and a storm. Multiple ocean currents collided on the seabed, and the whirlpool expanded wildly. The alarm sounded shrilly, and Huishan looked serious. If we don't dodge, we will be sucked in. Doughty shouted anxiously from behind. Brother and sister-in-law, They are speeding up and hitting us again. They were anxious. Binzi and the others were very anxious. Jiang Ning was also a ruthless person, and gritted his teeth and said, "Go forward. If one prospers, all prosper. If one suffers, all suffer." Hui deeply believed in Jiang Ning and resolutely rushed towards the vortex. The suction force of the underwater vortex was very strong. 2688 began to lose control, and the early warning device frantically alarmed when it was only a dozen meters away from the vortex. The underwater aircraft of the book monster rushed up frantically, and the submarine suddenly disappeared. The book monster in the front cockpit had already been exhausted, but still reached the highest speed and launched a crazy collision again. For the glory of the Empire, let alone the storm at sea, even if they were to be shattered to pieces, these people must be captured and taken back for research. As long as the secret is cracked, the Empire will regain hope. They were about to hit 2688, but he suddenly disappeared, and a huge underwater vortex appeared in front of them like a ghost. They knew there was a storm, and the underwater currents were complicated. But with 2688 blocking them, the book monster didn't know that he was facing an underwater vortex. Now he suddenly appeared in front of them, like a devil with a green face and fangs, suddenly opening his bloody mouth and rushing over. Awe, curses and screams intertwined. They braked in a hurry, trying to avoid the underwater vortex. 6 controllers fired simultaneously, and the aircraft braked suddenly, and those who were chasing Red Eye were thrown out one after another, more than 30 meters away from the seabed whirlpool. The aircraft finally braked successfully by injuring 800 enemies and 1,000 of its own. However, due to the strong attraction, the aircraft still approached the seabed whirlpool, regardless of being hit. They got up in a panic and wanted to turn and leave. Oops. The aircraft hit the target at an excessive speed before, and the alarm issued a crazy warning, and the whole system was locked, and it would take time to unlock it. Facing the increasingly close black hole on the seabed, they hurriedly unlocked the device in an attempt to regain control. However, a huge monster suddenly rushed out from behind and slammed into the combined aircraft. The aircraft lost control and accelerated into the whirlpool on the seabed. With the shrill screams of the book monster, the black diamond-shaped aircraft was sucked in. Chapter 433. The flying vehicle that knocked over the book monster quickly fled from the whirlpool on the seabed, floating in the raging waves, making a deafening wail. The black hole on the seabed expanded wildly, as if it was going to swallow up everything in the world. It took a lot of mental effort for Jiang Ning to stop the submarine that was running at full speed. Fortunately, the submarine was not very fast. If it was a helicopter at full speed, it would probably have cut the space to pieces. Of course, this was just Jiang Ning's guess. After all, there was only one space, and she would not try it easily unless it was a life-and-death crisis. The submarine stopped steadily in space. Seeing that she looked tired and could not stand steadily, Huishan quickly reached out to support her. "Aining, are you okay?" "No problem." Jiang Ning quickly sat down. Huishan took out a chocolate, peeled off the wrapper and stuffed it into her mouth. Replenish some energy. Jiang Ning felt dizzy and leaned her head on his shoulder. I wonder if the book monster was sucked into the vortex on the seabed. Even if it wasn't, it would be enough for them to drink a pot. After they recovered a little, the two hurriedly checked Dao and Guzi. "Are you injured?" Thinking of the two falling to the ground, Jiang Ning couldn't help but want to throw the book away. The dog was fine, and it kept wagging its tail after recovering. Dao felt a little nauseous and wanted to vomit, and her head was dizzy from time to time. Jiang Ning checked her carefully. Fortunately, there was no major problem. After chasing for a day and a night, both the spirit and the body were at their limit. After fixing the items that fell in the submarine, Jiang Ning and Huishan placed the food on the dining table and invited the two to come and feast. The world is big, but dry rice is the biggest. Steamed lion head, but it jumps over the wall. Swimming crab, braised beef, seasonal vegetables. The portion was quite large, and the three people and the dog were full. After a short rest, they washed up and went to sleep. Jiang Ning rested her head on Huishan's arm and said thoughtfully, "Tell Dao about the space." Dao is very smart. Huishan taught her very well. She is so well behaved that she doesn't ask anything. But it doesn't mean that she knows nothing. Growing up in an orphanage, experiencing natural disasters in 2 lives, and seeing the darkness of human nature, Jiang Ning was destined to be sensitive and suspicious. Without several times of living and dying together, it would be difficult for her to trust others unconditionally. In fact, Dowdu was also raised by her. The two have had a very good relationship in the past few years. Jiang Ning is Bo's sister-in-law, sister and mother. Dowdu has experienced 9 years of natural disasters and can rush to save her in times of danger. When facing the threat of death, she is not resentful, but grateful and reluctant. She even entrusted Huishan to her. Jiang Ning wanted to laugh. This child is smart and grateful. She knows everything. Her decision surprised Huishan a little. Are you sure? It's not that I don't believe Dowdu, but I'm worried about the uncertainty of the future. Jiang Ning leaned in his arms. But you don't know what will happen tomorrow. Dowdu is so smart. Hiding it from her is just a trick. Let's just tell the truth. She was tired of always using Huishan as a shield. As for the future, let's wait and see. Who knows if there is a future? Okay. I tell her. Huishan hugged her tightly. Aining, no matter what the future holds, I will face it with you. Good. Bad. The two slept in each other's arms, very close in body and heart. After waking up, Huishan and Jiang Ning opened the hatch and walked out to check the outer wall of the submarine. It was indeed strong enough. Even if it was hit by the book monster, there was not even a scratch left. The two stayed outside for a while. Even the dog crawled out to eat the cabbage grown in the black soil garden. But Dowdu never came out. Jiang Ning returned to the submarine and debugged the equipment in the control room. Huishan sat on the submarine. Dowdu, come up. Dowdu, who was resting in the room, climbed out of the hatch, facing the black soil garden with fragrant fruits and vegetables, the lush medicinal fields, and the rows of large trucks, familiar cruise ships and yachts. Dowdu's face was full of surprise. Surprised, but not that surprised. The brother and sister sat on the submarine, and Huishan handed her a glass of juice. Dowdu, do you remember how many times we escaped death with these food, medicinal herbs, and escape tools? Dowdu drank the juice. Many times. Sorry. Brother lied to you. Huishan was frank. This is space. It is gaining opportunity in the end times, not compensation from our parents. Dowdu understood, but not very well. What is space? To be honest, Huishan couldn't explain it clearly. It's like a fairy's cloth bag. You can put things in and take them out. It's a place to store things. He spent some time to explain Jiang Ning's space to his sister. The space originated before the natural disaster, and it was stimulated by the blessings accumulated by Aining ancestors. Maybe when the end of the world ends one day, it will disappear. Dowdu thought. Is it because you, brother, have accumulated blessings? So you met your sister-in-law? Huishan smiled. Well, maybe it's the virtue I accumulated in my previous life. He gently placed his hand on his sister's shoulder. Dowdu, the space belongs to Aining, and she decides everything. She loves us and only shares it with us. Even if our relationship is close, we can't take it for granted. Dowdu nodded. Yes. Huishan taught by example. Space is just space. It is usually used for storage and to save lives at critical moments. It appears unexpectedly and may disappear at any time. We can't be lazy and greedy because of the protection of space. We can only become stronger by ourselves, not by borrowing external things. Dowdu looked at the things in front of her, her eyes firm and clear. Brother, I know. Huishan rubbed her head. Do you like Aining? Yes, Dowdu said without hesitation. She is like mother. Huishan laughed. She is your sister-in-law. Without her, you might not exist. You must respect and love her in this life. Okay? Dowdu was very happy. Yes. Jiang Ning checked the performance of the submarine and restored the alarm program. There were no major problems in other aspects. There were footsteps behind him. Even with his eyes closed, he could guess that it was Dowdu. Unexpectedly, she suddenly hugged Jiang Ning from behind and said excitedly, Sister-in-law? The little girl looked happy and smiled like a flower. Jiang Ning was in a good mood. There are delicious food on the table. Don't let it get cold. Thank you, sister-in-law. Dowdu suddenly stood on tiptoe, kissed Jiang Ning on the cheek, and then ran to eat the food. Huishan, who followed behind her, Jiang Ning, who was kissed by the little girl, The two looked at each other. Both of them were a little amused, seeing Dowdu sharing food with Guzi. Jiang Ning was in a good mood and couldn't help humming a song. Jiang Ning asked in a low voice. Did you tell her? Well, she actually knows everything. Huishan was in a good mood as well. Our honesty made her so happy that she dared to jump up and kiss you. Jiang Ning's eyes moved. Are you jealous? Huishan touched his nose. What am I jealous of? You and Dao have a good relationship. And I am the happiest one. Jiang Ning gave him a rich look. TSK. Being teased by his wife. Huishan used his body to block their gaze, and kissed her on the face. Ning. Thank you. Thank you for what? Chapter 434. Huishan said nothing, holding her hand with his fingers intertwined, his eyes full of affection. Jiang Ning glanced at him. How many years have we been together? He was getting more and more annoying. No matter how many years it has been. My feelings for you have only increased. It was just love before. But now there is also an inseparable family relationship. And it feels like it is not enough. After checking everything, the two began to discuss the problem of going out. The seabed vortex does not exist all the time. Its formation requires special conditions. And it will not last very long. The three people and the dog ate and slept in the space. It had been nearly 10 hours. Even the strongest whirlpools on the seafloor had disappeared. However, for safety reasons, it was better not to use the submarine. Instead, they took the escape capsule to explore the situation first. So, the three people and the dog entered the escape capsule. Swoosh. They appeared in the sea in an instant. Dao's eyes almost popped out. With the help of buoyancy, the escape capsule continued to rise, and the whirlpools on the seafloor had long disappeared. Soon, the escape capsule floated up, and the sea was calm, and the sun was bright and warm. All the horrors before seemed to be just illusions. Jiang Ning's secret was revealed. Dao became more lively, and looked around with a telescope. The sea was endless, with sparkling waves everywhere, like bright and shining stars. After repeated observations, no book monsters or other ships were found. So Jiang Ning took out the yacht, played music and danced. Sun protection clothes, beach chairs, and the dog wearing sunglasses to sunbathe coolly. I don't love anyone. Eating and surfing, drifting with the waves, enjoying the food in the sun. Huishan held a telescope. There is a submarine. All the staff were in place in an instant, leaving the beach chairs and juice behind, staring at the telescope. A breathing tube appeared on the surface of the sea. This is not an ordinary breathing tube. It is much shorter and thinner than the ones equipped on ordinary submarines. Jiang Ning subconsciously thought of the book monster. It should be their diamond-shaped aircraft. It sailed towards the 12 o'clock direction. The speed was particularly slow, and the breathing tube was floating up and down. Everyone who has driven a submarine knows that this situation is not right, as if it will fall apart at any time, and there must be a major malfunction. If I guess correctly, they were probably crushed by the black hole on the seabed, and now they are just struggling to survive. Judging from their appearance, they should not have discovered the existence of the yacht. Jiang Ning was worried that he could not find them. But who knew that they would come here by themselves? The perverted thinking of the book monsters destined them not to shed tears even when they saw the coffin. Unless all of them died in the battle, they would definitely haunt Jiang Ning like ghosts. Even though they won the battle this time, who knows when they will suddenly jump out? Jiang Ning didn't have the patience to be on guard all the time. The best way was to annihilate them. And now was the best opportunity to capture them and torture them. Find the base camp of the book monsters and send them to the 18th level of hell. But Huishan denied it. They won't confess. These book monsters are not ordinary survivors. Judging from their relentless pursuit, they are definitely fanatical militarists. They have been brainwashed long ago. They will not succumb to the threat of torture. Huishan suggested. We follow them from a distance, and we can always find their base camp, and then find a way to eliminate them. Mr. Hua has the most experience in dealing with vicious criminals. So Jiang Ning changed his equipment again. The escape pod turned into a submarine, quietly diving to the bottom of the sea, not too far behind the notebook monster. The whirlpool on the seabed was extremely powerful, and the proud aircraft was rolled up, and the surviving notebook monster had to flee in embarrassment. However, the aircraft malfunctioned frequently and swam slower than the black ghost. Beast. The notebook monster in the aircraft roared in despair, pounding the ground with his hands, and tears flowed like money. 7 aircraft, one of which was smashed by the submarine, and the rest were sucked into the black hole on the seabed. They were all crushed. This is the fighting power of the Empire. Damn it. It was all done by the group of people with mysterious power. No. He must live and report the news. As long as the mysterious power is seized, the reconstruction of the Empire is just around the corner. By then, the Empire will be the world hegemon and will trample everyone under its feet. He was in the broken aircraft and had beautiful thoughts. He didn't know that a huge black shadow was approaching and then hit him heavily. Due to the disparity in power, the broken aircraft was pushed out of the sea and fell heavily. Jiang Ning in the distance was dumbfounded. He didn't expect Lan Lan to suddenly come out and cause trouble. Alas, she was fishing. Lan Lan, who was usually docile, burst into a ferocious demonic face at this time, kicking the flying machine of the book monster as if it were a rotten ball. Crashing. Endless roars. Venting all the hatred. Lan Lan's memory is very deep. It was this broken thing that killed its child. The flying machine was violently ravaged and dismantled into scrap copper and iron. The book monster fell out of it and fled to the sea in a panic. However, Lan Lan's roar summoned other marine raptors and sharks. Sharks are not polite when they see food, and they all swim over. You pull an arm, I bite a leg, and there is not even enough space between our teeth. And some of them even fight. As the blood spreads, the book monster disappears. Lan Lan found the tickler and swam over without hesitation, using her head to dig. Good things are ruined. And Jiang Ning, who can't have any temper, said, Lan Lan is the #1 sister in the ocean. What can she do? She is avenging her son. What bad intentions can she have? But the tricky thing is that Jiang Ning is blind. How can he find the lair of the book monster in the vast ocean? The book monster can persist for so long. It is definitely not an accidental discovery, but a careful arrest plan. In other words, even if it fails this time, there will be a next time. They can find Jiang Ning. But Jiang Ning can only grope the elephant blindly. This is not Jiang Ning's character. She will not allow unknown threats to accompany her for a long time. But now, the only clue has been destroyed by Lan Lan. Jiang Ning will not sit and wait for death. Now he can only try his luck. She discussed with Huishan and decided to continue moving forward in the direction of the aircraft. Perhaps there would be new discoveries. The submarine started and sailed in the ocean. Lan Lan did not leave and followed slowly. Without advanced auxiliary exploration equipment, the submarine would surface every once in a while to survey the sea surface. The place where the book monster could build a nest would not be too complicated in terms of terrain or ocean currents. Lan Lan followed and floated up slowly. It still remembered Jiang Ning and Huishan. Draw the gun. Xian, no longer furious and angry as before. It swam around the submarine and even sprayed water into the air to show its goodwill. The other party was in a good mood. Jiang Ning waved to it. The dog was not to be outdone. Woof. Lan Lan swam forward. And when he saw that the submarine did not catch up, he turned around and swam back, making a sound with his mouth. The decibel was too high, much more powerful than the lion's roar. And the three people and the dog quickly covered their ears. After seeing it repeat several times, Jiang Ning thought, is Lan Lan saying, let us follow it? Chapter 435. Lan Lan's behavior made Huishan feel incredible. Maybe Lan Lan is the queen of the ocean, and should be very familiar with this sea area. Blue whales are not only smart, but also have a good memory. This one in particular is particularly vengeful. The last time it was injured, it must have gone to fight the book monster. Not only did it avenge its son, but it also remembered to attack its own aircraft. Otherwise it would not have smashed the book monster. It is not possible for 1 or 2 book monsters to capture blue whales. Therefore, Lan Lan's revenge is just the beginning. Sure enough, seeing the submarine catching up, Lan Lan stopped looking back and moved forward slowly. Jiang Ning didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It saw us fighting the book monster yesterday. Does it count as an alliance if it comes here today? Hui thought deeply. If Lan Lan can really find the book monster's lair, it will definitely be an alliance. Marine life is really amazing. So, 2688 followed Lan Lan all the way. And several hours passed. Jiang Ning noticed that the ocean current had changed. Perhaps because of the special terrain of the seabed. The water flow gradually slowed down. Not long after, the submarine issued an early warning that the depth of the seabed was getting shallower, and there was a risk of hitting a reef. No wonder the water flow slowed down. It turned out that there was a mountain on the seabed that changed the direction of the ocean current. Lan surfaced to breathe, unwilling to move forward. Arrived? Jiangning and others observed the seabed and did not find the flying vehicle of the book monster or the track of long-term activities of people. She activated the periscope and quietly observed the situation on the sea surface. The information was quickly fed back, and the two carefully observed the situation on the sea surface. Jiangning saw a black spot in the distance of the sea, and by zooming in, he found that it was a large transport ship. There were actually two fishing boats near the transport ship. The fishing boat was not particularly large, but there were terrifying creatures on it. A book monster with weapons in hand and covered with bumps. Is this the book monster's lair? Or have they used the same trick again and kidnapped the transport ship? Sister-in-law, this is our country's ship, Daodu said shockingly, pointing to the words on the hull of the transport ship. Jiangning zoomed in and saw it. No wonder Lan braked. It turned out that he encountered a monster in the book again. Adjust the parameters, aim at the target, and the periscope sends back the clearest picture. There are people on the transport ship, and they are all oriental, but they are all skinny. The hideous monsters holding weapons drove everyone to the deck. Cursing. Some people came forward to speak, as if they wanted to negotiate with the monsters. But they were beaten and kicked. The faces of the perpetrators were hideous and distorted, like evil spirits crawling out of hell. Hui stared at the screen, his expression becoming more and more solemn. After a long time, he said, "They are from our country, and they are ordinary unarmed survivors." He understood lip reading and could probably understand what the captives were saying. They were able to get the transport ship and gather so many survivors, so they should be affiliated with the official base. Jiangning subconsciously thought of the fishing boat of Sawatika. After they were caught by the book monster, they either became appetizers or used as pawns to rob other ships. In the end, they could not escape death. For a moment, the three people and the dog fell silent. The submarine suddenly shook. Gently. It was Lan again. Jiangning thought for a while. How many book monsters are there? Huishan had an amazing memory. From the picture, there are 23 in total on the two fishing boats and the transport ship. It is estimated that there are more that have not been captured in the picture. A rough estimate is that there are 50 in total. Only 50 book monsters can hijack a transport ship? Perhaps. This is the cruelty of survival. Jiangning looked serious. How many people are there on the transport ship? The transport ship is quite large, and it can easily carry 2,000 or 3,000 people. However, the collision of the plates has caused countless disasters, and the number of people is constantly decreasing. Huishan was silent for a moment. There should be a few hundred people. A few hundred people? Once they are pulled to the lair of the book monster, their fate can be imagined. They should have noticed it. So the ship is moving very slowly, and they should be looking for a chance to save themselves. Jiangning turned off the periscope. What do you think? Should we kill them all at once? Or divide them up and annihilate them? Huishan thought for a while. If we let them go back to their lair, not only will their power grow, but they may also threaten us with the people on the transport ship. Even if the land has sunk due to natural disasters, the heart still has a home, and domestic conflicts should be resolved behind closed doors. Birds of a feather flock together. When disasters come from outside, there is no need to sacrifice the tribe if there is a choice. It is not easy for anyone to live to this day. Jiangning thought of many people. He Tianming, Ma Guanyin, Professor Li, Gu Tinglin, and major bases across the country, etc. Countless people paid their lives or blood, and they tried their best to keep the survivors alive. They have come to this point, but they are going to be eaten by the book monster? No matter how indifferent Jiangning is, she can't just stand by and watch when it comes to ethnic conflicts. The sun is about to set. Jiangning looked at the observation window. Wait until dark before taking action. Huishan began to formulate a battle plan. Jiangning took out weapons from the space. Explosives, fuel bombs, submachine guns, etc. Daodu continued to observe. Brother and sister-in-law. They are not leaving. Spending the night at sea? It is estimated that they are quite far away from the nest. The sun sets, and it gets dark quickly. Except for the whistling sea breeze. It's pitch dark. 2688 quietly surfaces, and Jiangning takes out 2 diving suits. Daodu is eager to join the battle, and looks on eagerly. You guard the submarine and protect Coke. Huishan comforts her. This difficult task Aining and I will leave it to you. Can you do it? Dowdu feels a little disappointed, but thinks that guarding the home is equally important. Brother and sister-in-law. I promise to complete the task. The hatch opens, and Huaishan and Jiangning quietly enter the sea. There are dangers at any time on the seabed. The two held hands and swam towards the fishing boat. If they encountered dangerous marine life, they could dodge into the space in time. Fortunately, the journey was smooth. The book monster was used to living in the ocean, and even when sleeping, he was extremely vigilant, leaving half of the people to guard. However, the sea breeze was quite strong at night, and the fishing boat swayed with the waves, making the book monster drowsy. Jiangning quietly emerged from the water and reached out to the fishing boat. The fishing boat was put into the space, and whether it was sleeping soundly or being distracted while on guard, they were all kicked out by the space in an instant. Plop! Plop! The book monsters all fell into the sea. Help! As soon as they opened their mouths, the cold sea water rushed in. Ah! Help! They struggled instinctively, and the guns in their hands fell. After struggling for a few times, they found that they seemed to be able to swim. They were so stupid. So, they all floated to the surface and shouted. Chapter 436. Jiangning and Huaishan swam quickly to another fishing boat with the help of night vision goggles, and used the same method to collect the fishing boat. More than a dozen book monsters were kicked out of the space and fell into the sea. For a while, curses were heard everywhere, but unfortunately, no one could see each other clearly in the dark. The book monster that was attacked grabbed the person struggling next to it and stabbed him with a knife. The white knife went in. The red knife came out, and he stabbed more than a dozen times without stopping. It was not until the other party screamed and cursed that he realized that he had stabbed his own people. Oh my God! He actually stabbed his own people. However, before he could recover from the grief and self-blame, his shoulder was grabbed again. Without any hesitation, he continued to stab. No matter who he was, he would not let him go if he killed someone by mistake. Killing is better than being killed. He was definitely not the only one who thought this way. For a moment, several places of blood spread in the water. The screams on the sea alarmed the book monsters on the transport ship. They turned on the lights and ran out, and found that the two fishing boats were gone. Just as they were shocked by the scene in front of them, and were trying to save their companions, the Chinese survivors on the transport ship suddenly took action. I don't know who took the lead, but they rushed over and pushed the book monster standing on the side of the ship into the sea. If there is one, there will be two. Many people risked their lives. Since they would die anyway, they might as well risk their lives. Our ancestors were not afraid of bloodshed and sacrifice, and vowed to drive the invading little book monsters out of the country. They can do the same. In the darkness, the resistance began with the sound of gunfire. The book monster in the sea wanted to climb up, but unfortunately the transport ship was too high, and they couldn't climb up at all. Ah! Screams suddenly rang out from the dark sea, and they became more and more numerous. Sharks! The smell of blood attracted sharks. Dozens of them appeared in groups, opening their bloody mouths and pouncing on the monster. Jiangning didn't expect it to be so smooth, and he didn't waste a single bullet. Sharks are coming, and the sea is extremely dangerous. Just as Jiangning was about to pull Hui deeper into the space, a vortex suddenly appeared behind him, swallowing the two of them in an instant. Oh my God! She was actually swallowed by a shark. How big a shark must it be to swallow two people in one gulp? Hey, where are the sharp teeth? Jiangning realized later that she and Huaishan were swallowed by Lan Lan. How should I put it? It's true love. The sharks were biting the monster that fell into the water frantically. But they were still afraid of the Ocean Queen, and did not dare to challenge the status of the blue whale easily. So no one dared to come up and attack. Lan Lan swam back to the submarine, spit out Jiangning and Huaishan, and let out a high decibel cry. Jiangning eardrums were buzzing. And then she felt that she could brag for the rest of her life that she and Huaishan were almost swallowed by the blue whale. Fortunately, I was wearing a diving suit. Otherwise, I would be covered in Lan Lan's saliva. Huaishan looked at Jiangning, and he really couldn't say anything. Her hobby was really special, and she was really not afraid of being swallowed by Lan Lan. With the space in hand, Jiang Pizzi looked indifferent. If Lan Lan dares to swallow me, I will go into the space to take out the cruise ship. And don't blame me if it bursts its stomach. Lan Lan, who didn't understand what people said, thank you. Your family. The two climbed onto the submarine and took out the telescope. The survivors on the transport ship seemed to have regained the initiative and threw the captured book monster into the sea mercilessly. The shark, still unsatisfied, opened its mouth wide, waiting for the meat to fall. Huai stared at the transport ship for a long time, and then explained to Jiang Ning. They are the survivors of the official base in Shandong province. They escaped the collision of plates on land before entering the sea. There are a total of 8 official transport ships. At the beginning, they accompanied them all the way, but later they were scattered by the storm. The future is uncertain. In order to save fuel, the transport ship took the survivors to drift on the sea. It's difficult to say, but it's also very lucky. They encountered several storms, but they survived them all. It's really God's blessing. There are officials and soldiers from the local base on the ship. The living environment is very bad, but they are still relatively united. Otherwise, they would not have been able to kill the book monster so quickly. Natural disasters are ruthless, and even unity is at the end of the road. This time it was a book monster. What will we encounter next time? I feel that I can't hold on any longer. The survivors were completely desperate and sat numbly on the deck, with the little light left in their eyes almost extinguished, before encountering the book monster. Under the official leadership and encouragement, the survivors were not completely desperate, but seeing the raw meat and blood-drinking book monster, the last string in my heart broke. Some people couldn't help crying. Kill me. I don't want to live anymore. He didn't want to become a cannibal or be eaten by his own kind, and eventually mutate into a monster like the book monster. The base officer who was beaten and injured stood up, wiping the blood from his mouth. Comrades, we have persisted for 9 years, survived the collision of plates, and experienced countless disasters. We have walked 99% of the way, and maybe we can see light and hope if we walk another 1%. Do you remember what you promised your family? We will survive no matter how difficult it is. We live not only for ourselves, but also for our family and friends, and for humanity. Please believe in the country and the power of the people. They will not give up on us. We will find a new place to stay. Hope is still there. As he said, he took out the tattered national flag and draped it on himself. A big river with wide waves. The wind blows the fragrance of rice flowers on both sides. My home is on the shore. I am used to the boatman call. As they sang, tears streamed down their faces, and many people cried with their heads in their hands. Hundreds of people sang together, and the singing drifted far away with the sea breeze. Jiang Ning turned away and stood quietly in the darkness. After calming the survivors, Captain N endured the pain and returned to the lounge. The salty and fishy smell rushed up his throat, and he vomited a mouthful of blood. The secretary hurriedly helped him to the bed to rest, and said anxiously, "I go find the ship's doctor?" Captain N stopped him. "It's useless. There's no medicine on the ship. You are seriously injured. If you don't get treatment, you may." Captain N smiled bitterly. "Shall he? If I am gone one day, you have to leave them to continue. The military base will not lie. They said that the new home will be built, and it will definitely be built. We just haven't found it yet. Don't give up. Otherwise we will really have no hope." The secretary's breathing was bitter. "But we have been looking for so long, and there is no news at all. The supplies on the ship are gone, and it may not even last 3 days. Hold on as long as you can. As long as there is still one person on the ship. Don't give up hope." Chapter 437. The secretary had no choice but to agree. "Don't look so sad. If we are depressed, how can the people outside survive?" "Captain, I was wrong." The secretary took a deep breath. "What should we do now?" Captain N endured the pain. "This place is too evil. 2 fishing boats disappeared. I am worried that the book monster will come again at any time. It is better to leave quickly." The secretary immediately made arrangements. Half an hour later, not only did the boat not leave, but there was a sudden noise outside. Captain N shouted a few times before the secretary rushed in and said excitedly, "Captain, we are saved." He struggled to sit up. What happened? The 2 fishing boats that disappeared just now appeared again. Captain N was anxious when he heard it. "Prepare for war. Be on guard against these monsters, and never let them kill our compatriots. All the monsters are dead, and the 2 fishing boats are full of supplies. One is full of corn, soybeans, wheat, and various vegetables, and the other is full of herbs. The whole boat is full of The secretary was talking incoherently, crying and laughing like he was possessed. The Bodhisattva has shown his power. The Buddha has shown his power. There is always a way out. Captain sighed. He didn't expect another one to go crazy. This is not the first. Nor the last. He struggled to walk out, preparing his emotions to persuade the survivors again. When he walked to the deck, the survivors were lying on the side of the ship and cheering. And the ship guards had already lowered the rope ladder and jumped onto the fishing boat that was floating with the current. It was the fishing boat of the book monster, and it was still filled with their remaining stench, as well as a few guns and samurai swords. The food on the ship was all fresh. So fresh that it looked like it had just been harvested from the field. There were also green vegetables with dew on them. Someone asked with a sharp eye, "Look, what is that?" On the pile of food, there was a waving 5-star red flag, with a piece of paper underneath. Several people rushed over and found that it was a set of coordinates. The military base was not lying. There really was a new home. These were the coordinates of the home. The red hand-waving flag was quickly passed to Captain N, and countless eyes looked greedily at the red flag in his hand. Very red and bright, like a flame burning in the darkness. Captain N repeatedly stroked the chess piece, tears dripping on the paper with coordinates written on it, and couldn't help choking and shouting, "Comrades, we have found our home. There is a home. They are going home." Bags of food and herbs were constantly moved onto the transport ship, and hope rekindled on desperate faces. Captain N stood on the deck and repeatedly looked at the sea with a telescope. The secretary was puzzled. "Captain, what are you looking for?" "Looking for someone to help us. We have looked for it, but there is really nothing." Captain N is an atheist. He only believes that man can conquer nature, and ghosts and gods are pure nonsense. There must be someone helping in secret, and the power is mysterious and powerful. Otherwise, how could they deal with the monster quietly and send back the fishing boat full of supplies in such a short time? They are compatriots with the same blood, the descendants of Yin and Huang of China for 5,000 years. Captain N didn't care about the injury and hurriedly called the captain over. "How long will it take to reach this coordinate?" The captain was also excited as the supplies were continuously loaded on board. "It is far away from where we are, and we have to cross countless winds, waves and ocean currents. Are you sure you can make it?" "I guarantee you complete the mission." Whether they are sure or not, they must find a way to get through instead of wandering aimlessly and waiting to die. As long as they know where to go home, they will get there one day. Everyone worked together and moved all the supplies until dawn. Finally, they finished moving all the supplies. With so many supplies, if they save on food and use, they will be enough to reach their new home. The sky in the east was turning pale. Captain N stood on the deck and looked at the vast sea again. The secretary came over with the steaming hot medicine. "Captain, this is what the ship's doctor prescribed for you. Drink it while it's hot." Captain N asked with concern, "Can all the medicines be used?" "Don't worry. They are all useful." The ship's doctor was so happy that the mysterious man sent all the commonly used medicines. He no longer worried about the survivors getting sick and having no medicine to treat them. If God had taken care of them earlier, perhaps so many people would not have died. But no matter what, God finally opened his eyes. All the supplies have been loaded, and they can set sail as long as the captain gives the order. Captain N ordered, "Blow the whistle." "Thank you." The secretary was surprised. "Captain, blowing the whistle might attract the book monster." Captain N reiterated, "Blow the whistle." "Thank you." So, the transport ship drifting on the sea sounded a loud whistle in the darkness. As the black smoke from the startup rose, the transport ship slowly set off from the coordinates. This time, they will not get lost again. Jiang Ning and Huishan sat in the submarine control room and watched the transport ship leave through the periscope. After losing a batch of unused food and herbs, the two hearts felt more relaxed than ever before. They will continue to drift, but their hearts have a sense of belonging. At dawn, Dowda got up to make breakfast, but found his brother and sister-in-law sitting in front of the observation window, looking at each other and smiling, slowly approaching, hugging and kissing. She reacted quickly and retreated to the room. The dog didn't believe it and secretly stuck out half of his head. Then, the whole dog felt bad. Woof! Dowda grabbed its ears and dragged it back quickly. They didn't sleep all night, but they were still in good spirits. Jiang Ning took out breakfast from the space and gave it to the two. "I'm going to sleep for a while. You keep an eye on the surroundings and notify me at any time if there is any movement. After returning to the room, she almost fell asleep. Huishan covered her with a blanket, looking at her relaxed brows, with a smile on her lips, which slightly rose in her sleep. She lived comfortably and relaxed, and he was happy and satisfied, and couldn't help but kiss her on the forehead. No matter how hard the hedgehog's shell is, its heart is still soft. In the face of force majeure disasters, she sent 2 ships of supplies out, in exchange for inner peace and joy. Whether it is out of emotion or spiritual needs, it is very worthwhile. Huishan hoped that the haze deep in Jiangning's heart would dissipate soon. After sleeping for 2 hours, the submarine started shaking again. Dowdu didn't give any warning, and it was probably Lon Lon who came again. The 2 turned over, and it was Lon Lon who was impatient, urging them to continue on their way. Dowdu wanted to use the loudspeaker to communicate with it, so as not to disturb his brother and sister-in-law to rest. He was so angry that his cheeks were puffed up. After sleeping, his body had recovered, and Jiangning didn't blame Lon Lon. First use the periscope to observe the sea surface, and make sure there is no problem before moving forward with Lon Lon on the seabed. The further he went, the more complicated the sea area became. The ocean currents were sometimes complicated and sometimes calm, and the seabed creatures were extremely rich. This place is indeed very suitable for building a base. The seabed terrain is relatively high, making it easy to build artificial islands. The outer periphery is surrounded by complex ocean currents, making it difficult for the enemy to invade. As expected, 2688's sonar sensed an obstacle in front. It was too far away, and the light on the seabed was insufficient. Through the observation window and telescope, only a huge black shadow could be seen. Lon Lon swam away, surfaced, and made a high decibel sound. While it attracted attention, the periscope quietly stretched out of the water to shoot. Wow! There were more than a dozen ships densely packed on the sea, including fishing boats, transport ships, warships, and black aircraft. Chapter 438. There were dozens of boats on the sea, including fishing boats, transport ships, warships, and black aircraft. It was just that Benzi was narrow-minded and extreme by nature, with a short-sighted mind and a narrow mind. So the things he made were narrow and not presentable. The so-called warships. Well, even if he could really build a big one, his eagle sauce father would never allow it. In addition to the ships, wooden buildings were also built on the sea. Iron piles were driven into the seabed, and then a plane was built on top with wood, and then densely piled up, like a poisonous beehive. It can only be said that the book monster was lucky to find such a feng shui treasure land. Otherwise it would have been torn apart by the ocean storm. Jiangning roughly calculated that there were probably hundreds of people. Clothes were hung outside the wooden house. There were men, women, and children. All of them were home-based. There were also many people living on the boat. Probably the book monsters who went out to rob, relying on snatching marine life to survive. They all became monsters after a few years. Even the children were covered with lumps and tumors, which was creepy to look at. 3 people and a dog. It is still very difficult to deal with hundreds of book monsters. Lon Lon attracted the attention of the book monsters, and they immediately dispatched 2 boats to chase them, and guns and arrows were used. Jiangning took the opportunity to retract the periscope and immediately drove 2688 away from this sea area. There are so many book monsters, and it takes a long time to catch them all in one net. After leaving dozens of nautical miles, the submarine found a relatively calm sea area and stopped. The hull and the offshore buildings are not small, and the book monsters are well versed in water. They have lost several groups of people in a row, and everyone is already highly alert. And there is also a viewing platform on the wooden building. Once they get close, they will be easily discovered. Lon Lon is very smart. Otherwise 2688 would have been exposed. After waiting for more than half an hour on the seabed, this guy really came back. Huishan and Jiangning have already finished their discussion. Whether it is tearing the devils with bare hands, throwing bombs, or machine gun shooting, it is not realistic. If you want to deal with them, you must leave the submarine. The 3 of them have diving suits, which is not a big problem. If they encounter a counterattack from the book monster, they can hide in the space. But what about Coke? The dog does not have a diving suit. It's impossible to leave it to Lon Lon to take care of it. Right? It will be swallowed up in one gulp. Moreover, The book monster was infected and mutated by the virus. If it was unfortunately injured and infected during the fight, it would be a loss. There are always accidents in fighting. And space is not omnipotent. The two thought carefully and decided to either wait for bad weather to come or wait until they go out to rob and then kill them. No matter which method. You always need to know yourself and the enemy to be foolproof. After making a decision, the two decided to survey the terrain around the book monster's lair to find the best ambush point. So, the submarine started patrolling the seabed with the nest as the center. Lon Lon didn't understand, but insisted on following behind. In this way, after swimming slowly on the seabed for 7 or 8 hours, the submarine sonar sent feedback that an obstacle appeared at the 6 o'clock direction. In addition to the terrain obstacles, there seemed to be moving bodies, which seemed to be very large in size and number. Jiangning was curious about what kind of creature could live in such a large area on the seabed and not move for a long time. It couldn't be a fish. Lon Lon issued a warning and began to urge 2688 to leave quickly. Even the Ocean Queen is afraid of this existence? Jiangning immediately became interested and wanted to know who is so awesome. So, 2688 quietly approached. Jiangning took out the telescope and looked at it carefully. As the line of sight got closer, it seemed that something was moving vaguely. Jiangning stared at the lens for a long time and found that it was a few tentacles. It was very big, very long, purple-red, and covered with dense circles. Is this a squid tentacles? Huishan came over to look. This should be the giant squid that Lu Chung mentioned. The giant squid, also known as the giant octopus in the North Pacific, is the largest octopus in the world, with a body length of about 9 to 10 meters and a volume of 600 to 700 kilograms. The prototype of the kraken in the film and television clips is the giant squid. They can drag a ship to the bottom of the sea. They are extremely fierce and sit on the throne of the black and white impermanence of the ocean with their strength. The body length of the giant squid is 9 to 10 meters, which is only the normal data before the natural disaster. Now it has been more than 9 years since the natural disaster, and they have already mutated. It is so big. The tentacles alone are more than 10 meters. Not to mention the body length and tonnage. Not only do they live in groups, but they also have extremely bad tempers. Even if they are alone, they dare to fight against a sperm whale weighing 50 tons. And their winning rate is not low. With such a large number, if they go berserk, Jiangning suddenly had a dangerous idea. Can our submarine outrun them? Huishan was surprised by her madness. Squids can be called swords in the water. The reason why they swim very fast. They move forward rapidly by the reaction force of the funnel on their belly spraying water. Their spraying ability is like a rocket launch, which can make them jump from the deep sea and jump out of the water up to 7 to 10 meters. Their body can fly about 50 meters in the air like a cannonball. The squid can swim at a speed of more than 15 meters per second. And the maximum speed can reach 150 kilometers per hour. 150 kilometers per hour. Jiangning felt like he was going crazy. Submarines certainly can't do it. But yachts can try. The maximum speed of a yacht is 70 knots, which is equivalent to 130 kilometers per hour. The giant squid just ran out of the deep sea at a speed like a cannonball. If it had been swimming on the surface, its speed would have been relatively slow. Of course, this is just the normal speed of the giant squid, and they are now mutated. Jiangning gave the decision to Huishan whether to gamble or not. After all, he was the best at driving a yacht. What she could guarantee was that she would store both the person and the yacht in the space when in danger. After all the calculations, the safest way to wipe out the book monsters was to use the opponent's strength to defeat him. There were definitely risks. What is risk-free? When people are unlucky, drinking water can choke them to death. Huishan thought about it again and agreed. 2688 sent a sonar to Lon Lon to drive it away. The submarine surfaced, and Huishan aimed the spear gun launcher at the squid nest. Jiangning took out the yacht and stuffed Daodu and Guzi into the escape pod for protection. After making all preparations, she tied the safety rope and then opened the yacht. Huishan received the signal and fired 3 spear guns at the squid nest a few kilometers away. The spear gun was extremely sharp, with a clear sight and accurate assistance. And it hit the squid nest accurately, and blood gushed out. Huishan moved quickly, opened the hatch, and quickly climbed onto the yacht. Jiangning took the opportunity to put the submarine into the space. The two cooperated well, and everything was completed in less than 2 minutes. But the giant squid reacted quickly, and they were attacked by surprise and injured their members. And they became furious instantly. The calm sea surface was surging with waves, and countless huge tentacles flew out of the sea, stirring and surging rapidly in the water. They rushed out in groups and quickly chased the yacht. For a while, the waves were boiling. Chapter 439. The distance of several kilometers was closing at a lightning speed, and the white waves were like flying swords, rushing all the way with great momentum. Hoarding fastened his seat belt, and the yacht rushed on the calm sea, heading towards the nest of the book monster. Two huge waves flew in front and behind. Jiang Ning stood on the rear deck holding the safety bar. His eyes fell on the squid that was constantly chasing the runaway squid. They were really fast, and the crimson tentacles were like the devil's hands, constantly flying up and down, stirring up the wind and clouds, and it felt like there was a rocket launcher behind their butts. The tentacles were raised more than 10 meters, creating huge waves. The overwhelming force could blow everything away. Even at a distance, Jiang Ning could feel the waves splashing on his face. Hoarding's skills were unquestionable. The yacht flew up, but the maximum speed was a flaw, and there was a clear gap with the mutated kraken. The yacht was pulled in a straight line, but the angry squid had amazing explosive power. In less than half an hour, the distance was pulled from a few kilometers to a few hundred meters. If there was another explosion, a tentacle would hit, and the yacht would be overturned in an instant. 500 meters, 300 meters, 200 meters, 100 meters. The flying waves hit Jiang Ning's face, as if he was whipped hard, and his clothes were splashed. The huge tentacles hit him and landed less than 50 meters away. Jiang Ning turned and looked forward, vaguely seeing the nest built by the book monster. This opportunity is rare. She is unwilling to give up, and gritted her teeth and shouted at the intercom. Speed up. Hoarding reached the limit and rushed towards the target. The yacht was like a sharp arrow piercing the clouds, directly hitting the nest of the book monster. The enemy suddenly appeared, and the sentry on the wooden building was shocked. When he saw the situation a few kilometers away, his eyes almost popped out. Enemy invasion! Enemy invasion! Enemy invasion! Level 3 alarm sounded in the base. The book monsters quickly took their positions and raised their guns at the speeding yacht. A few kilometers seemed far away, but it came so fast. Facing the weapon of the book monster, the yacht suddenly passed by in an S shape, and the billowing waves blocked the interference squid, and they continued to move forward. The book monster had no cannon, so it could only aim with a submachine gun, and its eyes followed the yacht closely. Submachine guns are effective at 200 meters, and they are waiting for the best range. The aircraft has spear guns, which have been used to deal with giant marine creatures in recent years. One less spear is used, and it also needs to be aimed. The yacht is very large. Even if the ship surrounds the wooden building, if it hits at full speed, the destructive power will be incalculable. They are crazy, and they actually carried out a suicide attack. How did the other party find such a safe and secret place? The book monster on the wooden building watched the yacht fly over, and was so shocked that his eyes were about to pop out. Especially when he saw the countless huge red tentacles chasing behind the yacht. He couldn't help but scream out in shock. Kraken! Giant squid! They had hunted a lone kraken before, using countless spear guns, overturning the fishing boat, and even losing a flying vehicle, paying a huge price to succeed. Now, countless tentacles were stirring. At least dozens of them. Crazy. This world is crazy! They shouted in despair, their souls scattered. Damn yeah! The book monster charged with his hands and fired crazily. Seeing that there were only a few hundred meters left, Hoarding turned the yacht sharply. The runaway giant squid didn't stop and rushed forward with overwhelming force. The dense bullets hit the red tentacles, and the giant squid became even more furious and ran away. Countless tentacles fell from the sky and hit the boat heavily. The black aircraft was blown away. The tentacles entangled the fishing boat and suddenly dragged it into the depths of the seabed. Film and television scenes. Pictures deleted if infringed. The entire fishing boat was overturned, and the book monster on the boat was rolled into the air by the tentacles, crushed into meat paste, and then thrown into the sea with surging waves. For a time, ghosts cried and wolves howled, and the waves rolled. Several tentacles flipped onto the warship, lifting and pulling, and it collapsed in the shaking. The red tentacles entangled the giant steel pipe on the seabed, pulling, stirring, bumping, entangled, twisting, Dozens of squids were like evil ghosts running wild in hell, frantically destroying all obstacles they encountered. The book monsters that frightened countless survivors at sea were simply paper tigers in front of them. Vulnerable. The aircraft was sunk. The fishing boat was overturned. And the transport ship was towed. In the face of absolute power. Even if the machine gun shot at the giant squid, it was not only useless, but also further stimulated their violence. In exchange for more cruel revenge, the huge tentacles swept across, smashing the wooden building, and the book monster fell into the sea in a screaming state. Jiangning and Huishan did not enter the space, but parked the yacht in the distance and quietly admired the giant squid's artistic masterpiece. The giant squid does not eat humans, especially mutated humans, but just destroys and vents its anger, flattening all obstacles. The blood waves rolled, and the rapidly spreading blood attracted a group of sharks, which were crunching one by one. Jiangning stood on the deck, holding hands with Huishan, and watched with their own eyes the wooden building on the sea collapse and the book monster's base gradually sinking. The giant squid still seemed unsatisfied, constantly searching for targets, and then locked onto the yacht in the distance. Then, eject. The target had been destroyed, and there were no more monsters in this sea area. Jiangning was indeed brave enough, but he would not mindlessly challenge the impossible. He and the yacht flashed into the space decisively. The ejected kraken lost its target and fell into the deep sea with a bang. Outside, there was blood and rain, but the space was quiet and peaceful. Jiangning opened the escape pod and released the two. The dog rushed over, whining and scratching the shit shoveler. Jiangning calmed it down. I'm fine. The dog went to scratch the trainer again. Woof. Daodu suppressed his laughter and explained. Just now, Kaylay was so anxious that he wanted to go out and fight. Since coming to the ocean to drift, the dog no longer has any fights to fight, and he feels uneasy. Sometimes he wakes up at night. Jiangning stroked its head and took it off the yacht, stepping on the mud and smelling the fragrant green grass. The dog, who had been suppressed by the seawater all day, completely liberated his nature and ran freely in the black soil garden. The ocean is too ethereal, and humans still prefer land. Even though Daodu has grown up, he also ran after the dog. Kola, wait for me. The two ran wild in the garden, and Jiangning and Huishan went into the villa. After surviving the disaster, they hugged each other tightly. Jiangning looked up. Mr. Hua, am I too willful? He actually took him to take risks. Huishan thought for a while. A little, but I believe in you. In the end of the natural disaster, as long as you are alive, there is no risk. It is indeed extremely dangerous to lead the giant squid to eliminate the book monsters, but fighting them with real swords and guns will also be life-threatening. So you can only choose the best option. Jiangning hugged his waist. I believe in you too. Without his calmness and stable performance, she would never dare to provoke the giant squid. It was dangerous, but she won in the end. Chapter 440. Without the book monsters coveting the space, Jiangning felt much more relaxed. Life at sea is quite depressing, so take a hot spring bath to completely relax. In the evening, celebrate with delicious food and drinks. Pepper shrimp, pork belly chicken, toothpick beef, and baked lobster and soup. The three raised their glasses, and Jiangning smiled like a flower. Come on. I wish there will be no more book monsters in the world. Coke cannot be used to drink alcohol, so Fanta was poured. It took more than an hour to finish eating in the evening. Daodu cleaned the table, and Guzi helped in the kitchen to relieve her. Jiangning picked the freshest sunshine roses, washed them, and sat in the living room to watch a movie. Huishan peeled the sunshine roses and stuffed them into her mouth. Jiangning ate and laughed. Thank you, Mr. Hua. They are an old couple, but they still have these romantic feelings. But Huishan also enjoys it. This is the most comfortable time in the space. There is no need to hide it from Daodu. The family sits on the sofa and talks freely. The villa has many rooms, and Guzi and Daodu live in a spacious room. After killing the book, I feel relaxed physically and mentally. I will enjoy myself in the space today. Before going to bed at night, Huishan closed the doors and windows, opened the drawer to take out the family planning supplies. Jiangning didn't expect that such a thing could be celebrated, but the body was extremely comfortable, extremely tired, but the two hugged each other tightly. It was this cruel apocalypse that made Jiangning and Huishan meet and know each other. and their bodies and minds were extremely compatible. Sometimes I can't help but wonder, if there were no natural disasters and apocalypses, would they be two balanced lines that would never intersect? Just thinking about it makes me feel extremely regretful. Jiangning thought that Hui Yishan was the only man in the world who accepted her unconditionally. She couldn't help but ask, if you hadn't met me, what kind of woman would you fall in love with? Hui Yishan didn't want to talk. What if? Assumptions are meaningless. Jiangning tickled him until he said it. Hui Yishan couldn't explain it clearly. Fate is a strange thing. If you don't feel anything, no matter how beautiful she is, you won't feel anything. But if you feel anything, it might just be for a moment. Have you been coveting me from the beginning? No. I just think you're weird. Living next door. Of course I have to understand you. But the more I understand, the more I want to know. I don't know when it started, but I've been keeping it in mind. Hui Yishan is not a person who knows how to deal with things, and he is worried that his dull personality will make Jiangning feel bored. But fortunately, she is more lively. It feels really good, and the complementary relationship is natural. Jiangning kissed him. Hui Yishan, you are really good too. I had a dreamless night, and it was already late when I woke up. We were extravagant yesterday, but we can't be willful today. No one knows what will happen in the future, so we have to save time. What was Jiangning thinking? The giant squid had already left, but for safety reasons, Jiangning did not use a submarine or a yacht, but chose the escape capsule. 3 people and a dog got into the escape capsule and quickly left the space. The escape capsule appeared on the sea. Just as Jiangning was about to look at the situation outside, several forces suddenly attacked and dragged the escape capsule to the bottom of the sea. Several people were shocked and looked at the glass at the hatch. Suddenly, red tentacles with horns appeared. My goodness! After the giant squid destroyed the nest of the book monster, it not only did not leave, but used this place as a nest. Look! The escape pod was targeted by them as soon as it came out. The squid has 10 legs. Each leg is more than 1 meter thick, and only 3 or 5 legs are needed to easily entangle the escape pod. The huge tentacles dragged the escape pod, sinking continuously, strangling it as it sank. Jiangning was not in a hurry to escape after being caught. Once you fall into the hands of this group of violent North Sea giant monsters, the more you resist and escape, the more violent and murderous they will be. The escape pod is no different from other non-escaping tools. It is a solid fortress made of aerospace materials. It is not easy to damage it. The body of the giant squid is special. It is like a good ping-pong ball or egg held in the palm of your hand, which is even more difficult to destroy. And the fact is just as Jiangning expected. The giant squid keeps tightening its tentacles, but it can't crush the escape pod. As long as the tentacles are loosened, this thing will float to the sea. Release, grab, strangle, release. The giant squid is both irritable and naughty. When one lets go, the other one will entangle again and continue to strangle. But it can't be twisted. They run away again, and countless tentacles reach out to snatch the escape pod. Unfortunately, compared to their bodies, the escape pod is too small, and it is difficult for a round floating body to find a force point in the sea. Dozens or hundreds of tentacles are fighting for a ball, and it feels like the tentacles are fighting first. After confirming that the escape pod is extremely safe, Jiangning started to play tricks. Hey, the escape pod is hiding in space. Hey, the escape pod is out again. The giant squids almost popped their eyes out when the escape pod was entangled in the tentacles. They instantly became interested and wanted to play with the ball. So, they all came to grab the ball. No matter which group, as long as the number is large enough, they will be divided into different levels. Over time, it is easy to have disputes and conflicts. And when there is a conflict of interest, it is easy to fight. Look! They fought for a toy. For a while, the calm sea was turbulent again. The escape capsule was fought over and over. Sometimes it was pushed out of the sea and played as a volleyball. Sometimes it was dragged to the bottom of the sea and thrown. And sometimes it disappeared out of thin air, just like a little goblin that tempted the giant squid. Fighting and snatching, just like a vegetable market. This sea area is not deep. There are many broken ships on the seabed. Judging from the appearance, it should be the dismantled nest of the book monster. The giant squids are in internal strife, which attracts the attention of the Squid King. He sees these useless people fighting for a ball. In anger, it stretches out its huge tentacles and slaps the escape pod away. It is very strong and slaps the escape pod dozens of meters away. The escape pod flies up, keeps spinning in the air, and then falls into the sea with a bang, drifting with the waves. The boss slapped it away, and the others didn't dare to chase it. The three people and the dog were dizzy from the gimbal, but at least they escaped from the giant squid nest. It drifted farther and farther until it disappeared. After drifting for more than 3 hours, Jiangning made sure that there was no problem in the surrounding sea area. He flashed into the space with the ball, changed to the submarine, and came out again. The submarine entered the sea and slowly sank to a suitable height. After escaping from the squid nest, the three people and the dog sat in front of the observation window to drink morning tea. Jiangning was drinking soy milk and eating steamed dumplings. But when he looked up, a huge monster rushed over. It's Lon Lon. Lon Lon is very lively today, and the force of hitting the submarine is much lighter, probably because of revenge. It circles around the submarine, leaves and comes back. Daodu tilted his head and thought, is Lon Lon saying goodbye to us? Jiangning thought about it. It should be. The ocean currents in this sea area are complicated, and it is not suitable for large whales to survive. The reason why Lon Lon lingers is to find an opportunity to avenge his son. Now that revenge has been taken, it is time for Lon Lon to return to the deep sea where it can survive. 2688 surfaced, and the three people and the dog walked out of the submarine and said goodbye. Chapter 441. Lon Lon circled around, spraying water mist into the air, and a high decibel sound came out of her mouth. Unlike Chi before, her voice seemed much lighter. Jiangning didn't understand what it meant, but he could clearly feel that it was in a different mood. The sound gradually faded away, and the huge shadow disappeared at the end of the sea. The three people and the dog watched it leave, and then sat on the submarine to bask in the sun. Daodu felt the sea breeze, holding his chin and looking into the distance. Brother and sister-in-law. Where are we going now? Where to go? Jiangning really had no answer. The time in the sea was not short, and all kinds of survivors had been encountered, some dead and some scattered. And where the way home was, he still couldn't find the direction. The only thing that was clear was that his feet wanted to land. The road ahead was confused, and Huishan couldn't make up his mind for a while. Leave this sea area first, and see what we can do when we see it. After drifting in the ocean for so long, several people had rich experience in survival. The ocean currents in such a sea area are complicated, and extreme disasters are prone to occur as long as the weather changes greatly, which has swallowed up many survivors. Let's leave here first, and it won't be too late to make plans when we find a calmer sea. The three people and the dog voted unanimously and set sail immediately. After 3 days of walking and stopping, they finally successfully got out of the complex sea. Living underwater for a long time suddenly made people have psychological problems. After Daodu learned about the space, Jiangning no longer hid it. Unless there were special circumstances, he would go into the space to rest for half an hour every day, step on the grass, pick fruits and vegetables, or take care of the medicinal field. The three people and the dog lived a relaxed and comfortable life. Even if they returned to the submarine to spend the night, they would laugh from time to time. When the weather is clear, use the periscope to observe the sea surface first, and then go diving to rest if there is no problem. Put up the sun umbrella, set up the platform, and have afternoon tea with the sea breeze. Daodu, lying on the beach chair, nibbling on lemon chicken feet, suddenly attracted his eyes to the sky. Brother and sister-in-law. What is that? A huge airship floated in the sky. In Jiangning memory, the man-giant airship should be a product of World War II, but he didn't expect it to be reused. Huishan explained to his sister. It's called a Zeppelin airship. It's full of hydrogen, and the big ones can carry hundreds of people. Daodu was extremely surprised. Will it fall? It can stay in the air for a long time, but if there is a fire or a leak, it will be very dangerous. In such a natural disaster, there is no absolutely safe escape tool. How long you can survive depends on your life. The three people and the dog looked up at the sky from time to time, watching the turtle-like airship leave. After enjoying the sunset, they returned to the submarine and continued to drift. The world is long and the time is long. The three people and the dog traveled on the seabed for a month, relying on resting in this space from time to time, eating delicious meals and drinking, and occasionally playing landlord. It was boring to count the days, but there was no big problem with mental health. On this day, Jiang was taking a nap, and 2,688 detected obstacles ahead, and there were quite a few of them. The shape was strange, and it would not move. It was not a reef, nor a marine life. Jiang stared at the image for a long time, frowned and said, "It looks like a container." And it was not an ordinary container. The size was much larger. Hui was very suspicious. Could it be a firebox? The southern military base made a lot of fireboxes. Maybe a submarine came to this place, and when it encountered an irresistible storm, it broke the rivet and let the firebox sink to the bottom of the sea. From the appearance, it does look like a firebox, but there are too many of them. Right? The images are stacked so much that it doesn't look like there are only 3 or 5 of them. The sea was calm and clear at this time. 2688 moved forward slowly, trying to see the true face of the obstacle. As the sight got closer, Jiang used a telescope to check and found that it was indeed a box. But the size was about half of the firebox, and there were about a dozen of them. It was confirmed to be a giant shipping container. It is estimated that the transport ship encountered a storm when passing by, causing the container to fall into the sea. The size is too large. It should have been built after the natural disaster. Ordinary survivors do not have the ability to produce it. It should have been built by a national-level base. Jiang thought of the 21 trucks stored in the space. These should also be important supplies in the sea. Seeing her in deep thought, Huishan asked, "Do you want to salvage it?" It happened that the weather was good, and there were no wind and waves. The seabed terrain was not complicated, and there were no dangerous marine life. Looking at the container sleeping in the deep sea, she couldn't help but think of Gu Tinglin, Zhang Chao, Lu Yu and others. After the 4 people were admitted to the Navy submarine group, they spoke more confidently, and their words and deeds were full of pride. I wonder how they are doing now. Jiang thought for a while. Why not give it a try? Anyway, there is nothing to do. Maybe there are really useful supplies in it. They are even carrying them for escape. So they must be very important. They acted immediately, and the submarine surfaced. After eliminating the danger, Daodu and Guzi were left to watch the house, while Jiang and Huishan put on diving suits, carried portable oxygen cylinders, and adjusted their closed diving masks. After tying the traction rope, the 2 went into the sea and swam towards the location where the containers were scattered. The seabed is about 300 meters deep, which is not deep for a submarine, but it is a test for the human body. The 3 people and the dog have good food and drink, and they exercise intensively every day, so their physical fitness is still quite good. Jiang dived down, and Hui took deep precautions. The equipment is very professional, but after diving to about 300 meters, the breathing is obviously a bit heavy. It is not advisable to stay on the seabed for a long time, no matter what is in the container. Jiang will put it into the space first. The container was too big, and the space was too crowded, so it was blocked after collecting only 10 or so. The 2 could only flash into the space, and Jiang turned into a cleaning master, stacking the containers, and then piled the truck on top. After their bodies recovered, the 2 came out again and quickly collected the remaining containers into the space. This sea area is very large, and the 2 swam around nearby, collecting 5 more containers one after another, and only those that were sure to be filled floated to the surface. Daoda put down the rope and quickly pulled the 2 up. Back in the submarine, the 2 changed clothes, took a shower, ate something to replenish their energy, and then entered the space. There are a total of 19 containers, neatly stacked in the space, because it has been in the sea for a long time. The outside of the container is covered with silt, and the previous color can no longer be recognized. Daoda took water and a broom and diligently cleaned the silt on it. The container is very special, different from ordinary materials, but it is relatively inferior compared to the firebox. It should also be specially made for storing supplies. The door of the box is very sealed, since it was placed in the space. No water has been seen leaking out. The things inside should be intact. Half an hour later, Daodu shouted in surprise, "Brother and sister-in-law, there is an inscription here, on the front of the container. It is clearly engraved with the Chinese Eastern Military Base. Number 0092. Chapter 442. Jiang remembered that the Air Force that died said that the mission of the Eastern Military Base was to rebuild a new home. They built a strong navy and created the strongest materials and marine construction equipment, but encountered storms on the way to find a new home, and many elites died. So, they once passed by the sea area and fought against the storm. Not only did they die, but also materials fell into the sea and sank. But there was no way to salvage them. Jiang Ning couldn't help but think of the storms he had witnessed at sea, and couldn't imagine how they survived. In the face of the wrath of nature, no matter how powerful humans are, they are powerless. 19 containers, each with a different number, all with induction locks, which cannot be opened with a crowbar. But it is certain that they are filled with either special building materials or marine construction equipment. These things are useless to Jiang Ning, but they are crucial to the new home. What to do with them? No idea for a while. At night, after brushing her teeth and applying skin care products, Jiang Ning turned off the lights and went to bed. Huishan hugged her waist and spoke after a long while. Ning, how about we go to the new home? Where do you want to settle down? The container salvaged today may contain screws or rivets. It may seem insignificant, but it is very likely to be a key component. Without it, it cannot move. We are drifting without a specific destination now, and there is no loss in going there. If it is suitable, stay. If it is not suitable, leave the container and find a habitat later. What do you think? Jiang Ning thought for a while. Okay. She understood Huishan. People can be unkind when they are alive, but they need to maintain the compassion that human nature should have. Otherwise, what is the difference between them and book monsters? But we may not be able to leave tomorrow, Jiang Ning explained. The fleet of the Eastern Military Base should be very large. They encountered a storm in this sea area, and there should be more than one container that fell and sank. Since we are going, let's search the surroundings. If there are really important parts missing, do we have to ask them to come back to find them? It's not easy to find a needle in a haystack. She just happened to find it, and she was able to successfully salvage it with the help of space cheating. Huishan hugged her tightly. Okay, I follow your arrangements. Jiang Ning listened to his breathing and heartbeat, and gradually relaxed. It took 3 days for the two of them to drive the 2688 submarine and travel around the surrounding sea area, and they really made new discoveries. While sailing deep under the sea, the sonar found more than a dozen obstacles, and after elimination, 3 of them were the container falling points. Fortunately, the place where it fell was not particularly deep. It seems that the collision of the plates not only shattered and sank the land, but also almost filled the gullies on the seabed. The two of them were fully equipped with professional submarine equipment, and swam to the container one after the other. The marine life was colorful. When the animals wearing strange clothes came, the smaller ones moved away. Some brave ones came, but they did not attack. After putting the 3 containers into the space, Jiang Ning was about to swim up, but Huishan saw a bull shark swimming from a distance and quickly pulled the rope to warn. Jiang Ning put himself and the rope into the space. After resting in the space for more than 10 minutes and coming out again, the bull shark was gone. I was in a good mood and felt that the underwater creatures were very beautiful, and there was no ugliness before. After 3 trips to the sea, they fished out 3 containers. A total of 26 containers, including the previous ones. They expanded outward again, but found nothing new. Huishan set new coordinates and smiled at Daodu and Kailei. We are going to visit the new homeland of Huaxia. Are you happy? Daodu smiled. Brother, when we go to the new homeland, will we meet Brother Xiaomu and Uncle Qin? Huishan didn't know, but it was always good to have hope. Maybe? Woof. It missed Ah Bin. Looking at the 2 excited looks, Jiang Ning couldn't help but sigh that humans are indeed social animals. In fact, she was not without expectations, and suddenly thought of many people. She had a vague vision. The road ahead was dangerous and unknown, but the coordinates were certain. What she had to do now was to ride the wind and waves. After the collision of the plates, the ocean currents were complicated. Some seas were calm, while others were raging. Huishan took his time, not rushing or fighting against bad weather. He often took a long detour along the ocean currents. On the 9th day of departure, 2688 met his brother 0945 again. The southern base has produced nearly 3,000 special submarines. As long as you travel in the ocean for a long enough time, the chance of meeting a partner is still quite high. I don't know if 0945 is lucky or their skills are strong. The firebox was not disconnected. Having seen the cruelty of natural disasters, even brothers have to use secret signals when they meet. The captain of 0945 is named Zhou. So far, 3 people have died, one of whom was hit by a tsunami and lost too much blood. Another died of illness, and another suffered from deep-sea claustrophobia. When he surfaced for breathing and rest, he jumped into the sea with an abnormal expression and committed suicide. Many of the remaining 12 have been tortured by natural disasters and are wilting. No one knows how long they can hold on. However, when they learned the coordinates of their new home, their dark eyes lit up. They didn't want to give up yet. Captain Zhou invited 2688 to go with him. Jiang Ning looked at the remaining itinerary and agreed readily. 2 submarines, one in front and one behind, sailed in the deep blue sea. They couldn't meet each other on the seabed, but they seemed to be very happy. Dowdu would light up the number 2 window every day and notify 0945 that it was time to eat 3 meals a day. Jiang Ning was also in a good mood. When they met on the surface, Captain Zhou said that when the base warned that the asteroid was about to collide, the members of 0945 docked for adjustment. They rushed to the deep-sea dock in a hurry. Not long after the submarine entered the sea, a tsunami hit. She remembered that Lu Cheng said that Zhang Chao, Lu Yu and others were the first batch to enter the sea. Even the second batch of 0945 could survive. So they should be fine. The Eastern military base should have sent a lot of pilots, and the coordinates will be known by more and more people. If they were lucky, they had already reached their new home or were on their way. I don't know if it was because the plate collision had ended or the water ball was being affected by the revolution and rotation and was constantly healing itself. The disasters encountered in the following trip were not as frequent and serious as before. Once the sea suddenly changed, the waves were still quite big, but the submarine had been sailing in the ocean for a long time and had rich experience in dealing with wind and waves. While quickly escaping from the wind and wave area, it increased ballast to improve its ability to resist wind and waves. After successfully resisting, the 2 submarines surfaced for air. Captain Zhou was also a student of Su Kai-tai and a senior of Jiang Ning and Huishan. During the break, she gave them a few pounds of mung bean sprouts. There are too many. Please help me consume them. 0945 couldn't remember how long it had been since he had tasted fresh bean sprouts. It was hard to refuse such a kind offer, and after refusing in vain, 0945 gratefully accepted it and planned to take it back to mix with corn paste. During the chat, Jiang Ning couldn't help but, "Do you know how the senior officials of the military base retreated?" Chapter 443. Captain Zhou and others were not sure, but as senior military officials would be in command, they were probably the last to leave. It was more likely that they would take a warship or plane. Jiang Ning looked unhappy. The last retreat? Huishan saw through her worries and asked Captain Zhou, "Do you know the mission of other military bases?" Captain Zhou shook his head. If they hadn't met 2688, they would not have known that the mission of the Eastern military base was to build a new home. The weather was good, and the 2 submarines rested for 2 days. Just as they were preparing to set sail, at 0945, they found a ship at 3 o'clock. It is better to have less trouble than more trouble. 2688 wanted to dive and leave. Captain Zhou and others noticed a red 5-pointed star painted on the side of the ship. This is faith. Captain Zhou and others wanted to know more. Jiang Ning was afraid of being unsafe, so he threw him a loudspeaker. Friends on the other side, "Where are you from?" The ship in the distance also discovered the submarine. Someone came out to look around. Hearing the familiar language, he excitedly waved and shouted, "Fellow countrymen, we are from the Northwest Official Base." Northwest Official Base? Although he was happy, Captain Zhou was still quite cautious. Where is the official base in the Northwest? Chengdu. Chengdu. Right. How do you make Rigiamo? As expected. Eating is the most important thing for a person to live. Jiang Ning almost laughed out loud. It's not enough to just know how to make Rigiamo. Captain Zhou threw another difficult question. Meeting his fate. Let's sing Shoshin Ti on you. Really? Everyone on the other side was so hungry that they had no energy to sing. If Jiang Ning was on the other side, he would want to beat him to death with a slipper. Unexpectedly, some people actually sang. At first, there were only a few people, but later, more and more people joined in. Judge Zhou observed their mouth shapes and expressions throughout the whole process, and his expression gradually became serious. He discussed with 2688. We have people from the Northwest on our submarine. We think the survivors on the opposite ship are not a big problem. They are all compatriots with the same blood. Should we take them with us? The ship sails on the sea, and the submarine swims in the deep sea. If the other party really has any evil intentions, it is safe to stay at a distance. Jiang Ning had no objection. Okay. You guide them forward. All submarine captains are veterans without exception. There were hundreds of survivors on the ship. Captain Zhou did not tell the other party the coordinates for safety reasons, but said that the country had established a new base, and they could follow them. The other party was equally cautious and inquired about the origin of the two submarines. Knowing that they were from the southern military base, the other party seized the opportunity to retort. What do you like to order for morning tea? We have everything for morning tea. Chicken feet, shrimp dumplings, rice rolls, pineapple buns. The other party was still worried. How do you curse? I give you a lung. You idiot. Hearing the familiar greeting, the other party was not angry but overjoyed, and agreed after half an hour of discussion. So, 2688 led the way in front, and 0945 in the middle extended the periscope to point the direction of the ship, and did not forget to observe the movement on the ship. Sailed for 3 consecutive days. If the sea conditions were good during the day, we sailed at full speed and stopped to rest at night. After observing for several days, no abnormality was found on the ship. With a new target, the survivors on the ship gradually became active. Fellow villagers, we planted some vegetables on the ship. Do you want to eat them? What vegetables? Shanghai greens, chicken feather vegetables, yellow sprouts. Jiang Ning was really unceremonious and took out the drone. The sea was calm. Huishan switched the drone to attitude mode and flew over the ship to take pictures. Wow! They really planted vegetables. They were planted with broken jars and bottles, and they grew pretty well. Suspicious Captain Zhou smiled. Hey, why didn't you tell me earlier? It was confirmed that there was only one family in the world that had the vegetable growing gene in its bones. So, I told him the coordinates of my new home. The weather was good, and Captain Zhou, with his rich naval experience, avoided the sea waves several times in time. After more than 20 days of sailing, we were finally within more than 200 nautical miles of the coordinates of our new home. The seabed terrain was rising continuously, and the ocean currents were not as complicated as in other sea areas. The sonar detection feedback showed that the seabed was only more than 300 meters. Unlike the 9,000 meters across half a month ago, when I surfaced for a breath and rest, a J-series fighter flew over my head. The survivors on the ship jumped up excitedly. Fighters? Our country's fighters. Oh my god. There really is a new home. They have a home again. The J-series fighter circled twice in the sky, then rushed up and left. 0945 was also excited, and couldn't help but float up to celebrate. 2688 was much calmer, and continued to move forward silently. The closer to the coordinates, the greater the chance of encountering survivors. 2688 encountered a big guy. The 035 Ming-class attack nuclear submarine, which was a national weapon before the natural disaster. Huishan had some knowledge of military affairs. When he saw the submarine number, he explained, this one originally belonged to the North Sea Fleet. It's not clear which military base it belongs to now. The submarine surfaced and slowly moved forward. In the distance, a tall tower was seen standing on the sea. At first sight, I thought it was an offshore drilling platform. 8 giant orange-red steel columns were like a magic needle that hit the deep seabed. No matter how the huge waves hit me, I remained unmoved. On top of the steel column was a huge platform, on which rectangular containers were welded, neatly arranged vertically and horizontally. The platform is like an octagonal pagoda, with containers on each floor, totaling 7 floors. There are giant work boats around the platform to assist in hoisting the containers up. As the site gets closer, I can see that there are 8 doors on each container, which should be separated rooms. The room is not big, but the platform is large enough. It is estimated that one platform can accommodate thousands of people. There is a giant platform every 5 kilometers, and there are 6 under construction at the same time. This is the strength of the infrastructure maniac. They can say that 100,000 people can live there, and 100,000 people is the minimum standard. Ocean-going transport ships, aircraft carriers, warships, various giant marine construction equipment, helicopter lifting. Before coming here, Jiang Ning often couldn't help but wonder how many survivors there would be after such a natural disaster. She even dreamed that everyone was dead, and only 3 people and a dog were left to grow old. Is a civilization with only 3 people And a dog left? Now facing the huge offshore base. She deeply felt how small the power of an individual was, and how absurd her previous thoughts were. What we see before us is the power of the country. Human beings are small, but the power of the country is so huge. Facing the end of the world of natural disasters. It may be covered with wounds, but it has never fallen. It has always been there. Standing tall. Chapter 444. 2688 passed by Platform C, which had a striking red title on it, Welcome Compatriots Home. Turn right, and report to Platform A for 5 kilometers. Platform A has a deep-sea dock, which is connected to the platform by a corridor bridge. 2688 stopped at slot 79, climbed ashore and looked around, and saw several submarines of the same model. There was a shortage of natural disaster supplies, and most of the survivors were malnourished for a long time, and were as thin as bamboo poles. The 3 people and the dog didn't want to attract attention, so Jiangning turned over some old clothes that hadn't been thrown away, and didn't forget to put on vicissitudes of life and decadent makeup. As for the dog, it is not familiar with the new home yet, so Huishan can only put it in the backpack and carry it, afraid that it will show clues if it is not used to it. Jiangning coaxed and lied. There are bad guys outside. They want to eat dog meat. Eat dog meat? Kola was furious, and wanted to rush out to fight. Jiangning quickly changed his words to comfort him. No. They have never seen a dog before, and they are so majestic and powerful as you. What if they are scared and ask me for compensation? If I want compensation, I can only use your favorite legs to compensate. And then, you can only drink porridge. For the sake of his legs, the dog got into the backpack. The Iron Lock Bridge is 3 kilometers long, and it is shaky when people walk on it. It took almost an hour to reach Platform A. Platform A is very large, and it is an external administrative and functional department. The office area is also composed of special containers. In order to reduce the resistance of wind and waves, the container is less than 3 meters high, which is similar to an ordinary commercial building. The steel plate is very thick, and it feels solid when you step on it. If you ignore the vast ocean outside, you really have the illusion of stepping on land. The new home is named Huacheng. Currently, there are more than 10,000 survivors, including about 5,000 pioneers from the Eastern Military Base. There must be more than this number when the plates collided. But the team lost a lot of survivors in the long and dangerous process of searching for a new home in the ocean. After 10 years of natural disasters, a country with more than 1 billion people has only more than 10,000 people who have successfully arrived at the new home. It is really sad. As for how many compatriots will come in the future, the staff were unsure at first, but they are much more optimistic recently, as the coordinates of their homeland were announced. More and more survivors came. A few days ago, a transport ship from the official base of Shandong province arrived, and more than 500 survivors suddenly arrived. When the staff learned about their adventures, their eyes dropped. They actually encountered a mutated book monster a few months ago, and they said that not only did a mysterious person help to kill the book monster, but also sent 2 ships of supplies. At first, the staff thought that the survivors had mental problems, but it was not just one person who said so, but everyone on the whole ship said so. The situation was very serious, and the staff immediately invited a military doctor. The result of the assessment was that more than half of the people did have mental problems, except for a small group of people who were completely crazy. The others should be fine after being adjusted. But this kind of thing, how to say it, the staff can only treat it as a story. Another new survivor came to report, and the staff immediately greeted them warmly. Welcome home. Dowdu was very happy to see a living person. Hello, brothers and sisters. Weizong currently only accepts survivors of its own nationality, so the inquiry work is particularly careful, such as where they are from, which base they were in before, what disaster avoidance tools they have, etc. These were not difficult for Jiangning and his friends. After all, the submarines at the southern military base were there. Work was extremely surprised. You are not a spark planner. How can you have a submarine? Jiangning said truthfully. We went out to collect wasteland and found a batch of rare metals, which just solved the urgent need of the military factory. So we changed a submarine back. He asked very carefully. How did you survive these few months at sea? What you ate and drank, etc., and was more verbose than the ant of the neighborhood committee. After the information is reviewed and approved, a physical examination is required. Physical examination? Jiang Ning was puzzled. The other party did not explain too much, but just asked them to go to the next room, where men and women were separated. The military doctor checked, looked, smelled, asked, and asked about medical history, where they felt uncomfortable, etc. Finally, he said, "Take off your clothes." Jiang Ning was puzzled. "Why do you have to take off your clothes?" "Routine examination." Fortunately, there was no need to take off underwear, and Jiang Ning forced himself to cooperate despite the discomfort. The doctor looked at him and said, "It's okay." Jiang Ning thought, "Do you suspect that I have mutated?" The doctor was about the same age as Jiang Ning. Seeing that she was in good physical condition, he nodded and said, "Many survivors live in harsh environments. In order to survive, they prey on marine life or eat. In short, they eat things they shouldn't eat, which can easily cause health problems. The base conditions are limited, so we can only conduct simple inspections. Those who are sick need to find ways to treat them." After that, he gave Jiang Ning the signed physical examination results. "Just take it back to the reception office." Jiang Ning glanced at the physical examination form. A+. She waited at the door for a while, and Huishan and Doubted came out one after another, both with A+. Just as he was about to speak, a survivor inside suddenly shouted, "Let me go! I'm not sick! I'm not sick!" The door was opened, and two soldiers carried the middle-aged survivor out. The middle-aged survivor was excited and struggled hysterically. "I'm not sick!" Jiang Ning was sharp-eyed and saw a few pimples on his face. Not big, but definitely not acne. Jiang Ning pulled Dowdu and quickly stepped back to avoid being infected by him. The man's skin was tan bronze. His body was thin and his skin was cracked. His eye sockets were bulging, and his eyes were yellow and turbid. He should have survived by his own ability and successfully found the survivors of the base. How can you survive if you drift on the sea for a long time without eating marine life or your own kind? Jiang Ning completely understood why the Huacheng base graded the physical examinations of the survivors. People have good and evil in their hearts, and morality has a bottom line. After drifting on the sea for several months, many people have physical or mental problems. If patients are separated from normal people, it may cause infection or tragedy. After all, it is not new for natural disasters to drive people crazy and madmen to kill with knives. Classification management. Those with illnesses are treated, and those without illnesses start a new life. The three returned to the reception, and the staff read the experience report and assigned them to live in Area B. Food must be paid for eating, drinking, defecating, and urinating. And there are two ways to earn food. One is to participate in the construction of the base to earn wages, and the other is to support yourself by planting. Of course, if you are rich, it is no problem to live on your old capital. Considering that the survivors have experienced disasters, it is a great blessing to survive. At the critical moment of life and death, there is no food left, and those who can find a new home country are either from the military base or the official base. Whether it is the military or the official, they all belong to the state in essence. There are small private groups like Jiang Ning, but they are few and far between. Therefore, the base has issued relevant policies, and rent and supplies can be paid on credit for up to 3 months. But if you pay on credit, you can only get one room, and only 2 kilograms of food are needed in the first 3 months, and the amount will increase to 5 kilograms of food later. Chapter 445. As for daily necessities, 3 gene of sweet potato flour or potato flour will be distributed every month. It is called flour, but in fact, the sweet potatoes or potatoes are directly dried and ground into flour. Forget about the taste, as long as you can survive. In addition, the base can buy 3 gene of potato seeds on credit, and the harvest can be used to offset the rent and materials on credit. Seeing that the 3 people did not speak, the staff comforted them. These are high-yield potatoes, which can be harvested in 2 months. Don't think it's hard now, but please believe in the country, and the days will get better slowly in the future. The room was so cramped that there was no room for 3 people and a dog to turn around. Jiang Ning had supplies in hand and planned to take 1 room each. The base was in trouble, and the policy of credit payment was a huge concession, with the goal of allowing more survivors to survive. Jiang Ning had supplies in hand and didn't want to take advantage of it. Coming here in person and seeing that the new home was 1,000 times stronger than she had imagined, Jiang felt much more comfortable. Humans were far stronger than she had imagined. Not knowing how long she would stay, Jiang chose to rent by the month, and took out 9 kilograms of old corn from her big backpack to pay for the rent, and exchanged it for 3 kilograms of potato seeds. The staff was surprised by her wealth and smiled. "We have other seeds here. Do you want to exchange?" So Jiang exchanged 3 kilograms of grain for several kinds of vegetable seeds. After going through the process, the staff recorded the information of the 3 people. The new ID card number of Jiang is 0012730. There are 1.4 billion people in total. And now there are 12,730. I don't know how many are still stranded outside, which makes people feel mixed. Seeing that their service attitude is good, she took the opportunity to ask, "Excuse me, are there many survivors in the southern military base?" "Yes, but not many. So far, there has been 1 warship and several submarines. But I believe there will be more and more in the future." Jiang reported the names of Zhang Chao and others. "Please help me check if they are there?" The staff helped to check. "No." Jiang was a little nervous. "Where is the head of the southern military base?" The staff didn't remember him, but still asked, "What's his name?" "Gu Tinglin." "No." Jiang was surprised. How could it be? As the head of the southern military base, he should know that the mission of the eastern military base is to build a new home. And he should have arrived long ago. What went wrong? Why hasn't he shown up yet? Daodu said with a vague expectation. "Sister, are there any survivors from the Jiaqing official base?" "It seems so." The staff checked. "A boat came some time ago, with more than 200 survivors. Is there anyone named Qin Mu?" "No." Daodu reported Qin Chuan's name. But there was still no one. Not wanting to worry her brother and sister-in-law, she hid the disappointment in her eyes. With an 8+ in the physical examination, Jiang and others were assigned to houses in Area B. Those with no physical or mental problems were concentrated in Area B. Those with various mental problems were assigned to Area D. Those with physical problems were assigned to Area E. Those with both mental and physical problems were assigned to Area F. And so on. When leaving, Jiang asked, "Comrade, will we always live on the sea? Or will there be a chance to return to land?" The staff was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, "The base has a plan to reclaim land and build an island. Once the 20 platforms are built, an island will be built around these platforms in the future. Please rest assured, we will return to land." Seeing them speak so naturally, Jiang couldn't help wondering, what on earth did they lose? All infrastructure projects were in order, and it seemed that nothing was lost. Could it be that they just lost extra parts? Before understanding clearly, Jiang would not rashly take things out. After all, this is a military base. The sea is full of warships. The battles in the sky are flying freely. And even farting is under the eyes of others. If you are not careful, the space will be exposed. The 3 of them left the area platform and returned to the submarine along the corridor bridge. There is no deep-sea dock in B area, so the submarine can only stop in A area. If you want to reach the residential area, you can only choose water transportation. The base picks up the ferry, but it can only go back and forth once every 3 hours, and it will circulate among the platforms. As a newcomer, Jiang didn't want to have too much contact with strangers, so as not to be exposed. This place is not like the southern military base, so don't think about military dogs. If people knew that she had a dog, she would instantly become the target of public criticism, and her every move would be watched by people. Walk back to the submarine and let the dog out for a walk. Jiang discussed accommodation with Huaishan. The base's house is too cramped, and they are definitely not used to it. But you can go there first. If it is not suitable, you can live in the submarine. Plant potatoes or something. You can move it to the submarine during the day, and you don't have to worry about being missed. The general direction of the country is correct. But compared with ordinary survivors, the life of 3 people and a dog is much better. Guarding the space full of supplies, and living a life of eating 1 meal and starving for 3 days with them. Unless you have a problem with your brain. Therefore, neither Jiang nor Huaishan said anything. They could only stop and rest. Stay if it was suitable, and leave if it was not. After having a big meal in the submarine and resting for a while, the 3 of them put the dog into the backpack, got out of the submarine, took out the speedboat, and headed for Area B a few kilometers away. The motor started, The sea was rolling, and the three of them headed for Area B. About 20 minutes later, the giant platform of Area B appeared in sight. Area B has been completed. The shape of the 8 Treasures Pagoda does not look big from a distance. But when the speedboat approaches, it is found that the building is magnificent, and the people are as small as ants. The weather was fine, and there were survivors on the platform basking in the sun, or busy drying old clothes, or taking out plants for photosynthesis. In broad daylight, most male survivors went out to do hard labor to earn wages, while most women stayed behind, or chose easier jobs. 9 years of natural disasters. Many families were broken up, and there were very few complete families. So when Jiangning and the other two climbed onto the platform, many survivors who seemed numb were actually secretly looking at them. Although I chose shabby clothes, it was still better than ordinary survivors. No matter how good the makeup skills are, the flesh on the body can't be hidden, and it will be caught. Jiangning ignored the uncomfortable gaze and walked to the management office with the things. The residence management office took the information and arranged 3 rooms next to 070 in Area 4 on the 3rd floor. The residence must be kept clean and hygienic. You can go to the platform to get water from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. every day. Each person has a half-bucket quota. The fresh water is purified from seawater. The taste is not particularly good, but it is drinkable. It has been disinfected, so there is no need to worry about viruses or bacteria. There is soil in the southeast corner of the 1st floor platform. You can take it if you need to plant. As for fertilizer, you can just produce and sell it yourself. There is no need to be too particular during special periods. Jiangning was surprised. Is the soil picked up from the bottom of the sea? The administrator nodded. Yes. The sea is so deep. Use a suction dredger? Chapter 446. Jiangning asked. The sea is so deep. Why use a suction dredger? The service attitude of the administrator was average, and he glanced at me coldly. How to dredge in detail? You won't understand even if I tell you. Work hard and plant well. Be united and friendly in life. And don't worry too much about how the base is run. There are too many curious people. Solve the stomach problem first, and focus on the new life. Don't complain about everything. There are too many difficulties to be solved in the base. What if I tell ordinary survivors? Will they be able to solve them? Jiangning decisively said nothing, took the key and climbed the stairs to the 3rd floor. The housing in Area B was completed first, with active military personnel living in Areas 1 to 3, and ordinary survivors living in Area 4. No matter which military base you were from before, as long as you are still willing to serve the people in your new home, you will all obey the arrangements again. The vast majority of the more than 12,000 survivors are soldiers, and the rest are from official bases with strong conditions. It is rare for individuals to survive alone. Soldiers have to work and are almost never there during the day. Some of them who go out to sea don't even come back for 10 days or half a month. So Area B is not lively and crowded. Ordinary survivors even occupy the private planting areas in Areas 1 to 3 to grow more food. Jiangning came to room 370, where a planting pot had been placed at the door. She moved to the side with her feet, opened the door, and walked out. The container room was very small, about 1.5 meters wide and 2.5 meters long. There was nothing except a ventilation window in the upper right corner. What was surprising was that the room was separated by movable steel plates, with push-pull top latches on both sides. As long as both parties agreed, the steel plates could be moved away. The 3 rooms were connected into one, forming a 2.5 by 4.5 room, which suddenly had more than 10 square meters and was not so cramped and suffocating. The steel plate is relatively thick, and it makes noise when you walk, but it is quite stable and safe to step on. Fortunately, it is not extremely hot. Otherwise the steel house can roast people. Hui Shen let Coke out and warned it not to bark. After working with the trainer for almost 10 years, the dog understands his instructions and wags its tail excitedly. The house was newly built and has not been lived in yet. The 3 of them took a short break and started to clean up. Jiangning took out a simple folding sofa from the space. It can be folded up during the day and used as a sofa, and can be disassembled at night to sleep on. The designs and prices of furniture that can enter the furniture exhibition hall are not simple. Simple and stylish, but low-key and luxurious. The base has no water and electricity, but the sofa has a built-in UPS charging port and a retractable lampshade that can be pulled out for lighting at night. The sofa bed does not take up much space. Jiang Ning took out a small round table and put it on it, and then got a few fabric soft stools, which can be regarded as a temporary home. It is still very cramped, but much better than other survivors. Area B can burst ships, and survivors from the same base decisively stick together. Many of them have suffered serious physical losses and cannot exchange labor for wages and food. They feel that they cannot pay the rent on credit, so they simply live on the boat to save rent. The environment on the boat is bad, but at least it is habitable. If there is a big storm or something, they can be transferred to the platform in time to avoid disaster. The base understands their difficulties and chooses to turn a blind eye. The housing is of uniform specifications, and there is no gap between the rich and the poor. If you want a better house, there is one, but it is based on military rank. Jiang Ning and Huishan are both ordinary survivors. They can rent one room at most. It is impossible to rent more rooms by paying for food. At lunchtime, Jiang Ning spread out the sofa and took a single bed for Daodu. The room was not particularly soundproof. I could hear the sound of waves hitting the giant drill column outside, and the occasional voices of people talking. It was like a dream. Not particularly peaceful. I slept until 5 o'clock in a daze, opened the door, and stood in the corridor to get some fresh air. The sunlight from the west reflected on my face, which was a bit dazzling. Many people carried buckets or basins downstairs to line up for water. Back in the room, Jiang Ning took out 2 wooden barrels from the space. Daodu stayed at home with the dog, and she and Huishan lined up to get water. These days, beauty and ugliness are no longer judged. Everyone is so thin that their heads are big and their bodies are small. Their scattered faces are sickly. What attracts people's attention at first glance is no longer the face, but the flesh on the body. The two stood out from the crowd, attracting a lot of attention. This is the inconvenience of living in a group, like watching a monkey show. After waiting for half an hour, it was finally their turn to fetch water. The water was filtered well, and the salty smell was much less. And there was almost no smell unless you smelled it closely. Jiang Ning saw someone drinking it directly, carrying the bucket upstairs. He found a woman in a red skirt standing at the door. She was very thin, and her old skirt was empty. I don't know how many years she has worn it, and there are several patches on it. The woman held a kitchen knife in her hand, looking at the overturned planting pot in the aisle, and said something very fierce. "Which bastard kicked my potato pot?" As she spoke, she knocked on the door of 370, raised the knife in her hand, and wanted to fight. Jiang Ning was immediately displeased. "Your basin blocked my door. We couldn't get in or out, so we moved to the side." Hearing the voice, the woman turned her head subconsciously, her thin face full of fierceness and toughness. She was about to curse, but was shocked when she saw Jiang Ning's appearance. "You?" Jiang Ning didn't want to be loud. "Sorry. I accidentally knocked over the basin. You blocked my door." The woman quickly put away the knife and quickly put on a surprised smile. "Jiang Ning? Even Sichuan opera masters can't catch up with the speed of face changing. Familiar person?" Jiang Ning stared at her face, so skinny that she didn't have any flesh. He really couldn't recognize her. "Me. Wang Meili." Wang Meili. Jiang Ning thought for a long time. "Who is it?" "My husband sells goods with Qin Chuan and others." Jiang Ning looked at the red dress on her, and memories instantly flooded into his mind. The wife of the sharp-mouthed monkey, in the vast water ball. He didn't expect to meet a familiar person. Jiang Ning asked in surprise, "Where is the monkey?" Wang Meili smiled awkwardly. "He's out busy. He won't be back until later. I live in 351, and thought no one lived here yet, so I moved the plant pots out to dry. But I didn't expect to block your door." The tone was gentle and warm. Not even a bit of the sassiness just now. The two sides have known each other for many years, and Jiang Ning thought of the days when he traded with the sharp-mouthed monkey. "Sister, you are my only sister." That mouth really knows how to do business and coax people. Thinking that many supplies were stored by the sharp-mouthed monkey, Jiang Ning couldn't help but ask with concern, "Are you alright?" Wang Meili was stunned for a moment. Okay. It's fine." Jiang Ning was not particularly familiar with Wang Meili, so he naturally asked Qin Chuan. Brother Chuan and his men are doing well at the Jiaqing base. But the plate collision came suddenly, and we were separated in the earthquake. The sharp-nosed monkey took her and the child, and other survivors around. and went through many hardships before getting on the ship. I drifted on the sea for several months, and I don't know how I survived. It still feels like a dream. Perhaps meeting someone familiar. There are too many memories. Wang Mei's eyes suddenly reddened. I move my things back first, and I find you later when the monkey comes back. Chapter 447. In the end of the natural disaster, memories are either cold knives or glass shards, and everyone's scars are bloody and can never heal. Jiang Ning didn't ask more questions and carried the bucket into the house. It's not easy for anyone. I remember when I first met Wang Mei. She was wearing this skirt, and she had exquisite makeup at that time, and she was very well maintained. She was fierce and jealous, but she lived the best among a bunch of women. Now she is still wearing this skirt, but she looks 20 or 30 years older, as thin as an old woman, and unrecognizable. It is said that time is a butcher's knife, and natural disasters and the end of the world come faster. Jiang Ning picked up the mirror and quickly looked at her face. Mr. Hua, have I aged a lot? No. I'm still the same as before. You're lying to me. She has long passed the peak of her beauty, but she usually takes good care of herself and uses expensive cream on her face without spending any money. I'm only 29 years old, and I'm the most beautiful. After reading too many emotional magazines, Huaishan emotional quotient soared. No matter what you become, you are the most beautiful in my heart, and you will always be the same as when I first met you. What did you look like when we first met? Forever 19 years old. How wonderful it was back then. Young. Jiang Ning looked at Huaishan. Mr. Hua, you seem old. Huaishan touched his face. From the time he met her in his early 20s to now in his 30s. They were both at their best ages. Unfortunately, they encountered a natural disaster and the end of the world. They were struggling to survive every day. It was not like a normal couple dating, getting married, and holding a grand wedding for her. Thinking about it, I really treated her badly. Very old? He never cared about his face. But when she suddenly complained about it, he suddenly felt rough and thick-skinned. Well, I haven't shaved for a few days, so I guess it pricked her face at night. Jiang Ning smiled. Fortunately, I'm more mature and stable. He has more vicissitudes of life and the mature charm of a man in his 30s. Such a man is even more charming. The two looked at each other, and their eyes couldn't help but reveal their feelings. The forgotten doubted pretended to look elsewhere, and at the same time turned the dog head of Coke over. Hush. Don't look. You will be discovered. Comforted by Huaishan high emotional intelligence, Jiang Ning was less anxious and said to him proudly, Your wife is the most beautiful. Are you happy? After being with her for a long time, Huaishan was used to the exchange of gifts. Well, your husband is also the most handsome. The two smiled at each other, and they felt empty inside. Dao had just heard what Wang Mei said. Qin Mu was separated from them. I wonder how he is now. This is her only friend. Dao was worried, but she didn't show it on her face. Jiang Ning squatted down to study the purified seawater. Is it really purified? Huaishan was uncertain. How about storing it in the space? Keeping it for planting and watering. And we drink normal water? That's a must. Jiang Ning doesn't want to have problems after drinking it for a long time. She believes that the base will ensure safety as much as possible. But no one knows how many ancient viruses there are in the ocean now, and whether they can be 100% eliminated. After collecting the water into the space, Jiang Ning took out a lighter dinner from the space villa and put it in the black soil garden until it was almost cool, and then came out to eat. The space in the villa is fresh, and hot food easily spreads the smell. After so many years of natural disasters, the survivors' desire for food is instinctive. Their sense of smell is more sensitive than a dog knows, and they can smell any smell. After eating the half-cold food, Dao did not forget to clean the room with a rag. And it was true that the furniture would not be stained with smell. The sun set over the sea, and it got dark quickly. There was a knock on the door. Jiang Ning hurriedly put away the sofa bed and the table. Dao squatted and spread the blanket, planning to sleep at night. Jiang Ning opened the door, and a gulu appeared in front of her. And she was so scared that she subconsciously drew her knife and wanted to swing it at his neck. Sister, it's me. A familiar voice sounded. Jiang Ning was shocked. The gulu in front of her was actually a sharp-nosed monkey. The sharp-nosed monkey was originally thin, but he turned into a skeleton now. It was really scary at night. It was a miracle that he was alive without being beaten. Jiang Ning couldn't help but ask, How did you become like this? They say that time is a butcher's knife. But the butcher's knife only cuts the unfortunate. The sharp-nosed monkey has known my sister for almost 10 years. And she is still so young and beautiful, with almost no trace of time on her face. On the contrary, she looks like a blooming rose in a natural disaster. People who see it can't take their eyes off. It's not even a year since we parted in the villa area, but it feels like several centuries. Hearing the caring voice of his sister, the sharp-mouthed monkey couldn't hold back for a moment. His eyes were wet, and his voice was choked with sobs. Sister. Sister. His only sister. Jiang Ning stepped aside to let her in. Why are you crying like a woman? There was no way. The sharp-mouthed monkey hadn't seen his acquaintances for too long, and too many memories came to his mind at once. When acquaintances meet, they inevitably chat about family matters, and several of them sit cross-legged on the floor. The room was empty, and Jiang Ning explained, We just arrived today and haven't had time to decorate yet. What are you doing now? The sharp-mouthed monkey is a wife's slave. No matter how hard and tired he is, he wants to give his life to Wang Meili. Now Wang Meili has become a skeleton, which is enough to show that the sharp-mouthed monkey has reached the end of his rope. The sharp-mouthed monkey has mixed feelings. Sister, I'm doing my old job. Seeing his sister, he couldn't help but think of the days after they separated. The satellite hit Jinsher Mountain suddenly, and the boss couldn't turn a lot of supplies into food, so he had to abandon what he couldn't take away. They followed the boss and evacuated Fengcheng with supplies. Unexpectedly, they encountered a sandstorm halfway, and more than half of the supplies were lost, and some people were injured. The car broke down, and the recovery took time, so they were caught up by the main force. So they followed the government to the official base in Jiaqing. Along the way, the supplies were consumed, and after handing over the food to the base, there were not many supplies left. But the boss was smart, and they were all experienced middlemen. Even if they didn't have much supplies, they believed that they would get them back sooner or later. But the official base was too complicated, with various forces intertwined, and all walks of life had umbrellas. They came too late, and as soon as they arrived, they took away other people's jobs, and then they were maliciously retaliated. The boss swallowed his anger and took great pains to finally establish connections with his superiors and subordinates. Just when he was about to show his strength, the collision of plates came. The retreat was very chaotic, and there were many stampedes. He protected his wife and children, and when he escaped to a safe place, he found that the boss and his friends were gone. The family followed the team to migrate, and their luck was good. They finally boarded the Jiaqing fleet. This was hope, but also the beginning of a nightmare. There were many people on the boat, but supplies were very scarce. People were so crowded that there was no room to turn around. The sharp-nosed monkey was smart, and Wang Meili was also amazing. She hid a lot of supplies when she fled. Chapter 448. After the couple boarded the ship, they found a corner to hide, and kept the two children close to them. The fleet encountered numerous storms. Some were scattered, some were blown away by the storm, and some survivors were thrown into the sea. As they walked, there was only one boat left, with a lack of food and clothing, and the survivors being too crowded. Some people soon fell ill. There were all kinds of diseases. Some died of starvation, some died of illness, and some went crazy. People died every day. At first, it was okay. The bodies would be taken away by the staff on the ship. But later, as they became hungrier and hungrier, the green light in the survivors' eyes became stronger and stronger, and they stared at the people who were about to die for a long time. I don't know who started it. The patient just died, and the next moment someone rushed over and cut off a piece of meat from his thigh with a knife. There was the first one, and then there was the second one. The family members were still in grief, and a group of people rushed over. When the staff heard the news and rushed over, the patient was already a bloody mess. No matter how they tried to persuade him, they said that he would be infected with prion and die. They talked about the truth with great sincerity, but listening to the truth could not solve the problem of hunger. No one listened to them at all, and stared at them with gloomy and cold eyes. That look made the staff feel cold all over. After a few times, they didn't dare to come. The sharp-mouthed monkey had two children, one of whom died on the boat. Wang Meili was heartbroken and held the child tightly. The sharp-mouthed monkey covered her mouth. Don't cry. Don't let them find out. The couple huddled in a corner, shielding the child with their bodies. and dared not show it even if they were sad in their hearts. But they could hide it for 1 day. But not for 2 days. It was too hot for everyone to be crowded together. And sooner or later they would smell bad. Later, the sharp-mouthed monkey carried his dead son on his back, while Wang Meili held the other child tightly in her arms. And the couple walked out with knives. Despite this, many people came forward and asked, "Why are you carrying such a big child? Is he dead?" When he spoke, he even swallowed his saliva. "My child is sick. I'm taking him to see a doctor." The sharp-mouthed monkey took out a plastic pistol and said viciously, "Whoever dares to attack him, come if you are not afraid of death." The simulated pistol was very realistic, and everyone was shocked by his fierce murderous aura. And no one dared to move forward for a while. The couple squeezed desperately, and took the opportunity to escape from the cabin. A group of people reacted quickly, and even chased to the cabin door. But the sharp-mouthed monkey had already escaped to the deck. There were staff and ship police on the top, and everyone was afraid to chase. Sorrowfully bid farewell, throwing the child into the sea. If there were no children to take care of, the sharp-mouthed monkey and Wang Meili almost jumped down with him. It was too difficult. The staff advised them, "The natural disaster will definitely pass. We must be strong, and we will see the light of day soon." The sharp-mouthed monkey is ugly, and went on blind dates countless times before getting married. And the wife he married is very beautiful. The wife is fierce and difficult. But who can blame her for being as beautiful as a fairy? She is willing to kneel down and lick her feet every day. At that time, the wife looked down on him, and spoke with a sharp tongue, and every word was full of thorns. But it doesn't matter. Who can blame her for being beautiful? Whatever he dislikes. He still made his wife pregnant. And soon after the birth of the first child, he had a second child. He worked like a cow and a horse to make money, thinking that he would live happily with his wife and children. But the natural disaster came. When the natural disaster came, the child was only 2 or 3 years old, and it was even more difficult to support his wife and children. He could only risk his life, and he was almost eaten and killed many times. The end of the world is difficult. But there are also good things. The wife is still sarcastic, but she has begun to understand the cold and the heat. Probably because she saw many men selling their wives for food. She was worried that he would also pull his own woman to sell. He couldn't bear it. If that day really came, he would rather Wang Meili sell him than force her to sell him. It was difficult for 10 years. But he had the right support and good luck. His child was growing up, and his wife was treating him better and better. But no one expected that the natural disaster would be so tragic. The couple buried their son at sea with grief. But they could only continue to endure and survive. He didn't go back to the lower cabin. The 3 of them found a corner to stay. Even if they died, they would die together. The staff saw that the family still had some humanity, and did not make things difficult for them. He was in a daze every day like a walking corpse. He didn't know how long he had drifted on the sea. When he woke up, he had already arrived at his new home. He survived to his new home. But one of his children was missing. Although Wang Meili was fierce and seemed heartless, she had more than half of her hair white when she got off the boat. No matter how sad it was, life had to go on. Wang Meili's health collapsed, and she couldn't work to make money. She could only find a way to grow more potatoes. The sharp-mouthed monkey returned to his old job and started everything from scratch. Unexpectedly, I could meet my sister in my new home. Thinking of how my sister had been supporting his business for years and giving him medicine to treat the smog virus. She was like a second parent to him. For a moment, he couldn't hold back his emotions. He tried desperately to force out a smile to express his joy of meeting her. But it turned out to be uglier than crying. Knowing his experience, Jiangning felt sad. After living for so many years, he was able to keep his wife and children, which was better than most survivors. But she didn't know how to comfort him. It's all over. Now is a new beginning. The sharp-nosed monkey came back to his senses and nodded quickly, saying, "Sister, you are right. This is a new beginning." Then he changed the subject. "Sister, you just came today. The house is empty. Is there anything you want to buy? If so, I will help you get it." Well, he really talks about his old business every 3 sentences. The sadness stopped abruptly, and Jiangning responded quickly, "Okay, if you see what I need, help me get it." The sharp-nosed monkey patted his chest and promised, "Okay, sister's business is my business. I promise to make your new home brand new." After saying hello, He did not stay too long and stood up to say goodbye. Jiang Ning saw him out. She put the simple furniture out again and sat quietly without saying a word. The experience of the sharp-nosed monkey was sad, but it was still much better than that of other survivors. If she had not been blessed by the space, she might not have lived better than him. The painful memories of the previous life came to mind again. Huishan winked at his sister, and Dao took the dog back to his room. He sat down next to her. What's wrong? Jiang Ning had a complicated expression, thinking of the past. Huishan knew that she was referring to the previous life. Although he was usually taciturn, he was actually a thoughtful person. Are you worried about Chief Gu? Jiang Ning did not deny it after his thoughts were revealed. I have enough food and drink now, and I can survive in danger, all thanks to the space he gave me. Tell me, if I took him away with me when the plates collided, would the ending be different from today? Chapter 449. Huishan hugged Jiang Ning in his arms. Don't let your imagination run wild. He may not be in trouble. Jiang Ning's bad point is this. The cruel environment she grew up in and experienced 2 apocalypses made her pessimistic and prone to thinking of the worst. He is the head of the military base. He must know that the country will rebuild its homeland. It has been several months since the plate collision. Survivors from many bases across the country have come here. If he is not in trouble, why hasn't he arrived yet? Ocean currents are complex and often cannot be controlled by humans. He hasn't arrived yet. Perhaps because he went in the wrong direction. But he will arrive sooner or later. Fearing that she would blame herself and feel guilty, Huishan comforted her, aiming. Even if you decided to take him away, he would not leave. Jiang Ning was speechless for a moment. Yes, Gu Tinglin would not leave. From the moment he accepted the national mission, his fate was doomed. His life belongs to the country and the people. If Jiang Ning forcibly took him away, he would not have peace for the rest of his life. Jiang Ning understood, but also seemed to not understand. You saved so many people before, but the final outcome was, do you regret it? Huishan thought calmly. No regrets. It's just that God gave him a chance to choose again. He chose to live a different way. But he had to admit that there was no such thing as a win-win situation in the world. Every time he saw the soldiers and police who gave up their homes to defend their country, he felt bad. After all, he was a deserter. Therefore, Huishan understood Gu Tinglin's choice. Even if Jiang Ning told him the truth about the space, his choice would not change. If you force him away, your relationship will only deteriorate. In fact, Jiang Ning knew in her heart that even if she had to choose again, she might still not speak, because Gu Tinglin's answer would not change. But, every time she used the space, she felt that she owed Gu Tinglin. She did not acknowledge his identity, but was enjoying the benefits he gave her. This split made Jiang Ning restless. I believe he will get through it. Huishan held her cold hand. Aining, if you can meet, I hope you can follow your inner decision, and don't let yourself regret and repent. Inner decision? Jiang Ning still doesn't understand. Is it the guilt for Gu Tinglin who got the space? Or the little blood relationship? Or is it the respect for him who sacrificed himself as a soldier of the country? It's normal to be confused for a while. Time will give you the answer. Jiang Ning thought about it, and leaned on his shoulder to calm down. At night, the sliding iron door was closed. Daodu and Guzi slept at 372. Jiang Ning and Huishan slept at 370. And the middle was separated by the living room. The place was narrow, and the 2 of them lay flat next to each other, with not much room to turn around and move. But I felt at ease returning to the human world. It was slightly light in the morning, and areas 1 to 3 became lively. The soldiers got up on time to work. The steel plate was not soundproof, and all kinds of ping-pong noises lasted for more than half an hour before they stopped. The 3 people and the dog had nothing to do, so they didn't get up until almost 8 o'clock. Went into the space to brush their teeth and wash their faces, and then came out to have breakfast. They ate original soup noodles. Jiang Ning had not yet planned to settle down, so he was not in a hurry to plant potatoes, but planned to visit the watching base. After putting the dog in the backpack, the 3 of them left with the speedboat. This sea area was well chosen, except for the tide, when the waves can reach 2 or 3 meters high. It is relatively quiet at other times. If the reclamation and island building is successful, it will be very suitable for human habitation. It is said that the Taoist Bagua compass and advanced scientific detection were used when selecting the site. In short, It is a feng shui treasure land that cannot be taken away. The speedboat is not fast, and it slowly turns the offshore platform under construction, except for the AB area which has been completed. Other platforms are in full swing, and the survivors are moved in while they are being built. It was a bit noisy, but there was no problem with safety protection. Looking at the large-scale marine construction equipment, Jiang Ning was surprised. The base has not been powered on yet. How much oil do these equipment consume in a day? Wei Shen looked at the platform under construction. Large-scale equipment does not stop working. It should be equipped with nuclear kinetic energy. Otherwise it cannot be constructed for a long time. And small-scale equipment consumes oil. Jiang Ning thought it was possible. After all, large equipment did not have exhaust pipes. It was really big, like an ant looking at an elephant. This is the national infrastructure. The myth of global island building. But why don't we build the platform and the island at the same time? It should be easier to build the platform by raising the seabed. Before the disaster, the Tianjing and Tianquan were already the embodiment of artificial islands. Why not just modify the design based on them? Of course, Jiang Ning is a layman, and experts in reality should have their own considerations. In addition to large equipment, there are many workers on the construction site. As long as you participate in the construction, whether you are a regular soldier or an ordinary survivor, you must obey the arrangement unconditionally. After all, it is not before the natural disaster. Oil is decreasing every day. We should save what we can, but we should use what we can. The base is magnificent. The 6 platforms under construction are almost 30 kilometers in a circle. If 20 are built, it will be a big city. Huacheng, as long as there is no natural disaster, will be just around the corner. Seeing a boat catching marine life, Jiang Ning came over curiously. Can it be eaten? The salvors wore protective clothing, and several people worked together to lift the fishing nets from the sea. Don't dare to eat it now. The research department wants to conduct experiments to see if there is a way to remove the toxins in the fish. Since the ocean was polluted by ancient viruses, humans have almost lost their source of meat. After a few years, the survivor's health has become very poor. It is impossible to recover physical strength by eating only vegetables or grains. So we still need to find a way to obtain meat. The research department has been studying hard for several years and seems to have made some progress. Once a breakthrough is made, there will be a continuous source of meat. In short, the day of eating meat is not far away. Seeing that they seem to be in good shape and willing to chat with others, Jiang Ning took the opportunity to ask, "What should I do if I want to eat meat?" The beauty asked, and the uncles couldn't help laughing. That's easy. Just eat maggots. Maggots? The kind that crawl in the manure? Jiang Ning's stomach was instantly upset. Of course not. Maggots are rich in protein, but you can't eat them every meal. Jiang Ning's stomach was churning. Dowdu was young and had little experience. She had seen insects, but had never seen maggots crawling in manure. Uncle, how do maggots grow? They are cultivated by the research department. It seems that they are raised by fermenting decayed matter. The uncles are all people with life experience. It is enough to eat what the body needs. Don't ask too much about the rest. It is just asking for trouble. No matter where it comes from. It is fine as long as it does not kill people. The question makes people physically uncomfortable. Jiang Ning chooses to ignore it. Can the virus in the fish really be eliminated? I'm not sure, but the researchers are quite confident. The operators can't help but look forward to it. If there is such a day, we will eat meat every day to make up for the share of the previous years. Since the infection of the virus, humans have stopped fishing, and marine life has reproduced very quickly. And every time the net is cast, it can be fully loaded. After a round of walking, Jiang Ning returned to Area B and happened to see the administrator posting a recruitment notice for planners. Dowdu instantly became interested and read it repeatedly before leaving. Chapter 450. Back in the room. Let the dog out for some fresh air. Jiang Ning took out Cantonese breakfast tea, and the three of them sat on the sofa and chatted. Jiang Ning felt pretty good. Natural disasters destroyed civilization, but humans never gave up, and the new homeland was in ruins. The gushing infrastructure, the orderly research, the urgent need to restore farming, especially the sparks in the darkness. One cannot help but sigh at the unyielding tenacity of China for 5,000 years. Dowdu drank milk tea and raised his hand and said, "Brother and sister-in-law, I want to apply for a planter." Jiang Ning was a little surprised. "Are you sure?" Dowdu nodded, I'm free anyway. I want to give it a try. Both the brother and sister can't sit still. And the little girl is especially hardworking. She has been planting and breeding for many years, and is definitely a little expert. As a sister-in-law, Jiang Ning has no objection. But it depends on Huishan opinion. Huishan asked Jiang Ning and Daodu, "What do you think of the new home?" Daodu didn't hesitate. "It's pretty good." Jiang Ning understood what he meant. "Since you are here, let time decide whether to stay or go. Wandering alone, you can eat and drink well, and no one cares. But people always need to socialize. After a round of wandering, I feel cheerful and comfortable. There are gains and losses. After drifting on the sea for a few months, it is okay to change the lifestyle." Huishan nodded and agreed. "Daodu, you can go for the interview. But if you are accepted, you must be careful in what you say and do. And you must not bring trouble to the family." Daodu jumped for joy. "Brother and sister-in-law, don't worry. I will be careful. Never reveal secrets. Planting does not require too much physical effort. And you don't have to leave Area B. Job opportunities are really rare." Daodu was afraid that someone else would get there first, so she immediately went downstairs to sign up. Huishan sighed. Daodu has grown up. Since she decided to stay for a while, she had to have a life. Jiang Ning said generously, "It's impossible for me to go to work. If you want to work, just go ahead." After a few years, Huishan had gotten used to it. "Don't worry. Let's see." There were few jobs that were easy and didn't require leaving home. All the women in Area B who could move signed up, and the competition was quite fierce. Not only could they take care of the family, but they also got 8 more kilograms of food a month. The people who signed up almost got into a fight. After all, growing vegetables is in the DNA of Chinese people. After so many years of natural disasters, who doesn't have some planting experience? Daodu was very nervous, afraid that she would be eliminated. Perhaps her brother was too good, which led to her lack of confidence. Jiang Ning encouraged. "Daodu, believe in yourself. You are the best. Can I really do it?" After giving her a positive answer, Jiang Ning gently kicked Huishan and complained, "Look at what you are capable of." Huishan was depressed. If he wasn't good, would she have liked him in the first place? In the evening, the sharp-nosed monkey came and knocked on the door. "Sister, I brought you something good. A brand new inflatable mattress. 90% new folding tables and chairs. These things are not easy to find. And he spent a lot of effort. There are also mattresses, pillows, towels, etc. If you need them, I will go and change them later. How can you bring these when you are drifting on the sea? It is worthy of being a middleman brought by Qin Chuan. Life must be clear." Jiang Ning accepted everything. "What do you want to exchange?" The sharp-nosed monkey had a clear attitude. "Sister, you saved the lives of my whole family. These are my thoughts. How can I take your supplies?" Knowing that he had a hard time, Jiang Ning would never accept it for free. "It's just a piece of cake to give you the medicine. Even if I don't give it to you, you can wait for the government to distribute it. Sister, you are my sister. It is true that the sharp-mouthed monkey is poor, but he knows the ways of the world. It's a rare opportunity to repay you. I will feel bad if you don't accept it. Let's be clear. These things are not easy to find. If you insist on giving them away for free, then take them back." Seeing her firm attitude, the sharp-mouthed monkey gave in. "My wife and children are not in good health. How about using these to pay for medical treatment?" Jiang Ning was puzzled. "It seems that there is a doctor in the base. You have to pay food to see the doctor. And there is no medicine." In fact, it was just an excuse for the sharp-nosed monkey. After so many years of natural disasters, everyone is sick. Seeing a doctor will only add to the trouble. Jiang Ning did not object. "I don't know much, but I can try." After collecting the things, she followed him to 351. 3 people squeezed into a house of less than 4 square meters, which was just a bed, and was piled with supplies. It was so crowded that there was no place to stand. But Wang Meili knew how to clean up. She found some materials to build a loft and piled all the things on the roof. People couldn't even walk straight in there. They could only squat to get in and out. Even so, for someone who had been drifting on the sea for months, it was already very satisfying. The sharp-mouthed monkey felt bad for letting his wife and children suffer with him. Even if it cost him money, he would work hard to make money so that his wife could live in a good house in the future. not wanting his sister to be wrong. The sharp-mouthed monkey hurriedly said, Meili, you and the children should bring a bench out. Wang Meili brought the children out. The dead child was the older one. The younger one was only 11 years old and had just learned to speak when the natural disaster came. Raising children in a natural disaster is not easy. Jiang Ning felt very painstaking even with abundant supplies. Not to mention that the sharp-nosed monkey had to raise too. The 11-year-old child, with a skeleton body and a big head, walked unsteadily. Jiang Ning didn't dare to get too close, for fear that if he accidentally touched him, his head would fall off. In fact, it didn't matter whether he checked or not. It was a common problem in natural disasters and man-made disasters. Anemia, malnutrition, vitamin and mineral deficiency can cause various diseases, and severe cases can lead to organ failure. The diseases of a family of 3 cannot be written down on several pages. If they are not improved for a long time, their lifespan will be shortened. Given the current conditions, Jiang Ning has no better way to teach Wang Meili acupoint massage, which can relieve or prevent many diseases. The sharp-mouthed monkey was very happy, and she was worthy of being called a sister. I couldn't finish teaching in a short time, and I was afraid that Wang Meili would not remember if I taught too much. So I finished it in about half an hour. When you are familiar with it, come to me to learn new things. Sharp-billed monkey encouraged his wife. Study hard, and when the base gets better, we could open a massage shop and make a living with our skills. Wang Meili was a little confused. Really? Really? We will get better. She often couldn't get out of the pain of losing her son, and sometimes she would be in a daze for several days. Sharp-billed monkey was also sad, but he was the pillar of the family, and he must not fall. Jiang Ning agreed. It will get better, and we will open dozens of chain stores. Wang Meili smiled. Thank you. I will try my best. Back in the room, Jiang Ning closed the door, and the 3 people and the dog went into the space to wash and change. After coming out, Dao went to bed early, wanting to be in the best condition for tomorrow's interview. Jiang Ning sat on the sofa, wiped his hair with a towel, and discussed. The sharp-mouthed monkey family has a lot of problems. What do you think? Should I give them some herbal medicine to regulate their bodies? Or use the supplies to replace today's things? Chapter 451. Jiang Ning didn't tell the sharp-mouthed monkey because he was afraid that he would refuse to accept it. Wang Meili would accept it, no matter for the family or the children. Give them food. Hui thought deeply. The body is too damaged. It can't be made up by a few doses of medicine. Even if it is conditioned, the effect is not great. The space has collected a lot of herbal seeds. You can give them some appropriately, and let them grow them themselves. Jiang Ning thought it was okay. Okay, then I give some tomorrow. In the morning, Dao picked a worn-out piece of clothing for fear of being compared with his peers, and deliberately rubbed it on the ground and smeared some dirt. Jiang Ning smiled and made her head look like a chicken coop. You're a country girl enough. Dao still thought it was not enough. Sister-in-law, make me more mature. Alas, being young is good. Jiang Ning wanted to look more mature for the interview. She wished she could look a few years younger. She made her fair face look yellow and stained, and her cloth shoes were so rotten that her toes were exposed. That's enough. If you make it any more, she will become an old lady. Dao was finally satisfied and went to the management office downstairs to wait for the interview. The child had grown up and had her own opinions and positions. Jiang Ning and Hui were afraid that she would be nervous and did not send her. The space has a constant output, and Dao doesn't need to earn a salary at all. But when she grows up, she must integrate with the society and accept the hardships to transform. At this moment, Jiang Ning felt a bit sad like an old mother. She sat on the sofa and read medical books to pass the time. 2 hours later, Dao came running up. Brother and sister-in-law, I passed the interview and can go to work tomorrow. Jiang Ning was happy for her. Dao is great. Seeing that Huishan didn't say anything, she kicked him. Huishan received the hint and tried to encourage. Not bad. The little girl smiled and said happily, dozens of people were interviewed, and only 5 were selected. I was the first to pass the interview. The platform garden is quite large and surrounded by glass. The staple food is potatoes and sweet potatoes, as well as various vegetables. And herbal medicines are cultivated. Dao has been with Jiang Ning since she was a child. Not only does she know some medical knowledge, But she is also good at growing herbs. She was very knowledgeable during the interview and was quickly accepted. However, her face soon fell, and her tone was aggrieved. But they want me to go to the maggot breeding group. Puff. Jiang Ning, who was drinking water, was choked. Raise maggots? Hui Yishan frowned. How to raise them? Chop potato sprouts and manure to make fertilizer. Jiang Ning accepted the inability. Daodu, why don't you wait a little longer? Maybe there will be other jobs. Daodu was indeed aggrieved, but still wanted to try. Picking her fingers and saying, they can all do it. I want to try it too. If it doesn't work, I will resign. Jiang Ning was quick-witted. How about giving something to the interviewer to help you find a lighter job? Who would have thought that Daodu and Hui Yishan, who were born from the same mother, were equally stubborn? Sister-in-law, I want to rely on my own efforts. Okay. Jiang Ning did not stop him. Some things have to be experienced by oneself. In any case, Daodu has a job, and it is right at home, and he can come back to eat 3 meals a day. To celebrate, we decided to have a good meal. These days, it has been very light. Jiang Ning decided to eat hot pot. It is a waste of time to enter the space, so I might as well go to the submarine. 2688 is a great treasure for ocean survival, and I am really worried about leaving it in Area A, so I have to keep an eye on it from time to time. So, the three of them carried the dog out and paddled to Area A in a rubber boat. The submarine was still there, and there were a few more of the same series. It seemed that more and more survivors had arrived at their new home. Entering the submarine, they started to eat spicy hot pot with red oil, fat beef, fat lamb, duck intestines, tripe, chicken and duck feet, shrimp balls, various meatballs, fish head. Forget it. I said I didn't want to eat fish in this life. Tired of eating light food. Spicy food tastes particularly strong. Jiang Ning poured Daodu half a glass of red wine. Come on. I wish you a successful interview and a good job in the future. Daodu was particularly happy. Thank you, sister-in-law. The hot pot was used. Jiang Ning scooped out the cooked chicken legs and gave them to Guzi. Here, your steaming legs. The Guzi wagged his tail wildly. Woof. After being held back for 2 days, Guzi was almost worried to death. When he arrived at the submarine, he ran back and forth wildly, howling at his heart's content. Woof woof woof. A woof. The hot pot was bubbling with steam, and the family of 4 ate for nearly 2 hours before finishing. Jiang Ning was slightly intoxicated, rinsed his mouth, and fell on the bed to rest. Daodu cleaned up the dishes. Hui Yishan sat at the observation window drinking coffee, and Guzi hung in the aisle to exercise his muscles. When I woke up, it was almost evening, and I had another spicy hot pot. I was afraid that people would smell the odor, so I not only brushed my teeth and rinsed my mouth, but also changed my clothes, and cleaned the submarine inside and out before leaving. Jiang Ning took out 5 kilograms of old corn, and in order to save fuel, he used a crusher to grind it into powder. He also took a few commonly used herbal seeds to offset the supplies given by the sharp-mouthed monkey yesterday. Today, the most precious things are nothing more than food and medicine, which are more than enough to offset yesterday's furniture. Jiang Ning didn't dare to take too much. Just let him take advantage of it a little bit, because he had cheated him a lot when he was hoarding supplies before, and he would pay it back when he had the chance. Coming out of the submarine, walking along the corridor to the platform, a submarine just surfaced in the slot in front, and 6 or 7 Navy officers came out of it. He was thin, but he was talking and laughing, and seemed to be in a good mood. Facing the sunset, someone suddenly waved. Comrade Hua? Sister Jiang. The voice was a little familiar. Jiang Ning looked at it, and it took him a while to recognize it was Lu Cheng. Unexpectedly, 2688 and 1926 reunited. Seeing Jiang Ning and Hui Yishan, Lu Cheng and others were overjoyed. When they came to the new home and saw the new appearance, he regretted more than once that 2688 did not come. After drifting aimlessly in the ocean for several months, he had seen survivors from other countries. On the contrary, he had seen quite a few, and had been attacked more than once. A country is a home. Survival in natural disasters is cruel. If you choose to drift outside, you have to accept the cruelty of big fish eating small fish. The weak will be devoured. Although the conditions in the new home are still very difficult, it is much better than they imagined. He believes that sooner or later it will become strong. Here, with the country as a backing, few foreign enemies dare to come. Survivors do not have to guard against danger and enemies 24 hours a day, and can better devote their energy to construction. Thinking of the help given by 2688, Lu Cheng always felt regretful. But what he didn't expect was that 2,688 actually came. They really came. Lu Cheng and others rushed up and gave Huishan a big hug. He didn't feel comfortable hugging Jiang Ning, but still excitedly held her hand. Junior sister, welcome to your new home. It was rare to meet someone you knew. And Jiang Ning and others were also very happy. After the greetings, she asked curiously, did you just come back? Lu Cheng nodded. We accepted the new formation and became the active navy of Huacheng Base, taking on the task of going out to find more survivors of our compatriots. Chapter 452. In order to find a suitable place to settle down, the Eastern military base paid a great price. The fuel consumption was huge, so they had to reduce the outbound flights of the Air Force and ships, and use important materials on construction projects. As the submarines continued to arrive, the base really handed over the task of finding survivors to the submarines with nuclear kinetic energy configuration. Lu Cheng and others accepted the task and patrolled outside the 500 nautical miles during this period. When they met their compatriots, they guided them over. This time they stopped at the shore to rest. After parting with 2688, 1926 set off towards the coordinates. A lot of things happened along the way. Without the supplies given by 2688, especially the precious herbs, they might not be able to reach their new home safely. As they walked and talked, the joy of reunion made people beam with joy. When they arrived at Area A, Lu Cheng and others went to the mission reporting area, while Jiang Ning and others went to the information desk. At the special moment of beauty and meet, the staff had a deep memory and recognized her at a glance. Didn't you come to ask yesterday? None of them came. Every day, many people come to look for their relatives. They come with hope, but return with disappointment. There are also reunions, but they are really rare. I have registered for you. If there is any news about them, I will tell you as soon as possible. Lu Cheng and others live in Area B2. After the handover, they will take the boat back. Jiang Ning and others have rubber boats and row them slowly. Back on the third floor, I happened to see Wang Meili collecting the plant pots. Jiang Ning called her to a secluded place and handed over 5 kilograms of corn flour and herbal seeds. These are the materials exchanged last night. Wang Meili seldom interacted with her, but the sharp-mouthed monkey kept saying sister every 3 words. And the batch of supplies yesterday was said to be a gift. The sharp-mouthed monkey would not accept it, and Wang Meili was also grateful, saying that it was used to offset the medical treatment for herself and her son. Jiang Ning knew that she wanted to refuse. Take it. There are herbal seeds in it. If you think I gave too much, you can give me 50% when the herbs grow out. There were eyes everywhere, and it would be easy to get into trouble if they pushed it back and forth. Wang Meili was surprised. She knew the preciousness of herbs, and knew that the family really needed food. Although she is a bit aggressive, she is also a person of temperament. Okay. When the herbs are grown, I will give you 60%. Afraid of being discovered, Wang Meili quickly took the corn flour and stuffed it into her clothes to hide it. Jiang Ning. Thank you. No need. I will also be a beneficiary in the future. More than 3 pounds of dried sweet potatoes or potatoes with gluten residue can be eaten in a few meals. But they have to be ground into powder and boiled for a month. And the powder is so thin that you can almost look in the mirror. Wang Meili went home and used hot water to make corn paste for her son, wiping her tears and urging him, eat. Eat quickly. Don't let others smell it. The son was very hungry. He finished a bowl of corn paste in a few mouthfuls and licked the bowl clean. Mom, why don't you eat? Mom is not hungry yet. Wang Meili told her son. Don't tell others what you eat at home. The son was afraid of being hungry. Mom, can I eat tomorrow? Yes. I will make it for you tomorrow. It was dark, and the sharp-mouthed monkey came back with some more things. He took out a pound of crushed dried sweet potatoes from his pants. I exchanged it today. It's for you and your son. Eat more at each meal, and don't be too frugal. Looking at his skull, Wang Meili said nothing and made him a bowl of thick soup. Sharp-nosed monkey felt sorry for him, so he took a few bites and pushed it back to her. I ate it outside. Give it to you and your son. Eat it. Your sister gave you 5 gene of corn flour and herb seeds. Sharp-nosed Monkey was surprised. Why did her sister? Looking at the thin appearance of his wife and son, he swallowed the words that were about to come to his mouth. I gave it to her. I will buy her some good things later. Sister is not the eldest. I can't feel at ease with what I want. I hope I can pay it back when I have a chance. He was thinking about the work and set his sights on Chinese medicine seeds. Can you grow them? The medicine is in great demand now. If I have extra seedlings, I take them out for exchange. I try. If it doesn't work, I find someone in the plantation to learn. Dowdy got up early and was looking forward to a new life. But when he thought about the environment in which maggots were raised, he couldn't help but feel a little discouraged. Eating steamed buns and drinking soy milk, Huishan sent his sister out. Work hard. Dowdy carried his school bag and went downstairs to the plantation area. Jiangning petted the dog while reading a medical book, and Huishan went downstairs to collect sea mud to plant potatoes. The morning passed in the blink of an eye. Jiangning took out the half-cooled food from the space and waited for Dowdy to come back. Guzi was so greedy that he didn't let him eat. Who knew that after waiting for half an hour, Dowdy only poked out half of his head. Looking extremely aggrieved, sister-in-law, Jiangning was about to ask who bullied her, but she smelled a strange smell and quickly covered her nose. Huishan, are you having diarrhea? The room was cramped, and a fart filled the room with a smell. Huishan, who was framed, was about to explain, but then he reacted. Dowdy was about to cry, and refused to come in. Jiangning was a little slow, on the first day of work, she was mixing feed. Dowdy covered her nose and vomited several times. She washed her hands and feet several times when she got off work at noon. But the smell was still there. Her clothes were all smelled. But she didn't bring any change of clothes. Jiangning came to her senses and pulled Dowdy into the house, closed the door, and slipped into the space. It's not a big deal. Just take a shower and change clothes. She washed herself from head to toe and changed into clean clothes. The odor was gone, but Dowdy's visual impact was too strong, and she had no appetite for the food on the table. Brother and sister-in-law, I'm not hungry. We were all office workers, and we all experienced the pain of the collision between ideals and reality. When Jiangning came out to make a living, she didn't know how many people looked down upon her, and she even cried secretly. We can only say that you get used to it. Since you have chosen, you have to face it. Jiangning did not comfort her, let alone persuade her to resign. If she can't even bear this little bit of hardship, and avoids difficulties when she encounters them, thinking that her family has a mind, will she retreat habitually when she encounters more difficult things in the future? Family is a major factor in the development of personality and the shaping of world outlook, and workplace training is even more indispensable. At Dowdy's age, it is the time to cultivate personality and world outlook. I don't know if she thinks so. Huishan is even more so. What's wrong with the smell? I'm really hungry at the moment of life and death. How many survivors want to eat but don't even have the chance to shit? The two looked at each other and didn't speak in tacit understanding. Dowdy didn't eat, but drank some water and went to rest. When the lunch break was over, she brought an extra set of clothes and didn't forget to bring her military canteen. Brother and sister-in-law, I'm going to work. Jiangning told her to pay more attention to her work, get along with colleagues with a smile, and not be afraid of problems. Well, I know. Huishan watched his sister leave, and returned to the room with some worry. I wonder if Dowdy can stick to it. She has been well-fed in the past few years, and I am really worried that she can't stick to it. Jiangning is also worried. But the young birds will always fly when they grow up, and they should let go when they should. Let's observe first. The two continued to live in a small house, and the afternoon passed quickly. Dowdy walked lightly after get off work, gently called the dog to her side, and said distressfully and awkwardly, Cola, do you smell me? Chapter 453. The dog sniffed Dowdy's clothes twice, and immediately stepped back and shook his head, his eyes full of disgust. Hey, I can't keep little Dowdy anymore. Dowdy suddenly became fragile and extremely depressed. Jiangning came up and pulled the dog ear. Go away. Go to the cooler side. You always bully Dowdy. After scolding the dog, he looked at the sensitive Dowdy with a smile. There is no smell. Your brother and I didn't smell it. Kayleigh was teasing you. Dowdy sniffed the clothes a few more times, And then his mood turned from gloomy to bright. Coke, you are so bad. The dog wagged its tail and grinned, biting Door's trouser leg. Come on. Come play. I was hungry at noon, so I had to eat even if I had no appetite. I ate half of my usual amount. Area B has a seawater filtration system, but fresh water is still very scarce. Each person is limited to half a bucket of water per day, and there are strict opening hours. If you want to take a bath, you have to stock up on water. There is a public bathhouse and toilet on the first floor. Water resources are tight, and it is too wasteful to use it for bathing. It is good enough to wipe the body. The excess can be traded. In order to save space and time, the 3 people and the dog have an agreement to go in together after eating and digesting the food. And the battle will not take more than half an hour. The dog doesn't take a bath, and runs around the black soil garden upstairs and downstairs. If it's dirty, give it a bath after coming out, and pour the dirty water into the space. After wiping his hair clean, Hui asked with deep concern, Dowdu, how is work? Don't ask. If you ask, it feels like the breath you breathe is stinky. Having just entered society, Dowdu's worldview was shattered. Brother, someone in the maggot breeding group is eating secretly. Eating secretly? Jiangning almost choked. They cleaned the maggots and secretly stuffed them into the mouth when the team leader wasn't paying attention. Thinking of that scene, Dowdu wanted to vomit again. Huishan did not judge others. How did you find out that they were cheating? Dowdu hesitated. I pretended not to see it. Why? Cheating is wrong. But they are too thin. They must not be full every day. Dowdu has his own opinion. If they have a choice and are not hungry, they will definitely not cheat. Because it is really disgusting. Dowdu has been hungry before, and he still remembers the feeling. It's a matter of life and death, let alone eating maggots. There are so many people who eat 2-legged sheep. Moreover, she found out that they were cheating on her the first time she went to work. How could the team leader not have found out if he was interested? It's just that their cheating was not too excessive, so he just turned a blind eye. She didn't need to expose others, but it would bring trouble to herself. Huishan was quite satisfied with Dowdu's answer. Dowdu, if it was a peaceful era, they would be wrong to do this. But now it is a special era. They do this to survive. Even if they are wrong, they are justifiable. As long as it does not affect you, you can turn a blind eye to them. There is no need to be hostile to them. Getting his brother approval, Dowdu finally breathed a sigh of relief. Yeah. Dowdu's thinking made Jiangning feel relieved. Right and wrong are no longer important in the face of the end of the world. Survivors use all means just to survive, as long as they don't intimidate themselves. The guidance of the two over the past few years has been successful. Huishan took the opportunity to ask, can you stick to your work? Dowdu thought for a moment. Brother, I can do it. The elder brother was very relieved. Dowdu, survival is never easy. We can live peacefully because someone is carrying the burden. We can live at the base. Rent or food can be paid on credit. And fresh water is distributed every day. The motherland has been planning for a long time. Look at the survivors from other countries we met at sea. Do they have it? There is a country before there is a home. But we can't just lie down and wait for others to pay just because the country is supporting us. What if the country can't hold on one day? We must grow together with the country. Only with the hard work of every survivor can the country become stronger. Dowdu looked serious. Yes, I know. Of course. If you encounter pressure or unhappiness at work, don't hide it. We are a family. If there is anything, tell me in time. Your sister-in-law and I will find a way for you. After talking with his brother, Dowdu further confirmed his thoughts. Brother, I can do a good job. Raising a baby is not easy. After the two fell asleep, Huishan whispered in Jiangning's ear, I will go to find a job tomorrow. I have to set a good example for Dowdu, so that she won't be spoiled by eating and drinking at home every day. Jiangning kissed him, rewarding him for his actions. Well, Mr. Hui is great. He went out to work hard, and she would definitely lie down. The next day, Dowdu got up early again, and Huishan followed him out, wanting to find a job with less work and closer to home. The brother and sister went out together, and the brother did not forget to brainwash his sister. Jiangning continued to sleep in, and got up after 9 o'clock to wash up, eat breakfast and read medical books to pass the time. Dowdu came back for lunch, and her mental state was much better than yesterday, and she was even a little happy. Sister-in-law, I can raise maggots alone. And I am the fastest learner in the new group. Maggot? Jiang Ning automatically blocked it, imagining it as a cute little white boy. Huishan came back in the afternoon. He was chubby and good-looking. He successfully applied for the position of maintaining public security in the administrative center of District A. And he was also the team leader. To put it bluntly, it was the security captain. This position is usually held by soldiers. But Huishan is tall, long-legged, white-skinned and beautiful. And he has good physical fitness. 10 kilograms of food per month. 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. And 2 days off. Others only have 1 day off. And they work from 7 a.m. to 6 p.m. I don't know how he negotiated it. He seriously suspected that someone had seen his face. Jiang Ning looked at his outstanding appearance and figure. Female boss? Huishan did not deny. Yes. Jiang Ning smiled. I take you to work tomorrow. Huishan smiled. Okay. He really did what he said. Jiang Ning got up early with the brother and sister and changed his clothes after breakfast. Standing out from the crowd was too conspicuous. So Huishan found a patched piece of clothing and didn't shave his beard to look quite vicissitudes. Jiang Ning put on a yellow and thin makeup and sent the two to work with a malnourished face. Daodu was downstairs, and the two of them sent her to the plantation. Who knew they would meet a new colleague? Daodu, did your parents send you to work? Daodu was stunned. No. It was my brother and sister-in-law. The colleague looked at Jiang Ning and Huishan with envy. They looked so good with flesh on their bodies. And they couldn't take their eyes off them. Being stared at by the skeleton. Jiang Ning felt like a thorn in his back. But he didn't notice her malice for the time being. So he told Daodu and left quickly. If you want to integrate into the base, you have to keep a low profile. The base's oil is not sold to the outside world. And whether you dare to use the fuel-consuming assault boats, the two of them are waiting for the ferry at the dock. Many people were rushing to work in the morning. And they all looked emaciated and pale. There were 2 bright colors in the crowd, attracting everyone's attention. When the ferry arrived, Huishan took Jiang Ning's hand and sat openly, silently declaring to everyone that they were all taken. There are all kinds of birds in the forest, and all kinds of complicated looks swept over. Envy, jealousy or calculation. Jiang Ning kept smiling, then reached into his pocket. Chapter 454. The object in the pocket was exposed through the cloth. It seemed to be a gun. Now no one dared to attack Jiang Ning anymore, and they all turned their eyes away. Sure enough, anyone with fat body these days is not to be messed with. Don't think of taking advantage. Otherwise you will die. The ferry was going fast. And when they arrived at Area A, there were still 10 minutes before work. And Huishan went to report. When did Huishan learn to be a dog? The boss is a man. He is from the administrative department of the Eastern Military Base. And he looks 45 years old. He seems to be quite thin. But his body is quite straight. It's obvious that he's not the one who's after others. Humph. I deal with him after I get him back. Huishan brought Jiang Ning and introduced her to his boss. This is my wife. His surname is Jiang. He used to be the head of the Eastern Military Base, and is now the second in command of the Huacheng Base. He was the one who interviewed Huishan yesterday, and was very satisfied. He said that she looked like him when he was young. Jiang Ning thought, everyone really loves a good-looking skin. Even the most experienced officers. The boss is good in everything. He speaks humorously. But he is a little short. Like a skinny winter melon. He was even shorter than Jiang Ning. Probably just the height required for conscription. Jiang Guanshan had seen countless people in his life. And he only needed to take a few glances to know that the two in front of him were extraordinary people. The base was in need of people. And his task was to discover talents. He kept talking about his old business. Ms. Jiang, I wonder where you worked before. Are you interested in serving the base? The treatment is easy to talk about. Jiang Ning smiled. Thank you for your kindness. I was just a student before the natural disaster. I didn't know anything at all. Hello, student. Jiang Guanshan smiled like Maitreya Buddha. Are you from the medical school? Jiang Ning was startled. How did he know that? Could it be that they were sharing information with the southern military base? And she had found out everything? Jiang Guanshan suddenly looked serious and saluted Jiang Ning and Huishan. Thank you both for letting the hero go home. Jiang Ning was stunned. No wonder Huishan was treated preferentially. This was the reason. It should be that Lu Cheng and his team brought back the ashes of the Air Force. And the department they contacted happened to be the administration department. And they also learned her and Huishan names. Jiang Guanshan saluted the two men as a token of gratitude. Thank you for not only letting the hero go home, but also telling the compatriots the coordinates of the new home. Originally, Lu Cheng didn't want to say it, but he couldn't help asking. Those who have done favors to heroes need to remember it. So he not only asked, but also asked in detail. Unfortunately, Lu Cheng didn't know much. The two looked at each other, and Huishan said, "This is what we should do." According to the procedure, Jiang Guanshan asked again about the incident. Before telling Lu Cheng and others, the three people and the dog had a unified caliber. And Jiang Ning repeated it. When the plane crashed, our submarine just surfaced for air. He died of a sudden heart attack. Jiang Guanshan did not question that the pilot was diagnosed with heart disease in the 8th year of the natural disaster, and was transferred to an administrative position at that time. In order to find a new home suitable for living, the team risked their lives searching in the ocean, sacrificing many elites along the way, including the pilot. Later, there was really no one available, and he repeatedly requested to participate in the mission, which was specially approved. He contributed greatly to the expansion of the base to more than 12,000 people today. But he did not expect. No, he expected the worst result. So he insisted on returning to the blue sky. If the hospital system hadn't collapsed in the natural disaster, if his medicine hadn't run out. Jiang Guanshan looked at Jiang Ning. Comrade Jiang, the base has planned a hospital. But too many medical staff have sacrificed their lives. And it's a time when manpower is extremely scarce. Are you willing to join this olive branch? After all, he is Huishan boss. So Jiang Ning couldn't respond too decisively. Does the base hospital have medicine? Only some emergency medicine is left. But the Chinese medicine cultivation area has been put into use. And the shortage of medicines will be solved sooner or later. Jiang Ning said tactfully. Medicine is the key to curing diseases and saving lives. I am just a student of the medical school. I learned public courses in my freshman year, and don't know much about the profession. You are already short of medicine. How can I, an outsider, waste it? Jiang Guanshan heard that she didn't want to go to the base hospital. I don't know how deep her medical skills are. Since she doesn't want to, there is no need to force her. There is a long way to go. He is just a matchmaker. Even if she really agrees, she still has to pass the hospital's interview. Jiang Guanshan laughed. Comrade Jiang is right. But there is no need to be modest. When the hospital has medicine one day, I hope you won't refuse it then. Jiang Ning laughed along. After the greetings, Huishan officially reported and started working in his new job. Jiang Ning did not disturb him, but walked around Area A and found that there was actually a trading center. The official actually sold sea salt. Jiang Ning stepped forward and asked, "Is the salt extracted by evaporating seawater safe?" The waiter explained, "It is absolutely safe. We have already extracted and produced sea salt when we were at the eastern base, and we have eaten it for several years without any problems. The sea salt is burnt yellow, which should be baked at high temperature after extraction. Viruses are most afraid of high temperatures, and salt is not an organic organism. Viruses cannot replicate and prosper quickly, even if their life cycle is long. They will be roasted to death if they are baked at high temperatures for 2 or 3 hours, even if they live to be 100 years old." Jiang Ning looked at the price. Consuming a survivor's daily salary can feed them for a month, which is definitely a conscience price. Salt can supplement sodium and solve the survivor's hyponatremia. This benefit for the people move of the base deserves praise. In addition to selling salt, the trading center can also exchange materials. Survivors can put the materials they don't need in the trading center and report their needs at the same time, so that people who have needs and happen to have materials can exchange them. And the base charges a certain service fee. To be honest, this is the middleman listed by the official. The handling fee is not high, but the flexibility is not good. Unlike the sharp-mouthed monkeys, who provide door-to-door service and speak nicely, there are not many materials left after fleeing at sea, and the traded items are all rags, shoes and other messes, while their needs are almost all medicines, food or seeds. Area not only has shopping malls, but also offices of various departments, hospitals, planting areas, etc. Jiang Ning took a general walk and took the ferry back to Area B. Unexpectedly, he ran into Jiang Guanshan again. There were several middle-aged men in military uniforms around him. judging from their shoulder badges. They were all big shots. Listening to their conversation, it seemed that they were going to various districts to inspect the progress of the project and the living conditions of the survivors. Jiang Guanshan was accompanying him, and Jiang Ningjing sat quietly in the corner without saying hello. Halfway through the journey, Jiang Ning was drowsy in the sea breeze, but was suddenly awakened by a hurried voice. Chief of Staff C. Jiang Guanshan said anxiously. Where is your medicine? Jiang Ning opened his eyes, and saw that he was holding the man in his early 50s next to him. The man's face was pale and painful, and his hands were tightly grasping his chest. Suddenly, several other officers around him became anxious. Old C. Where is your medicine? Chapter 455. Jiang Guanshan hurriedly searched his pockets and found the medicine bottle. But it was empty. Oh no! The medicine had already been taken. In a hurry, he shouted, who has medicine? Who has quick-acting heart-saving pills? Shouting is enough. But the natural disaster has lasted for 10 years. Who would have medicine? Everyone was in a panic. Quick! Turn around and go back to the hospital. The chief of staff stopped him, panting. I'm fine. Just take a rest. The hospital has no medicine. Don't go back to trouble them. Today's work is important. Listen. The medicine is long gone. But he didn't say it. He didn't want to go back. But the others were worried and insisted on going back. Jiang Ning looked at the chief of staff, who had a heart attack. He was about the same age as Gu Tinglin. After a little hesitation, she stood up. I have it. It was true. When she prepared the pills for Gu Tinglin, she also kept a few bottles for herself in case of emergency. She took out the medicine bottle from her bag and handed it over. The bottle was blank, with a label on it, quick-acting heart-saving pills. Jiang Guanshan was a little worried about the safety of the leader's life. Is it really a quick-acting heart-saving pill? Jiang Ning took the medicine back. It's made in the Southern Military Base Pharmaceutical Factory. If you're worried about it being unsafe, you can give it back to me. Jiang Guanshan was anxious and reached out to grab it quickly. Just asking. I trust you. The family lives in the base, and her husband still works in Area A, so they shouldn't dare to mess around. He opened the bottle cap and smelled it, and it tasted similar to what the leader usually ate. Other officers were also worried about safety issues, but the urgency of reality was in front of them, and even if they returned to the hospital immediately, it might not be too late. Just try it. Jiang Guanshan poured out 4 pills and asked the chief of staff to press them under his tongue and swallow them. Everyone's heart was hanging in their throats. It was not until 5 minutes later that the chief of staff's face eased, and they all breathed a sigh of relief. Jiang Guanshan felt relieved and walked to the corner and sat next to Jiang Ning. Comrade Jiang, I was a little too much in a hurry just now. I apologize to you. Thank you so much today. It's just a little help. Jiang Ning stretched out his hand to him. Where's the medicine? Jiang Guanshan smiled shrewdly and put the medicine bottle into his pocket and didn't let go. You and Xiaohua are so young and healthy. You don't need this medicine at all. Why don't you sell it to me? Not for sale. Whatever you want. Just ask. Not for sale. As long as it's within my ability. Just ask. Jiang Guanshan smiled like Mithra Buddha. Even if I can't handle it, there are leaders above me. Jiang Ning still refused. Not for sale. The predecessor of the Southern Military Base was the Southern Military Region. Its headquarters was located in Yuecheng before the natural disaster. The chief of staff served in the Southern Military Region when he was young, and was later transferred to the Eastern Military Base. You also came from the Southern Military Region. It's a coincidence. It's fate. He and the head of the Southern Military Base have a lifelong friendship. Saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. You have received a lot of care in the Southern Base. Right? This is a way to repay the Southern Military Base. As expected of an administrator, he can turn black into white. Jiang Ning was puzzled and looked at Jiang Guanshan without saying a word. Jiang Guanshan's eyes flashed. Without special care. Can you get the submarine? He has been in the military area all his life and is familiar with the rules and regulations. Submarines are strategic materials. Without the approval of the top leaders, ordinary survivors can't get them at all. Jiang Ning thought for a moment and whispered. I don't ask for much. I just want 3 more rooms. The rules and regulations of the military base are very rigid. 1 person per job. It's impossible to rent more houses. That's it? Jiang Guanshan was stunned, thinking there was something wrong with his ears. But he reacted quickly. Okay. I arranged for you to have 3 more rooms. There are not many survivors now. And the base is still expanding. So there is no shortage of houses. Afraid that she would not agree. He quickly said. The living environment in Area B4 is good. But as the number of survivors increases, it is inevitable that there will be quarrels. I will transfer you to Area B2, where all the soldiers live. They are either on missions or working. And the neighbors will not bother you. Jiang Ning readily agreed. Okay. The deal was successful. And both parties were very satisfied. However, Jiang Guanshan was a shrewd man. Comrade Jiang, do you have any more medicine? We can cooperate for a long time. Jiang Ning closed his eyes and rested. You think too much. There is a long way to go. And it is not appropriate to talk on the ship. Jiang Guanshan did not continue, but returned to his seat and put the medicine into the pocket of the Chief of Staff. The Chief of Staff turned around and nodded to Jiang Ning to express his gratitude. Jiang Ning smiled. She did not lack quick-acting heart-saving pills, but she gave them without reservation, or gave them too easily, which would easily arouse suspicion. Fight for your own interests. It's good for you. Me and everyone. The ferry soon arrived at Area B, and Jiang Guanshan led the leaders to get off the boat for inspection. Chief of Staff looked at the direction Jiang Ning left. From the southern military base? Yes. Jiang Guanshan nodded quickly. A group of people came to the southern military base one after another. All of them were spark planners who drove submarines. But 2688 was a private submarine. Private submarine? Not everyone can get one. Chief of Staff came back to his senses. How do you ask her for it? What if she needs it? Please rest assured. 2688 should be of great importance. They asked the 1926 submarine to send back Colonel Wang's bones, and also sent 1926 a batch of food and medicine. So she should not be short of medicine. When it comes to life, who would easily give up medicine? When it comes to the south, the Chief of Staff frowned. No news from Chief Gu? Not yet. Jiang Guanshan reported on his work. We did find the leaders of the northern military base, and their warships are heading towards the base. Send more people to look for more survivors. After having lunch with Daodu, Jiang Ning just woke up from her nap when the administrator knocked on the door and mentioned the room change. The family of 3 moved to Area B2, and they could get 3 more rooms, and they would be exempted from rent for half a year. The administrator's eyes changed when he saw her, but he didn't say anything. Instead, he handed her the key. Don't worry. You can move slowly when you have time. Jiang Ning took the key. Thank you. Probably because Jiang Guanshan had reminded him. The administrator was very enthusiastic. If you have any difficulties in life, you can come to me at any time. Jiang Ning said politely. Okay. Thank you for your help. In the evening, Huishan came back on time. Jiang Ning asked, how is work? Not bad. Quite relaxed. He is the leader of patrol security in Area A, which belongs to the administrative area of the base. The newly arrived survivors are full of longing for their new home, and most of them are grateful, and few people cause trouble. But the survivors living in the following areas should be careful. Either they have mental problems, or they have physical problems due to infection with the virus. And their emotions are easily volatile, and they like to attack others. Today, a patrolman was injured and rushed to the hospital for emergency treatment. It seems that he was stabbed by several crazy survivors and lost a lot of blood. It is hard to say whether he can be saved. Huishan mentioned a few things about work and suddenly asked, what did you promise Jiang Guanshan? He came back like a different person, and almost worshipped me as a Buddha. Chapter 456. Jiang Ning told what happened on the ferry. I used a bottle of quick-acting heart pills to exchange for 3 houses, and the rent was waived for half a year. There were many people in eyes, and the family of 3 had grown fat. They had been targeted by many survivors in the first few days. Most of them were just Indias, but it was not ruled out that there were calculations. Moving to Area B2 and living with active duty soldiers should have fewer problems. Move as soon as you say so as to avoid more troubles. 3 people and a dog living in a 10 square meter place is too crowded. If there is a chance, Jiang Ning doesn't mind making his life better. Huishan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I'm taking advantage of my wife again. Jiang Ning glared at him. That's good to know. You be responsible for all the housework in the future. He was already good at coaxing his wife. No problem. You have the final say at home. There weren't many things. So they moved in a few times. The room was the same size, but the two rooms were combined into one, which was much larger. Jiangning and Huishan shared one room. The living room in the middle was for Kiki to live in, and Daodu was at the edge. The sliding steel plate could be opened at ordinary times, and closed when an independent space was needed. The house is big, and the mood is much better. After cleaning up inside and outside, Jiangning and Huishan went downstairs to get water. But unexpectedly they met Su Kai in the corridor. The master and the apprentice met, and they were very happy. Instructor Su. When Su Kai came back from a mission, he met Lu Cheng, who was on duty on the shore. Only then did he know that Jiangning and others had arrived at their new home safely. I just wanted to find him after I was done, but I didn't expect to run into him. If there was no collision of plates and no decline of land, the master and the apprentice might just meet and ask each other questions at the southern military base. But after experiencing so many disasters and separations, it would be a lie to say that I am not moved to see the master and apprentice meet in the vast water bowl. A big hug came. The three of them went downstairs to fetch water together and talked about what would happen after they separated. Su Kai is the instructor of the submarine team. He drives the 094A regular national nuclear submarine, which carries the middle and senior management of the military base. He encountered many maritime disasters, but he survived them all with his extraordinary courage and excellent equipment. Middle and senior management? Jiangning was startled and pretended to be curious. With the collision of plates and the global oceanization, submarines are relatively safe. The senior military officials should be there. Su Kai was appointed by the top leaders to teach Jiangning and Huishan how to operate a submarine. He never liked gossip, but he could guess that the two had a special relationship with the leader. With such a natural disaster, there is no safest escape equipment. Many times, it depends on luck, courage, and rich survival experience. As the chief instructor of the submarine group of the Navy Department, Su Kai participated in the survival plan meeting of the Ocean Line. He participated in the formulation of the Ocean Escape Plan. Now that Jiangning asked about it, he did not hide it. The base is divided into land, sea and air. The top leaders need to command the three departments. They will evacuate at the end, if nothing unexpected happens. After the evacuation mission is completed, they will leave by helicopter and finally land on the warship at sea. The combat warship has good performance, and the crew has rich experience in fighting marine disasters. I believe they will be safe. Jiangning smiled and did not ask any more questions. After getting out of the water, Jiangning invited Su Kai to dinner. Instructor Su, if you hadn't taught me everything you know, our submarine might have been swallowed by the wind and waves. These days, food is life. And Su Kai quickly refused. Jiangning said, I only invited you for a meal, but the skills you taught us have helped us escape disasters several times. The two took turns inviting each other, and Su Kai had no choice but to agree. The rich food in the space should not be exposed. So Jiangning fried dried beans, steamed salted fish, fried wilted vegetables, mixed grain rice, dried sweet potatoes, etc. She took a bottle of cheap ergotu, and did not forget to make the bottle old. Su Kai had seen the dog, and Jiangning did not hide it. The food was quickly served on the table, and she opened the bottle and joked, Come on, Instructor Su, try the special wine. This salted fish has been there for several years, and the vegetables are grown on the submarine. Do you dare to eat it? The conditions were tough, so there was nothing that we dared not try, as long as it didn't kill us. And what they were preparing was a feast. The spicy liquor went down his throat, choking Su Kai so much that his eyes almost turned red. In the peaceful and prosperous times, ergotu could be easily bought in street shops. But now it is so difficult to drink it. The place of origin has sunk, and there is no ergotu in the world anymore. Even if we can make liquor one day, we can never return to a prosperous country. With his mood fluctuating, Su Kai couldn't help but drink 2 more glasses. While eating and chatting, Jiangning deliberately changed the uncomfortable topic. Instructor Su, are you still leading the submarine team now? I think so. The Eastern Military Base only has large submarines, while the Southern Military Base has a wide variety of submarines, especially the small submarines built for the Spark project, which are designed to resist disasters and have strong performance bias. The search for survivors was handed over to Su Kai-tai. The southern military base has built nearly 3,000 small submarines in total, and more than 20 have arrived at the new base. I believe there will be more in the future. Jiang Ning was curious. You are responsible for the search. Didn't you encounter survivors from other countries? Yes, and there are quite a few. It's not just that they met, and the news spread, and many people even came here because of their reputation. It's just that under natural disasters, people's hearts are unpredictable, and their own conditions do not allow them to accept foreign survivors for the time being. This sea area is high. The ocean currents are slow, and there are fewer big storms. As long as you don't get close to the area of the Huacheng base, you will not be expelled. As for the so-called area, it is based on the principle of first come first served. The area of the base is not much, only 100 nautical miles in radius, and patrol boats are equipped to ensure safety. Jiang Ning took the opportunity to ask. Patrol boats consume a lot of fuel and may not last long. Besides, it is not the typhoon season now. Why not seize the opportunity to build islands and reclaim land? Su Kai-tai was speechless. This is a good question. After all, this is our country's specialty. I asked this question specifically. The Eastern military base has been preparing for several years, and experts in this field have been included in the plan for protection. And key equipment for various artificial islands has been successfully built. Everything is ready, but the weather is not good. The fleet encountered a storm at sea, and the container with key equipment fell into the sea. The two looked at each other. Could it be the batch they salvaged? Jiang Ning tentatively asked. You can't be so unlucky that all of them fell into the sea? Chapter 457. Su Kai-tai didn't know what was lost. I heard that nearly 30 boxes were lost, all of which were parts of the automatic dredging vessel. Speaking of the automatic dredging vessel, one can't help but think of the Tianjing, the artifact for building islands in the South China Sea. It seems that the parts that were lost were not large parts. But mechanical equipment is like this. Even if the screws are lost, they can't start and operate normally. So the island building plan was shelved. But the higher-ups are still trying to find a solution, and it has not been made public for the time being. And the survivors at the bottom don't know. After dinner, Su Kai-tai expressed his gratitude and said goodbye. He also lived in Area B2, not far from Jiang Ning and others. I treat you to dinner next time I'm on vacation. That's how socializing works. Only when there's give and take can it last. After closing the door, Dowda cleaned up the table, and Jiang Ning sat on the sofa thinking. What they salvaged from the seabed is likely to be the spare parts of the automatic dredging vessel. There are 25 boxes in total, which is still very close in number. But she couldn't run to ask the base if you lost the spare parts, and I salvaged them and put them in the space. The container cannot be opened, and even if she opens it violently, she won't recognize what's inside. Should I return it to them? Hui thought deeply. Of course. But how is it still a problem? The hundreds of nautical miles around belong to the new homeland. And there are patrol boats. This is a national base with fighter planes and warships, not a small private base. If you give it within the base, it is very likely to be discovered. If you give it outside the base, what if it is picked up by survivors from other countries and used to threaten or trade? Returning is an obligation, but the premise is to protect yourself. Huishan said carefully, don't rush. We have settled down in the base, and we will find a foolproof way. Jiang Ning also thought so. She had to ensure that she must be safe. Give it if there is a chance. Don't give it if there is no chance. Days passed. Jiang Ning was at home and was a salted fish. Dowdu had just entered the workplace and encountered many difficulties at the beginning. Some people were young and she thought they were easy to bully. So she began to make plans, insinuating or deliberately flattering to take advantage. She may not have experience in interpersonal relationships, but under the influence of her brother and sister-in-law, Dowdu has grasped the purpose of not being at a disadvantage. Not being at a disadvantage refers to material things. She would endure if someone said something to her, but she would fight back when she couldn't. She had a smile on her face, and her words were not dirty but hurtful, which made people speechless for a while. After several confrontations, the colleagues who didn't get the upper hand restrained themselves a lot, especially when they learned that she lived in Area B2. Their attitudes changed 180 degrees, and some even deliberately flattered her. Dowda kept her distance from everyone. A month passed in the blink of an eye, and she came back with a pound of green vegetables. Sister-in-law, I've been promoted. Today, the welfare was distributed. Each person in the maggot breeding group was given 2 tails of maggots to supplement protein. Everyone else was happy. But Dowdy was frowning. It happened that someone in the vegetable planting group wanted to take advantage. Dowdy quickly exchanged the maggots for green vegetables. Her colleagues laughed at her behind her back for being stupid. She was willing to exchange maggots for green vegetables. She was afraid that she would be beaten when she got home. This is protein. Meat. The green vegetables were grown well. Jiangning was very happy. I fry it tonight. So, Dowdy excitedly washed vegetables and cooked. And Jiangning ate them with great relish. And couldn't help but praise. Well, Dowdy earns delicious food. Dowdy smiled with curved eyebrows, and then announced the good news. Sister-in-law, our maggot breeding group is going to expand and build another production line. I was promoted to the team leader because of my good performance. Jiangning immediately gave her a chicken leg. Wow, our Dowdy is so great. Thank you, sister-in-law. Dowdy smiled. Sister-in-law is the best to me. It was not fast or slow. And another month passed. The sharp-nosed monkey came and knocked on the door, asking her if she wanted food or other supplies. Jiangning then realized that under Wang Meili's careful care, the survival rate of herbal seeds was very good. So he pulled out some seedlings and went out to trade. Unexpectedly, the business was so good that he exchanged a lot of supplies. Jiangning looked at the sharp-nosed monkey and felt that he should be doing well recently. He had a little more flesh on his face. She was not short of food. Give me some small furniture. Come on. Sister, I promise to find the best for you. The sharp-nosed monkey smiled sincerely. Sister, you are such a benefactor. Every time you trade, you can make me prosperous. These herbs made him a lot of money. And he could eat until he was half full. Jiangning smiled. I didn't suffer any loss either. Send the sharp-nosed monkey away and continue to lie around. Lie around and eat every day. And as more and more survivors arrive at their new home, the brothers and sisters are getting busier and busier. Huishan even often works overtime. It was agreed that we would work from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. and have 2 days off. Haha. If you take it seriously, you will lose. When Lu Cheng, Su Kaitai and others were resting, everyone gathered to chat. But it was only occasionally. Locked in the room, eating and waiting to die. Lying around until my back and waist ached. The days gradually became boring and irritable. At this time, an unexpected guest came. Jiangning did not expect that Jiang Guanshan would come to visit. Still with a Maitreya Buddha-like smile, he said straight to the point, Comrade Jiang, I am here to ask you for medicine. Jiangning was puzzled. Quick-acting heart-saving pills? Yes. I have finished the last batch of medicine. The last batch of medicine was stockpiled by me through connections. And it will be gone after it is used up. It doesn't matter. Many herbs in the herbal plantation can be harvested. I heard that you are a major in traditional Chinese medicine. And you have studied with famous teachers. You are very knowledgeable about ancient methods of preparing medicine. I came here today to invite you to join the base hospital. Jiangning alarm bells rang instantly. Who told you that? Jiang Guanshan did not answer. The base is in ruins. And the survivors have experienced 10 years of natural disasters. Many of them are in poor health. And more people are sick. Western medicine civilization is almost gone. And now only Chinese medicine is left. But what the base lacks most now is experienced Chinese medicine practitioners. Comrade Jiang, you are a descendant of the Yellow Emperor. We survived not only to survive, but also to inherit the 5,000-year-old civilization of our ancestors. I hope you can become a part of the revival. And I sincerely hope you can join. Jiangning didn't know how to answer such a high hat. Jiang Guanshan said sincerely, if you have any concerns or requests, you can directly raise them. I will do my best to solve them. Jiangning hesitated for a moment. Let me think about it. Okay. I wait for your answer. He didn't bother him anymore and turned away. In the evening, Huishan brought back fish cakes. About 2 kilograms. Jiangning was surprised. Where did you get them? It's a welfare, Huishan said shockingly. Made with yellow croaker from the sea. Can the mutant fish be eaten? The researchers persisted in the research for several months. Cut out the mutant toxin veins in the yellow croaker. Removed all the internal organs. Epidermis. Mucous membranes. Etc. Took the fish meat and made it into mincemeat cakes. And then steamed it at high temperature for 2 hours. The research department recruited tasters. and they ate it for several months without any problems. The base officially included yellow croaker cakes as safe food, and is planning to build a food factory. Not only will it be sold to survivors, but also to the staff. Huishan couldn't refuse, so he had to take it home. Jiangning didn't say anything, and put the fish cakes into the space for storage. She has no shortage of safe and healthy food now, and it won't be too late to take it out and eat it when food is really scarce one day. Chapter 458. China has a 5,000-year history of studying food, and many species that have become endangered have been eaten to extinction. Yellow croaker has been studied, and other fish will not be far behind. Think about the rich species in the ocean. As long as the stomach problem is solved, and the survivors no longer fight each other for a bite of food, the construction of the base will advance by leaps and bounds. Jiangning is looking forward to it, hoping to restore the prosperity and civilization before the natural disaster in her lifetime. Talking about fish cakes, she mentioned to Huishan that Jiang Guanshan came to her house. He threw down his high hat and made it clear that he would not allow me to refuse. Hui thought deeply for a moment. There are many survivors with mental disorders and physical diseases, and there are also survivors who participated in the construction who were injured at the construction site. Western medicine is becoming less and less, and there are even fewer people who understand Chinese medicine. Several medical staff have been injured, and the hospital can't operate at all. Jiang Guanshan was so anxious that his tongue blistered. I guess there is really no way out. I want to use morality to persuade you in a moment of desperation. He didn't give Jiangning any advice. Aining, the burden of the hospital is not easy to bear. You decide whether to agree or not. I hope your decision comes from the heart, not a compromise that you have to agree to because of moral kidnapping. If that's the case, you won't be happy even if you go to work. Jiangning was silent and didn't say anything. How to say it? She wanted to, but not too much. Huishan patted her shoulder. Don't worry. Think about it slowly. The family had dinner. Some played with the dog. Some read books, and went to bed at a certain time. In the morning, Huishan got up quietly. Jiangning got up with him. I want to go to the hospital. How about tomorrow? Seeing that she was not in a good mood, Huishan put his hand on her forehead. You had a dream yesterday, and you didn't sleep much all night. When asked what she dreamed about, she remained silent, but she was in a bad mood. It's okay. I catch up on my sleep when I get back. Huishan didn't stop him. Okay. I wait for you. The family washed up, had breakfast and went to work. Jiangning followed to Area A, leaving the dog alone. The dog has developed a habit. As long as there is no burglary, it will silently guard its own 1/3 acre of land, no matter whether the sky collapses or the earth cracks outside. Sitting on the ferry, blowing the cool sea breeze, Jiangning's thoughts gradually sobered up. She dreamed of Gu Tinglin yesterday. He was sick, but had no medicine to save his life. He stared at her with his eyes wide open, and never closed his eyes until he died. Then, her space disappeared. All the supplies and life-saving medicines in the space were gone. Jiangning woke up with cold sweat all over her body. The space suddenly came. Would it suddenly disappear? If it really disappeared one day, what should she do? She didn't sleep all night and was in a very bad mood. The ferry soon arrived at Area A, and Huishan hurried to work. Aining, come to me if you have something. Jiangning nodded and walked to the hospital alone. The hospital was very large, and there was a herb planting area inside. Through the glass, I saw various common herbs growing inside, some of which were growing well. Those with a short growth cycle could already be divided or harvested. Herbs were rare, and there was a patrol not far away. Seeing Jiangning staring inside, he immediately became alert. Seeing the patrol coming over, Jiangning hurriedly left and turned to walk towards the hospital. The hospital was very deserted, and there was no medical staff to be seen. There are really few medical staff and almost no patients. The reason why patients don't come is because it's useless even if they come. I diagnose you with a lot of diseases, but I can't give you medicine to cure them. Isn't it a nuisance? Walking past the inpatient department, I heard wailing from inside. It was a work-related injury patient at the base. There was no medicine for the symptoms. Only simple treatment could be given. Life or death depends on fate. Two medical staff who were doing rounds appeared in the distance. One of them was older, and his back looked strangely familiar. At first, Jiangning thought he was dazzled. It was indeed correct. She walked forward quickly. Teacher Ma. The man heard the voice and turned to look over. It was indeed Ma Guangyan. Not only was he alive, but he also joined the base hospital. He had lost a lot of weight, and his hair was half white. After being surprised, Ma Guangyan was extremely happy. Jiangning? Jiangning ran over. Teacher Ma. When did you come? She checked half a month ago. And there was no news about Ma Guangyan and Professor Li. Ma Guangyan's voice was hoarse and tired. I arrived yesterday. Arrived yesterday and started working today? Even though his body was broken, he was still so determined in his choice. Jiangning accompanied him on the ward rounds and saw several patients with different degrees of trauma. Some were in very poor health due to lack of medicine and had signs of worsening infection. Ma Guangyan looked serious and did not have time to sigh. He returned to the office to check the inventory of herbal medicines, thinking about how to effectively treat patients in the absence of medicine. The hospital system collapsed. Even if there were medical staff, they were almost not from the Department of Traditional Chinese Medicine. Even if they were professional, traditional Chinese medicine also had many subjects. But no one could provide one-stop service. It is true that there are planting areas, but many medicinal materials need to be processed, and they cannot be used just by picking them. Ma Guangyan is so busy that he doesn't even have time to talk to Jiangning. He is the only one in the base hospital who is familiar with the full set of Chinese medicine procedures. Not only does he do it himself, but he also has to lead medical staff. Jiangning couldn't bear it. Teacher Ma. I will lead them in the processing of Chinese medicine. You can do other things. Okay. Thank you for your trouble. Strictly speaking, Jiangning is his student. A studious and smart student. And he knows a lot. Jiangning came to the rescue temporarily, checked the inventory of Chinese medicine, and taught the processing techniques she had learned at the Chinese Medicine Research Institute to the medical staff. There are 9 common processing techniques: washing, bleaching, soaking, water flying, calcining, frying, stewing, and roasting. Different medicines have different processing techniques. It took most of the day to complete the whole process. It has been a long time since she felt so busy that she had no time to rest. Seeing that Ma Guangyan was free, she hurried over and said, Teacher Ma, are my colleagues at the Research Institute all right? It would have been better if he hadn't mentioned it. Ma Guangyan looked solemn. He was heavy for a while, and said with a sad expression, Mr. Li has passed away. Mr. Li was already over 70 years old, facing such a cruel disaster. Jiangning had a bad premonition in his heart, but he still felt very sad when he heard the news. The Taishan Beidou of the Chinese medicine community has fallen. After chatting with Ma Guangyan, Jiangning learned where they went after the satellite hid Jinsher Mountain. The government protects special talents. After communication, he arranged him and Ma Guangyan and others to enter the military base, and other ordinary personnel were sent to the official base in Jiacheng. But he didn't expect that there would be many difficulties on the road, with sandstorms and heavy rains. When he arrived at the military base, Mr. Li, who had been traveling for a long time, fell ill. This illness never got up again. Even with special care, his body was still severely damaged by natural disasters in the past few years. Rescue was ineffective. Ma Guangyan entered the military hospital. Chapter 459. Jiangning had only been to the hospital twice, and the two had not met. When the asteroid hit the Earth, Ma Guangyan was arranged to board the transport ship, and after months of wandering in the sea, he arrived safely at his new home yesterday. He did not rest and took the initiative to apply for a job in the hospital. Thinking of the kind and benevolent Mr. Li, Jiangning could not help but feel depressed, but at the same time admired Ma Guangyan's unshakable faith. Teacher, I also came from the military base. She opened her backpack and took out a bag of sugar cubes and a box of tea. I was lucky to find a batch of rare metals at that time, and I changed a submarine back, and the supplies I brought from home were not lost. Take these 2 first. I will send some more food over later. Your health is too poor. You need to recover as soon as possible so that you can face the work better. The things are too precious. Ma Guangyan is unwilling to accept them. Teacher, compared with the knowledge you have taught me, these things are nothing. Jiangning has his own insistence. The base is developing steadily, and will get better and better in the future. You can't let your body collapse. It is hard to refuse such a kind offer. Ma Guangyan can only accept it. The two chatted for a while, and then Jiangning left the hospital to get to the dock. You have to pass by the Research Institute. And you can see that the door is full of survivors who come to apply for jobs. I asked around and found out that the Research Institute is going to set up a food factory and recruit a group of flexible production workers in advance to specialize in slaughtering and processing yellow croakers and removing the tumor glands on their bodies. Due to the high production requirements, you need to wear protective clothing to avoid being injured by yellow croakers. So the salary is several times that of ordinary workers. Choose me. I have been slaughtering fish in our T-Mart for 10 years before the natural disaster. I can kill fish with my eyes closed. My ancestors have been fish killers for 3 generations. And I guarantee that they are skilled enough to carve patterns on fish bones. The competition is fierce. And now they almost fight, which scares off the interviewer. It is still early before the ferry is off. So Jiangning goes to the material trading center. In addition to sea salt, fish cakes are sold. Fish cakes are new products. And there are discounts when they are just launched. Ordinary survivors can buy half a caddy with a day's salary. If they are mass-produced in the future, they will only become cheaper and cheaper. It can be seen that the current goal of the base is people's livelihood. And the products launched are not for profit, but for the lives of survivors. Jiangning arrived too late, and the fish cakes were already sold out. However, as the news that the mutant fish was edible spread, the whole base was excited. And even the waiters smiled brighter. I tried the fish cakes I brought back yesterday. Although the taste was ordinary, I didn't feel uncomfortable after eating them. I felt much more energetic when I woke up today. Who said it wasn't? I haven't eaten meat for many years. Of course, I feel comfortable after replenishing my body with nutrition. I hope that there will be more and more things to eat in the future, and we can get together and have a good hot pot like before the natural disaster. You're right. Although our salary and food are not high, the benefits are good. I heard that we will be given vegetables in a few days. After leaving the material trading center, Jiangning did not go to the dock, but went to the administrative service center to find Jiang Guanshan. Upon learning that she was coming, Jiang Guanshan hurriedly came out to greet her. Comrade Jiang, what do you think? Jiangning did not hesitate any longer. I agreed to join. Jiang Guanshan smiled. No problem. The treatment is easy to talk about. In addition, I will help you write an application to Xiaohua for special approval to join the army. Military status? What a joke. Jiangning said seriously. Leader, my ideological awareness has not reached that level yet. If we do it one day, we will apply for it on our own. You don't have to open a back door for us. How can it be possible? If you don't have awareness, how can you let the hero go home from thousands of miles away? No. 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 Jiangning is not being modest. But her thinking is really not up to standard. In fact, she really just wants to live a good life with the people she cares about. Everything she did before was just the responsibility and obligation of being a descendant of the Chinese nation. However, Jiang Guanshan really liked the two of them and wanted to recruit them. The more she refused, the more he spoke. Finally, Jiangning was anxious. Leader, if you insist on doing this, I will consider working in the hospital again? Jiang Guanshan stopped. No. You have the final say. Jiangning took out a quick-acting heart-saving pill from his bag. This is the last bottle I have stockpiled. As for whether the hospital can make it in the future, we can only see when the time comes. After accepting the life-saving medicine, Jiang Guanshan warmly invited. Xiao Jiang, are you free today? I invite you and Xiaohua to dinner at home. No need. I have to report to the hospital tomorrow. And I go back to sort it out now. Okay. Let's talk about dinner another day. If you encounter any trouble in the hospital, remember to tell me at any time. After sending Jiangning away, Jiang Guanshan rushed to the hospital and found Ma Guangyan, who was busy. Dean Ma, I just recruited a female doctor for you. She is also from the southern military base. You can take her tomorrow. Without outsiders, Jiang Guanshan was not afraid to tell the truth. It's hard to say how good this doctor is, but she has made contributions to the base. If her medical skills are good, you can take her with you. If her medical skills are not good, you can arrange her to an ordinary position. Ma Guangyan is an academic researcher and hates people who use backdoors to gain connections. He frowned and asked, What's her name? Jiangning. Ma Guangyan thought he had heard wrongly. What's her name? Jiangning. Jiang Guanshan thought he was unhappy and said vaguely, She looks a little young. But she saved a pilot at sea before. Not only did she ask someone to send the hero's ashes back, she also pointed out the coordinates of the new homeland to her compatriots. Last time, the leader had a sudden heart attack, and she was the one who saved him with medicine. Ma Guangyan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Jiang Ning is my student. Today she has been teaching medical staff how to prepare medicinal materials. As for why she didn't come to work in the hospital, she had her own considerations. Everyone has different choices, and he wouldn't ask specifically. Jiang Guanshan was shocked. Oh my god! That's really a flood that washed away the Dragon King Temple. Family members don't know their own family. No wonder Jiang Ning suddenly changed her mind. It turned out that she changed her mind because she met her teacher in the hospital. Now he was really relieved. Ma Guangyan's level of traditional Chinese medicine was well known throughout the country long before the natural disaster. The students he brought up couldn't be that bad. With a master and apprentice in charge, he was really relieved about the hospital and could focus on other things. Jiang Ning took the ferry back to Area B, and Dowda came back from get off work not long after. She brought back half a pound of green vegetables and said happily, "Sister-in-law, the yellow croaker meat can be eaten, and the task of the maggot breeding group will not be so heavy." Breaking news. I don't know if she performed well or her sweet mouth can get a relationship with the leader. She will be transferred to the green vegetable group as the head in a few days. After the efforts of the plantations in various districts, the green vegetables grown can barely supply the base canteen. And the next main task is to cultivate and save seeds. Strive to let all survivors have green vegetables to eat as soon as possible. Jiang Ning asked with a smile. Dowdu, do you like your current life? Chapter 460. Jiang Ning asked with a smile. Dowdu, do you like your life now? Dowdu said without hesitation. Yes. Although there are intrigues among colleagues, she can deal with them easily, and sometimes even find happiness in them. The work is hard, but it allows her to find her own value. The days of having food and drink are beautiful, but the spirit is very poor. Now I am tired and busy, but I have never felt more at ease. Sister-in-law, I feel good. Everyone has selfish desires, but it is undeniable that they are all working towards the general direction and firmly believe that life will get better and better in the future. Jiang Ning smiled. Well, she also wanted to start a new life. In the evening, Huishan came back and saw Jiang Ning packing up, and couldn't help asking, "How do you feel about going to the hospital today? What else can a hospital with a lack of doctors and medicine do?" However, because of Ma Guangyan's presence, people can see hope again. Hearing that Ma Guangyan came to Huacheng Base, Huishan couldn't help but think of the days at the Research Institute of the Chinese Medicine Hospital. How is Professor Li? Jiang Ning felt regretful. Professor Li was too old. He fell ill when he arrived at the military base and didn't make it. Professor Li was a leader in the field of traditional Chinese medicine. Thinking of the anti-haze virus prescription he developed, he saved countless survivors. It was a pity that he died in the natural disaster. If he were still alive, he would be able to greatly speed up the recovery of the traditional Chinese medicine system. Huishan was very happy to learn that Jiang Ning decided to work in the hospital. No one knows whether the natural disaster has ended, but life must go on. Having a job can make people feel at ease. That's great. We go to get off work together in the future. Jiang Ning sighed, saying that she would never go to work for the rest of her life. But she ended up going to work. She was used to sleeping late, and she really couldn't get up. Huishan pulled Jiang Ning up from the bed, squeezed toothpaste, and stuffed it into her hand. You can't be late on your first day at work. She woke up and got busy like she was fighting a war. She hurried to catch the ferry, and fell asleep on Huishan's shoulder. When they arrived at Area A, there was still plenty of time, so Huishan sent her to the hospital entrance. I pick you up after get off work. The hospital has 2 deans, one in charge of administration, and the other in charge of academic affairs. Jiang Ning is registered under Ma Guangyan's name. It is really wonderful that fate has gone around in circles, as if he has returned to the days of Yuecheng Traditional Chinese Medicine Research Institute. Ma Guangyan was busy until late at night yesterday. He had a thorough understanding of the situation in the hospital and gave Jiang Ning a task. He has been studying traditional Chinese medicine all his life and has only a vague understanding of Western medicine. Jiang Ning has followed Lao Hu for a period of time. I dare not say that he can take the lead alone. Simple surgical emergency treatment is no problem. The construction of the base is in full swing. People with external injuries are sent here one after another. Traditional Chinese medicine alone cannot cure them. The best way is to combine Chinese and Western medicine to treat the injured as much as possible. Jiang Ning looked at the drug inventory list yesterday. There are not many emergency surgical instruments and drugs, but they can last for a year or so. So, the master and apprentice clearly divided the work. Ma Guangyan was in charge of Chinese medicine, and Jiang Ning was the head of general surgery. In addition to seeing daily patients, the main research direction of the two is the treatment and medical treatment of combining Chinese and Western medicine. But Jiang Ning didn't expect the patient to come so quickly. It was only a little after 10 in the morning, and an injured worker was sent in urgently. The leg was cut open, and there was a lot of blood flowing. His health was already poor, and he was already pale. There was no condition for blood transfusion, so he could only stop the bleeding and suture as soon as possible to avoid excessive blood loss and life-threatening danger. The patient was pushed into the operating room, and Jiang Ning and Ma Guangyan rushed over. Ma Guangyan used acupoint massage and acupuncture to reduce bleeding from the wound. Jiang Ning cleaned and disinfected the wound, and stopped the bleeding and sutured it after local anesthesia. Half an hour later, the operation was successfully completed, and the next treatment was to try to find a way from traditional Chinese medicine. Jiang Ning and Ma Guangyan smiled at each other. Their expressions were a little solemn, but also revealed a hint of hope. They lacked everything, and everything had to be explored from the beginning. In the evening, Huishan came to pick up Jiang Ning after work. There were many things to do when he first took over, and Jiang Ning didn't put down the work at hand until 8 o'clock. Fearing that it was unsafe at night, Jiang Ning specifically asked Ma Guangyan to go off work together, and then he knew that there were dormitories in the hospital. The next ferry had to wait for a long time, so the two simply paddled back in a rubber boat. It was past 9 o'clock when they came back, and Daodu and Guzi hadn't returned yet. Left alone at home, Guzi showed his unhappiness on his face, and Jiang Ning coaxed him for a long time before he was fine. All things are difficult at the beginning. There are not enough surgical drugs, and the treatment effect is not good. Jiang Ning has to spend a lot of time discussing the plan with Ma Guangyan, expanding the variety of Chinese medicine and improving the quality. She asked for a dormitory in the hospital so that she could eat and rest at noon. Huishan would come over when he was not busy, accompany her for dinner, or wait for her to get off work. Although busy, it was quite fulfilling. It took a month, and the conditions were still difficult, but it was slowly getting on the right track. With the cooperation of Jiang Ning and Ma Guangyan several times, the combination of Chinese and Western medicine became more and more proficient. Just as he breathed a sigh of relief, a new task came: find a way to rescue the survivors in Area F. Who are the people living in Area F? They are a combination of mental illness and physical illness. No one living there is a good person, no matter if it is a natural disaster or forced by the times. Jiang Ning refused without thinking, but Ma Guangyan was going to start. Teacher Ma, there are people who go crazy every day over there, and many managers have been injured. You are the hope of the base now. If something bad happens to you, it will be more trouble than gain. Ma Guangyan had heard about it. The management has been improved over there, and everyone is forced to live in isolation. If it is a prion, we are really helpless. But if it is another disease, maybe there will be gains? Supplies are scarce, and the survivors are forced to eat mutated marine products and get sick. Over time, their bodies become diseased. But it is not an acute disease that cannot be cured. Even the mutated yellow croaker can finally be eaten. And perhaps the patients can also find a breakthrough in treatment. Ma Guangyan insisted, and Jiang Ning had no choice. A lifelong teacher. A lifelong teacher. For Ma Guangyan's safety, Jiang Ning decided to accompany him. She took some time to return to the submarine and took out 2 sets of protective clothing. I stocked them before, just in case. With a few medical staff, they took the ferry to Area F. There are soldiers on duty in Area F, which currently has more than 300 people living there, and is also divided into 4 areas. These people have serious mental illnesses. Either they are irritable and angry and love to attack others, or they stare at others with a gloomy look all day long. And some are infected with viruses and have pimples on their bodies or other things. In short, not only have they lost their labor force, but they also have all kinds of messy diseases. Fences were added to the activity area to prevent them from attacking others. Ma Guangyan is not a psychiatrist. Today he came to see the survivors who were infected with the virus and had physical diseases. The medical room was separated by 2 layers of fences to prevent patients from attacking medical staff. Upon learning that Ma Guangyan and others had arrived, the administrator selected more than a dozen typical patients and asked the soldiers on duty to bring them over one by one. The symptoms varied, including red, swollen and deformed joints, pimples on the body, various rashes, and organ failure caused by attacks. Illness can crush people's emotions. Many people burst into tears. "Doctor, can my disease be cured? I don't want to eat fish from the sea, but I can't help it. I'm so hungry. Please save me. I'm separated from my child. I have to find her. I can't die." Everyone has a reason to live. When they are emotionally broken, they either burst into tears or suddenly rush to the fence and reach out to grab the doctor. "I didn't eat fish. I didn't eat fish." Jiang Ning lowered his head to sort out the medical records, and occasionally exchanged a few words with Ma Guangyan. To be honest, without instrument testing, we don't know where the virus has invaded. Everything is just a matter of trial and error. But there is a lack of doctors in medicine, and it is difficult to move forward. "Jiang Ning?" A sudden voice sounded. Chapter 461. Jiang Ning looked up and saw a thin woman on the other side of the fence. Her sallow face had several hideous scars, and she walked with a limp. She was very thin, and her eyes looked big. She stared at Jiang Ning, who was wearing a mask. Jiang Ning frowned. "Who is it?" "Jiang Ning. Is it really you?" The woman tightly grasped the fence and said with a complicated expression, "It's me. My mother." Jiang Ning almost choked. "Song Yaling? I really can't recognize her." Not only was she skinny, but she also had hideous scars on her face and several pimples. Her body was obviously bruised and her clothes were tattered. You can tell with your toes that she is having a very bad life. She was shaky, like a camel about to be crushed to death by straw. When she saw Jiang Ning, her eyes flashed. "Jiang Ning, I am your mother. I gave you life. You have to save me, save me." Song Yaling was a daughter who had relied on men for her whole life. In the end, she was sent to the official base in Jiaqing by Gu Tinglin. Jiang Ning thought she would live a miserable life. It seems that she did live a miserable life. But we have to admit that her vitality is really strong. But she was not interested in Song Yaling's misery, and she didn't feel much joy or resentment in her heart. Looking at the unrecognizable Song Yaling in front of her, Jiang Ning was as calm as looking at a stranger. So what if she gave life? It wasn't that Song Yaling was willing to give it, but she had to give birth to it. She didn't grow up happily, and had painful experiences in 2 lives. She only felt warm when she met Huishan, a woman who was so selfish that she wanted to murder her to keep her lies from being exposed. It was good enough that Jiang Ning didn't take her life. It's good to be like this now. Living like this. Living in pain. And it would be best if I could live a long life. Jiang Ning looked calm. "Sorry. You recognized the wrong person." Although Ma Guangyan was surprised, he did not ask, but said to the soldier next to him, "The patient is emotionally agitated and not suitable for consultation. Take him away." Song Yaling was emotionally agitated, desperately resisted and wanted to pounce on Jiang Ning, trying to bite the soldier. The soldier was wearing protective clothing, and he easily subdued her and dragged her away. Song Yaling shouted excitedly, "Jiang Ning, you will not die well." Jiang Ning assured her, "Madam, although I don't know who you are, I will definitely live well, and definitely live better than you." After coming out of the reception room, seeing that it was still early, Ma Guangyan went to other areas to check. There are several activity areas in Area F. Some patients with mild illness and stable emotions can come out to exercise. There are special counselors to help them vent their psychology and let them adjust their emotions. As they were walking, there was a sudden commotion ahead. A survivor suddenly went crazy and grabbed the survivor next to him and beat him violently. Soldiers quickly came over and dragged the crazy person out and put him in the isolation area. Jiang Ning vaguely knew how Song Yaling got the wound. Compared with other patients, her illness was not serious, but she had been dependent on others all her life, and it was difficult for her to survive in such a cruel environment. For people like her, living is the most painful, but they don't have the courage to die. So, just bear it slowly. Jiang Ning went back to Area B after get off work. She didn't tell Hui about what happened to Song Yaling in Area F. There was no need. Medical staff were in short supply, and medicines were even more scarce. Limited resources should be used where they are needed most. This kind of mutant disease would be difficult to break through even in an era of abundant medical resources, let alone in a world of natural disasters. She didn't support the research on this topic, but she didn't oppose the decision from above. She just didn't follow up. As time passed, the variety of herbs in the plantation became more and more abundant. Following the yellow croaker cakes, the Research Institute successfully separated the poisonous glands of white croaker and hairtail again, and they can be eaten safely after continuous high-temperature baking. The edible marine fish greatly alleviated the shortage of supplies. Although it was still in short supply, the survivors no longer fought for a piece of food, and the skull face gradually gained flesh. The smile began to bloom. Jiang Ning was taking a nap in the dormitory when he was suddenly awakened by a nurse knocking on the door. Dr. Jiang, there is an external injury. The steel room was not soundproof, and there were 2 people in it. The 2 had not had an in-depth communication for a long time. It happened that there were no outsiders, and the atmosphere was just right. Jiang Ning pushed Huishan away, put on his clothes and went out. I'm going to have an operation. It was still an injury at the construction site, and it was a soldier. His clothes were stained with blood, and he was brought in by several comrades. Jiang Ning walked towards the operating room while wearing a mask, and said concisely and efficiently, "Send the patient in." Non-medical staff wait outside. Sister? Jiang Ning's arm was suddenly grabbed by someone. She turned back subconsciously, and saw a man in an old military uniform with an excited expression. Jiang Ning frowned. "Who is it?" "Sister. It's me." The voice was a little familiar, but the face was so thin that it was really unrecognizable. The man looked aggrieved. "Sister, am I so insignificant in your heart?" Staring at the man's face, Jiang Ning's head buzzed. In the 10 years since the natural disaster, Jiang Ning has known quite a few people, but not many people call her sister. Besides the sharp-mouthed monkey, there is only young Master Rong. Oh my god, this is not the military coat with slippers, flowered shirt with cropped trousers, the high-spirited young Master Rong of the past. Tired dark circles, skinny cheeks, patched military uniform. Sorry. She really didn't recognize him. Jiang Ning quickly came to his senses. Wait a minute. I sew up the wound first. It took more than half an hour to complete the emergency treatment of the wound. Jiang Ning walked out of the operating room and told the comrades who sent the wounded. It's okay for now, but you need to rest because you're bleeding a lot, and you need to supplement your nutrition and find a way to improve your diet. Other comrades sent the patient to the hospital, leaving Rong Sanxiao and Jiang Ning staring at each other in the corridor. Jiang Ning had hardly changed, but Rong Sanxiao might not even recognize his own father standing in front of him. Thinking back to the past, as the son of the richest man, young Master Rong was so glorious. Even after the natural disaster for several years, he was still the object of pursuit by celebrities and rich young men in the villa area, until the military base. He jumped out from the pile of dead bodies. Young Master Rong covered his face. Why was he so embarrassed every time he met her? Jiang Ning greeted him as if nothing had happened. When did you come? Half a month ago. What are you doing now? Chapter 462. Her question was like stabbing him in the heart with a knife. But young Master Rong still answered honestly. I was moving bricks at the construction site. Jiang Ning looked at him and found scars on his face and hands. He must have survived through hardships. In the face of natural disasters, everyone is equal, even the son of the richest man. She didn't ask him about his experience after they separated. Even if she told him with a smile, it would be bloody and cruel. One day when you have a day off, your brother-in-law and I will treat you to a meal. When it comes to food, Rong Sanxiao's eyes light up. Hot pot. You wish. It's been so many years since the natural disaster, and you still want hot pot? That being said, it's really worth being happy to meet again. Daodu works in the plantation. I see if I can get some seasonings, so you can enjoy it. Rong Sanxiao was particularly energetic. How are my brother-in-law and Daodu? Jiang Ning told him her address. Not bad. Come over when you're free. Rong Sanxiao lives in District C. And he said straightforwardly, Sister, I'm free on the weekend. Okay. Let's set it for the weekend. And then we have a good time. After making sure his comrades were alright, young Master Rong went back to continue moving bricks. Jiang Ning watched him leave. His back looked thin, but his posture was still upright. And his mental state was much better than the last time he picked up garbage. It should be said that he found a firm goal to survive. Unlike last time when he felt embarrassed and turned around and ran away when he met an acquaintance. Look! He can move bricks just half a month after coming here. It seems that as a second generation, he has finally fully accepted the cruel reality and is facing life positively. After get off work, Jiang Ning and Huaishan mentioned young Master Rong. There are now about 20,000 people in Huacheng base. And the hospital, salt factory, food factory, seawater purification, and plantation are all operating normally. It is still very difficult, but much better than before. There are more than 2,000 people coming out of the southern military base, and even fewer survivors from Fengcheng. Jiang Ning only knows the sharp-mouthed monkey family and young Master Rong. In addition to food, clothing, housing and transportation, people also need emotional maintenance and communication. And it is not bad to have a meal together, Huaishan suggested. If you can't eat on the submarine, why not invite the sharp-nosed monkey family? Jiang Ning had no objection, and made an appointment on the weekend. Wang Meili had harvested 2 crops of potatoes, and some fast-growing herbs could be sold as seedlings or dried and sold after cutting. She consulted Jiang Ning several times and mastered some massage techniques. Massaging her son and husband is really good for the body if she persists for a long time. Sharp-nosed monkey grinned. His wife treated him better and better. He had to work harder, even if it hurt his waist, to let her live a good life. Such a beautiful day. It is inseparable from the help of my sister. He readily accepted the invitation to the dinner, thinking that he should do something good to repay his sister. Unexpectedly, Huaishan had to work half a day, so he simply changed the party to the evening. 10 years of natural disasters. Forget about hot pot base. The submarine has a ventilation system. Jiang Ning is equipped with an induction cooker and an oven. Making some dipping sauce and stir-frying a few hot dishes can make people happy. Wang Meili brought 2 kinds of green vegetables, and the sharp-mouthed monkey took out a piece of bacon mysteriously. Sister, this is a good thing. I spent a lot of effort to get it. It was aged bacon, but it didn't look bad. It was really good stuff. But Jiang Ning didn't dare to eat it. While he wasn't paying attention, he secretly took a piece of similar shape from the space. Jiang Ning had prepared leeks, chicken feather vegetables, green peppers, and hot peppers early, which were all available in the plantation. Dadu worked there, so he didn't have to worry about not having a reason. The other sausages and salted fish were stockpiled before. The monkey's mouth was like honey. Sister, I have meat to eat with you. He was not only diligent, but also helped. Wang Meili and her son were picking vegetables nearby. The little monkey stared at the dishes on the chopping board from time to time, and couldn't help swallowing his saliva secretly. Meat. Young Master Rong came the latest and brought a pound of fish cakes. He didn't know what dignity was, and he was idle anyway, so he went to the construction site to move bricks. Sister, do you have hot pot? I'm so greedy. Sister? The monkey's eyes swept over. This is his sister. Sensing his gaze, young Master Rong raised his eyebrows. What's wrong? After all, he was the son of the richest man. Even if he was down and out and moved bricks at the construction site, the pride in his bones could not be erased in a short time. Young Master Rong only respects people who are stronger than him. Jiang Ning and Huaishan, who beat him, have seen him in a mess countless times. In front of the two, he can be shameless and without dignity. But it does not mean that others can be presumptuous in front of him, especially in front of the middleman. Even Qin Chuan has to flatter him. So, he habitually raised his eyebrows. But his tone was still much more restrained. Not as cool as the villa area. And the sharp-mouthed monkey has been doing business for a long time. And everyone he sees is a customer. And he likes to give people a way out when speaking. He didn't care about young Master Rong's attitude, and smiled and said, I feel that young Master is handsome again. It is a real skill to make people look down upon you without losing a piece of meat. Young Master Rong was in a good mood instantly. If you can talk, just talk more. No one has praised him for many years. Ah, I miss the diamond-studded slippers, the shiny hair oil, and the cool coat. The little cook prepared dinner. Stir-fried bacon with green peppers, steamed salted fish with fermented black beans, and chili rings with garlic. It smelled delicious, and young Master Rong's stomach kept growling. He couldn't help but reach out because he was greedy. Both of them were younger brothers. And Jiang Ning didn't favor one over the other. He raised his foot and gently kicked him. Master, do you want me to feed you the food? Why don't you clink the bowls? Even after being treated specially by Jiang Ning, Rong Sanshao was not angry. He retracted his claws and went to clink the bowls obediently. Clinking the bowls. He was still talking nonsense. Daodu, you are such a good cook. Do you have a boyfriend? Boyfriend? Daodu almost couldn't help but hit him on the forehead with a spatula. Huishan glanced over, and Rong Sanshao shrank his neck. Brother-in-law? I'm kidding. Don't look at me with the eyes of a murderer. Rong Sanshao is still the same Rong Sanshao. If you don't punish him for 3 days, he will never change his bad habits. After being glared at by his brother-in-law, Rong Bonjuan finally behaved himself and obediently wiped the table and set the dishes. Jiang Ning was not interested in the fish cakes he had brought at great expense, and left them aside without touching them. She specially cooked the multigrain rice for fear that she would not be able to explain the good food. Even so, a big pot of rice was enough to make the two families drool. How long had they not eaten? Jiang Ning announced proudly. Why are you all standing there? Although there are not many dishes today, there will definitely be enough rice. The sharp-mouthed monkey was greedy and considerate. Sister, we won't eat you bankrupt with this meal. Will we? Jiang Ning asked back. You call me sister. How can I let you eat bankrupt? Eat boldly. Chapter 463. The sharp-mouthed monkey was diligent and added rice to everyone's plate. There was no hot pot base, so Rong Sanshao directly dipped the rice in the base and started to flatter. Well, sister, your cooking is delicious. The flattery made the sharp-mouthed monkey alert. This is his only sister, so he immediately refused to be outdone. That's right. Sister's cooking skills are not only impeccable, but also her medical skills are amazing. She brought out my beauty. Jiang Ning was speechless to the two. Daodu did it. Young Master Rong grinned and ate a big bowl of rice. A monkey with a sharp mouth picked up meat for his wife and son. The two peerless treasures praised Daodu. Dor praises. Dor is wonderful. Dor is quacking. Daodu blushed with shyness, and his eyes curved into a crescent moon. Several people gathered at a table, eating for fun, trying to avoid touching on memories and being sad, and talking about the present and the future. The hospital admitted several workers with work injuries, and Jiang Ning reminded young Master Rong, I don't want to sew you up one day, so you should pay attention to your work. Young Master Rong ate to his heart's content. Sister, I don't want to either. But now oil is more precious than human life, so it can only be used to hoist large objects, as long as it can be done by manpower. You have not seen that many transport ships have been stopped recently, and fighter planes are not started unless necessary. Oil is the life of industry. If the base wants to restore its glory, it depends on whether oil can be dug out from the ground. Even if humans try their best, the industrial civilization that can be preserved is still a drop in the bucket. Their generation can only dream of recreating the prosperity of natural disasters. Jiang Ning frowned. The platform you are building now is mainly used for plantations. The plant is to live in it, and the spare space is used for planting. Although everything is developing in a positive direction, as more and more survivors come, the problems faced by the base will become more and more complicated. For example, food. What can really fill your stomach is food, not vegetables or meat. Jiang Ning looked to the future. When all the platforms are built, what will be your next goal? It should be to reclaim land and build islands. It is true that Rong Sanshao's background makes him superior to others. In the past, others always revolved around him. But it does not mean that he does not know interpersonal relationships. On the contrary, he is particularly good at putting down his airs. He has been here for less than a month, and he has already established good relations with the higher-ups. Originally, building an island was the top priority, but they lost the key parts of the dredging suction boat, which made the machinery unable to work. So they had to put the construction of the base first. Jiang Ning was curious. What was lost? Rong Sanshao was mysterious. Yes. You can talk if you want, or forget it if you don't want to. Sister turned her face away, and even the three-bowering Rong Sanshao didn't dare to show off. It's ridiculous to say it. What was lost were screws and rivets, sleeve shafts and so on. It's not an important part at all. But without them, the giant dredger is just a pile of scrap copper and iron. It's lost even if it's not lost. What should we do now? Who knows? The big leaders are probably still headache. Things that he shouldn't worry about. Rong San Xiao was too lazy to think about. Maybe everyone will practice diving and dig soil in the sea to support themselves. In short, the island must be created, and living people cannot be suffocated to death by urine. Fortunately, the sharp-nosed monkey does not have this worry. After a few months of investigation, his mass base has been almost established. Now most of the survivors are soldiers. Some ordinary survivors will calculate and have crooked ideas. But after all, the military base dare not go too far. After 10 years of hard work, the middleman has long trained a pair of sharp eyes. The more survivors arrive at the base, the easier it is for him to do business. And he has no worries about supplies. So he will not take risks in trading if he realizes that it is unsafe. During this period, he almost got cheated several times. But he was vigilant and avoided them. Going to the sea to dig soil is impossible. He has to rely on trading to support his wife and children. Jiang Ning appears to be as steady as an old dog. But in fact, he has been thinking about how to return the container salvaged from the seabed to the base quietly. She and Huishan would go around the base every once in a while. But as the number of survivors in the base continued to increase, there were patrolling soldiers everywhere, and it was impossible to return it without any mistakes. Returning things is not something you can just put anywhere you see no one is there. New Homeland is a military base. To put it bluntly, the military has their own habits and rules for doing things. Unlike the official bases, they are more tactful and consider balancing the relationship between all parties. In many cases, they will turn a blind eye. They are all quite stubborn. Even if they do good things, they will investigate them thoroughly. They just want to get to the bottom of it. Unless there is a special accident. Jiang Ning has no plans to leave the base for the time being. A container sank to the bottom of the sea thousands of miles away appeared out of nowhere. Would the military not investigate? Once they thoroughly investigate, will they be able to find her? Jiang Ning is not alone. She has a lover, relatives and a dog. Even if you don't consider yourself, you have to consider them. If you want to do good things, you have to look for opportunities. It's useless to be anxious. First of all, you have to ensure your absolute safety. If there is no more natural disasters, sooner or later there will be a chance to give. If natural disasters come again, it would be a good thing not to give. While eating and chatting, Jiang Ning also talked about interesting things at work. It is true that there is a lack of doctors and medicine, but she is still quite satisfied with the current situation and the future. The herbal medicine planting area has been expanding. Not only are hospitals and plantations taking action, but even excess herbal medicine seedlings are paid to survivors. The move of guaranteed seedlings and guaranteed collection has received a lot of response from the survivors. In addition, Jiang Ning took some herbal medicine seeds that were not available in the base from the space, saying that they were collected from others and placed in the herbal medicine area to try to cultivate. As for medical skills, the master and apprentice have a tacit understanding and cooperation. Ma Guangyan is knowledgeable and talented. Following him in the ocean of traditional Chinese medicine, there is no rush to go ashore for 10 or 20 years. After finishing the meal and cleaning up, it was already past 7 o'clock, and everyone left the submarine. Who knew that the weather outside would change? And who knew that I would shiver and have goosebumps all over my body? The wind blew on the sea, and the weather suddenly became cold. The wind was not strong, but it could be heard whirring. The corridor bridge was a little shaky, and the survivors were used to life on the sea, and their body balance ability was particularly good. Huishan put the coke into his bag and carried it on his back, with his sister on his left and his wife on his right, and walked faster to Area A. The sharp-nosed monkey hugged his wife and son, and laughed happily after eating and drinking. The lonely Rong San Xiao, It seems that he can only hug the air. The wind and waves are getting stronger and stronger. When we arrived at the platform of Area A, the waves were as high as 2 or 3 meters. The base is well located. This kind of weather is relatively rare. After returning at around 8 o'clock, considering the safety of the personnel, the ferry decided to stop operating. Can't go home, the sharp-nosed monkey wailed in his heart. But he was not afraid to be with his wife and children. Area A is very large. It not only has administrative units, but also indoor rest rooms. Just stay there for one night, Jiang Ning asked. How about staying in the hospital dormitory for one night? The hospital is large, but there are few medical staff, so there are many empty rooms. Huishan often comes here. And Jiang Ning has delivered things to the dormitory manager several times. So they have a good relationship. So getting the key is not a problem at all. If you don't hug your sister's thigh, whose thigh can you hug? The two brothers hugged very tightly. Just as they were about to go to the hospital, Jiang Guanshan and his men hurried over. Chapter 464. Just as they were about to go to the hospital, Jiang Guanshan and his men hurried over. He quickly arranged a task for Huaishan. Xiaohua. A boat with more than 100 survivors came after work. Originally, they were supposed to stay overnight on the boat and go ashore after the reception department went to work tomorrow. Unexpectedly, the weather at sea suddenly changed, and their boat could not withstand the strong wind and waves. If it capsized, it would be troublesome. I asked the higher-ups and decided to let them go ashore first to avoid danger and place them in the community lounge. Many staff and security team members do not live in Area A, so it is not convenient to dispatch personnel for a while. Jiang Guanshan is very familiar with them, and smiled at Jiang Ning and others. This weather is probably getting worse and worse. Please help the survivors get ashore, and arrange for them to take shelter in the lounge. After all, she is my husband's boss, and Jiang Guanshan usually takes care of him. Jiang Ning did not refuse. Rong Sanxiao is a regular soldier, so it is even more impossible for him to refuse. The sharp-nosed monkey is fine, but his wife and children cannot suffer with him. Jiang Ning asked Daodu to carry the backpack and take Wang Meili and the child back to the hospital first. They would come over after they were done. So, they followed Jiang Guanshan to the dock to pick up the survivors on the boat. The survivors were on a fishing boat, and the hull was mottled and rusty, which showed that they had encountered many risks in the ocean. There were more than 100 survivors, and several teenagers were mixed race, but they were born and raised in China. Jiang Guanshan talked to the captain and learned that the ship came from Shanghai and had been drifting on the sea for 7 or 8 months. It was only when they accidentally encountered a submarine that they learned the new coordinates. There are many migrant workers in Shanghai, from all over the world. Some can speak a few words of Shanghainese, and many speak dialects. Jiang Guanshan wanted to ask more, but a big wave suddenly hit the fishing boat, shaking it violently. Many people fell to the ground, and some even broke their foreheads. The survivors were emotional and clamored to go ashore to avoid danger. We have come thousands of miles away and risked our lives to get here. Why are you not allowed to go ashore? After 10 years of natural disasters, they finally saw hope. But now they are being interrogated as prisoners, and their mentality collapsed immediately. What compatriots? How can you treat your compatriots like this? The waves were getting higher and higher, and the wind was as sharp as a knife, freezing the survivors. The sun was shining brightly during the day, but the weather suddenly changed at night, and the temperature suddenly dropped sharply. The weather was still unpredictable, and it felt like the natural disaster was still continuing. Go ashore. The wind was very strong, and Jiang Guanshan shouted at the top of his voice. We will arrange for you to spend the night indoors, but you must abide by the rules of the base and accept registration and inspection tomorrow. The survivors' emotions calmed down a little, and they all went ashore with their luggage in the wind and waves. The boat was shaking so much that several people almost fell into the sea. Jiang Ning was wearing leather gloves and quickly pulled them. She pulled several people in a row, and she felt the gazes of people looking at her, which were sinister. She looked up, but there was nothing. However, Jiang Ning's brows were getting more and more furrowed. Huaishan was not far away, and she pulled his sleeve. The two walked to the side, and Jiang Ning lowered her voice. I feel something is wrong. Huaishan also noticed. They have too little belongings. During this period of work, he came into contact with many survivors, most of whom were skinny. But when they got off the ship, they all carried large and small bags. There were also some who traveled light, but they were very few. After all, they were escaping, so who would not bring their belongings with them, such as clothes, quilts, and food, in addition to their own. Many people would also rob the luggage of the victims. It was not easy for the elderly or children to survive in natural disasters. But a ship always had families. The survivors on this ship were also thin, but they were much better than most of the survivors who had just landed that Huaishan had come into contact with. After drifting for so long, the survivors still had some meat on their bodies, which meant that the food on the boat was acceptable. But the luggage they brought on board was empty. Of course, the possibility of staying on the boat was not ruled out. But the sea was so rough. Weren't they afraid of getting wet by the wind and waves? Or the boat capsizing? The two of them were communicating with their eyes. And suddenly a survivor tripped and fell. And Huishan quickly went to help him. The man was about 40 years old. He hurriedly thanked him. After the people left, Huishan's face darkened. When he was helping someone, he took the opportunity to pinch the man package. There were not many things in it, but one object was particularly hard and felt like a machete. The survivors kept coming up, and the two of them felt worse. Looking at each other, they squeezed onto the dock to find Jiang Guanshan and told him about their doubts. How to say it? It was doubt after all, and they had already tried it just now. As for hiding a machete in the bag, which survivor doesn't have a few life-saving weapons on him? Whether he is thin or not. Maybe he just has a lot of supplies? Except for a few mixed-race people. The others were all Chinese. Some spoke standard language, and some spoke with dialect. The wind and waves came suddenly, and it was really hard to judge for a while. However, Jiang Guanshan was a smart man, and he secretly kept a watchful eye and ordered the guards to secretly transfer a group of soldiers over. More than 100 people landed, and were quickly taken to the indoor activity area. Someone came over with his forehead covered. Excuse me. Where is the hospital? I broke my forehead. The hand covering the wound was stained with blood, and it looked serious. Jiang Guanshan was about to say that there was a doctor on the scene. But then he changed his mind and waved to Jiang Ning, saying, Xiao Jiang, doesn't your husband work in the hospital? I remember that you live in the hospital dormitory. So, you take this comrade to the hospital to get bandaged. But don't let him get seriously ill. Hearing that they could go to the hospital, several other injured people also came over. Some had bumped their foreheads. Some twisted their feet when shaking. And some had palpitations and discomfort. A total of 8 people. Jiang Ning nodded and agreed. Okay. I just happened to be going back to the hospital, so I take you there. After saying that, she waved to Huishan. Let's go back. She walked outside, chatting with the wounded as she walked. Where are you from? One of them asked. What about you? I'm from Shanghai. I'm from Shancheng. I'm from Weicheng. One by one, no one said Shanghai. Jiang Ning looked at the man who said he was from Weicheng and smiled. You're a rice sausage. She said it in Weicheng dialect, and the man was stunned for a moment. Then replied, Yeah, rice sausage is delicious. Then he asked, Do you speak Cantonese? Alanin knows. I learned a few words from the video before. Haha. I really thought it was a sausage. Those who know. Jiang Ning didn't say anything else. He and Huishan took them to the hospital. Sharp-mouthed Monkey and Rong Sanshao accompanied them, talking about their worries about not being able to go home. What the hell is this weather? It makes us unable to go home. The hospital is not far away, and it will take a few minutes. It was already night, and there were no medical staff at work. Jiang Ning said, Wait a minute. I go to the dormitory building behind to call the doctor. The 4 of them left together, walking and chatting at ease. The survivors who were standing there waiting for treatment exchanged glances, and suddenly took out a machete from their bag and rushed towards Jiang Ning and others. Chapter 465. They raised their hands and slashed with knives. Their eyes were full of ferocity. Jiang Ning dodged as if she had eyes on her back, and kicked the knife out of the man's hand with a roundhouse kick. She took out a dagger and wiped the man's neck cleanly. After so many years, the sharp-mouthed Monkey and the 3rd young master Rong are not bad. Coming from the same place, they knew that things were not good when Jiang Ning asked about the intestines. They were not survivors at all, but pirates. Both of them carried self-defense weapons and fought with the pirates who rushed over. The sharp-nosed Monkey had no physical advantage, so he could only think of dirty tricks to protect himself. He took out the anti-wolf spray and sprayed it wildly. The pepper water in it was very spicy, and the finger-shaped peppers grown by his wife were particularly spicy. The enemy was careless and did not hide. His eyes were burning, and he couldn't open them. The pirate cursed anxiously. Ah! The sharp-nosed Monkey slashed at him with a knife. Sister, brother-in-law, help me. I don't know if they thought Rong Sanshao was easy to bully, or that he was stronger. So several pirates rushed towards him. 2 fists can't beat 4 hands. And Rong Sanshao, who was besieged, screamed. Huishan killed several of them cleanly and quickly, and helped him out. The pirates had already divided their work. They came for the hospital's medicines, and thought that Jiang Ning and others would be easy to deal with. But they didn't expect to be killed instead. Several of them were killed in an instant. And the last one turned and ran away. Jiang Ning was quick-witted and kicked off his arm with a leap. The man screamed in pain and said something gibberish. But judging from his appearance, he must be a leader. They all spoke Chinese. And they would beat them until they could speak. As a doctor, Jiang Ning knew where to hit people to make them feel so painful. Sure enough, after a few punches, ghosts cried and wolves howled. I said, Jiang Ning was right. It was the monkeys from the south. This group of survivors from different countries. The strong prey on the weak on the sea. And then formed a regional alliance of pirates. They make a living by robbing. And have long been eyeing the Weizong base. But the Weizong base is too strong. And it does not accept foreign survivors for the time being. So they have to concentrate on practicing the language. Some of the pirates came to China to do business. And there are many who are proficient in the language. Moreover, the internet was well developed before the natural disaster. And there were dialects from all over the country. So, they integrated all of their knowledge. They had lived on the sea for a long time. And wanted to take advantage of the weather change to catch Huacheng base off guard. They were heading for Area A, where the base's medicines, food, etc. were all. Each base platform was far away. And as long as they were fast enough, they could escape the pursuit under the cover of wind and waves. But they didn't expect Huacheng base to be so cunning, constantly conducting various tests. And there were many dialect areas, proverbs, local dialects, and even in the same city, the spoken language of different areas was different. No martial ethics. They never thought that after all the battles, they would be exposed because of a piece of intestine. So, what does your piece of intestine mean? It's really blood-spitting. Jiang Ning didn't explain to him, and sent him to hell with one knife. The sound of fighting attracted medical staff with weapons. And they were dumbfounded when they saw the corpses on the ground. Jiang Ning didn't bother to explain. Teacher Ma, there are pirates invading. You go back and hide. Don't worry about anything else. I don't know what happened to Jiang Guanshan. Several people hurried back. Jiang Guanshan was cunning enough to gather everyone in the indoor rest area. Everyone, please be patient. We are all brothers and sisters with the same blood. Since we have come to the new home by chance, we are a family from now on. I have temporarily notified the staff. They will come over to work overtime immediately. Register and prepare materials for you overnight, so that you can get the supplies in time and move into the new house to rest. The crowd suddenly became agitated. It's so late. Can't we register tomorrow? You have been tossing and turning at sea for several months. And you are already exhausted physically and mentally. I see it with my own eyes, and my heart aches. If you wait until tomorrow to register, you will have to waste another day. I really can't bear it. But we are tired, sleepy and hungry. So we just want to rest for a night. Don't worry. I have notified the canteen staff. They will work overtime to cook for you overnight, and will bring it over soon. How can there be such good treatment in Huacheng base? I have never heard of it from the survivors. But they can't say no. Who dares to say that they are not hungry, and do not want to eat meat? Wouldn't it be suspicious if they didn't make a mistake? Before landing, they had planned everything, including robbing the hospital, the canteen, and the granary. There were strict divisions of labor and time limits. The hospital robbers had already set out, but they were trapped indoors. Once there was a commotion over there, the base would soon know their true identity. One moment they had to register, and the next moment they were given food. Could it be? Oh no! It was exposed. They had been practicing the language for several months and had made a perfect plan. How could this happen? The Chinese are too cunning. The leaders exchanged glances. Damn! We have already landed. Are we waiting for them to close the door and beat the dog? Now we can only take a chance. So, several people took out their weapons and rushed towards Jiang Guanshan. To capture the enemy, we must first capture the leader. However, there were several guards standing beside Jiang Guanshan, who drew their guns and shot at lightning speed. The experienced soldiers did not hesitate to shoot, either headshot or hard shot. Even though he was a fat man and had been engaged in administrative logistics for a lifetime, Jiang Guanshan was not a vegetarian, and he took out his weapons and started fighting. There were gunmen in the pirate gang. When Jiang Guanshan received Huaishan reminder, he had secretly asked people to pay attention to the actions of this gang. Don't underestimate the eyesight of a military man. He was registering and comforting others, just to delay time and give the soldiers a chance. As soon as the gunshots rang out, the soldiers who were ambushing in the dark rushed out with submachine guns and surrounded the pirates. The pirates had guns, knives and courage, but they were still shocked when facing the cold submachine guns. Fortune is sought in danger. With the completion of the watching base, many survivors took refuge in the base, which seriously affected the quality of their robbery. But there were fewer targets to rob, and everyone was pale and skinny, so they could only put their heads on their belts and take a gamble. No one thought that after 10 years of natural disasters, the Chinese still had so many hot weapons. The pirates looked down at the weapons in their hands, and their mentality collapsed instantly. This was simply a matter of hitting a rock with an egg. They knew the base was strong, but they didn't know it was so strong, and they were killed in an instant. The pirates were all tough characters who survived the test of time. They always won and never lost, and they were full of confidence. They didn't expect to lose so thoroughly. They all had yellow skin and black eyes. Why could the Chinese save the country, while their country had long ceased to exist, forcing them to become monsters that eat raw meat and drink blood? Chapter 466. When Jiang Ning and others hurriedly arrived, they saw more than a dozen soldiers rushing in as fast as the wind and instantly controlling the situation. Damn! They didn't even give me a chance to show my ability. Rong Sanshao couldn't help but complain. I still want to make a contribution. Jiang Ning didn't know whether to laugh or cry. You also performed well in the hospital. You can ask Jiang Guanshan for a reward later. Hospital? Rong Sanshao almost covered his face. Forget it. It's not embarrassing in front of my sister and brother-in-law. The sharp-mouthed monkey's eyes were like lubricated. Sister, is there a reward for meritorious service? I don't know, but there should be. Okay, I tell you later. And try to get some reward for my meritorious service. With his eloquence, it should be possible. More than 100 pirates, even if they were caught on the spot. Many of them still stubbornly shouted and refused to admit. We are civilians. Why do you treat us like this? It's not the first time that they have tried to pretend to be compatriots to sneak into the base. But the scale was not so large before. After they sneaked in, they extended their black hands to ordinary survivors. This time it was a pirate group, and they came to kill people and steal supplies. Taking advantage of the change in weather at sea, they came prepared. This is a cold-blooded act of genocide. The base has an interrogation department, and they will not be allowed to deny it. Jiang Guanshan was too lazy to argue with them, so he had them all taken away and locked up, waiting for the relevant departments to interrogate them tomorrow. Seeing Jiang Ning and Huishan coming in, he hurriedly asked, "How is it over there?" "Very brutal," Jiang Ning said bluntly. Fortunately, it was discovered in time. Otherwise, not only the supplies would be damaged, but even the medical staff would not be spared. Same skin, same language. We had a preliminary understanding when the ship dropped anchor, but we didn't expect the enemy to be so well prepared. If they succeed, it will be a disaster for the base. Jiang Guanshan hurriedly thanked them. You two are really brave and careful. You have definitely made great contributions this time. I will report to the higher-ups. Leader, this is not just a matter of meritorious service. In terms of shamelessness, young Master Rong is a regular soldier after all, and he is not as thick-skinned as a monkey. He doesn't care whether he has made meritorious service or not, and rewards are the most practical. In order to make the life and death struggle more realistic, he even smeared blood on his face. Leader, you don't know how dangerous it was just now. Fearing embarrassment, Jiang Ning deliberately walked away, as expected of a middleman. He held Jiang Guanshan and talked to him for more than 10 minutes and refused to let him go, saying that he had a narrow escape from death. Jiang Guanshan repeatedly assured that he would apply for meritorious service and rewards from the higher-ups. A man who had been engaged in administrative logistics for decades could not win over a middleman at the bottom. In the end, Jiang Ning couldn't bear it anymore, cleared his throat and said, Director Jiang has something else to do. Only then did the sharp-nosed monkey let go. The bodies of the pirates were cleared out, and the others were all transferred and detained. The wind and waves were getting stronger and stronger, blowing the bones cold. The few people returned to the hospital and found Wang Meili waiting anxiously with her child. The bodies and bloodstains had been cleaned up. The dean and medical staff were still in shock. They were relieved to learn that the pirates had all been captured, and they did not forget to highly praise Jiang Ning and others. Jiang Ning asked the dormitory manager for the keys to 2 rooms and took the sharp-nosed monkey and others to rest. Back in the room. Quickly put on more clothes and drink hot water. The three people and the dog went into the space to take a shower. And when they came out, they added a sofa bed and took out a thick quilt to keep warm. Life in the base was going on as usual, and there had been no turmoil for a long time. What happened tonight would definitely not be the last time. With the shortage of supplies, the living environment at sea will become more and more cruel. In the face of life and death. Believe it or not, even if the pirate group is given a chance to choose again, their answer will not change. The vigilance and patrols of the Huacheng base must be upgraded. Of course, this is not what Jiangning cares about. What she is thinking about is how to return the screws quietly. It is easy to create something out of nothing. The key is that all the members of the military region are atheists. Only those who can withstand investigation are the kings. No matter what. The boat will be straightened out when the bridge comes. It is cold, and it is good to sleep. Jiangning is a little afraid of the cold. But Huishan is like a stove, hugging her and keeping her warm. She slept until dawn. The wind and waves have passed. The sea surface is shining under the rising sun. But the temperature has indeed dropped a lot. After breakfast, Huishan went to work. And Daodu, Wang Meili and others took the ferry back to Area B. The outcome of the pirate invasion was somewhat unexpected to Jiangning. But it was also expected. It came with the wind and waves on the sea, but disappeared overnight with the wind and waves on the sea. As if nothing had happened. Jiang Guanshan privately revealed it to Huishan. And it needed to be kept secret. The base would never be lenient with pirates who hurt their compatriots. And they needed to kill the chicken to scare the monkey. After 10 years of natural disasters, only a few survived. And humans should have united. But who really dared to expect this group of pirates, who licked the knife and killed people like crazy to repent? They don't even have the most basic humanity. The base doesn't lack laborers. Leaving them here will only make the few supplies even poorer. Letting them out will only cause more survivors to suffer. Furthermore, the base doesn't want to be criticized by other countries or the survivors' base from a humanitarian perspective. Just deal with it quietly. There's no need to bring it to the table. Therefore, most of the survivors don't know about it at all. The sharp-mouthed monkey got 10 kilograms of food and was exempted from rent for half a year, which made him very happy. Sure enough, as long as you follow me, good things will happen. Young Master Rong also received a reward, and the new recruit was promoted to a higher level. The rewards for Jiangning and Huishan have not come down yet. It's not that the higher-ups are stingy, but Jiang Guanshan is ready to make a move again, wanting to enlist the two of them in the military. His mission is to discover outstanding talents to serve the base. Jiang Guanshan has a keen eye, and after a few contacts, he found that Jiangning is the one who has the final say. So he approached her again, and offered any conditions. Jiangning didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Director Jiang, the army has many disciplines and constraints, and we are used to being free. If we want to join the military, we would have joined as early as when we were in the southern military region. Although we have no plans, please rest assured that our beliefs and belonging will never change. Even if we encounter problems in the future, as long as it is within our capabilities, we will do our best. The words are beautiful, and the attitude is more resolute. Jiang Guanshan couldn't find a breakthrough. But thinking about what the two did, it is indeed worthy of encouragement and admiration. He completely gave up the idea. But the reward was quite generous. Half a box of canned food, canned fish, canned pork, canned rats, a total of 15 boxes. They were all produced by the factory in the former Eastern military base, and they are still within the shelf life. They are considered as rewards for the two people. This thing is hard to find, and it is definitely worth exchanging it for supplies. Jiangning thanked him and accepted it, and returned to the dormitory to store it in the space. In the evening, young Master Rong came over with a playful smile. Sister, brother-in-law, the soldiers from the southern military base want to hold a party in Area B. Are you going? Chapter 467. Life in the base is becoming more stable, and spiritual needs are on the agenda. People are divided into groups, and those who get along well are getting closer to each other. Jiangning was slightly surprised. We are not soldiers. Why go to a party? You can bring your family or friends to the party. I also attended a party at the central military base 2 days ago. More friends, more ways. Jiangning refused to join in the fun. No, you have more fun. Rong San Shao did not force it. He planned to invite others. He leaned against the door and asked with a smile. Door, how did you make the dipping sauce last time? Dowdu was not stingy and told him the truth. Ginger, onion, garlic, chili, oil. The first part was easy to handle. But the oil was troublesome. Forget it. He might as well pretend to be dead and just eat with the crowd. After sending the people away, Jiang Ning went back to his room and laid down to read. On the night of the party, young Master Rong wet his hair on his forehead, combed a cool hairstyle, and put on the cleanest clothes. He shamelessly asked his brother-in-law for the clothes. His brother-in-law was quite generous and actually gave him several pieces. One of them was a brand new floral shirt, which fit him very well. It was simply tailor-made for him. He could show it off in the summer. In addition, I gave him a pair of slippers. The style was particularly tacky, the kind you wear in the shower. Before the disaster, they would have cost 9.9 yuan per pair, or they might have been a buy one get one free promotional gift. Not to mention the price. Even if there were 4 zeros at the end, he would never have worn them before. But now, well, the quality looks really good, and it looks like they can be worn for several years. In short, my shouting was not in vain. Rong Sanshao wondered. Next time he hugged his sister's thighs and cried. Would she give him sunglasses or hair oil? By the way, his underwear has 2 holes torn. I wonder if my brother-in-law can give him 2 new ones. It's best to have bullet underwear, which is very stylish to wear. I'm getting off topic. Most of the people who came to this party were from the southern military base, but there were quite a few who brought their families, fellow villagers, and friends. There were more than 50 people in total, and we had a long-awaited celebration. Making dumplings. The flour was obtained through a middleman, and there was no meat patty, but it was also very good if it was pure vegetarian. Chive stuffing, cabbage stuffing, and ground 3 fresh. There was no soy sauce or vinegar, but there was ginger, onion, garlic, and dipping sauce with fragrant flowers. Even though it's so simple, many people haven't eaten it for several years. At a party, people eat and talk about new things. Men are the best at gossiping, talking about natural disasters, local delicacies, local ghosts. As soon as one of them finished talking about the red high heels on the campus lake, another laughed at him for being too superficial. What's your story? It's all jokes made up on the internet. What I experienced in the Magic Sea is the real ghost. Everyone immediately became interested. Magic Sea? The real Bermuda Triangle. Thinking of the experience, he still had lingering fears. Our transport ship drifted on the sea for a long time, and we didn't expect to encounter a notebook monster. Notebook monster? Everyone was stunned. Didn't the small notebook sink a long time ago? Yes, it sank, but not all of them died. Many of them went to sea to become pirates. We were deceived at the time. The notebook monster drove several boats to surround us. The man fell into terrible memories and recounted his experience. Just when we thought we were dead, the notebook monster's fishing boat suddenly disappeared, and the notebook monster on the boat fell into the sea and was chewed by sharks. We took the opportunity to fight the monsters on the transport ship and threw them all into the sea. In fact, we had run out of ammunition and food at that time. Even if we killed them, we probably couldn't get out of the Magic Sea. But no one expected that the 2 disappeared fishing boats would appear again. All the food and herbs on the ship, as well as fresh vegetables with dew, and the 5-star red flag and the coordinates of the new homeland were planted. TSK. I've heard this story before, and I almost listened to your nonsense. Yes, we almost believed it. Many people have heard about the supernatural incident on the transport ship in Shandong province. In fact, many people on the ship had mental problems and thought it was real. How to say it? It's like a mirage in the desert. Seeing that everyone didn't believe it, the man couldn't help but get excited. It's true. I can swear. He was a crew member, and he was afraid that others would not believe it. So he even reported the latitude and longitude and the specific time. That sea area is really weird. Not only is the weather unpredictable, but the storm is also very fierce. We almost capsized several times. After getting the coordinates of the new home, we walked for several days before we got out. Hearing the coordinates, Lu Cheng frowned. We have also passed by this sea area, but the closest distance is more than 200 nautical miles away from you, and the time interval is quite long. This sea area is indeed quite strange. probably related to the complicated ocean currents. We have also encountered several disasters, and survived without any danger. They did not encounter the book monster, but were attacked by the diamond-shaped aircraft on the seabed. Fortunately, they were in a strong condition and won the fight. Right. We didn't lie. And we're not insane, In a fit of excitement, he bit his tongue accidentally. It was a heavy bite, and the bleeding couldn't be stopped. What should we do? Should we send him to the hospital? We still have to wait for the ferry. Lu Cheng stood up. I have some medicine. It should stop the bleeding. He went back to his room and brought a bag. There was no Yunnan Biao, no hemostatic powder, but several kinds of dried herbs. Lu Cheng flipped to one of them. I just happen to have some. It should stop the bleeding. As he spoke, he pulled a few dry leaves and rubbed them into powder in his hands, and asked him to open his mouth and rub the powder on the wound. Press it for a few minutes. The man pressed his face with his hands and didn't speak. The supernatural atmosphere suddenly stopped. I don't know who brought the topic to the herbs. Can this herb really stop bleeding? It should be no problem. The last time I was injured, the bleeding stopped. Everyone was jealous. Lu Cheng, I didn't expect you to hide your wealth. In this world, herbs are good things. You can exchange them for a lot of supplies. Who said it wasn't? Last time, I exchanged some medicine from a middleman for 2 kilograms of potatoes. My friend gave it to me. Lu Cheng is an honest man. He said with a simple smile, It's fate that we met in the Devil's Sea. If it weren't for the food and herbs they gave us, we might not have survived. The injured man's eyes fell on the herbs. He picked them up and looked at them curiously. Why do these herbs look so similar to the ones given to us by the ghost ship? He picked them up and smelled them. Yes, it was this smell. At that time, he was helping to move things from the ghost ship, and accidentally broke the mouth of the bag and scattered it all over the floor. He squatted down and spent a lot of effort to pack it up. And this smell was definitely there. Besides, the length of the cut was even more similar. Lu Cheng was about to say that it was given by 2688, who was also from the southern military base. But when he heard the man's words, he was stunned for a moment, and his mind began to stir involuntarily. The same Magic Sea area, the same supplies and medicines. Both had the coordinates of the new home. Is it really such a coincidence? 2688 is cold on the outside but warm on the inside. No. They are driving a submarine. How can they fit the supplies of 2 fishing boats? Even the vegetables would do. Chapter 468. In terms of professional skills, Lu Cheng is definitely not worse than others. But in terms of brain speed, he is still a little slow. But even if he is slow, he realized something was wrong. In such a large sea area, where can we get a large amount of dewy green vegetables? He was stunned for a while, and suddenly he shuddered, thinking of 2688's help to 1926, and subconsciously blurted out, Hey, look at my memory. I bought this bag of medicine at the southern military base, and my friend gave me another bag. I don't know how they are doing after being apart for so long. If only they had come to the new home together. As a soldier, Lu Cheng rarely lies. In a hurry, his palms are sweating, and even his eyes are empty. The injured man didn't think much about it. So the mysterious man who gave us directions and said food and supplies came from the southern military base? Young Master Rong suddenly laughed. It doesn't matter whether he is a human or a ghost, or where he comes from. He has no bad intentions. Otherwise, he wouldn't have helped you in your time of need and let you live to find your new home. That's right. The man was grateful. The 2 ship supplies saved more than 500 people, and they will be grateful and remember it for the rest of their lives. After hearing what Lu Cheng said, the mysterious person who helped them should be from the southern military base. He felt extremely proud that he could meet such a caring compatriot in a natural disaster. Other side, you are so lucky. Why didn't we meet such a person? Some people were making a fuss and joking. It was unknown what the truth behind the ghost ship was, and how many people believed it. But the look in Rong Sanchao's eyes when he looked at Lu Cheng was more thoughtful. He knew that Lu Cheng met his sister and brother-in-law at sea. After waiting for a few minutes, the bleeding really stopped miraculously. But he couldn't talk much because he was injured, and the ghost ship incident didn't continue. So the topic naturally turned to other places. Before he knew it, it was late at night. Everyone had a very satisfying meal at the gathering, and reluctantly said goodbye and left, then hurried to catch the last ferry, because he had to get up early to move bricks tomorrow. Rong Sanshao sat in the outermost seat, letting the cold sea breeze hit his face. His mind was a mess. At this time, Lu Chung was lying on the bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep, and recalling the days when he met and got along with 2,688 over and over again. Jiang Ning was very happy. Dowdu was appreciated by the leaders, and would be transferred to Area A as a reserve cadre soon. After coming to the base for a few months, she was much more lively than before, and made some new friends. They were not the kind of people who were very open with each other, but they had no bad intentions, and it was good enough to chat. Jiang Ning felt good about herself. The hospital was still short of doctors and medicines, but everyone could do as much as they could. The cultivation of herbal medicines was expanding, and she and Ma Guangyan were both teaching students. The base was currently facing many difficulties, but the future was promising. In short, everything is going well. Turning around, she went to Huishan's arms. Mr. Hua, are you satisfied with your current life? Very satisfied. Reborn. Not only are his relatives by his side, he also has a lover to spend his life with. How can he not be satisfied? He couldn't help but kiss her. Who knew he couldn't help it? And they kissed each other. Jiang Ning didn't push him away, and whispered to remind him, Dowdu and Kaylai haven't slept yet. Huishan took a few minutes to calm down. I go to your dormitory tomorrow at noon. She poked his waist, bit his ear and whispered, come here early. Huishan, whose CPU was almost broken, sleeping in each other's arms. Jiang Ning dreamed of the time before the natural disaster, when she and Huishan met in the crowd and saw each other at first sight. Walking through the crowd, smiling towards each other. Everything would not be so beautiful if the alarm clock hadn't sounded. Sitting up, feeling both sleepy and beautiful, she hurriedly got up. After sending Dowdu off, the two boarded the ferry and were about to start a new day of work. For some reason, Jiang Ning's eyelids kept twitching. Seeing her rubbing her eyes, Huishan asked with concern, are you feeling uncomfortable? Jiang Ning shook her head. My eyelids keep twitching, and I feel uneasy. She had a bad feeling, as if something was going to happen. In the past 10 years, she had experienced a lot of blood and cruelty, but she had never felt this uneasy before. She opened her mouth to tell Huishan, but she didn't know what to say. After getting off the ferry, she saw a new boat at the dock. The survivors were wrapped in tattered clothes and got off the boat in the cold wind. The weather was cold, but they had light in their eyes. Finally, they could get off the boat and land. I hope this is their new home. The end of their wandering. The two separated and rushed to their respective jobs. There was nothing to do in the morning. Jiang Ning went to the plantation to help after checking the ward. Around 10 o'clock, the nurse rushed over. Dr. Jiang, the patient from Area F is sent to the emergency room, and the injury is very serious. Area F? An area where both mental and physical illnesses occur. There was little hope, but Ma Guangyan still did not give up the exploration, and he might be able to develop drugs to treat these special patients one day. The patient was pushed over by the F area manager. He was covered in blood, had multiple stab wounds, and his intestines were leaking out. He was already dying. In a hurry, Jiang Ning did not forget to put on protective clothing. The patient was skinny, just skin and bones, and his original appearance could not be seen at all. The female patient was stabbed more than a dozen times by the patient, who suddenly went crazy when she came out for a walk. The arms, legs, and abdomen were covered with wounds, and the wounds were particularly deep. The perpetrator was going to take someone's life and did not hesitate at all. Jiang Ning took a look and shook his head, saying, you brought him here too late. There is no way to save him with this amount of blood loss. His intestines were punctured, causing severe abdominal infection. With the existing medical conditions at the base, there is no way to rescue him. There is no way to give him a blood transfusion. And there are no medical equipment. Jiang Ning. The weak patient woke up and looked at Jiang Ning. Save me. Save me. Yes. It was Song Yaling. If she hadn't spoken, Jiang Ning really wouldn't have recognized the skeleton in front of him. I'm sorry. She's mentally ill. The administrator didn't know the relationship between the two, and explained to Jiang Ning with some anger. She kept nagging about this name all day long, sometimes going crazy and sometimes crying. And she was talking nonsense, and I don't know what she was talking about. Song Yaling stretched out her hand and wanted to grab Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning avoided it coldly, without any emotional fluctuations in his eyes. She was not born out of love, but a helpless choice in reality, and there was nothing to be grateful for. When he had the evil intention to kill her, the already thin family affection completely disappeared. See you at the base. Jiang Ning regarded Song Yiling as a stranger. Why did he keep nagging about her? To put it bluntly, it was just to get special care. Even at this time, she was still thinking about benefits. Jiang Ning looked at the administrator. How did she get hurt? Chapter 469. Mentioning the reason why Song Yiling was injured. The administrator had a headache. All the patients in Area F are double disease patients. None of them are normal, and the number of people is increasing. The base has no better management method for the time being. Although these people are mentally ill, they still pick on the weak ones. Those violent and strong ones will bully the weak or women. There are administrators, but the administrators are not superhuman or have sharp eyes. Besides, these people are not normal people, so training or education is useless. There is a disciplinary department, but is it useful to discipline lunatics? Song Yiling was the most bullied. Both men and women had trouble with her. The administrators intervened countless times. The abusers would take the initiative to admit their mistakes when they were sober, but they lost their humanity when they were sick. Song Yiling was also a hopeless case. Except for calling Jiang Ning in a weird way. She was submissive the rest of the time. After several communications, the administrators actually felt that her mental state was not that serious. She could be cured with active cooperation and could be transferred to Area E. The people living in Area E are physically ill, and their mental illness is not as serious as those in Area F. So they have to work to get food. But what can I say about Song Yiling? Her thoughts are particularly complicated. Even in the base, the law of the jungle prevails. If the administrator is Song Yiling, to put it bluntly, she will kill anyone who dares to bully her again and again. They are all rotten lives. So who is afraid of whom? But Song Yiling is different. She habitually avoids problems. She thinks she is smart. But what she does is stupid. She always puts her hopes on others. She is a hopeless person. But she fantasizes that others can help her unconditionally. And finally she kills herself. But as an administrator, there are some things that cannot be said. Listening to the administrator words, Jiang Ning still has no expression on his face. The woman in front of him is haggard, and it is really impossible to associate her with the pampered Song Yiling in the past. She wants to rely on others all her life. I really don't understand what Song Yiling is thinking in her heart. A person who was forced to give birth, thrown into an orphanage in the blink of an eye, ignored for more than 10 years, and even wanted to kill her for her own benefit. Why does she keep talking about it? Qin Yanfei is her sweetheart. Gu Tinglin is the white moonlight in her heart. Why doesn't she talk about it now? Jiang Ning looked at the broken Song Yiling who was having more and more difficulty breathing. Song Yiling tried to reach out, but found that she couldn't reach it. With blood all over her face, she tried hard to smile. Jiang Ning. Yes. I'm sorry. It's me. I'm sorry for you. After speaking, her arms fell down. Her eyes were wide open and never closed. In her last moments, her life flashed by like a passing show. Like a long dream. She did not give up the baby in her belly, and stubbornly waited for the one she loved to come back. She waited, with a child and a wedding. The family of 3 lived happily. Jiang Ning. I'm sorry. Gu Tinglin. I'm sorry. She dared to love, but she didn't have the courage to stick to it. She wanted everything, but got nothing. What she got was not what she really wanted. The hospital has a procedure for how to deal with the dead. Jiang Ning stared at Song Yiling and turned away. Instead of returning to work, she went to the hospital entrance to get some fresh air. As soon as she reached the entrance, young Master Rong came running over breathlessly. Jiang Ning frowned. Don't you need to move bricks? Young Master Rong stared at her. Yes, but I ate too much last night and haven't digested it yet, so I came out to run a few laps. Jiang Ning looked at him for a few times. You look like a starving ghost reincarnated. Not like indigestion. Young Master Rong smiled and said nonchalantly. Sister, I want to smoke. What the hell? He just felt itchy. However, Jiang Ning did have expired cigarettes in her hand. Your brother-in-law has a few more. I give them to you when I'm free. Sister, you're so nice to me. Jiang Ning was stunned. You're so thick-skinned that I can't be driven away, since she calls me sister. It's not too much to give her some sweet treats occasionally. Sister, do you know who I was partying with last night? Jiang Ning was not interested. Isn't it from the southern military base? Yes. Lu Cheng is here too. Young Master Rong was still nonchalant. There are a few people who brought their relatives and friends here. One of them seems to be a survivor of the transport ship in Shandong province. He said they encountered a ghost ship in the Demon Sea, which was full of food and medicine. Jiang Ning's face remained unchanged, but her heart skipped a beat. At that time, she had never thought that she would come to her new homeland one day. Based on the feeling of being a compatriot living abroad, she gave it to him, since she couldn't use it all anyway. Unexpectedly, it actually left a hidden danger for herself. Rong Sanshao said nonchalantly. He chewed his tongue when he talked too much, and Lu Cheng even gave him herbs to stop the bleeding. Chills rose from the soles of Jiang Ning's feet. Rong Sanshao patted his empty abdomen. I had indigestion originally, but who knew it would be smooth after a round? He looked at her deeply, then waved and turned to say goodbye. Sister, I'm going back to move bricks. Jiang Ning watched him leave, stunned for a long time. She repeated it several times, and then went to find Huishan. It was almost noon and Huishan was puzzled. Why are you here? The two of them clearly distinguished between public and private. If there was no special matter, Jiang Ning would not come to find him during working hours. Jiang Ning's face was not very good, and he pulled Huishan to a secluded corner. The space is exposed. Huishan was stunned. What happened? Jiang Ning told what happened at the gathering of Rong Sanshao and his friends last night. This was indeed a mistake. It was easy to explain what happened to Lu Cheng, but the key was that the materials of the two fishing boats could not be justified. It can only be said that people's ideas change at any time. If those boxes had not been salvaged from the seabed, they might not have thought of coming to a new home at all. Everything was so coincidental. The transport ship of Shandong province arrived successfully, and the crew happened to attend a regional gathering, and Lu Cheng happened to be there. Rong Sanshao was not only there, but also guessed it. Even he could guess. What about Lu Cheng? Could it be that they were all going to be killed? How many should be killed? There were more than 500 people on the transport ship in Shandong province, and there were dozens of people at the gathering yesterday. Too many. Lu Cheng has good professional skills, but he is honest and stubborn. Will he reveal the truth or be tricked? For example, an old fox like Jiang Guanshan. Even if Lu Cheng intends to conceal something, he can't resist his tricks. Young Master Rong came to report today. Who knows if he won't regret it one day? Once people have doubts or greed, they will either follow the clues or unravel the mystery, or try to test it endlessly. They have lived two lives and have seen the darkness of human nature. No matter what an individual or a base has in mind, they will not care whether you admit it or not. Once they are sure, they don't need any evidence at all. And what is waiting for Jiang Ning is simply unimaginable. Huishan's expression is serious, and he said after a while, Aining, let's go. He can't afford to gamble, let alone gamble. He has made the contribution he should make in his previous life. In this life, he will only do his best to protect the people he cares about. This is the most important thing. Leave? Jiang Ning was stunned. After living here for a few months, everything was developing well. Not only did the brother and sister have a promising career, but she also felt at ease. She looked at him. Are you willing to leave? Hui knew her concerns very well. It's not about whether I'm willing to leave or not. For me, being with my family is the most important thing. Since he has a secret and enjoys the benefits of the secret, he must also bear the cost of the secret being exposed one day. This place is good, and he also wants to stay and settle down. But no matter how reluctant he is, it is not as important as his family. Let's leave now to avoid more trouble. Jiang Ning came back to his senses. Okay. Chapter 470. You can go, but you can't alert the enemy. Jiang Ning returned to the hospital and asked for half a day off on the grounds of feeling unwell. After taking the ferry back to Area B, Jiang Ning went back to the house to pack up, and Huishan went to the planting area to find his sister. Daodu was about to get off work and was very happy to see his brother. Brother, my transfer has been approved. I can go to work in Area A next week. Then we will apply for a dormitory in Area A. And you and your sister-in-law won't have to run back and forth. Huishan led his sister to the side. The sad news on a sunny day. Daodu's smile froze on his face, and he was completely stunned. It took her a while to come back to her senses. Brother, are we really leaving? You don't want to leave? No. I ask for leave now. She likes this job and the life here. But she doesn't want to be separated from her brother and sister-in-law. Dowdu has performed well and will be transferred soon. So it's easy to ask for leave. When the two returned home, Jiangning had packed up his things and put everything that shouldn't be there into the space, leaving only the things he exchanged from the sharp-nosed monkey. Not wanting to arouse suspicion, the three of them didn't bring any heavy gifts. The steel plate was not very soundproof, so there was not much communication, and she carried her things downstairs. When she got downstairs, Dowdu couldn't help but look up at the room on the 3rd floor, feeling a little heavy in her heart. The incident happened suddenly, and she didn't even have time to react. There was too much reluctance in her heart, but Dowdu didn't show it. She was lucky enough to grow up with her sister-in-law, and her life here was good, but it was insignificant compared to the safety of her brother and sister-in-law. Jiangning was also a little reluctant. She had already integrated and got used to the collective life, where there were teachers, friends, colleagues, and younger brothers. Now I have to leave my life circle and start wandering aimlessly again, which suddenly makes me feel uncomfortable. It's like living in the dark, and suddenly a beam of light shines in. When you are full of joy and think you can grasp it, you suddenly fall into the darkness again. This kind of loss is better than never having it. Huishan held her cold hand. Tomorrow will be better. Jiangning came back to his senses and did not look back. Area B, where I came in by speedboat, was also the same when I left. The roaring motor and the waves kept rolling in the cold wind, driving all the way to the submarine area. We just saw Su Kai-ai coming back from a mission. Jiangning smiled and greeted. Instructor Su. Su Kai-ai waved in response. Are you three going out for a drive? Yes. I've been bored in the base for a long time, so I want to go to the bottom of the sea to relax. Su Kai-ai did not forget to remind. It's best not to leave the base. There are more and more survivors from other countries outside, and it's easy to be robbed without an escort team. The country has a long-term vision and has made no less than 100 plans to deal with various natural disasters. Prepare for the worst and work silently for it for 10 years to achieve today's results. But internal cultivation alone is not enough. We must also defend against invasion by external enemies. Humans are a very strange species. They are good at fighting various disasters, but they are even better at calculating their own kind. Watching base is thriving, and there are wolves drooling outside. Jiangning thanked him for his reminder. We are just wandering around. We don't plan to leave the base. Su Kai-ai waved goodbye. I'm on vacation these few days. You guys come over for dinner when you are free. Okay. Definitely. If there is still a chance. Entering the submarine, Huishan released the dog. If anyone had to be happy after entering the base, it would be Coke. Usually, it could only stay in the house, and could not hear the barking of dogs. It had to hide in a backpack when going out. After entering the submarine, it ran away. Woof, woof, woof. While protesting, it wagged its tail at the shit shoveler. Jiangning squatted down and stroked its head. Be good. I won't restrict you in the future. Huishan was good at controlling his emotions, and he kept sinking the submarine. Dowdu stood in front of the periscope, looking at the solid giant tower platform on the sea reluctantly. Goodbye. Never see you again. Jiangning saw Dowdu's actions, but said nothing. 2688 slowly left Watchung base. 3 hours later, the submarine approached the edge of the base, and Huishan started the suspension state. Jiangning took a nap in the room, but she closed her eyes, but did not fall asleep. Huishan pulled her up. Are you worried? Jiangning did not speak, and quietly leaned on his shoulder. Huishan hugged her in his arms. Ning, we are husband and wife. If you have anything to say, don't keep it in your heart. Jiangning still didn't say anything. Do you think you're a burden to me and Dowdu? Jiangning looked at him. What do you think? I'm a little reluctant, but it's nothing compared to your safety. Huishan stroked her face, and he said the same thing. Don't let your imagination run wild. We are a family and a group. Since we have enjoyed the benefits of space, we must acknowledge the consequences. Since this is not our home, let's look for it again. Even if there is no place to stay. For Dowdu and I, only with you and Coke can we be considered a real home. Jiangning didn't say anything, and hugged him back tightly. If they go forward, They can leave the base. If there is no special situation, they will never come back in this life. If the 3 people disappear at the same time, the base will soon get the news. As long as they are careful enough, they can find out the clues. The 2 need to discuss whether to leave without looking back or do something for the base. After all, this is the watching base. Moreover, the space contains the 26 containers they sank to the bottom of the sea. Those spare parts are of no use to Jiangning, but they are the ultimate weapon for the base to return to land. With them, Huacheng Base can successfully build an island, plant more food and medicinal materials, and greatly improve the living environment of the survivors. Jiangning did not hesitate. Give it back to them. I was afraid of the space being exposed before, thinking that there was a long time to come, and I had to find a foolproof way. Now that we are all leaving, exposure is no longer a problem. However, the sun has not set yet, and there are patrols on the sea. So even if you do good things without leaving your name, you have to be vigilant. In order to return the container before, Huishan secretly inquired about the news. At the latitude and longitude where the submarine is, the patrol boat will pass by on time at 8 o'clock in the evening. In other words, as long as the containers are placed on the sea before the patrol boat arrives, they will be able to find them in time. But the time must be calculated well, and the water cannot wash them out of the base. Otherwise they will be snatched by survivors from other countries outside. It is also a big problem to put 26 containers. They can always sink into the sea again. Right? How to salvage them is a century-old problem. If the base has the ability to salvage deep sea, when the containers fell, they would wait until the storm is over to salvage them immediately, instead of being discovered by 2688 a few months later. What is the difference between throwing them back into the sea directly and not salvaging them? Help people to the end. Send Buddha to the west. Jiangning made a decision. Put it on the cruise ship. Anyway, no one can drive a cruise ship, and putting it in the space is just a decoration. For 3 people and a dog, the activity space of the yacht is large enough. Chapter 471. After making a decision, Jiangning cleared the supplies on the cruise ship and put all the containers salvaged from the seabed on it with his consciousness. It was still early, so the 3 people and the dog had a red oil hot pot. It was spicy. Very spicy. So spicy that I was sweating all over. No one stopped. And their appetites were particularly big. After sweating all over, the blockage in my heart was cleared. Peace of mind is my hometown. And everything starts from the beginning. Before I knew it, it was 7:30 in the evening, and 2688 slowly floated up and observed the sea surface through the telescope. At about 7:40, after confirming that it was safe and not under surveillance, the submarine surfaced and opened the hatch. Jiangning and Huishan entered the sea in diving suits. After swimming to a safe distance, Jiangning took out the cruise ship from the space. The cruise ship entered the sea, and a huge current hit, pushing the 2 people out. Huishan pulled Jiangning to dodge, and waited for the waves to subside before swimming steadily towards the submarine. Dowda pulled the 2 people up with a rope. The submarine sank again, observing the cruise ship in the distance through the periscope. At about 8 o'clock, the high beam swept back and forth on the sea. Jiangning stared at the image sent back by the periscope. It was indeed the patrol boat of the base. He finally felt relieved. He was really leaving. Captain, an unknown cruise ship was spotted ahead. Light warning. I have warned 3 times, but the other party did not respond. Sound the whistle and get closer to investigate the situation. As the distance got closer, he could vaguely see containers on the cruise ship through the telescope. The size and appearance of the container looked very familiar. Captain, it looks like our container. A container from the base? There has been no mission recently, and even if there was, it would not be at night. After several communications and warnings, there was still no movement on the cruise ship. The patrol soldiers prepared their guns and boarded the cruise ship carefully and neatly with weapons in hand. Report. It is indeed a container from the base. But there is no one on the cruise ship. The captain was shocked and boarded the ship in a hurry. He used a flashlight to scan the container, and when he saw the number on the box clearly, his eyes almost popped out. How is it possible? This batch of containers has already sunk to the bottom of the sea. The higher-ups even held a special meeting to discuss whether to go back and salvage them. But they were forced to give up because they did not have mature salvage technology. Now, they all appeared on the cruise ship. This is not something that ordinary people can do. The cruise ship is extremely clean. And it doesn't look like it has been traveling on the ocean for many years. How did it suddenly appear? Could it be that he was just dreaming? The captain slapped himself 3 times in a row without hesitation. And his face was swollen. The team members were too late to stop him. Captain, don't do this. Don't do this. Captain, images deleted if infringed. It hurts. It hurts like hell. This is not a dream. This is a cruise ship that appeared out of thin air, carrying a container that sank to the bottom of the sea. This is the island-building artifact that the base needs most. Growing up under the red flag, the soldiers don't believe in ghosts and gods at all. The patrol boat turned on the strong lights and kept patrolling the dark sea, trying to find clues from it. The wind was strong and the waves were surging. There was nothing else. Jiangning 2688 submarine had quietly dived and left when it was confirmed that it was a patrol boat of the base. Jiangning not only returned all the containers, but also gave some medical equipment, color ultrasound, CT machine, defibrillator, etc. These were collected by Jiangning when he fled the southern military base before the land sank. Originally, they should have been put into the fire box to benefit mankind after the natural disaster. But the asteroid hit the Earth too quickly, and there was no time at all. So far, more than 30 submarines of the same type have come to the southern military base. But only 5 of them have intact fireboxes. And the rest have all sunk to various corners of the world. After the natural disaster, it is waiting for humans to dig and explore. None of the 5 fireboxes are equipped with medical equipment. Therefore, Jiangning took out 1/3 of the extra ones on hand and left them to Watchung base. I believe that Teacher Ma will lead the team to use them. 3,000 submarines. Only more than 30 have arrived so far. Where are the rest? Warships, aircraft carriers, transport supply ships, etc. I believe there are still many survivors who have not been found. Jiangning did not question the survival ability of humans. China is good at saving itself before disasters, rather than waiting for the savior to come. She believed that if there was a first Weizong base, there would be a second one. So she didn't give away all the medical equipment. But she hoped that the natural disaster would end. The base would successfully reclaim the island, and the survivors would be able to return to land one day. In the darkness, 2688 quietly left the Weizong base where she had lived for several months. Now she has left the sea boundary marker and is traveling through the endless ocean again. There are many survivors who are eyeing the base. And 2688 has no hesitation and dives into the deep sea and leaves quickly. I don't know whether the foreign survivors had limited survival equipment or it was safer in the deep sea at night. 2688 sailed for several hours without encountering any danger. More than 200 nautical miles away from the base. It was almost dawn. The 2 of them suspended the submarine, washed up, and went back to the room to sleep. They slept until the afternoon. And the 3 of them and the dog sat in front of the observation window, enjoying the scenery of the deep sea while eating delicious food. The 3 of them were relatively silent and didn't chat much. The dog squatted in front of the window, tilted his head, and looked at the shit shoveler, as if asking why he didn't leave. Go! The base can't be returned. After dinner, Dowda got up and packed up. Jiangning took out the hot coffee, and Huaishan drank it slowly. Aining, is there any place you want to go? The earth turned into a water ball. Even if there was a place she wanted to go, it would have disappeared long ago. If she had a choice, she wanted to go back to Fengcheng, which was her real home. It's a pity that Fengcheng no longer exists. Jiangning thought for a while. Follow the water flow. Wherever you go is where you go. So 2688 went with the flow and began to drift aimlessly. Dowda was depressed for 2 days, but gradually became lively again, fearing that he would feel depressed if he stayed underwater for too long. Jiangning would enter the space for half an hour every day. Dowda took Guzzi to the black soil garden to pick cucumbers and vegetables, cut fruits and so on, and sometimes took care of the medicinal field. 20 acres of land was enough for 2 people to have fun. Jiangning and Huaishengxia collected medicinal herbs, harvested crops, and planted crops. Being busy for half an hour every day made him feel much more relaxed physically and mentally. If the weather on the sea surface was good one day, he would also float up to breathe. But the weather was getting colder and colder. The sea breeze was like a knife. Even the dog was shivering with cold, and slowly gave up the idea of surfing on the sea. Jiangning took out the constant temperature clothes and felt the eternal warmth again. The ocean currents were complicated. Sometimes to the west, sometimes to the east, and sometimes to the south. It was confusing to drift on the sea for half a month. Later, the water flowed all the way to the north. The weather was getting colder day by day, from above zero to below zero. The latest day was about -10 degrees. Dowdy was a little curious. Sister-in-law, where will our submarine drift to? Chapter 472. The water ball is round, and it floats in circles. If you are lucky enough, you may be able to float back to the starting point one day. Jiang Ning drank hot milk tea. Going north, you may reach the North Pole one day, and then you can see seals. Seals? Dowdy has seen them on TV. She is a little yearning, looking forward to seeing cute and stupid animals. But at the same time, she is a little worried. With such a terrible natural disaster, will there really be seals? People must have hope when they are alive. Jiang Ning smiled and said, maybe there is. If you are lucky, you can see polar bears. Life on the submarine is boring. But the mentality of the three people and the dog has been adjusted. They exercise, read books, and watch movies. Dowdy looked through the baking book and successfully baked bear cookies after several failures. There are chocolate flavors and matcha flavors. She even baked a Coke. In front of Coke, she bit off the dog head with a bite, and smiled brightly. Well, brother and sister-in-law, it's delicious. For this reason, the dog ignored her for 2 days. Dowdy apologized repeatedly and baked several legs to coax it, and the dog reconciled with her as before. Jiang Ning studied medicine, especially massage and acupuncture, and always liked to use Huishan as a guinea pig. The submarine drifted with the ocean current for more than a month. Jiang Ning had just gotten up when Dowdy's surprised voice came from outside. It's snowing. It's snowing on the sea. At this time, the sea was -20 degrees Celsius, and fine white snow fell from the sky and finally disappeared into the blue sea. Jiang Ning had never seen a snowy sea, and on a whim, he floated the submarine to the surface. Wearing a thermostatic suit and a mink coat, he came out to get some fresh air. The air was very cold, and it was very uncomfortable to breathe into the lungs. Jiang Ning quickly took out the mask made of constant temperature cloth, and then he felt much more comfortable. Snowflakes fluttered down 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and disappeared into the sea. Huishan reached out and wiped the snowflakes off Jiang Ning's eyelashes, and smiled. Is it cold? Not cold. Several people and a dog played on the sea for more than 2 hours, taking pictures, roasting sweet potatoes with charcoal fire, and even drinking coffee. The further north you go, the colder the weather is, and the bigger the snowflakes are. Later, then ice appeared on the sea. If we go further north, the ice will get thicker and thicker, and the submarine will have no chance to surface. The three people and the dog sat down to discuss whether to turn around and leave or continue exploring. Jiang Ning didn't care. He would be wandering wherever he went. Huishan didn't care either, as long as he had his family with him. Dowdy was a little yearning, hoping to live a different life from before. Brother, sister-in-law, if the ice is thick, can we live on it? She had experienced extreme cold, especially the extreme cold after floods. I was young at the time, and the impression of ice everywhere was very deep. Jiang Ning thought, if the Arctic freezes again, it should be habitable. But the living environment is too harsh. But she has space, so she doesn't have to worry about eating, drinking, defecating and urinating. If it's cold, she can wear constant temperature clothes. She has survived the extreme cold of dozens of degrees below zero. If the temperature in the Arctic is not outrageous to the sky, she should give it a try. Compared with drifting on the sea, Jiang Ning still likes the feeling of being down to earth, even if she is stepping on glaciers. The dog was also envious. It wanted to run, so it was unanimously passed and continued to move towards the North Pole. The submarine was no longer suitable. Jiang Ning took out the yacht. At this time, the ice on the sea surface was very thin, and the yacht could move forward easily without any problems. Fearing that he would encounter problems, Huishan did not dare to drive too fast. Not in a hurry. Just walk leisurely. Jiang Ning sat on the yacht and admired the snowy scenery outside the sea through the window. She took out warm snow boots, scarves, gloves, etc. from the space. The yacht is not suitable for winter travel. The translucent room on the deck is quite cold. Take out the charcoal stove and add charcoal to the basin to keep warm, afraid that Huishan would be tired. Jiangning wanted to take turns with him, but he was reluctant to do so. No need. Just stop when you have a break. 3 meals a day are comfortable, and naps are taken as usual. Driving 2 or 3 hours a day is already very good. More often, it is fun and rest, and sometimes even drifting. The further north you drive, the thicker the ice becomes. After 2 or 3 days, the energy consumption of the yacht when breaking the ice has increased significantly. The yacht is not a professional icebreaker and cannot be used for uncontrolled play. Huishan tied a rope and went down to the ice to test the thickness. It's not thick enough. He was worried that it would crack if people walked on it. The yacht was too expensive, so Jiangning couldn't bear to build it. So she took out Sawadika's fishing boat. She definitely didn't feel bad about building this iron lump to death. So, the 3 people and the dog decisively changed boats, and Jiangning put the yacht into the space. The fishing boat broke the ice and continued to walk for half a day, but soon it couldn't move. This time, the ice surface was frozen solid enough, and it wouldn't be dangerous for people to walk on it. Jiangning was used to being cautious, so he took out a rope and tied them together. After collecting the fishing boat, putting on goggles and windproof caps, the 3 people and the dog went out to fight easily. The snow kept falling, and the ice area was quite large. The warm-keeping equipment was in place, and there were hiking sticks in hand, but the wind and snow were a bit strong. The snow was just ankle deep, so it was easy to walk. The dog couldn't stand the choking cold air and sneezed from time to time. After walking for more than an hour in the wind and snow, Jiangning took out the Hummer from the space, and the 3 people and the dog quickly lay down to rest. First, have a cup of hot water to warm up, and when the hands and feet are warm, she took out the constant temperature cloth from the space to make a dog kini. When stocking up on pet supplies in the extreme cold, Jiangning bought a dog muzzle, put the thermostatic cloth directly on the muzzle, and cut a few tiny holes to allow air to circulate. Coke naturally doesn't like being restrained, but breathing too much cold air is not good for its health. Fearing that it would resist, Jiangning put the muzzle on its head and said, "Don't scratch it with your claws. You will get sick if you get frozen." If the dog hadn't refused to wear shoes, she would even consider forcing the shoes on it. After enough rest, continue to take risks on the road. The Arctic wind was strong, and the strong wind swirled the snowflakes, causing the ice surface to be uneven. The snowflakes fell a lot, and after being frozen, they formed a hill shape. In the evening, Jiangning spent the night under the hill-shaped snow peak, which could block the biting cold wind. At this time, the ice surface was thicker, and she took out the Predator. This car has a large space for movement, so even if you encounter an attacker at night, you don't have to worry about your life. Wearing a constant temperature suit and a thick quilt, you can sleep warmly and comfortably. The next day, it was even colder outside the car, directly minus 30 degrees. It is true that constant temperature clothing can maintain a constant temperature, but it also depends on objective conditions. In extreme cold, the wind is not strong. Jiangning lives in an apartment and does not go out unless necessary. But it is different in the Arctic. The wind and snow here are too strong, like dense cow hair needles piercing into people's pores. It still feels very cold after staying outside for a long time. When I woke up in the morning, the wind and snow were even stronger. Dowdu and Guzi got out of the car to move around, but ran back in less than 5 minutes. Even their teeth were fighting. Brother and sister-in-law. It's too cold outside. After eating a steaming hot breakfast, Jiangning got out of the car to experience extreme weather. It was really cold, and it really made people shiver. This kind of weather is not suitable for long-distance travel. Dowdu asked, brother and sister-in-law. We have walked far enough. Do we still need to go inside? Chapter 473. Jiangning felt it was necessary. Since he had decided to go ashore, he had to find the safest place to live. Survivors around the world drifted aimlessly, and it was definitely not just Jiangning family who finally arrived at the North Pole. If you set up camp on the edge of the glacier, the chances of running into other survivors are very high. In the face of life and death, don't test people's hearts. Jiangning didn't want to be frequently harassed by survivors, and he didn't want to be on guard against outsiders all day and expose himself to danger. Therefore, it was important to find a safe place. Huishan had the same idea. The Arctic is huge, so we should try and find a place where few people live. The temperature dropped sharply, and the thickness of the ice was absolutely safe, so he suggested driving the Predator on the road. The car was very heavy, but the tires had strong grip and would not slip when running. As a land beast, conquering the Arctic was not a problem. The weather was bad, and no one wanted to get out of the car and walk. Even if there was a problem with the ice, Jiangning could enter the space in time and then change tools to save his life. So Huishan drove the car forward, and Jiangning sat in the co-pilot to keep watch. It's really funny to say that the Arctic was covered with ice and snow all year round before the natural disaster. Not only was the terrain complex, but it was also full of dangers. It was not easy to travel by car. But after many rounds of natural disasters, the Arctic icebergs melted and the land sank. It was much easier to reshuffle the frozen Arctic. The sea surface continued to freeze, and the wind and snow piled up layer by layer, and icebergs were constantly being generated. Huishan drove steadily and experiencedly. The plunderer did not go fast, only 200 kilometers a day. At night, he also found a snow hill to shelter from the wind. The weather was cold, so there was no mood for entertainment. Jiangning put his car and himself into the space, had a comfortable dinner, and took a hot spring bath before coming out. Just as he was about to lie down and rest, a light came from afar. Blue, green, shining. Several colors gradually appeared, sweeping over from the other side of the sky, as if gently swaying like a swaying arm. The light became brighter and brighter, dyeing the night sky with colors. It was breathtakingly beautiful and shocking. It firmly attracted all eyes. Jiangning had never thought that he would not have the opportunity to see the aurora if he lived normally. But he fulfilled his wish during the 10th year of the natural disaster. She was in the Arctic, watching the northern lights. Dowdu had never seen it before, and was shocked for a long time before she asked, "Brother, what is this light?" Northern lights. The northern lights are a colorful luminous phenomenon that appears in the sky above the high magnetic latitudes of the planet's north pole. It is caused by the high-energy charged particle flow from the Earth's magnetosphere, or the sun that excites, or ionizes, molecules or atoms in the upper atmosphere. Huishan gave his sister a scientific explanation. Dowdu didn't quite understand, but it didn't stop her from marveling at the magic of nature. "Brother, were there northern lights before the natural disaster?" "Yes. We could see them sometimes in the northernmost part of our country." Dowdu thought. "With the northern lights, will the natural disaster end?" Huishan didn't know, but it was always good to have hope. Maybe. So, the three of them, and the dog sat in the car and enjoyed a gorgeous feast of aurora. "I hope that, as Dowdu said, there will be lights in the north and no natural disaster will come." I was so excited that I fell asleep in the second half of the night. After eating and drinking, we continued to move forward. After walking for another day, the snow was too thick, and even the Predator was not very useful. Half of the car body was hidden in the blizzard. After walking hundreds of kilometers into the Arctic Circle, ordinary survivors could not survive in such a cruel and harsh environment. Jiangning felt that he could set up camp. He climbed onto the roof of the car and looked around with a telescope. He found a big snow hill 3 or 4 kilometers away. The Predator continued to move forward with difficulty, and took a lot of effort to reach the snow hill. The snow on the snow hill was frozen hard, and 3 people and a dog climbed up, standing on a high place. There is snow everywhere, and it hurts your eyes if you look at it for a long time. Jiangning quickly reminded, "Put on your sunglasses. Be careful of snow blindness." The snow hills are sheltered from the wind and suitable for sentinel defense, which is the best choice for settling down. After selecting the address, we will discuss how to settle down. The temperature in the Arctic is between -40 degrees and -20 degrees all year round, and the lowest temperature in some areas is even -71 degrees. In addition to the low temperature, there are 4 seasons of spring, summer, autumn and winter, and the winter lasts for half a year. There is also a windy and snowy period in winter, and almost everything goes into hibernation. This is just a record before the natural disaster. I am afraid that it is even worse now. It is not realistic to live in a car for a long time. If you take out the yacht or RV, many parts will be frozen after a long time. It is still unknown what will happen in the future. Jiangning cannot use his escape tools. Huishan suggested, "We can transform the container into a house." This is a good idea. At least it can be lived in with wind and snow. There are many containers in the space. Jiangning picked and chose the thickest one. Rong San Shao's container was originally used to hold 3 of the most luxurious off-road vehicles. Thinking of the second generation of slippers, Jiang Ning couldn't help but feel mixed emotions. A smart person like him should have guessed the truth long ago. After thinking everything through, he actually came to remind her that it would be a lie to say that he was not moved. If there is a chance in the future, she can return him a car as compensation. Everything starts from scratch. No one can predict the future. Jiang Ning came back to his senses and took out the container from the space. Converting a container into a house is not a simple project. It needs both ventilation and warmth. And it also needs interior design. The container is large, with 2 bedrooms and a living room. And it is not crowded. Opening the door, 3 people and a dog walked in. Jiang Ning has been hoarding supplies for several years, and he hoards them with a purpose. So he has no shortage of tools for renovation. Electric drills, electric welding, grinding wheel cutting, hammers, ladders, etc. Huishan is the main force in renovation work. The container is stuffy, and it is pitch black when the door is closed. Ventilation and light transmission are the first factors. You must first drill holes in the container. But you can't drill too many holes. Otherwise the cold wind will rush in and freeze people to death. It must not only be ventilated, but also have a sentinel function. Judging from the morphology of the Arctic ice surface, it takes no more than half a year to form. The land will sink, and more survivors will come here. We cannot relax our vigilance just because there is no threat now. We must design it in place. Jiang Ning touched the inner wall of the container. Fortunately, he could pull it back sometimes. Otherwise his hand would be firmly sucked by the wall of the container. It's cold. Too cold. The container is windproof but not warm. And it's easy to fall asleep at night. We have to find a way to keep warm. After watching many survival videos and reading materials, Jiang Ning quickly came up with an idea. He covered the container with a layer of ice. The ice house keeps warm, so it should be feasible. One side of the container is against the snow hill, and Huishan made holes on 3 sides. The ventilation and light holes are made at the top, in a circular honeycomb shape. The observation holes are cut into 20 cm square holes, which are convenient for observing the situation outside, and can also be used to set up guns when encountering enemies. Since they are going to make an ice house, it is easy to block the holes if water is poured outside. Jiang Ning took out the bamboo from the space, and Huishan cut it into similar lengths with a saw, punched through the bamboo joints inside, and stuffed them into the circular light holes. For the square ones, weave bamboo blocks and stuff them in. When there is no need to keep watch, just block the hole. The two calculated that the ice layer should have both warming function and defensive properties. Huishan calculated that the thickness of the container plus 20 cm ice blocks can definitely withstand the attack of bullets in the Arctic. They need to sleep at night. So the two actively take action and climb to the top of the container. It is more than 30 degrees below zero, and the weather turns into ice when water is poured. Jiang Ning took out water from the space. Pour. Pour quickly. Pour evenly. Chapter 474. The water cooled very quickly and froze after a while. He poured it repeatedly until it was 20 centimeters thick before stopping. He returned to the ground and poured it on the other 2 sides of the container. The entrance and exit doors could not be poured, but they needed special modifications. But it was too late to finish all this work, so he would do other work tomorrow. It was still very cold when he stepped on the floor, and he couldn't sleep on it at all. At the southern military base, Jiang Ning used his points to store dozens of tons of coal blocks, and it was just right to use them now. The coal blocks not only have high heat, but also burn for a long time. There are vents on the top to prevent carbon dioxide poisoning. With 2 charcoal stoves, the temperature in the house quickly rose. Jiang Ning picked out pure wooden furniture, tables, chairs, benches, sofas, etc. from the space, and took out 2 beds. He specially picked thick mattresses, and did not forget to put electric blankets on them, for fear that the dog could not stand the cold. The doghouse was built on the sofa, and the electric blanket was plugged into the power box. Coke lay on it happily. His ears were like airplanes, and he wagged his tail desperately to show his satisfaction. There are constant temperature clothes, and the quilt is soft and warm. This is the most comfortable night for the 3 people and the dog since entering the Arctic. I like to sleep late in winter, and it is almost 10 o'clock when I get up. It is freezing cold, and I sweat a little after eating a big bowl of pork offal noodles. After eating and drinking, I continue to work. Dowda takes the dog to the snow hill to stand guard. Jiang Ning and Huishan measure the size of the house, and then take out the wooden planks from the space and lay them on the ground. Cutting and cutting. It took half a day to lay the floor. In the afternoon, I continued to work and used color steel composite panels to separate the room from the living room, which is warm and private. There were so many trivial tasks that it took 4 or 5 days to completely finish the new home. The charcoal stove was on all day and night, and the temperature in the room was always above 0. The weather in the Arctic was cold, and the charcoal stove was particularly dry. Jiang Ning took out the air humidifier, selected an essential oil that everyone liked and added it in. White mist kept coming out of the humidifier, with a fresh and quiet fragrance. There were no outsiders, so Jiang Ning even put a simple bookshelf, table lamp, and vase in the living room. The gardenia picked from the space was particularly refreshing. There were pillows and stuffed toys on the sofa. Dowdu and Guzi liked them very much. They sat on the sofa and fought over the toys. Their laughter drifted out of the house and drifted away with the wind and snow. The new home was not big, but very warm. Jiang Ning took a few photos, went into the space, and found the printer he had collected a long time ago. He printed out several photos of the wonderful moments he had taken over the years and hung them in the corner of the living room with an art rope, which looked particularly artistic. After a few days, Guzi should have adapted to the severe cold and would often lure Dowdu out for a run. It ran fast on 4 legs, and Dowdu chased it with difficulty in the snow that covered his calves. Kola, wait for me. After finally catching up, the cunning dog got into the snow and buried himself. Dowdu was afraid that it would get hurt, so he chased it, bent down, and stretched out his hands to dig in the snow. While digging, the dog suddenly jumped out from the side and threw Dowdu into the snow, and the two laughed and laughed. Jiang Ning was a little envious. It was really a lively and active age. She has become more and more silent in recent years, and her body is not old, but her heart is old. The dog suddenly ran over, bit her trouser leg, and dragged her outside. Woof! Jiang Ning was dragged into the snow and squatted down to make a snowman. Finally, even Huishan came out. 3 people and 1 dog made a snowman. But they all had no artistic talent, and the snowman they made was nothing like a snowman. The dog was naughty and broke Jiang Ning's hand, letting herself go. Jiang Ning was also willful for a while, and took out boiling water from the space to play with the ice. Holding a spoonful of boiling water, he splashed it into the space in an arc. Huishan was not good at taking pictures. His claws and joints seemed to be aging. He took a few consecutive photos, and they were all messed up. Alas, I guess all men are the same. Dowdu is still quick-witted. He took several photos that looked like artistic photos. Beautiful. Everything was new to me when I first arrived. I slept late every day, played in the snow outside, sat around the stove, occasionally roasted sweet potatoes or taro, or played cards. On the 9th day of my arrival, the continuous snowstorm finally stopped. There was snow everywhere, and I couldn't see the camera at a glance. The house made of containers was covered with ice outside. If you were far away, you really couldn't see the clues. Dowdu was bored and tried to grow vegetables again. Jiang Ning only gave seeds and refused to take out the poultry eggs. The little girl was very talented. If she really hatched them and raised them, the whole house would smell. Dowdu was spreading the soil when the dog suddenly stood up. His eyes were fierce and his hair stood up. Then, he rushed out like lightning. Jiang Ning was startled and rushed out after reacting. Coke! When she ran out, the dog had disappeared on the other side of the snow hill. What happened? If the dog sensed the enemy, it would have given an early warning instead of suddenly running away. The 3 ran up the snow hill, only to find a trail that stretched far away. Jiang Ning took out a telescope and searched for a long time before finding the direction where the dog disappeared. It ran very fast and did not look back. Huishan looked in other directions and found nothing unusual. Could it be that the dog was bored in the Arctic and suddenly had a mental breakdown and went berserk? But he was in good condition these days. Huishan said, Dowdu, you stay here. We go after Coke. The sky was full of ice and snow. What if it didn't come back or encountered danger? Jiang Ning took out his weapon and handed it to Dowdu, then hurriedly looked in the direction where Kaylay disappeared. The snow stopped, but the wind was still blowing snowflakes all over the ground. After a while, the footprints left by Kaylay were buried. Without a reference, it is easy to get confused. Jiang Ning could only chase by memory. The snow was over his calves, and it was very strenuous to walk. The whistling wind blew over, and it was uncomfortable even with a mask on, and he was out of breath after a while. As they walked, they felt that they were still going in the wrong direction. They looked through the telescope, but there was no trace. Jiang Ning was angry and worried. He had been raising it for so many years in vain. He would beat it up when he found it. For more than an hour, the two of them were so tired that they couldn't even lift their knees in the snow. Huishan kept looking around and said excitedly, "Over there." There was something moving in the distance. Jiang Ning stared for a long time. And there was indeed a brown thing moving. And it was heading towards the two of them. The two did not dare to delay and quicken their pace. As the distance shortened, they confirmed that it was the runaway Coke. Damn it. It still knew how to come back. Jiang Ning was furious and pulled out a cane from space, intending to beat it to death. The snow covered half of its body, but the speed of the four-wheel drive was different. Much faster than that of the two-legged beast. Hee. It still knew how to wag its tail. It was useless to protect it. I must beat it to death today. Jiang Ning raised the cane and suddenly found blood stains at the corners of its mouth. Not only the corners of its mouth were injured, but also its legs and back. Jiang Ning was shocked. Who did it? Chapter 475. The dog didn't know whether it was guilty or didn't feel any pain, and kept wagging its tail at the shoveler. It lay in the snow, with its belly open, asking for caress. Jiang Ning was so angry that he squatted down to check its wounds. There were 2 cuts on its legs, which were caused by sharp teeth, and there were sharp scratches on its back. Jiang Ning carefully checked the corner of its injured mouth and found a tuft of white hair. This hair? Polar bear? Impossible. The body size is too different. Hui looked at it carefully. Wolf? Jiang Ning subconsciously thought it was impossible. After all, it had been 10 years since the natural disaster. Even humans were having such a hard time. So how could animals? But then he thought that animal survival instincts were no worse than humans. So perhaps some of them could have survived. A white wolf. Did the dog win or lose? Without thinking too much, Jiang Ning made sure there was no danger around and carried it into the space. After disinfecting and applying medicine, he pointed at its nose and cursed. Cola, if you dare to be so willful again next time, do you believe I will throw you out? What could Keela say? He pretended to be a coward and kept wagging his tail. It was not enough to train it for half an hour. Jiang Ning even took out his anger on Huishan. You are its trainer, but you made it so rebellious. The Arctic wolf dared to chase it. It really didn't know how to live or die. It can come back alive today. But what about next time? The angry Huishan. It's okay to scold. But the dog can't jump around when it's injured. So put it in the backpack. The two left the space and walked back in the cold wind. After such a commotion, it was dark when they came back. Jiang Ning was serious and made the dog squat on the ground to reflect. It didn't even have a share of dinner at night. Not to mention the steaming legs. The dog looked at Daodu, his eyes rolling. Daodu didn't dare to beg for mercy, because his sister-in-law was really angry. After dinner, Huishan began to give it a thought education class for 2 hours. Seeing Jiang Ning face eased, he stopped educating again. In the morning, when I was sleeping soundly, the dog secretly opened the door and nudged Jiang Ning with his head. Woo woo woo. It was useless to act like a spoiled child. Jiang Ning turned his back to it. The dog squatted and didn't want to walk. The first thing Jiang Ning did when he got up in the morning was to squat down to check the dog wound. Fortunately, the wound did not become inflamed. Dogs have amazing recovery abilities, and the wound healed in less than a week. During this period, it behaved very well, trying to please the poop scooper everywhere, and was so clingy. Just when Jiang Ning thought it would change its ways, it ran away again. That's right. It was still acting coquettishly in her arms the previous second, and rushed out without any hesitation the next second. Wolves are very vengeful group animals. Daodu was worried that they would appear these days, so she went to the snow hills to patrol from time to time. But she always found traces. Just when I was relieved, it came again. Just like last time. It had disappeared when people chased it out. Jiang Ning was so angry that her liver hurt. She let go and sat on the snow hill. If the other party really wanted to retaliate in a group, it would be too late even if she chased it. It was determined to die. and Jiang Ning could do nothing about it. Daodu was anxious and kept looking with a telescope. Half an hour later, a brown shadow appeared in the distance. Daodu was surprised. It's Coke. It's back. As expected, it was injured again. Feeling sorry for it once is love. Feeling sorry for it twice is stupidity. Seeing that its wound was not serious, Jiang Ning gritted his teeth and whipped it twice. Even saving medicine. Fighting. Not fearing death provocation. Just eating too much and having nothing to do. This time it was starved for a whole day. Keep thinking and keep going. However, the scum dog agreed very well in person. But who knew that when the wound healed, it ran away again. This was running slowly. Jiang Ning chased very quickly and saw a thin white shadow running in the snow. The whole body was snow white. And if it wasn't for sharp eyes, it really couldn't be seen. Kayle was chasing behind, running like the swift wind. The white wolf was soon caught up, and the two of them fell in the snow and started fighting. Jiang Ning subconsciously took out his pistol and wanted to shoot the white wolf to death, but found that he was out of shooting range. So he quickly changed to a submachine gun, but found that the two were fighting fiercely, sometimes buried in the snow, and sometimes jumping out of the snow. They moved too fast and were entangled together, so it was impossible to aim at all. Jiang Ning was worried about Kayle's safety, so he threw the gun to Huishan. You do it. His shooting skills were so good that he didn't believe he couldn't hit it. Huishan held the gun, but the white wolf was running while fighting, and it was already more than 200 meters away. No. What's wrong with him? He can't even hit at such a short distance. Jiang Ning was so angry that he took out his sniper rifle. It wasn't that Huishan deliberately let him go, but the white wolf and the snow merged together, making it very difficult to shoot accurately. The dog and the wolf were chasing and biting very closely, and if he wasn't careful, he might hit Kayle. If he accidentally injured or killed Kayle, Huishan seriously suspected that Jiang Ning would take his life. However, although the opponent was a wolf, Kayle didn't seem to suffer any loss. As he fought, he didn't know whether he was tired or didn't want to fight anymore. They actually separated. They threatened each other with their teeth bared, but they didn't seem to be very eager to fight. So they slowly retreated. As expected, the dog was still injured, but the injury was less severe each time. After playing the game of the wolf is coming too many times, Jiang Ning suddenly became depressed and didn't want to care about it anymore. Coke was in good condition. Why didn't it KO the wolf? Although it was a wolf, it was very thin. After getting angry and depressed, Jiang Ning began to reflect on herself. Was she too strict with the dog? It thinks of itself as a human, but it is actually a dog. She thinks of it as a dog, but it is actually as smart as a human. Why didn't they get rid of the wolf? Was it too lonely and depressed? So rebellious that it used the wolf as a toy to pass the time? Jiang Ning was a little confused. Why do you think Coke rebels again and again? It was obviously very obedient before. Hui thought deeply. Maybe it needs interpersonal relationships and emotional exchanges like us? Raising a pet is no different from raising a child. But there is no condition for natural disasters, and it is often ignored. Dogs are dogs. Even if they are the most loyal companions of humans, they are not humans after all. Jiang Ning frowned, wanting to say something, but couldn't. However, he didn't punish the dog by starving him. He pretended that nothing had happened and observed it for a while. And then, he came again a few days later. He continued to fight, and the fight went farther and farther. Jiang Ning was completely numb. She sat on the snow hill and watched. As long as Kayle's life was not in danger, she would not use the sniper rifle. Later, it was too far away, and it was hard to tell whether they were fighting or playing. Anyway, they came back after 2 hours. There were marks on the body, but no injuries. The more he observed, the more outrageous it became. Jiang Ning thought that the steaming chicken leg had not been eaten much, and it had been hanging out outside for too long, and its stomach had been frozen and it couldn't eat. Who knew that it actually took it outside and hid it? When the white wolf came to provoke him again, Jiang Ning went to dig out the leg it had hidden, but it was gone. He couldn't find it no matter how hard he tried. It was over. It was over. They had developed feelings for each other during the fight. Chapter 476. Jiang Ning was a little worried. The dog had always been aloof. He had been unmoved by Ming Ming's passionate pursuit. Ah Ben had repeatedly shown his goodwill, but could only be a younger brother. Now, he actually gave his favorite puffy legs to a wolf. Feelings come too fast. Like a tornado. Jiangning was uneasy. If it was a female wolf, would she forget her mother after marrying a wife? Or be abducted? What if it was a male wolf? The key is the but. Huishan really didn't know what to say to her. Why do you think so much? If the dog really wanted to leave, she couldn't stop him. Everyone understands the truth. But who understands the heart of an old mother? Huishan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. You just think too much. Forget it. They are all middle-aged dogs. They can do whatever they want. And being happy is the most important thing. Although she said she didn't care, Jiangning's attention was still on the dog. It went out more and more frequently, and came back later and later. The first thing it did when it came back was to please the poop scooper, and walk with its ears puffed and its tail wagging. Although she was worried, Jiangning could tell that it was very happy. It was completely different from the state of being confined in the house. And its eyes were full of light. Jiangning felt a little uncomfortable. If there had been no natural disaster, it might have lived a happier and freer life. The white wolf was far away at first, but later became familiar with the dog and slowly approached the house. Starting to appear a few hundred meters away, the dog went out once every few days, but then went out every day, and even twice a day. Jiangning sat on the snow hill and quietly observed the surroundings. Except for the white wolf, no traces of other animals or humans were found for the time being. It may have survived by strength. A month passed like this, and a blizzard suddenly blew in the Arctic. There was heavy snow outside, and the cold wind was howling. The dog was restless and wandered to the door from time to time. It wanted to go out. It would be fine if it was willful at other times. But in such a big blizzard, it would be blown away if it went out. Jiangning would never allow it. After being scolded twice, the dog finally calmed down and slept in the doghouse with its body curled up in grievance. After staring at it for a long time, Jiangning really gave up and went back to the house for a nap. I was half asleep when suddenly there was a loud noise outside. It seemed that the door was blown open by the sudden snowstorm, and things in the room kept falling. Jiangning and Huishan immediately turned over and stood up. The snow blew in, forcing people to close their eyes. Jiangning turned his back to the wind and snow, took out the windproof goggles from the space and put them on, and quickly wrapped himself in a general's coat. Even the doghouse was blown away, so there was no trace of the dog. Dao hurriedly looked for the dog in every corner, while Jiangning and Huishan worked together to close the door. The snow was very strong, and it was not easy to close the door. The door opened outwards, and the two ran outside the container to pull the door. Brother and sister-in-law. Kaylay is not here. It may have run away. Jiangning wanted to vomit blood. The door of the house was not only closed, but also bolted. But the scumbag dog. It is not a good thing to raise a smart and rebellious dog. What to do now? If I don't look for it, it may die outside. If I look for it, I may not be able to come back. At this moment, I really want to kill it. Woof! A dog barked in the distance. The wind was so strong that it was hard to tell whether it was far or near. Jiangning held on to the door tightly to stabilize his body. In the huge snowstorm, two shadows were approaching. The scum dog came with a white wolf. Afraid of scaring it, Jiangning suppressed his anger and didn't lose his temper. Coke, come back. The white wolf kept wandering around, trying to escape from humans. The dog got anxious, pounced on it, bit its neck, and pulled it over. The white wolf did not resist, but was carefully dragged away by it, step by step, getting closer and closer. The blizzard was like the roar of the devil. The whole world was covered with flying goose feathers and heavy snow, and the vision was blurred. The biting wind was like countless needles, as thin as cow hair, constantly drilling into the pores, and the body felt extremely frozen. When they arrived in front of the container, the white wolf suddenly wanted to escape, and Coke bit its neck tightly and dragged it in. A dog brought a wolf back. What could Jiangning say? Close the door first. After a lot of effort, the two finally pulled the two doors and bolted them, isolating the howling snow and wind. It felt like the world was finally quiet. After being tortured by the blizzard for more than 10 minutes, Jiangning's ears were buzzing. Her heart felt a little uncomfortable, and her breathing was gasping. But she didn't care about these, and subconsciously looked at the white wolf. The white wolf retreated to the corner, Its cold brown eyes stared at the three people vigilantly and fiercely, revealing its sharp fangs. Sensing its killing intention, the dog rushed over and knocked it down, biting the white wolf's throat firmly, and roared. Jiang Ning didn't understand the dog language at all, but Kaylai seemed to be threatening and warning the white wolf. It looked like he was biting the throat, but he didn't really use any force. The white wolf didn't resist, but retreated to a corner and continued to stare, but didn't show his fangs. Kaylai walked towards Jiang Ning. His ears turned upside down and his tail wagged. Jiang Ning was furious, afraid that he would whip him to death. The blizzard poured in, and the whole house was in a mess. It didn't work to please the shit shoveler, so Kaylai turned around to find the trainer. Woo woo woo. Huaishan, who was sandwiched, said, it's okay to beat up your own cub behind closed doors, but the key is that there's now a wolf in the house. Huaishan's eyes fell on the white wolf, and he looked at it warily, then frowned. It seems pregnant. The thin body and big belly. Either sick or pregnant. Jiang Ning's brain buzzed, and after confirming that the white wolf was a female, he questioned the dog fiercely. Cole, did you do it? Huaishan almost choked. Cole didn't know how to defend himself, but just kept wagging his tail and rubbing against the poop shoveler to please him. Laugh? Jiang Ning was furious, grabbing its ears and beating it. You got her pregnant, and you still have the nerve to laugh? Rebellious son. Rebellious son. After 10 years of abstinence, it got the white wolf pregnant. It's really capable. The dog was beaten, and the white wolf bared its teeth, with fierce eyes, and wanted to pounce. Oh! One risked his life to go out and find her, and the other showed off his strength and ruthlessness in human territory. Their relationship is so deep that they protect each other. The white wolf got fierce, and the dog immediately got fierce again. Shut up. I'm angry. But since I brought the female wolf back, can Jiang Ning still kick her out? Thinking about what Guzi has done recently. It is a typical love-brained person. If the mother wolf is kicked out now, it might follow. What Jiang Ning doesn't know is that she is now like a wicked mother-in-law of a wealthy family. She almost threw a check of 5 million in Bailong's face. Take the money and get out. Never show up in front of my son again. To be honest, no one expected that things would develop to this point today. Thinking that it might be too lonely without a playmate. It can find a wolf to play with, as long as it can play without getting hurt. Well, now it's playing to death. The key is that they have only known each other for more than a month, and Bailong's belly is already slightly pregnant. Jiang Ning has reason to suspect that Guzi is just an honest receiver. So annoying. Chapter 477. Seeing that Jiang Ning was in a bad mood, Dowdu did not dare to defend Guzi, but just quietly cleaned up the mess. Well, Kaylai really went too far. Hui had loved deeply, and could understand Guzi's behavior. Wolf's pregnancy period is only 2 months, and the living environment in the Arctic is so harsh. It is unlikely that there are other living wolves. Besides, Kaylai is so smart that he should not be fooled. Jiang Ning asked back, Are you so sure? The man, as expected, defended the man. Hui was deeply embarrassed, and glanced at the white wolf. Look at this wolf. It is snow white without a trace of stray hair, and looks very beautiful, but it is arrogant in its bones. It is estimated that ordinary wolves will not be in its eyes. Although Kaylai is a dog, he is better than a military dog. It is not an exaggeration to say that he is the king of dogs. He looks down on his peers, and thinks that they are not worthy of him. I think they are attracted to each other this time. Otherwise, they would not have a child so soon. Maybe this is fate. To put it simply, if it is not for love and trust, would the white wolf be willing to step into the territory of humans? Kaylai is fierce to it, but it does not resist. This is a typical couple in love, and they obey the attitude of the strong. In short, Huaishan thinks he can give it a chance. Having lived 2 lives, how could Jiang Ning still be naive and ignorant? Don't tell me that you use the white wolf to metaphorically represent me, and indirectly prove how good and powerful you are. Ahem. Huaishan was choked by water. Really? He shouldn't have reasoned with her when she was angry. So, Huaishan just let it go. Anyway, the dog was hers, and she felt sorry for him more than anyone else. The brother and sister cleaned up the home furnishings that were blown all over the place by the blizzard. The dog really deserved to be beaten, and the beating was very thorough. Fortunately, there is no air circulation in the house. Otherwise people and furniture would be blown away. Jiang Ning walked to the white wolf with the dog ears and then disappeared. Dao was relieved. Brother, Kailei is going to be a father? Huishan just guessed. Maybe. Dao thought for a while. What about you and your sister-in-law? The environment is not good now. Your sister-in-law and I will not have children. As for whether we will have children in the future, it depends on the conditions in the future. Huishan reminded his sister. Giving birth is very dangerous. If it is difficult to give birth, you may even lose your life. Don't mention this matter again in the future. We'll die. Dao covered her mouth in fear. Brother, I don't want anything to happen to you and your sister-in-law. Nothing will happen to your sister-in-law and me. Huishan comforted his sister. Dao, we should live happily and freely. Having children is not the most important thing in life. Dao was a little confused. What is the most important thing? Live happily, live well, and find something worth your energy. Dao was thoughtful. Such as participating in the construction of the base? Come to think of it, she was indeed very happy during that time, and felt that life had hope. Brother, what is the most important thing to you? Huishan smiled. There are many. Before the natural disaster, he just wanted to survive with Dao. But later he met Jiang Ning and had coke. There are important things in different stages of life. The previous second, it was still cold and snowy. And the next second, it was spring and green. This is a world it has never seen. And it feels very dangerous. The white wolf was frightened and retreated with its tail between its legs. The dog ran over to comfort it, muttering to himself. Seeing its useless appearance, Jiang Ning was immediately angry again. Although she was annoyed, she still threw 2 pieces of pork to the white wolf because of its thin appearance. She didn't throw it in front of it, but threw it on the ground. The white wolf's eyes were green, but it didn't rush over. The dog fetched it diligently, raised its paw and put it on the white wolf's head to eat. The doting look almost gave the shit shoveler a heart attack. The 2 pieces of pork belly, about 2 pounds, were quickly swallowed by it. Jiang Ning waved to the rebellious son. What do you want now? The dog pretended to be stupid and wagged its tail desperately. You want me to raise you? The dog eyes kept blinking, with stars in them. Jiang Ning thought about it. Okay, as long as it is not an ungrateful wolf, it can be a companion for the dog. However, if the cub in the white wolf's belly is not its own, she will definitely not take it in. Wait until the child is born. In addition, it is not just a matter of raising. There are a lot of troubles behind it. Who knows if it has a gang? What if it is a demon who helps the tribe and whispers in the dog ear, bringing all the animals back for her to raise? No one, whether human or animal, would like to turn their good baby into a rebellious culprit. But Jiang Ning is not an authoritarian parent. Considering the dog lifespan and quality of life, she is still willing to give the white wolf a chance. At that time, she spent money to buy it for fun. Jiang Ning had a headache, so she needed to calm down and waved her hand and said, "Take it out to play." So, the dog took the white wolf to the black soil garden, looking extremely arrogant. It seemed to be saying, "Look, this is my kingdom, and it will belong to you and your child in the future." Jiang Ning's heart was even more depressed. The white wolf was alert at first, but when he saw that Jiang Ning did not follow him out, he slowly relaxed and began to whisper with Kiki and roll around in the rapeseed field. Before it could remember, it was a snowy and cold world, and it had never smelled the fragrance of flowers or had a full stomach. But now it was extremely warm, with colorful flowers everywhere, and it looked at everything that was different in front of it with curiosity. They communicated in dog and wolf language, and the dog even stroked its fur. Kola bit off a rape flower and gave it to the white wolf. The white wolf also fell in the flowers, revealing its soft belly. Jiang Ning, who was peeping from the second floor, was stunned. This is love. Who could understand the heart of an old mother, who is relieved that the dog does not have to be single, but at the same time feels empty inside. I provided with food and water, but it has never coaxed it like this. Bad dog. A natural love expert. She vaguely understood why some mothers-in-law and daughters-in-law have a bad relationship. Jealousy. Jiang Ning felt that she was not. It was just too sudden, and she was unable to accept it all at once. When she came out of the space, the house had been cleaned up. The white wolf that had walked through the black soil garden was no longer as fierce as before, but it still subconsciously retreated to the corner to defend. This is the instinct of animals. Jiangning was too lazy to care about it. Sitting on the sofa without saying a word, the dog dragged his doghouse over and let the white wolf sleep on it. Seeing her mouth twitch, Huishan couldn't help but, "Are you jealous?" Jiangning wiped her nose and spoke after a while, "A little bit." It became like a tornado, and she needed time to transition. She wanted to do an ultrasound on the white wolf to calculate its cub cycle. But wolves are naturally vigilant, so she would wait until it is mature. There was suddenly an extra member in the family, and it was stared at by cold and cruel eyes all the time. This was a very troublesome thing. It is not easy to tame a wolf. You may be sleeping soundly in the middle of the night, and it may pounce on you and bite your throat. Don't say that the dog can suppress it. Don't you see that it is spoiled to no end now? Jiangning felt uncomfortable, so he took the pillow person as an example. When will you learn from it? Chapter 478. Jiangning words made Huishan mouth twitch. You said I'm not as good as Kailei? Recalling that when he met her and liked her, he was like a demon, and his heart was out of control. Kailei is also like this now. 10 years of merits were destroyed in one day. Jiangning couldn't help laughing. Forget it. They are the same. No one should laugh at each other. After a lot of trouble, it was already dark. Jiangning was hungry, so he took out a sumptuous meal and started eating. Braised pork feet, fish from the river, stir-fried beef, chicken stewed with mushrooms, green vegetables, and fragrant rice. She sat down and ate heartily. But there was no portion for the dog. The dog's stomach rumbled, and he slowly approached with a shameless face, thinking of the blizzard that hit the house. Jiangning wanted to blow its head off. However, the bad dog was very good at coaxing. He kept rubbing his head against the shit shoveler, trying all kinds of tricks to please him. In the end, he tricked a large bowl of dog food. Sensing that Jiangning was unhappy, he did not give the white wolf food this time, but ate it slowly beside him. The white wolf resisted at first, but he really couldn't resist the temptation, and slowly tried to move forward from the corner. 1 step, 2 steps. Carefully. It took several minutes to get to the dog. The scumbag gave the food to it. Dowda couldn't help laughing. Kailei was relying on his sister-in-law not to let him starve. She would definitely give it secretly later. Jiangning turned a blind eye and let the white wolf eat the dog food. After finishing a bowl of rice, she stood up to get some rice. But the white wolf thought he was going to snatch it from her. The wolf was very protective of food and bared his teeth in an instant. The dog pawed over and said, "Be honest?" After beating his wife, he wagged his tail at the shit shoveler. The white wolf took the bowl away and ate silently. What could Jiangning do when he encountered a two-faced scumbag dog? He took a lot of food, and there was a lot left at the end. Jiangning took a new dog bowl from the space, divided it into 2 equal parts, added rice, stirred it evenly, and pushed it in front of them. Eat it. Don't say I'm partial. She was indeed from a wealthy family, but she was definitely not an evil mother-in-law. As long as the baby in her belly was brother dog, she would not lack food and drink in the future. Pregnant women get hungry quickly, and the white wolf was not polite. This was the first time that it ate its fill. The dog brother didn't lie. As long as you follow it, you won't be hungry. Dowda cleaned up the dishes. Jiangning found a lock and locked the door from the inside to prevent the scum dog, who could open the lock, from opening the door again in the middle of the night. A man who takes from others is grateful, and a man who eats from others is soft-hearted. After eating Jiangning for several meals in a row, the white wolf's vigilance dropped a lot, and he laid down in front of the charcoal stove and took a nap. Jiangning had never lived with wolves before, so she really didn't like those eyes. She closed the door and bolted it. But she was also wary of the wolves outside. Seeing Huishan was fine, Jiangning couldn't help but tickle him. You don't care about Kailei at all. Why don't you care? If he protects her? She says he didn't teach her well. If he doesn't protect her? She says he doesn't care. Being a man is hard, and being a good man is even harder. Jiangning is good at everything except being anxious. Natural disasters are unpredictable, and she always wants to be able to control everything and give herself and her family an absolute sense of security. Jiangning is actually the happiest that Kailei has a companion. She is angry that it becomes uncontrollable, but she is worried that it will be led astray or encounter danger. But who wouldn't be impulsive when encountering love? The extreme blizzard didn't know when it would stop, and the food was so scarce that the pregnant white wolf was very likely to not survive. Guzzi took the risk to bring it back. probably out of love and responsibility. Hui Shen comforted her. Jiang Ning was a little worried. I'm afraid it will get more and more excessive. Fortunately, we are all fine today. And what if the white wolf didn't come alone? What if she brought a companion? Or other survivors? Hui Shen paused. You don't believe in Coke? Look at how rebellious it has been recently. It's all tears if I talk too much. And the anger that I finally calmed down is coming up again. Let's observe for a while. There's no need to jump to conclusions. Coca-Cola has indeed been outrageous recently. Maybe it was just a fight at first. But slowly they develop feelings for each other. Some things are understandable. No matter how smart it is. It's still a dog. Many things are just based on instinct. You can't expect it to have human thinking and logic. He advised so. And Jiang Ning also felt that it was right. No matter how high Coca-Cola's IQ is. It's just like a child of a few years old. You can't expect it to understand this complex world. Keep observing. If there is any trouble again, he will be put in solitary confinement. I didn't sleep much all night. After all, there is a wolf outside. Wolves that can survive in the Arctic are not naive. After a peaceful night, Jiang Ning got up on tiptoe and found 2 dogs squeezed in the doghouse through the crack of the door. The dog hugged his wife and was sleeping soundly. On the contrary, the white wolf noticed the movement in the house and opened his eyes. Cold and murderous. Look! This is the difference between wolves and dogs. The dog was still sleeping soundly. Drooling. The wolf looked over and saw that there was no movement in the room for a long time. So he lay on the dog head and continued to take a nap. The dog woke up and rubbed his 2 heads against each other. Oh! Jiang Ning was fed with dog food so early in the morning. Is this still her cool dog, who has been single for 10 years? Is he reborn? Soul-crossed? Or controlled by the system? Jiang Ning got back into bed and couldn't help nagging. Why did it become like this? It's like a different dog. The old ancestor's words are correct. That is, when you have a wife, you forget your mother. Hui Shen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Are you mocking me? I was aloof before because I didn't meet the right person. When fate comes, it's a chemical reaction. Well, Jiang Ning thought about it and was speechless. Well, she overreacted a little. Opening the door, the dog rushed over enthusiastically, wagging its tail and turning its head to hum at the white wolf. It seemed to urge it to come over quickly. The white wolf was alert, but still walked over slowly. The wolf's tail drooped and shook slightly twice, looking a little awkward. Oh! It seems that the dog has trained his wife well. The new wife was brought in. Just like serving tea. Why did Jiang Ning suddenly feel a little comforted? In any case, the relationship between the two seems to be dominated by the dog. If it can be domesticated and the danger is minimized, Jiang Ning does not mind adding more members to the family. The key is that the dog cannot change, as if it has been taken away from its home. In a good mood, prepare a rich meal for the two. Fresh and steaming chicken legs. Wolves are very smart, and they know who has the final say after a few meals. After filling its stomach, it took the initiative to approach Jiang Ning, and its eyes became much gentler, looking at the slightly pregnant belly of the white wolf. Jiang Ning smiled and showed kindness to it. From now on, you will be called by Shui. Live a good life with Kiki, and call this place home. Wolves and dogs are not the same kind of animals, but they are the same species, and can intermarry, and have children. Jiang Ning even looked forward to the birth of wolf puppies. Bai Shui was still very vigilant, and was willing to approach only when hungry, and stayed far away at other times. It looked out the door from time to time, as if it wanted to go out. Chapter 479. The dog would go over to accompany Bai Shui and play in front of the stove. After a few days, Bai Shui began to respond to her name, especially when eating. As long as Jiang Ning called her, she would come, probably because she was afraid of being hungry. Bai Shui had a very large appetite and preferred raw meat. The bad thing was that she was very protective of her food. Sometimes when the dog came over, she would bare her teeth, not to mention Jiang Ning. The blizzard lasted for 5 days before it gradually subsided. After being shut down for so long, turning on the lights during the day and sleeping at night, my life was chaotic. Jiang Ning was fully armed and opened the door to get some fresh air. Kaylai and Bai Shui sneaked back and played wildly in the snow. Seeing that the scum dog used his head to hit Bai Shui's belly, Jiang Ning quickly scolded, "Your wife is pregnant. You can't play too much." Be careful. However, Bai Shui was used to being wild. The dog wanted to remain cool, but he couldn't resist the temptation of the little wolf spirit and ran and rolled in the snow. What could Jiangning say? It is estimated that Bai Shui was a motherless child since childhood. She was pregnant and completely let herself go. She didn't understand anything at all. Huishan knows a little more about animals than she does. Bai Shui should have just reached adulthood. The dog is just an old cow eating young grass. It's really good. So charming. After a few days of getting along, the three of them like Bai Shui very much and think it can be domesticated. With his wife around, the dog no longer runs outside, and most of the time he plays with it. That kind of happiness is completely different from the company of the shit shoveler. Jiangning sat on the snow hill, watching the dog playing happily in the snow, and couldn't help feeling relieved. Bai Shui played for a while, staring into the distance in a daze, her head wandering from time to time. She yearned for the distance, but was reluctant to leave. The dog whined and nudged its head from time to time. Jiangning became nervous. Bai Shui wants to leave. Huishan analyzed. It grew up in the wild. It's normal for it to want to return to nature. Wolves and dogs are different. If it weren't for the severe snowstorm, it might not be willing to step into the human circle. Jiangning opened his mouth, wanting to say something but not knowing what to say. As night fell, Bai Shui came back. It was too thin, and it was carrying a cub. If the mother was not well nourished, the cub would be prone to miscarriage or deformity. Jiangning paid special attention and gave it chicken and pork. Bai Shui preferred raw food to cooked food. She had learned a lot from the dog brother in the past few days. She continued to show her kindness and tried to show her belly to Jiangning. Jiangning was alert and slowly reached out. Oh! I touched the wolf's belly. It was soft and the fur was warm. Of course, wild wolves are not like domestic dogs. They have no sense of measure when they stretch out their claws and show their fangs. They are relatively strong. The dog was afraid that it would hurt the poop scooper, so it kept whining beside him. Jiangning decided to forgive the bad dog. Among the three people in the family, Bai Shui was the first to show kindness to the one with meat, followed by Huishan and Daodu. After several days of getting along, she was willing to be touched by them. There was no way, because they didn't have meat in their hands. After getting along for 10 days, Jiangning recognized its identity from the bottom of his heart. I thought about finding a wife for the dog before, but I didn't know there was no suitable opportunity. Now it is self-motivated and brought one back from outside. Bai Shui is a lone wolf, but the betrothal gift still needs to be given. The tiles used as betrothal gifts are still in the space, but Bai Shui seems to be only interested in fresh meat. Jiangning has no choice but to give it extra food every meal. During the day, I will give you enough food for 100 days, which will be considered as the betrothal gift. You must live a good life with Kala in the future. Today is pork belly. Tomorrow is pork bones. Anyway, there are still many pigs stored in the space, so there is no need to worry about shortages. The dog was completely dumbfounded. Why did it eat worse? It was not convinced and protested to the shit shoveler. Woof. Not convinced? Jiangning rolled his eyes at it. Look at how much your wife eats. Why bring her home if you can't afford to feed her? I give your share to Bai Shui if there's anything delicious in the future. The dog felt guilty and went back to eat silently. After eating, Bai Shui came over and asked for a pet. The little thing is very smart. After it got to know who the sponsor was, it started to try to please her after getting familiar with her. Seeing it playing with the poop scooper, the dog was relieved at first, but gradually his eyes became wrong. That position was its before. If I hadn't brought it back myself, the dog would have rushed up to push it away. But I didn't expect that a bigger blow was still to come. The poop shoveler disappeared. She disappeared with Bai Shui. The dog got anxious. Woof. Huishan and Daodu ignored it and sat on the sofa to watch a movie. The dog kept scratching the floor in anxiety. Jiangning took Bai Shui into the space for a prenatal B ultrasound. After raising her for more than 10 days, she was not only well fed but also ate well, and her skinny body gradually gained weight. The flesh on her body grew, and Bai Shui showed her super high appearance. Even Jiangning couldn't let it go. No wonder the dog was fascinated and lost his mind. Meet his mother. Bai Shui lay down docilely, allowing Jiangning to use strange things to check her body. Through the image display, Jiangning saw 3 shadows. She will give birth in another 20 days. and she looks healthy from the shape. As soon as she came out of the space, the dog pounced on her, whining anxiously. Oh, now you know how to compete for favor? It's too late. Jiangning stroked its head. Cola, Bai Shui is pregnant with triplets. You will be a father soon. Reproduction is the instinct of animals. The dog doesn't understand this. It only knows that it has less food in its mouth, and the owner doesn't love it as much. I have already raised your wife. You have to raise the children yourself when they are born. Jiangning negotiated with it. From today on, your dog food will be reduced by half. I will save it for you, and feed it to the puppies. The dog pretended to be stupid and continued to act cute to be loved. Unexpectedly, Jiangning kept his word, and the next meal was not only vegetarian dog food, but also pitifully small. On the contrary, in Bai Shui's rice bowl, there were chicken, duck, fish and meat, and the food was more abundant than during the Chinese New Year. The hungry dog went over, but was choked by Bai Shui, and finally had to lie down in the doghouse with grievance. Bai Shui didn't finish eating, and there were 2 large pieces of fish left. It left 1 piece for the dog, and took the other piece and walked out. Dowdu was curious and followed secretly. I saw Bai Shui digging a hole in the snow and burying the fish meat in it. Sister-in-law. Bai Shui hid the fish. Hiding things is the instinct of animals. When they are hungry, they will hide what they can't finish. When Jiangning first brought Keilei home, he often did things secretly. I remember that when he celebrated Huishan's birthday for the first time, the dog contributed half a bowl of bones he had hidden. Later, with good food and drink every day, he gradually changed his habit. But Jiangning was soon slapped in the face. Bai Shui hid food in a planned way. It was not that he really couldn't eat it, but to prepare for the baby in his belly. Maybe this is the instinct of motherhood. Even if Bai Shui has no experience, she will do it subconsciously. Moreover, as her belly gets bigger, she is much lighter when playing with the dog. Sometimes when Keilei is too aggressive, he will be fierce with his teeth bared. After being fierce a few times, the dog will be obedient. Chapter 480. With one more wolf. Life is much more lively. The Arctic is cold, and wolf puppies may not be able to adapt after birth. Jiangning was afraid that Bai Shui had no experience to take care of her, so she made some small clothes for her. Anyway, she was free. Huishan also got busy and implemented the wolf training plan. No one noticed that Doubtus seemed to be more lonely. Her brother and sister-in-law were close, and she rarely disturbed them unless there was something special. In the past, when Coke was with her, she would make snowballs and have snowball fights with it. But now, Keilei seems to have forgotten her. Apart from asking for favors from his sister-in-law, he just hangs around Bai Shui. When the weather is fine, the two chase each other happily in the snow. Keilei will never urge her to go out and play again. She tried to call it out, but it rolled on the ground with Bai Shui. The changes came too fast, and Doubtu became at a loss. Suddenly I felt that I seemed a little redundant. Adolescent girls are so sentimental. In the past, when I was unhappy, I could hug the dog and tell secrets. But now, she didn't know who to talk to. Jiangning didn't realize it until she finished the work at hand. Doubtu, what's wrong with you? Her face was pale, and she huddled on the sofa without saying a word. Sister-in-law, I'm having my period. It hurts. Why didn't you tell me when you were having your period? Jiangning asked with concern. Do you have enough sanitary napkins? As she spoke, she took out motherwort from the space and made her drink it. When she learned that the sanitary napkins were gone, she took out a few more packs. After waking up from a nap, Jiangning accidentally found Doubtu sitting on the sofa in a trance. While the two were sleeping soundly by the charcoal stove, she stepped back, recalled recent events, and then reminded the people around her. Doubtu seems to be a little depressed. Huishan thought for a moment. Cola has found a companion, so we have less time to play with her. Mental problems are easy to occur in the end times. Jiangning is used to having someone around her. If she is suddenly asked to return to her previous life and live alone, she is not used to it. They are called brother and sister-in-law, but they are no different from parents. Jiangning and Huishan noticed this problem and subconsciously found things for Doubtu to do. When they were free, they would talk to her, play cards or chess, etc. But after all, there is a gap. After I have some free time, I secretly observe that Doubtu is still unhappy. Jiangning thinks that Guzi forgetting Doubtu after marrying a wife is just an appearance. The essence is still loneliness. The family lives together. The brother and sister-in-law love each other. And Kaylay revolves around his wife. But Dowdu is at a sensitive age. And the kind of loneliness that cannot be integrated. It's like when I was young. I went to school hand in hand with my classmates and jumped around. Obviously, everyone is the same. But their parents come to pick them up after school. Only she didn't. It's understandable that Jiang Ning put herself in his shoes. She selected a few psychology books, hoping that Dowdu would be helpful. As long as the weather is good, Huishan will call Dowdu to go out for patrol nearby. And the dog will follow him. Bai Shui's belly is getting bigger and bigger. And she will give birth in half a month. It began to become quiet, rarely going out to play in the snow, and often sticking to Jiang Ning. Not only can there be meat to eat, but the extra can also be hidden. Jiang Ning squatted by the charcoal stove, gently stroking its belly, feeling the fetal movement of the wolf puppies. Suddenly, Bai Shui stood up abruptly, with an extremely alert look. Except for the first few days after entering the house. It almost never happened again. Jiang Ning reacted quickly, took out his gun and said, Bai Shui, you stay in the house. I go out and take a look. It was quite comfortable during this period. But the vigilance was not lost. Jiang Ning went out and climbed onto the snowball, observing the surroundings with a telescope, and found that Huishan was patrolling in the distance with his sister and dog. A few hundred meters away from them, several shadows appeared, wearing animal skins. Only the eyes are exposed. And the figure is very tall. Obviously, they also found Huishan. Jiang Ning lay on the snow hill, took out the sniper rifle and aimed. Bai Shui followed, crawling beside her, with her yellow-brown eyes fixed on the distance, ready to rush out at any time. It was about to give birth. Jiang Ning reminded Bai Shui, don't worry. Kaylay will be fine. Wolves are very smart and patient. And it seems to understand Jiang Ning words. And it stays dormant. There are 5 people over there. And they raise their guns when they see Huishan in the distance. Jiang Ning did not hesitate. Aimed and pulled the trigger. The distance was too far. And the target suddenly moved. So he missed the shot. But he knocked the gun out of the other party's hand. He wanted to fire a second shot. But the other party fell down collectively. The snow was very thick. And it directly buried the body, making it impossible to aim. The figure could not be seen. But it seemed that he was shouting something. But Jiang Ning was far away and could not hear clearly. They didn't know what they said. But Huishan, who was also holding a weapon, did not shoot. What on earth were they doing? This is not his style. Through the telescope, Jiang Ning found that Huishan asked Dowdu and Guzi to come back first. And he was talking to them while retreating. Jiang Ning aimed the whole time. As long as Huishan and Guzi were hurt, none of the opponents would be able to escape. Dowdu and Guzi retreated first, and Huishan retreated facing them with a gun, and only turned and left when he was out of the effective shooting range of the gun. Knowing that there was a sniper on the opposite side, they did not mess around. First, one of them stood up slowly without any weapon in his hand. They used their actions to signal not to shoot. Then the second one, the third one. Seeing that the other side did not shoot again, they turned their backs, picked up the guns, and hurried away. The 2 men and the dog returned safely. Jiang Ning was anxious and worried. Who are they? From the Russian Bear Country. Old Russians? I didn't expect them to come to the Arctic. Jiang Ning couldn't help but frown. Why don't you kill them? Huishan wanted to take action. But the other side didn't want to open fire. They came out to find medicine, and have no intention of conflicting with us. After so many years of natural disasters, even the same tribesmen cannot be trusted, let alone the warlike Russians. They said they didn't want to start a war. Maybe they were at a disadvantage. But it might not be the case next time. Huishan thought so too. There are other survivors in the Arctic. They had a gunfight not long ago. So they came out to find medicine for their companions. He was closer and saw more clearly than Jiang Ning. Their guns were all empty shells. And the bullets had been used up long ago. This was the reason why Huishan let them go. And they posed no threat to him. If there are still other survivors in the Arctic, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. It is not a bad thing for us to have the Russians blocking the way. Jiang Ning frowned. How many survivors are there? It didn't say specifically, but it seems that there are quite a few. And they have banded together. Do you speak the Malbear language? No. But one of them used to make videos. And he knows some Chinese. When he learned that he was Chinese, The other party said several Davalis in a row, which made him embarrassed to shoot. Band together to fight the Mao bear? Jiang Ning thought about it, and roughly knew which countries the survivors were from.